In Tongzhou City, Qin Yu was a famous young master from the prominent Qin family. At 3 years old, he achieved the Great Perfection root bone. At 9, he broke through to post-celestial Great Perfection. At 13, he was pre-celestial Great Perfection, and by 18, he had 1 foot in the spirit communication realm. However, their family was unlucky. 2 battle gods and their family lost their lives after venturing into the great wilderness. Even Qin Yu, originally the most talented sword battle god warrior in the dynasty, had now become a cripple. And Li Qinghe, who was his fiancée, was preparing to marry someone else just 1 month later. Her new partner was Zhao Dian, a descendant of the immortal clan. All the women in Tongzhou City, even a princess like Li Qinghe, wanted to marry him. At this moment, in the Qin family's inner courtyard, Qin Yu lay weakly on the bed, covered in injuries, while Zhao Dian and Li Qinghe looked at him with schadenfreude. Qin Yu, so what if you were a chosen one from childhood? Look at your current state. Your meridians are crippled, your divine sense is dissipated, you've become a cripple. While I, Zhao Dian, have become a great hero, venturing into the great wilderness alone to bring you all back. The cruel Zhao Dian tightened his grip around Qin Yu's neck, continuously hissing in his ear. It seemed he was very pleased to see Qin Yu so weak, while he himself had taken his fiancée. Li Qinghe was even more malicious, because from the very beginning, this was her conspiracy to break off the engagement. Because the Qin family had rendered a service to the royal family, the emperor was pressured into betrothing her to Qin Yu. But in Li Qinghe's eyes, the Qin family was merely the royal family's dog, and Qin Yu was even less qualified to marry a grand princess like her. Therefore, this time, Li Qinghe used a trick to ensure Qin Zhan and Qin Heng died in the great wilderness, and Qin Yu became a cripple. Only then could she soar high, becoming the wife of an immortal descendant like Zhao Dian. These shameless adulterers openly displayed their affection right by Qin Yu's sickbed. Only after that did they gloatingly leave together. Meanwhile, Qin Yu was still in a daze, his consciousness unclear, when he suddenly heard a faint voice. Do you want to live? Show me a little of your endurance, Qin Yu. After the voice, he suddenly woke up in shock, then sat up abruptly. Qin Yu looked at his injured hands, his whole body trembling as he muttered. What exactly is happening? Am I back? But why am I back to this present moment? If only it could have been a little earlier, just a little earlier, my father and grandfather wouldn't have died. It turned out that Qin Yu's fate was predestined to end tragically. However, by some stroke of luck, he was reborn, but it was regrettable that he was still reborn at the time when Qin Zhan and Qin Heng had already perished. And the reason they died was because they were schemed against by that despicable pair. In his previous life, they even held an ostentatious wedding, causing the Qin family to lose all face. After regaining his composure, he swore that in this life, he would make those bastards pay blood for blood. Along with Qin Yu's rebirth was the opportunity he gained in the great wilderness, called the Desolate Heaven Scripture, which sealed 108 ancient ferocious beasts and 72 ancient divine beasts. With his current strength, Qin Yu could directly summon one of them. And this time, he chose the Phantom of Nianzi. The appearance of the ferocious beast Nianzi strengthened its master's physical power, making his bones and meridians robust, and could even serve as cultivation for him to open the spirit communication realm. This process was extremely painful, but just thinking about the faces of Li Qinghe and Zhao Dian, Qin Yu felt there was no pain he couldn't endure. You despicable couple, prepare to face my wrath. He gnashed his teeth, thinking to himself. However, just then, the room door opened. Qin Yu was startled, and the other person was also shocked. Qin Yu, you're awake? Standing before Qin Yu was a face somewhat resembling his father's. How could he forget this scoundrel? He was Qin Chuan, an elder of the Qin family, who usually called his father brother. But unexpectedly, he secretly colluded with Li Qinghe, plotting for them to enter the great wilderness first. After that, he led people to betray the Qin family, shamelessly becoming Zhao Dian's dog, annihilating everyone in the Qin household. Qin Chuan cast a wary glance over Qin Yu, then secretly sighed in relief when he saw that Qin Yu's meridians were exhausted. He was indeed a cripple. Finally, he couldn't hold back anymore and laughed loudly, tilting his head back. Ha ha, from a high and mighty prodigy, you suddenly fell from grace and became a cripple. This taste must be very unpleasant, right? Seeing that the other party didn't even bother to feign civility with him, Qin Yu was truly disgusted and immediately retaliated. Humph, a dog is a dog. Did you think you stopped being a dog just because you changed masters? Even if I've fallen from grace, it's not up to an old dog like you to insult me. Qin Chuan was furious and loudly ordered him to shut up. I served the Qin family wholeheartedly, but what did I get in the end? You all forced me. Once you're all dead, the Qin family will belong to me, Qin Chuan. While Qin Chuan was criticizing him and his deceased relatives, Qin Yu struggled to his feet, stepping closer and closer. At that time, he hadn't noticed anything unusual, still frantically cursing Qin Hung. Unexpectedly, as soon as he opened his foul mouth to mention Qin Yu's father's name, he immediately took a full punch from him. Qin Chuan was knocked to the ground by Qin Yu, spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood. His enraged arm gripped Qin Chuan's neck tightly, his eyes filled with bloodlust. A dog is still just a dog in the end. A dog that bites its master has only one outcome, death. Just like that, Qin Chuan was choked to death by Qin Yu's power, not even getting a chance to gasp. As for him, after dealing with this traitor, he felt immensely relieved and stood up to put on his coat. With Qin Chuan dealt with, it's time to find that despicable couple and deliver their wedding gift. At this moment in the capital, everyone was talking about the eldest princess's wedding. Even the guards couldn't help but exchange a few words about the consort's illustrious background. To them, the immortal clan was an incredibly terrifying existence. No one would dare to touch someone with such deep roots. Li Qinghe was busy getting ready, and her face clearly showed great satisfaction with this arranged marriage. The auspicious hour had arrived, and an elderly nanny came to invite Li Qinghe to move to the imperial city. With the ceremonial procession following behind, Li Qinghe and Zhao Dian went ahead to pay their respects to the emperor. The current monarch of the Divine Sword dynasty was Li Jianhe. It was unclear if he was unaware or knowingly condoned his daughter's wickedness. But it seemed Li Jianhe was also pleased with his new son-in-law. The ceremony was about to be completed, but as Zhao Dian and Li Qinghe held hands, halfway through reciting their eternal vows to never betray each other, a sharp spear suddenly flew in from nowhere, piercing through the city gate. The gate guards were knocked down, creating an uproar unlike ever before. Today is a joyful day for our imperial family. Who dares to act so presumptuously here? Li Jianhe roared. Zhao Dian and Li Qinghe also paled simultaneously, for they had recognized who had come to cause trouble. Qin Yu gripped the long spear tightly, his face resolute as if he had come to collect a debt. As expected of the power of Yazi, even though it only helped him return to the first level of the spirit comprehension realm, his cultivation was several times stronger than before. In his previous life, he couldn't fully unlock the complete savage beast until his death. He really wondered how terrifying that power would be in this life if he could fully unlock it. Zhao Dian and Li Qinghe couldn't believe their eyes. Clearly, yesterday when they came to the Qin Manor, they both witnessed with their own eyes Qin Yu's meridians completely shattered, rendering him a cripple. So why is it that today he can stand here, and his cultivation is even this much stronger? Qin Yu advanced step by step amidst the trembling fear of the surrounding maidservants. Zhao Dian looked at his imposing demeanor, continuously shaking his head and muttering, "Impossible, impossible." Li Jianhe, seeing his expression, was extremely disappointed, thinking to himself that although Zhao Dian was a descendant of an immortal clan, his actions were completely unreliable. On the other hand, Qin Yu, whom they thought could no longer recover, now even seemed much stronger than before. Seeing him so menacing, even Li Jianhe had to humble himself and speak up. "Haha, who did I think it was? It turns out to be you. Today, I didn't call for you because I wanted you to rest at home and recover from your injuries. But it seems your injuries are no longer serious, are they? Those two words are really too unpleasant to hear." Qin Yu couldn't bear it any longer, so he thrust the spear in his hand forward, its sharp tip stopping just a few inches from Li Jianhe's forehead, startling the old man so much that his eyes widened. Qin Yu snorted coldly, advising the other party to drop his pretense, and reminded him that if his father hadn't saved him that year, then Li Jianhe would have long since become a vengeful ghost. How could he be here flapping his gums? My Qin family overcame all hardships for you, Li Jianhe, and achieved great deeds. And what about you? How have you treated my Qin family? Qin Yu pressed, asking rapidly. Zhao Dian and Li Qinghe colluded to assassinate my grandfather and father in the great wilderness. This enmity, we cannot coexist under the same sky. Qin Yu's powerful declaration made everyone present look at each other in bewilderment. Zhao Dian finally couldn't hold back any longer and roared, "Silence! Enough! Before, I underestimated you. I didn't expect you weren't seriously injured. It was all an act, wasn't it? Even if your cultivation is still intact, you're only at the first level of the spirit comprehension realm. How dare you be so arrogant?" Qin Yu spoke only with strength, so he showed no hesitation at Zhao Dian's provocation. As soon as he brandished the spear in his hand, the royal soldiers immediately rushed forward, surrounding Li Jianhe to protect him. Li Jianhe secretly calculated that even though Zhao Dian and Qin Yu both had first-level spirit comprehension realm cultivation, the Zhao family member carried the bloodline of an immortal clan, so he would surely be a step above Qin Yu, which somewhat reassured the old man. In fact, Li Jianhe even cautiously reminded Zhao Dian not to be too harsh, because after all, Qin Yu was a descendant of the Qin family, a person who had rendered great service to the dynasty. Just crippling his cultivation and giving him a minor punishment as a warning would suffice. He concluded. Li Jianhe, being both inhumane and unrighteous, could calmly ask his precious son-in-law to cripple Qin Yu's cultivation, yet still say, "Don't be too harsh." As soon as he heard the command, Zhao Dian immediately charged forward. As for Qin Yu, he was truly infuriated by Li Jianhe's minor punishment as a warning remark. It's still unknown who will win or lose this battle. A weapon immediately appeared in Zhao Dian's hand. It was a first-grade immortal artifact, a sword named Azure Flame. This was Zhao Dian's family heirloom immortal artifact. Those present were lucky to even have the chance to witness it. As soon as Azure Flame appeared, people felt that Qin Yu couldn't withstand its might. On the other hand, the long spear in Qin Yu's hand was merely a sixth-grade mortal item, the Qin family war god spear. But it had drunk the blood of tens of thousands and slain thousands of human souls, its spirit no weaker than its opponents. Zhao Dian didn't want to prolong it, so he took the initiative to attack first. Just looking from the outside, he indeed seemed somewhat overwhelming compared to Qin Yu. Right on time, Qin Yu mumbled, then raised the long spear in his hand, timing the opponent's charge perfectly to summon his Nati Phantom. As soon as the Nati Phantom appeared, it shattered the move Zhao Dian was attacking with, making him widen his eyes in surprise. It seemed this fool was overly confident in his weapon, so he didn't react immediately when his attack was easily nullified like that. And then, while he was still dumbfounded, the Qin family war god spear charged forward. The sturdy spear shot forth, but in a flash, it began to bend, flexible like a snake, and coiled back, aiming to attack Zhao Dian from behind. Seeing this scene, he was so furious he gnashed his teeth. "Qin Yu, how dare you underestimate me? How dare you use such a low-level move to deal with me?" With that, he turned around and used Azure Flame to block the power of the War God Spear. However, something even more surprising happened right after. Because when these two weapons collided, cracks appeared on the Azure Flame sword. This is too absurd. For a mortal weapon to be able to break an immortal-grade weapon. Zhao Dian kept yelling, "Impossible," but couldn't stop his Azure Flame sword from being shattered to pieces. As for himself, he was even more miserable, knocked to the ground, with the War God Spear deeply embedded in his chest. Everyone present was astonished by this scene. All of them wore identical expressions, and even Li Jianhe was no exception. Li Qinghe's face was even worse. "No matter how much I rack my brains, I can't imagine Qin Yu could be this strong." In a panic, Li Qinghe shouted loudly, "Zhao Dian, get up, I forbid you to lose to Qin Yu." On the opposite side, Qin Yu looked at Zhao Dian's disheveled and pathetic state, and couldn't help but speak disdainfully. Do you even deserve to be a descendant of an immortal clan? Zhao Dian was currently groveling on the ground, humiliated like a dog. He tried to pull Qin Yu's spear out of his chest, but couldn't even manage that. And then, the young man stepped forward, decisively pulling the spear out with one hand, causing his chest to immediately spurt blood. Is this the royal consort your imperial family is so proud of? He couldn't even withstand a single blow. If you're weak, don't show off. These words from Qin Yu not only insulted Zhao Dian but also struck directly at the face of the imperial family. Zhao Dian trembled as he sat up, putting a hand over the wound on his chest. He still couldn't believe that the weapon capable of shattering the Azure Flame Sword was merely a mortal item, and immediately accused the Qin family of secretly keeping an immortal artifact for themselves, which was an act of disloyalty. Qin Yu merely scoffed upon hearing this, then wiped the blood from his spear blade with his hand, and immediately the spear blade became gleaming. The War God Spear, obtained by generations of our Qin family's blood, isn't it also not inferior to that shoddy sword you cherish so much? The reason the War God Spear possesses such terrifying power is that another divine power of Na-Ti can be integrated into the weapon. Ordinary weapons are divided into two main grades, mortal grade and immortal grade. Although this War God Spear was initially a mortal grade item, at this moment, it had at least the power no different from a second-tier immortal artifact. Li Jin stared at the spear in Qin Yu's hand, too angry to speak. He half believed Zhao Dian's words, beginning to doubt whether the Qin family truly secretly hid an immortal grade item. But for all these years, every movement of the Qin family had been under his supervision. If that War God Spear is truly an immortal grade item, then it must be one of the fortunes Qin Yu obtained in the Great Wilderness. However, Li Jiano wasn't going to let things end here. Being an old fox, he knew Zhao Dian's weakness, so he provoked him. Zhao Dian, you can't even defeat a mere Qin Yu? It seems I made a mistake agreeing to marry my daughter to you, didn't I? Zhao Dian heard this and, as expected, was both confused and enraged. He bit his lips so hard that the corners of his mouth began to bleed, continuously cursing Qin Yu to death. Then, when his rage reached its peak, Zhao Dian raised his head high and let out a roar like a wild beast. His two eyes were bloodshot, and the third eye on his forehead also opened wide at this moment. Zhao Dian seemed to enter a berserk state. He stood up fiercely, as if he hadn't suffered any damage. Qin Yu, I underestimated you just now. But you still need to know that I am a descendant of the immortal race. A mere mortal like you can never defeat me. As he spoke, Zhao Dian leaped up and charged towards Qin Yu. His 5 fingers, like the claws of a fierce beast, thrust straight towards him. However, the protagonist's aura is not something to be trifled with. What Zhao Dian's fate would be, everyone could probably guess. His claws hadn't even touched Qin Yu when they were struck away by the latter's fist. As soon as Zhao Dian landed, he charged forward, delivering another kick. Zhao Dian was accumulating injury after injury, in immense pain, but Qin Yu had no intention of stopping. Zhao Dian, you harmed my grandfather and my father. Today, I will surely repay this blood debt with blood. With that, Qin Yu raised his long spear and, gritting his teeth, thrust it down. Li Jinhe could only look on with a dark expression. And Li Qinghe, despite her panic, could do nothing. Save me, quickly save me. Zhao Dian cried out desperately. Unfortunately, it was still a bit short. Just as the spear was about to plunge into Zhao Dian's throat, Qin Yu suddenly felt a powerful force striking directly at him. In a flash, both he and the War God Spear were sent flying, and Zhao Dian's life was temporarily spared. But Qin Yu's spear still sliced across his arm, instantly severing one of the bastard's limbs. The person who just appeared was large, clad in golden battle armor, and possessed terrifying strength. After knocking Qin Yu away, he immediately grabbed Zhao Dian with one hand, carefully placed him to the side, then gritted his teeth and advanced towards Qin Yu. Qin Yu, you truly are bold, daring to act so recklessly in the imperial city. This big fellow is Bai Wuti, a royal guard, whose name matches his person, possessing invincible strength. Qin Yu also knew him. This was Li Jianhe's personal guard, who, aside from his massive physique, was a master of martial arts. He was a master of the second level of the spirit comprehension realm, not an easy opponent at all. As soon as Li Jianhe saw Bai Wuti appear, she urgently cried out, "Uncle Bai, finish him!" Even at this moment, Li Jianhe was still feigning righteousness, slowly giving orders to Bai Wuti. Qin Yu disregards rules, is immensely arrogant, and harms the imperial gods and royal family. This crime deserves death. But I will consider the Qin family's many years of service, so Bai Wuti cripple his cultivation and limbs. Bai Wuti received the order, and his eyes gleamed with bloodlust and savagery. He took a step back to gather momentum, then threw his head back and laughed loudly a few times before charging fiercely towards Qin Yu like an arrow. This speed made even someone like him, who had lived 2 lives, panic for a moment. Qin Yu couldn't dodge in time, nor could he block, and was sent flying backward by Bai Wuti. In this situation, he had almost no defensive capability. Bai Wuti was also very adept at exploiting his opponent's weakness. Before Qin Yu could even touch the ground, he continued to charge, intending to cripple all of his limbs in one move. A flame immediately erupted in the shape of a fanged imp. Qin Yu swung his arm and punched Wuti hard. He was forced back several meters, his eyes wide with shock, shouting, "What?" Wuti looked at the fanged imp that appeared right behind him and couldn't help but be terrified, speechless. "This is..." Before he could finish speaking, Qin Yu quickly grabbed Wuti's muscular arm. Though small in stature, he was able to throw the man down, his tone becoming sinister. "You should break." At this moment, Qin Yu, with an imposing aura, emphasized the 2 words, "It's you." Empowered by the fanged imp, he swung both arms back, tearing off Wuti's arms. He couldn't resist in time, only spitting blood, his body suspended in midair. A second later, Qin Yu landed forcefully, while Wuti crashed down with a thud. He tightly gripped the divine spear in his hand. Qin Yu stood in the hazy dust, his voice gnashing, "Next, it's my turn." Qin Yu's eyebrows furrowed, emphasizing each word, "Li Jianhe." He gritted his teeth, frowned, and retorted, "Qin Yu, you." Jianhe suddenly said suggestively, "Very well, Qin Yu, it seems you've lived under the protection of the Qin family for so long that you've forgotten." These words made him pause for a few seconds, looking puzzled. His face darkened as he asserted, "The might of the royal family." Immediately, several figures leaped down from the palace roof. They all rushed towards Qin Yu. In a flash, he was surrounded by soldiers. Jianhe cursed, "Qin Yu, die." He quickly raised his divine spear, a mocking smirk on his face. "Is this what you call the might of the royal family?" Qin Yu stomped his foot hard on the ground, and a golden energy instantly appeared. His whole body was enveloped in that spiritual energy. He bared his teeth and smiled, reminding, "Li Jianhe, it seems you also underestimate the might of my Qin family." With that, Qin Yu charged, using his weapon to pierce directly through the soldiers at lightning speed. They could only see a flickering light and no trace of him. Qin Yu had now rushed to Jianhe, extending his arm forward. A second later, he saw Qin Yu's hand on his neck and couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, "What?" Qin Yu landed on the ground right in front of Jianhe, creating an extremely powerful tremor. Manhua, holding Zhao Dian, saw the scene and couldn't help but cry out in alarm, "Imperial Father." The soldiers also stared wide-eyed, only able to shout, "Your Majesty." He began to tremble, but still threatened loudly, "Qin Yu, think carefully. Surrounded here are divine imperial guards, all at the second level of the spirit enlightenment realm. Even if you kill me, you won't leave here alive." Qin Yu replied frankly, "You don't need to worry about that." He glanced around, secretly comparing, "The layout here is similar to my previous life. The divine imperial guards wear legendary heavy armor, their destructive power is immense." One soldier with a shield and weapon caught Qin Yu's eye. He made his judgment, but they also have a fatal weakness, and that is speed. Suddenly, Qin Yu tightened his grip on Jianhe's neck, veins beginning to bulge on the back of his hand. A desperate scream rang out. He stared wide-eyed, mouth agape, trying to breathe, but the air seemed to be cut off. Jianhe could do nothing. He could only stare wide-eyed at him, his breathing becoming increasingly difficult. Qin, you. His pupils suddenly flashed with a spark. He sneered and cursed. Go to hell, old dog. Suddenly, a golden energy descended from behind the misty clouds. Qin Yu witnessed this power, and even he had to pause for a few seconds. He looked up, felt it, and exclaimed, such immense pressure. A person appeared right after. A voice rang out, Qin Yu, if you have received forgiveness, then you should also forgive others. His eyes widened, secretly astonished. Peak Divine Connection Realm. In my previous life, I shouldn't have known about such powerful individuals hiding around. The person's face gradually revealed itself. 3 royal-like seals appeared on his forehead. A pair of pristine white wings suddenly spread out, causing feathers to fall off. With the demeanor of an ancient elder, he introduced himself. This old man is the envoy commander of the immortal clan, Zhao Huan. He closed his eyes, feigning nobility, and made a request. The immortal clan and the royal clan both have long histories. Qin Yu, could you, for this old man's sake, spare his life? At this moment, Qin Yu was still lifting Jianhe by his neck. Zhao Dian, though severely beaten, saw his savior and immediately urged, second uncle, kill him. Jianhe also let out a sarcastic laugh. Qin Yu, it seems you can't kill me today. Qin Yu clenched his teeth, a drop of sweat rolling down as he thought, envoy commander of the immortal clan, I'm simply no match for him right now. Zhao Huan continued to persuade, Qin Yu, the immortal clan has always looked after the human race. Your actions today, I can forgive. I will not make things difficult for you. Suddenly, he turned to Zhao Dian and Tan Hoa and said, as for you, Zhao Dian. His tone gradually became stern. As a descendant of the immortal clan, to commit such despicable acts, family punishment awaits you when you return. Zhao Dian was intimidated by this overwhelming aura and could only comply, yes. After handling his family matters, Zhao Huan turned to Emperor Li Jianhe, for my sake today, let's not dwell on Qin Yu's wrongdoing against your royal clan. What do you say? He obediently replied, like a puppy, I shall obey, immortal. Receiving a satisfactory answer, he slowly opened his eyes, releasing a mysterious spiritual power. Zhao Huan opened the eye on his forehead, using it to threaten Qin Yu, let go. In an instant, Qin Yu's body could no longer move. Qin Yu, as if sealed by that eye, gritted his teeth and endured. His hand was gradually pulled backward by that aura. Qin Yu gritted his teeth, looking down at his hand and muttering, is this the pressure of a 9th-layer divine ability realm expert? However, just a second later, he activated his internal energy, slowly pushing his power upward to suppress that energy. Qin Yu's entire body immediately erupted with terrifying spiritual power, while he shouted, but mere pressure alone cannot control me. Without hesitation, he once again grabbed Jianhe's neck, pouring his spiritual power directly into him. Zhao Huan looked at this power and was astonished, exclaiming, what? A first-layer divine connection realm cultivation can break my pressure? Qin Yu, now like a demonic god, spoke with an extremely sinister tone, if the immortal has asked me to spare him, then. He quickly twisted Jianhe's neck once and then let go. He let out a desperate scream, then coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood, his pupils turning completely white. Zhao Dian gritted his teeth, watching the person in front of him pass away, while Tan Hoa could only reach out, crying in pain, Father. The officials in the court nearby couldn't help but cry out in fear, he killed the king. Seeing this, the soldiers immediately rushed forward, shouting, the king. Zhao Huan, somewhat startled, retreated backward, thinking, this young man indeed gained a great opportunity in the great wilderness. Qin Yu tightly clutched a piece of Jianhe's robe. He swung him around forcefully, simultaneously saying, your king. Qin Yu used all his strength, threw Jianhe straight forward, and shouted, catch him. Zhao Huan, impressed by this power, didn't dare to act rashly yet, he only spread his wings. Immediately, he caught his entire body with one of his wings. Done, Qin Yu immediately spun around, leaped and darted away, not forgetting to call back. Suddenly, a green spiritual energy shot across his face, startling Qin Yu. He immediately landed on the ground. Above him was a hand with sharp claws formed from that energy. Zhao Huan extended his palm, warning. He clung tightly to the ground, trying to withstand this power, this pressure, which was 10 times less than before. This immortal clan commander is truly troublesome. Qin Yu had no other choice but to summon the mark on his forehead. As soon as he finished speaking, his entire body was enveloped by a purple primordial spirit. Nati appeared right after, letting out a mighty roar. Qin Yu quickly grabbed his divine spear. He spun around, unleashing several beautiful strikes towards Zhao Dian and Tan Hoa. The wicked pair couldn't help but turn pale, screaming in fear at the sight. Zhao Huan, however, casually pointed a finger at them, showing blatant contempt. Just as those two were protected beneath his barrier, Qin Yu vanished from that spot, leaving a long skid mark on the ground. Seeing this situation, Zhao Huan couldn't help but frown and let out a snort, while he had already leaped high, happily bidding farewell. He spread his wings, his tone full of sinister intent. Qin Yu glanced back, baring his teeth in a threatening smile. At the same time, Zhao Dian trembled and said. Seeing this, he only let out a laugh. Zhao Huan exuded an imposing aura and exclaimed. He could only watch him leave. Then Zhao Huan reached out, channeling spiritual energy onto Zhao Dian. He closed his eyes, healing him while saying. Zhao Dian clutched his body, the fire of hatred still burning. Zhao Huan smiled dangerously, gently reassuring him. Meanwhile, Jianhe was lying flat on his back right behind him. Zhao Huan gritted his teeth, turned around and criticized. Tan Hoa, terrified by what had just happened, cried over Jianhe's demise. Seeing this, Zhao Huan immediately spoke. She cried bitterly, having no other choice but to obey. After settling things, Zhao Huan slowly flew into the air. He stood high above, relaying his command. Seeing this, everyone looked up together, paying close attention. Zhao Huan announced. He reached out his hand, declaring aggressively. The soldiers below were a little confused, calling out. Tan Hoa gritted her teeth, her entire body trembling. Her face darkened, agreeing to join Zhao Huan. He was extremely satisfied with this answer. Very good. The scene shifts to a place quite far from there. Qin Yu's legs were still moving nonstop. As he ran, he judged, I've killed Li Jianhe, and I'm sure to face endless pursuits. I can't stay in this Divine Sword dynasty anymore. Qin Yu frowned, pondering in his heart, but this Zhao Huan, why did he suddenly appear? It's not like the previous life. Never mind. It's already a gain to have killed Li Jianhe today. As for Zhao Dian, Li Qinghe, let them live for a while longer first. Then he gathered momentum, leaped high, and plunged into the vast green forest. In a flash, an eagle circled several times in the sky. As it flew, it transmitted a message. Qin Yu of the Qin family, Divine Sword Dynasty, is morally depraved and extremely vicious. He assassinated Li Jianhe, the monarch of the Divine Sword Dynasty, in front of everyone. A special pursuit order has been issued. The eagle flew past a carriage, continuing to transmit the message. Whoever kills Qin Yu will be rewarded with 10,000 households and the land of an entire city. Below, the wheels still rolled rapidly. The coachman whipped the reins continuously, making the horses run with all their might. Inside the carriage were muscular young men, including Qin Yu and the people of the southern suppressing king. He quietly placed his hand on his knee, deep in thought. Meanwhile, Li Yu was still secretly observing Qin Yu. Qin Yu frowned, thinking, the Divine Sword Dynasty has issued a kill order for me. The urgent matter at hand can only be to temporarily leave the Divine Sword Dynasty's territory and head for the larger Heavenly River Dynasty. He thought of the border area between the two countries and muttered to himself, Divine Sword, Heavenly River. The Divine Sword Dynasty has hundreds of cities, but it's merely a small dynasty. The Heavenly River Dynasty, however, has over 1,000 cities, including powerful sects and countless noble families. Comparing the Divine Sword Dynasty to it is like a drop in the ocean. Having found a way, Qin Yu smirked, Zhao Dian, Li Qinghe, wait for me. I'll be back soon to turn your bones to dust. Liu saw the murderous aura emanating from him and whispered in confusion, Grandpa, why did you let this rogue cultivator onto the carriage? Look at his messy hair, you can tell he's no good. The Southern Suppressing King gently reminded her, Little Liu, although this man is a rogue cultivator, he has excellent bone structure and can still be considered a good helper. He explained, our trip to the Heavenly River Dynasty is full of dangers. Having one more strong person means one more layer of safety. She heard this and asked, Grandpa, you are the Southern Suppressing King of the Heavenly River Dynasty, who would dare threaten our safety? That conversation happened to reach Qin Yu's ears. He flinched, staring at the old man, muttering, I didn't expect this old man to be the Southern Suppressing King. The Southern Suppressing King of the Heavenly River Dynasty, guarding the border to ward off demon beasts, with bones as hard as steel, is truly a great hero of the human race. It's a pity that thanks to the withdrawal of the Immortal Clan, the Divine Sword Dynasty quickly defeated the Heavenly River Dynasty, and the Southern Suppressing King was personally killed by Zhao Dian. The Southern Suppressing King also looked at Qin Yu, thinking, today, I'm sitting in his carriage, truly a fated encounter. Liu suddenly spoke up, why are you staring at me like that? He quickly closed his eyes, shaking his head to show his innocence. His attitude infuriated her, you brat, what kind of attitude is that? Liu couldn't hold back and yelled, you're making me so mad. Meanwhile, outside, a pair of slender legs appeared. Not just one, but two young maidens were observing the carriage with crimson eyes. The sound of horse hooves continued to echo in the deep forest. In a flash, the coachman turned his head, relaying the message inside, Master, another 100 li and we'll reach the territory of the Heavenly River Dynasty. The Southern Suppressing King urged, hurry up, let's get into the Heavenly River Dynasty early to avoid any unfortunate incidents. Suddenly, he turned to Qin Yu, that's right, little friend. Seeing this, he thought, as expected of the Southern Suppressing King, he must have recognized my identity. He's certainly saying this for me to hear. Truly cunning. But they had no idea that outside, several arrows were already flying towards the carriage. An unlucky horse was hit by one of the arrows, and out of instinct, it neighed in panic. The carriage was suddenly shaken, causing the people inside to be thrown around. Qin Yu frowned, becoming vigilant. What? Liu exclaimed in fright, what happened? Just a few seconds later, a sword was swung, attached to a long chain. It sliced down with a purple trail, cutting the carriage in half. In an instant, the carriage collapsed, and its parts scattered everywhere. The people inside quickly escaped, fearfully looking at the lethal weapon from earlier. That woman reached out, reeled in her chain, and chuckled a few times. Wu Si, standing within her spiritual power, spoke, Prince Jinnan, I've been ordered to take your head first. Prince Jinnan immediately reminded everyone, be careful, this is an assassin from the Tunan sect of the Heavenly River Dynasty. Qin Yu was slightly surprised when he heard the name, Tunan sect. He associated it with countless assassins, with that strange circular mark, and instantly realized it was one of the Heavenly River Dynasty's most famous hunting and killing powers. With that, she slammed her saber onto the ground. Wu Si stuck out her tongue, lightly licked her finger, and said, all right, obediently accept your death. Prince Jinnan stroked his beard and replied, the Tunan sect seems to underestimate this old man. He frowned, his face darkening considerably. Prince Jinnan raised his hand, signaling his own assassins to move forward, and challenged loudly, you dare come to kill me, relying on just yourself? Wu Si narrowed her eyes, implying, of course, it's not just me. Amidst the chaos, a weapon suddenly flew near Prince Jinnan's head. Qin Yu saw it and immediately shouted, be careful. He reached out, summoning his divine spear. Qin Yu quickly jumped up, raised his weapon, and directly confronted the divine arrow. Prince Jinnan, standing behind him, protected, was startled now, trembling as he realized he had been ambushed without knowing. Qin Yu, at the front, struggled to resist, gritting his teeth, this is the sun-chasing divine arrow. He gathered his strength and swung his divine spear with a powerful strike, breaking the arrow in half. Golden spiritual energy swept forth in a circle towards Qin Yu. He landed on the ground, dragging his feet for a long stretch to regain his balance. Qin Yu propped his divine spear on the ground, his breathing gradually becoming heavy. Wu Yu was momentarily surprised, letting out an "Oh." She drew her bow and quietly asked, "You actually managed to stop my sun-chasing divine arrow?" A moment later, Wu Yu jumped down from the tree. Prince Jinnan's eyes widened, looking at it, the sun-chasing divine arrow, one of the three great Xiantier lethal weapons of the Tunan sect. He nodded mockingly. "To kill this old man, it seems you've put in quite a bit of effort." "Very well." Prince Jinnan suddenly cleared his throat and said, "You two listen carefully." He slammed his staff once and declared, "This old man accepts death, but only with one condition: let everyone else leave here safely." His subordinates were all surprised by this. Liu cried out in fear, "Grandpa!" Wu Si immediately swung her saber and replied, "All right, I agree. That saves a lot of time." Just as danger was imminent, Qin Yu quickly raised his hand to block in front of Prince Jinnan. He spoke frankly, "Stop acting. I'll make my move. With me here, you won't die." Qin Yu steps forward. "This old man is under my protection, Qin Yu." Wu Si and Wu Yu looked at the golden energy source and shouted in unison, "If you wish to die, then we shall grant your wish." He swung his divine spear powerfully and made his demand, "First, state your names." "I don't kill nameless people." Both of them quickly introduced themselves, Wu Yu, Ziren sect, Wu Si, Ziren sect. Qin Yu frowned upon hearing this, secretly confirming, indeed, they are the two Wu family sisters. He recalled the towering peak and the several skulls below, sighing. In his previous life, after the dynasty was overthrown, this pair of sisters went to the great wilderness to seek opportunities, and majestically killed quite a few renowned figures. The brutal image of Zhao Dian in his demonic form appeared, making Qin Yu feel a bit of sympathy, but it was a pity that in the end, they couldn't contend with Zhao Dian and were executed by him. He then narrowed his eyes and smiled, stroking his chin and thought, "If I take them as subordinates, it doesn't seem like a bad idea." While he was lost in thought, Wu Si spun around. She swung her blade and yelled loudly, "Die!" Qin Yu didn't hesitate to meet the challenge, perfect timing. He used all his strength, pushing the divine spear forward. Qin Yu's spear merely touching it caused Wu Si's weapon to be deflected to the side. The two powerful weapons clashed fiercely, stirring up a terrifying gust of wind and sending dust flying everywhere. Qin Yu raised his hand, grabbing his divine spear. He pulled it back, scoffing, "Compared to my Qin family's battle god spear, it's still lacking a bit." Wu Si still didn't give up. She quickly flew above Qin Yu's head, raising her blade high. As Wu Si brought down that sharp weapon, he immediately raised his divine spear to block it. She smirked, whispering into his ear, "Battle god spear, is it?" Meanwhile, the sun-chasing divine sword was unleashed with powerful spiritual energy. Wu Yu drew her bow forward, arrogantly declaring, "If you can withstand my triclear sun-chasing divine sword, then consider yourself lucky." She looked smugly at the arrow soaring through the wind towards Qin Yu and continued, "It's just that this time, the 10 clear divine arrow will surely take your life." In that dangerous moment, he forcefully pushed Wu Si's blade back. She was swept around by Qin Yu and had to retreat several meters. Wu Si then landed, saying, "A first-level spirit comprehension realm, able to withstand 2 of my strikes, truly not bad. It seems he's born with divine strength." She continued to gain the upper hand, "It's just a pity that the gap between our realms is incredibly vast." With that, Wu Si unleashed a giant blade made of her spiritual energy. She smiled sinisterly, unleashing her ultimate move, high-grade martial skill, Blazing Sun Blade. In an instant, the sharp blade was about to pierce Qin Yu. Seeing this, he immediately summoned the Yazi Phantom. After the word manifest was shouted, Yazi appeared in an instant, roaring furiously. Yazi extended its enormous body, blocking a blade strike for Qin Yu. Although he was being supported by it, this power was too terrifying, causing Qin Yu's entire body to start trembling. Wu Si became even more excited, "It seems I alone couldn't resist it." Her blade still tried to pierce Yizi's body, causing a few cracks to appear. Not long after, its entire body cracked into 100 pieces, and she immediately swung her blade around. Qin Yu was consequently sent flying backward. He slid on the ground, trying to use his feet and hands to push himself along, regaining his balance. Qin Yu, with his injuries, gritted his teeth and thought, although I summoned the Yizi Phantom at this moment, with my first level spirit comprehension cultivation, I can't use any powerful martial skills. Facing Wu Si, who is at the second level spirit comprehension realm, there is indeed some pressure, but... A moment later, he suddenly stood up, mockingly saying, "There's something wrong with this martial weapon of yours." Wu Si stepped forward, raising her blade to retort, "Don't talk nonsense. Qin Yu continued to provoke, your martial weapon is incomplete, not whole. It should be able to unleash Shintir power." He closed his eyes, making his judgment, "But in your hands, it's only a Piquantir." As soon as he finished speaking, countless streams of purple energy, as sharp as blades, shot straight towards Qin Yu. He tightly closed his eyes, his whole body tense, trying to feel every fluctuation in the air. Spiritual energy surged like a tide, and Qin Yu's figure was swept into the swirling vortex. Qin Yu gripped the divine spear tightly, boldly pushing it forward. In an instant, the sharp spearhead pierced through the blade and reached in front of Wu Si. She was startled by this blow, immediately stopped, and dropped her weapon. Wu Si's eyes widened, looking at the sharp point that stopped right at her throat. He smirked and repeated, "I told you, there's a problem with your martial arts. This move has too many openings." From a distance, Wu Yu saw her junior sister being bullied, immediately drew her bow, and demanded, "Bastard, let go of her." Qin Yu was drawn by the shout and slowly glanced over at her. A moment later, he looked at Wu Si in front of him, trying to mediate, "I can help you perfect your cultivation technique, but with one condition." She frowned, vehemently rejecting, "No need. My martial arts are not as good as yours. Just kill me." Wu Si quickly turned her face towards Wu Yu and shouted, "Sister, don't mind me. Kill them and complete the mission." She began to grow tense, sweat incessantly flowing down. Seeing this, Qin Yu secretly sighed, the relationship between these two sisters is truly good. At this moment, Wu Yu has been arranged. Li Yu, who was behind him, exclaimed in confusion, "Is he really that strong?" Chen Nan Wang remained silent, pondering, this young lad from the Qin family is indeed formidable. It seems he gained a lot on his way to the great wilderness. It looks like this old man made the right gamble. Suddenly, he shifted the divine spear forward a little more. Immediately, the spearhead touched Wu Si's skin, causing a slight tear and blood to gradually seep out. Wu Yu couldn't hold back any longer. She yelled, "Stop!" Wu Yu was truly sensible, immediately kneeling and pleading, "Please spare her, I am willing to die in her place." Qin Yu seemed to have already known this answer and nodded. Then he retracted the divine spear, while Wu Si was trembling uncontrollably. She quickly put her hand to the torn spot, enduring the pain that was coming. He then questioned, "The people of the zombie sect are utterly despicable. Although they took you two in and raised you, everything they do goes against your wishes. Do you two truly want to continue following such a force?" Wu Si was struck where it hurt, her face darkening as she asked, "How do you know?" Qin Yu confirmed in a serious tone, "Of course I know." He frowned, emphasizing each word, "Not only that, I also know that the sect master of the zombie sect has long since interfered in your affairs." She went from one surprise to another, shouting, "Impossible." Qin Yu imagined someone controlling people with invisible strings, then recounted, "The families of those you killed before were all secretly controlled by the zombie sect, and even refined into puppets to be constantly tormented, incurring the wrath of heaven and the resentment of men." Wu Yu still stubbornly denied, "Impossible. The sect master only kills those who deserve to die. It absolutely can't be like that." Qin Yu turned his face and replied, "Whether it is or not, you can investigate it yourselves." He narrowed his eyes, smiling, and looked at Wu Si in front of him, thinking, these two Wu family sisters know nothing about the zombie sect's affairs. My words will surely make them suspicious. It's only a matter of time before these two Wu family sisters fall into my hands. Then Qin Yu spoke again, now, I'll give you two a path. She paused at this, showing curiosity. He didn't hesitate to raise his hand, offering two paths, leave the zombie sect, and serve me. Wu Si chuckled softly, scoffing, quite a boast. Wu Si pointed to the side in defiance, do you know how powerful the zombie sect truly is? If we leave the zombie sect, then my sister and I will only have death as an option. How can you protect us? Qin Yu didn't bother to reply, he simply reached out and retrieved his divine spear. He glanced at her and said, don't rush, I'll give you time to think it over slowly. Qin Yu then turned around, raised his hand in a waving gesture, if you have an answer, you can find me anytime, I'll be waiting for you at the largest inn in Tianhe royal dynasty. Feeling despised, Wu Si furiously shouted, you originally had a chance to kill me, but now, with my sister and I working together, you definitely won't be able to withstand a single move. Hearing this, his footsteps suddenly paused. Qin Yu curled his lips into a smile, glancing back provocatively, then come and try. Her body froze, stunned by Qin Yu's tone. Wu Yu quickly spoke up to smooth things over, the Wu family sisters will never owe you a favor, we're leaving now, but next time we meet, I will kill you. She pointed at her target, threatening, King Jinnan, don't think that just because you've come to Tianhe royal dynasty, you can sit back and relax. Wu Yu spoke haughtily, emphasizing each word, the zombie sect has hundreds of thousands of ways to kill you. With that, both Wu family sisters vanished, leaving no trace behind. King Jinnan finally dared to let out a sigh of relief. Suddenly, Li Yu spoke up. She blushed, twisting a strand of her hair, stammering, thank you, you. Just when she thought he would be indifferent, Qin Yu leaned his face close to Li Yu, teasing, to make King Jinnan's granddaughter say thank you, it truly is a great fortune from 8 lifetimes. He turned to look at the king, playfully suggesting, King Jinnan, how about you marry your granddaughter to me? Hearing this, she got so angry she almost steamed, waving her arms and yelling, what do you mean how about? King Jinnan stroked his beard, praising, little brother, in terms of cultivation, among the younger generation, you can be called a heaven's chosen, and in terms of courage, you are also considered an outstanding genius of the Tianhe royal dynasty. He raised a finger flatteringly, in terms of background, you are more than sufficient, not lacking. Afterward, everyone came to greet Qin Yu. Li Yu stood behind them, rubbing her chin and muttering, background, divine sword royal dynasty, Qin family. Her eyes suddenly widened in surprise, she pointed forward, questioning, are you Qin Yu from a wanted poster? Li Yu immediately turned to blame King Jinnan, Grandpa, so you knew all along. He burst out laughing, this girl, her reaction is too slow. Then King Jinnan offered, if young brother Qin truly intends it, I, this old man, can personally bear witness. She was momentarily embarrassed, speechless, this. He scratched his head and coughed, denying, let's not talk about this anymore, I was just joking. A moment later, Qin Yu turned and urged, all right, King Jinnan, you all should quickly set off. He also followed, yes, let's seize the moment and go. Leaving Li Yu alone behind, her anger surged, clenching her fists and cursing silently, this brat, how dare he play with me, I'm so mad, am I not good enough for him? Not long after, they all arrived at Tianhe. As soon as King Jinnan stepped through the city gate, a majestic voice rang out, welcoming King Jinnan. Everyone gathered, excitedly discussing, Jinnan, it's actually King Jinnan. Others noticed Li Yu, isn't that Princess Yuehua walking beside him? Suddenly, someone rushed through the crowd, continuously saying, move aside. It was Huang Fei. He pointed his paper fan at his chest, excitedly shouting, King Jinnan, you've finally returned. Huang Fei quickly cupped his hands and said, my father has missed you greatly. King Jinnan stroked his beard, smiling brightly as he replied, it's also been a long time since I've seen your esteemed father. He immediately ran up to Li Yu, pouring out his heart. She was bewildered, stepping back and asking. Huang Fei brought up old memories, Li Yu, we're childhood sweethearts, our engagement was decided when we were still in our mother's wombs, why would you say such a thing? Qin Yu heard that and chimed in, so that's your fiancé. Not bad taste, indeed a talent. Liu jumped and screamed, "No, he's not." He heard that and felt smug, raising his hand to his forehead and chuckling, "Oh, too bad." She clenched her hands again, unable to speak. "You." Suddenly, Liu let out a cold snort, her lips curling into a sneer. She immediately leaned her head against Qin Yu's chest, pretending to be coy. "My dear, are you angry?" He looked down at her cunning smile and secretly sighed. This girl, she always gets her revenge. A little trick must be enough for you. King Jinan nodded. The people walking beside him were equally pleased. Only Huang Fei's face fell, pointing forward and exclaiming in surprise, "Liu, you." She linked arms with Qin Yu, continuing her act, officially introducing, "This is the man in my heart." Upon hearing that, his foot stomped hard on the ground. Huang Fei was furious, forcing a smile and reminding her, "Liu, stop joking with me." She became even more excited. "We've long decided to be together for the rest of our lives, and we'll have a grand wedding soon." His face gradually darkened, veins bulging on his forehead. Huang Fei's hand snapped the paper fan he was holding, his mouth twitching as he changed the subject. "Liu, the journey must have been tiring. I've already arranged a banquet." He quickly cupped his hands in a salute and proposed, "King Jinan, your nephew would like to host a welcoming banquet for you first." King Jinan stroked his beard, happily agreeing, "All right." So, they entered Tiana City together. The giant beast's feet slowly stepped in, the people moved aside, respectfully welcoming them. Muttering and discussions erupted ceaselessly as the group passed through. Liu sat beside King Jinan, looking at the scenery and saying, "It's been a long time since I've been back." Meanwhile, Qin Yu and Huang Fei sat next to each other in silence. He shot his murderous gaze at the boy, and called out, "Brat." Huang Fei angrily warned him, "I don't know who you are, but I can tell you clearly, Liu is my woman." He leaned his face close to Qin Yu's, driving him away. "I advise you to get out of Tiana City while you still can." Huang Fei continued, raising a finger to threaten, "I'll give you one night. If you're still in Tiana City tomorrow, I'll definitely pull out your tendons and strip your bones. Leave Tiana City." The boy heard that and replied with a smile, "Perhaps, but you'll have to wait a while." Qin Yu innocently continued, "Wait until I've married Liu and we've had a son and a daughter, then we can talk." Huang Fei thought to himself, "A son and a daughter? Absolutely not." He said, "Do you want to die? Don't think you can be so arrogant just because Liu is protecting you." Qin Yu spoke up, "My apologies, I can be that arrogant. If you've got the guts, make your move, kill me." Huang Fei grabbed his shirt, his hand trembling with anger. He gritted his teeth and said, "You stinking brat, just you wait." Qin Yu thought to himself, "This Liu, she's caused me no small amount of trouble as soon as she arrived." The setting sun slanted across the old tile roofs, Tiana City, Qi refining sect, the wooden gate slightly ajar, the stone steps still dewy. Flames burned brightly on the stone platform, where people cooked herbs for cultivation. Huang Fei jumped down, bowed slightly, and stepped softly on the stone floor. He respectfully said, "King Jinan, Liu, you two have arrived." The two of them quickly landed on the ground and approached him. King Jinan spoke, as expected of the largest artifact refining sect in Tien Hatan. He continued, "Just the setup of the entrance alone is already low-grade imperial level." Lai Noyet crossed her arms, her lips curving, her eyes glaring at Hong Fei with displeasure. He bowed his head and smiled, replying, "King Jinan, you flatter me. The arrangement at the entrance was made by my father on a whim, it's not worth mentioning. Let's go in." In the great hall, Hong Fei walked while turning back to say, "Please come this way." He looked at King Jinan and said, "My father has some urgent matters, so he's temporarily not in the mansion. Today, I'm in charge of hosting King Jinan. Please wait a moment, I'll go prepare the food." Tan Vu stood observing his surroundings, thinking to himself, "Indeed, how luxurious." Food was quickly laid on the table, its aroma making noses twitch. Everyone was present. Hong Fei approached and said, "It's here." He put down the plate of meat and looked at her, saying, "Little sister Noyet, this is land dragon meat. Hong Fei continued, it has great benefits for martial artists who are training their bodies. I specifically obtained it for you, despite the long journey and all the hardships. Tan Vu reached out and grabbed the big drumstick, excitedly exclaiming, delicious food. He looked at the boy, his eyes wide open in anger. Hong Fei immediately rushed towards Tan Vu and said, this is not for you. Their hands clashed, neither willing to yield. He frowned and gritted his teeth, saying, this brat, hitting so hard. The boy sat and ate the large drumstick with relish until only a bone remained in his hand. Tan Vu's eyes widened as if he sensed something unusual. He still held the bone, his eyes wide with astonishment as his whole body began to glow. Tan Vu excitedly felt the power surging within his body. He exclaimed, refreshing. He sat before the table full of delicious dishes, continuing to eat and laugh with delight, to everyone's astonishment. Hong Fei respectfully bowed and whispered, "Oh right, King Jinnan, I have some very good news that I want to tell you." He smiled brightly, showing off his recent achievements. You know, some time ago, I awakened a 5th grade sacred flame, and at the same time, I was accepted as a disciple by the ancestor of immortal artifacts. King Jinnan stiffened in disbelief, and Lai Noyet was also surprised, her mouth agape. Hong Fei's gaze hardened, and he boldly announced, regarding the arranged marriage between me and little sister Lai Noyet. My master is also well aware of it. In a few days, he will personally come to Tien Hatan to officiate our marriage. King Jinnan's face darkened, saying nothing, while Lai Noyet trembled, filled with anxiety. Tan Vu, who was eating, also had a troubled mind, thinking, I can't believe this guy actually awakened the sacred flame. The sacred flame here is already highly regarded, those who awaken it are indeed not ordinary. The sacred flame is a creation of heaven and earth for martial artists, all who awaken it possess special divine abilities. The sacred flame has a total of 9 grades, the 1st grade being the weakest, and the 9th grade being the strongest. Once a martial artist awakens the sacred flame, they can attain the most respected position on this continent, Artifact Master. He kept thinking about it, acknowledging Hong Fei's talent. Although Hong Fei only awakened a 5th grade sacred flame, even so, it's a rare existence in this Tien Ha dynasty. Tan Vu remembered an old acquaintance from years past. Moreover, that ancestor of immortal artifacts is also an extraordinary person, his cultivation is at the God-connecting realm pinnacle. He now had to take Hong Fei seriously to some extent. It could be said that in the Tien Ha dynasty, he was considered a ruthless individual who could summon wind and rain. Hong Fei smiled brightly and continued, furthermore. He moved closer and sinisterly reiterated the promise from years ago, my master has promised that he will give little sister Lai Noyet the grandest wedding ever recorded. King Jinnan had remained motionless until now. His face was incredibly grim at this moment. This nephew, he's a problem now. That night, the full moon was bright, and the cool breeze was very pleasant. Qin Yu and Lai Noyet went to an inn. She followed behind, very puzzled. Clearly you could stay at the Jinnan King's residence, but why an inn instead? He suddenly turned around, a teasing tone in his voice, are you reluctant to let me go? Suddenly, Qin Yu's eyes widened as if surprised by something. Lai Noyet's whole body trembled, her face grim. She turned her back and walked away, saying, I'll go first. He seemed to understand her mood at that moment. Don't worry, this Huang Fei is definitely not a kind person. We are destined, I won't let you fall into his demonic clutches. After Lai Noyet left, he also returned to his room. Qin Yu sat on the bed, focusing on his cultivation. He revealed his primeval energy, and a tiny bit also appeared right behind him. After his cultivation, Qin Yu summarized his experience, the fastest method to raise his cultivation level. It's either devouring a large quantity of rare treasures or using the flesh and blood of exotic beasts. Tomorrow, I must go find some good stuff. He was waiting for his own advancement process. Once I enter the 2nd stage of the Divine Ascension realm, I can unlock the 2nd savage beast, the 9-foot golden crow. That beast is the mighty phoenix, the 9-foot golden crow. He smugly imagined using it to scare Huang Fei. The 9-foot golden crow holds the primordial fire of heaven and earth in its grasp. Huang Fei, I wonder what your expression will be when you see the ninth grade holy fire. In another room, that was Huang Fei's quarters. Huang Er was also inside, quickly reporting, "Young master, the investigation is complete." He bowed and reported the news he had just gathered. Qin Yu is from the Qin family of the Divine Sword dynasty. Huang Fei guessed and asked again, "The Qin family? Is it that Qin Yu who was cuckolded by the immoral clan?" "Exactly him." Huang Fei let out a very sinister laugh. He burst into insane laughter, utterly delighted. "I'm dying of laughter. I thought he was some formidable character, turns out he's just trash." Then Huang Fei paused his plan. "That's fine. For now, I'll keep you alive, I won't kill you." He wanted to concoct a scheme, and when his desires were fulfilled, he declared, "I want you to personally witness Lai Noyed become my wife, Huang Fei's wife." At the same time, Qin Yu was also busy. He held the scroll and sighed. Writing this martial skill is truly tiring. Qin Yu considered the things he had acquired. "This wind lightning palm is something I found in my previous life. Although it's only a low-grade profound tier skill, it's enough to exchange for a large amount of rare treasures." He stood up and got off the bed. Qin Yu quickly put on his jacket, full of vigor. "Let's go." That night, he arrived at an ancient tower, the Heavenly River Auction House. Qin Yu entered the crowded place and exclaimed, "I'm back." He looked around with interest, such nostalgia. A person from inside came out to greet him warmly. "Welcome, welcome." He happily came out to welcome him. "Young master, what can I do for you?" But Qin Yu had already firmly stated, "What I want, you cannot decide." He pointed to a corner and ordered, "Have Miss Warner come here." He urgently rushed to call for someone. "Please wait a moment, young master." A snake was flicking its tongue out, hissing. Warner calmly blew out a wisp of smoke. She sat there, haughtily introducing herself. "This humble girl is Dugu Warner. I greet this young master." Qin Yu also smiled and greeted her back. "Long time no see, Warner." But in her mind, she couldn't remember. Who is he? He suddenly stood with his legs apart seriously. Qin Yu stated his request. "I want to participate in today's underground auction." Warner's face clearly showed surprise. The old man also showed a hint of surprise, narrowing his eyes thoughtfully to scrutinize him. She walked ahead to lead the way. "Young master, please follow me." The three of them slowly walked towards the auction place. He bowed respectfully, inviting him in. "Young master, please." The room's door then slammed shut. Qin Yu walked in with an arrogant demeanor. "To be able to return once more, it's truly great." A pipe was lit by a blazing fire. She turned back with a mysterious look, wondering, "This young master is very unfamiliar. I wonder who introduced him." He didn't answer but just nodded, informing her, "You don't need to know about this. I understand all the rules of today's underground auction." Qin Yu presented his item, requesting a valuation. "You see, how much is this worth?" Warner received the item and looked at it carefully for a moment. "This?" She was surprised when she recognized what she held in her hand, a low-grade profound tier cultivation technique. Qin Yu nodded with a smug look. "That's right, it's a low-grade profound tier indeed." Warner asked again with full of doubt, "Such a valuable profound tier cultivation technique, do you really want to auction it?" He firmly reaffirmed his decision. "Of course." Her face was serious as she emphasized the price. This low-grade profound tier cultivation technique, if auctioned, would be worth at least 1 million gold coins. Warner leaned in, very enthusiastically. "If you trust me, then for 1,500,000 gold coins, our Heavenly River auction house will purchase it." But Qin Yu was also calculating in his mind. A second-grade body refining pill is worth about 10,000 gold coins. He tried to convert it to its actual value, 1,500,000, enough to buy 150 pills. Finally, Qin Yu agreed to the deal and also made an additional request. "Deal. But I want to exchange the value for body refining pills." Warner was overjoyed upon hearing this. "All right. This is no problem for me." "Thank you, young master." She took a puff from her pipe, finding him quite interesting. "I didn't expect this person, so young, to possess a low-grade profound tier cultivation technique." Could he be a disciple of some major power, coming to the Heavenly River dynasty for training? Warner exhaled smoke, her face puzzled and curious. Are you not participating in today's auction, sir? Qin Yu nodded, showing interest. Of course I want to participate. He already had his own calculations in mind, quite certain, if I'm not mistaken, an extraordinary treasure will appear at today's Heavenly River auction. Warner also changed her attitude, treating Qin Yu very well. All right, then I'll lead you to an exclusive seat. He followed behind her to the auction venue. They gradually approached the hall. Warner stood in the middle, spreading her arms as she introduced, "Welcome to the underground hall." Other guests noticed her unusual demeanor and started whispering, "Did you see that? I'm old, been coming here dozens of times. And I've never seen her smile so brightly. That's right, I wonder what kind of person that young man walking with her is." Qin Yu chose a satisfactory spot and sat down. He praised contentedly, "The view isn't bad either." Warner smugly affirmed its value. "Of course, only distinguished guests of our Heavenly River auction house can sit in this position." Someone kept waving, happily calling her name, "Warner." Wang Xian smiled delightedly and called out loudly, "Warner, I'm here." But she turned to look with a look of disgust. Warner tried to greet him in a less than enthusiastic tone. "Oh, if it isn't young Master Wang?" Wang Xian joyfully boasted about what he had. "Warner, today our divine merchant sect brought something of very high quality." She tried to put on a happy and grateful expression. "Thank you, young Master Wang, for your support." Wang Xian deliberately brought up their engagement. "Warner, my father has come multiple times to propose a marriage alliance. But you've always refused." She uncomfortably recoiled, avoiding his crude hand. That made him unexpectedly slip and almost fall, while Warner had to force a joyful expression. Wang Xian tried to cover his embarrassment, still acting magnanimous. "Warner is so easily embarrassed. I've already discussed everything. The auction items from our divine merchant sect today. I don't need anything. All of it will be a betrothal gift to marry you." His face was filled with a sinister and extremely confident look. "This thing, even your father can't refuse it." Warner's face darkened, and her whole body trembled. Qin Yu, seeing the injustice, turned his face with displeasure. He noticed the auction item was exactly as he'd known. Indeed, his memory wasn't wrong. Today, the Divine Merchant Sect is auctioning the immortal artifact, Shattered God Lance. Wang Xian was startled when he saw Qin Yu sitting there. He grabbed Qin Yu's shoulder and aggressively yelled, "Hey, brat!" Wang Xian angrily cursed rudely, "This is my seat, how dare you sit here? Get out now!" Warner rushed over to intervene, startled, "Wang Xian, this is my esteemed guest. Don't be so rude." He heard that and was stunned, as if he couldn't believe his ears. "What?" Wang Xian trembled all over and turned to question, "Warner, this has always been my seat." Qin Yu sat there, smugly declaring boldly, "Well, now, this seat is mine." He approached, annoyed, wanting to reclaim his seat. You're just a trashy first-level God comprehension realm guy. Do you know?" Qin Yu decisively extended his hand with great force. Qin Yu slapped him on the cheek, making Wang Xian's cheek swell up. He was pushed, staggered, and stumbled back several steps. Wang Xian was furious, trembling all over and speechless. "You." Qin Yu now had no more patience to listen to him whine. "You're too annoying. Say one more word, and I'll kill you." Wang Xian couldn't take it anymore and gnashed his teeth. "You stinking brat." He unleashed his power, wanting to attack. "No one has dared to say those words to me in all these years. You want to die? I'll send you on your way." Warner's face darkened, and she shouted to stop him. "Enough." Wang Xian was also startled and stopped abruptly. She straightened her face, crossed her arms with an annoyed attitude, and slowly reminded him, "Wang Xian, no one is allowed to cause trouble in my Heavenly River auction house. This is the rule." He turned his head, looking back and forth, pointing to complain, but Warner didn't want to hear more and simply ordered coldly, "Shut up." Wang Xian immediately became flustered and obedient, not daring to cause trouble. "Yes." He grudgingly sat back in his seat, sulking. For Wanner's sake, I'll swallow this anger. But Wang Xian still harbored thoughts of revenge. Just wait until we leave the Heavenly River auction house, that's when you'll die. Someone seemed to be secretly watching him from afar. Huang Er held a communication token, sending information back to his master. Young master, I've seen that Qin Yu. He's at the Heavenly River auction house. What's more, he seems to have offended Wang Xian. On the other side, Huang Fei was engrossed in eating grapes and flirting with palace maids at the Huang family's residence. Huang Er's voice echoed from the token. He offended Wang Xian. He listened and laughed gleefully. This guy really is running everywhere looking for death, huh? Huang Fei leisurely opened the token to see what was happening. He proudly tapped it to send a message. Wang Xian on his side received it and laughed with delight as he opened it. Oh, news from Huang Fei. His face turned menacing, full of contempt. This kid is really something. I thought he was some big shot. Turns out he's just a discarded lackey from a fallen dynasty. At this moment, Wanner slowly walked onto the stage. Before a myriad of gazes, she spoke in a clear voice. Welcome, everyone, to my Heavenly River auction. Today's good items are more numerous than ever before. At this point, Wanner suddenly emphasized slowly, they even surpass all previous times. The crowd below couldn't hold back anymore and shouted eagerly, Lady Wanner, don't be so mysterious. Hurry up and start. At that moment, two girls from backstage also stepped onto the stage. Wanner gently took it and continued, today's first auctioned item is a second-grade elixir, the Vitality Restoration Pill. As soon as the box was opened, the Vitality Restoration Pill immediately emitted a strange, dazzling light. Wanner slowly explained, it brings the dead back to life, regenerates flesh and blood from white bones. For anyone below the first level of the spirit comprehension realm, no matter how severe the injury, with this pill, their life can be prolonged. She spread her arms wide, her voice echoing through the hall, the starting bid is 10,000 gold. Please make your bids. As soon as she finished speaking, the crowd excitedly cheered, 15,000. 18,000. In contrast to the lively and bustling atmosphere, Qin Yu below yawned wearily. Feeling drowsy, he thought to himself, this thing is useless to me. I'll take a nap first and wait for the really good stuff later. The moment Qin Yu drifted off to sleep, a sinister gaze flashed from the other side. Wang Xian gritted his teeth and muttered inwardly, sleep well, kid. This will be your last peaceful day. In a flash, half an hour passed. Wanner excitedly pointed to a man and shouted, congratulations to this young master for acquiring the treasure. Then she turned to the side, next. At this point, Wanner's voice rose excitedly, is our second to last treasure today. As soon as she finished speaking, the curtain behind Wanner was immediately pulled aside. Wanner gestured for the two men to quickly carry the box over. At this exact moment, the bubble on Qin Yu's nose burst, as if signaling something. He excitedly sat up straight and exclaimed, it's here, it's here. Huang Er also became very excited upon hearing this, it's here. The damaged immortal artifact the young master wanted. At this moment, Wanner pointed at the colossal box, her voice full of pride as she introduced, this is a first-grade immortal artifact. When the box was opened, a brilliant light immediately burst forth, illuminating 3 sections of a dazzling golden staff. She slightly raised her voice, the soul-shattering spear. Wanner continued with the invitation, although it is damaged, it is still an immortal artifact. The starting bid is 1 million gold, everyone, please make your bids. The moment she finished speaking, a hand from below immediately shot up, 1,500. Huang Er clasped his hands and looked around, pleading, everyone, this item is extremely important to the artifact refining sect. I hope you will show us some respect. These words immediately annoyed Wanner, who gritted her teeth and thought to herself, damn artifact refining sect, using such tactics to force down the price. At this moment, Qin Yu excitedly snorted inwardly, it's my turn now. However, just as he was about to speak, a girl sitting nearby suddenly stood up, 2 million. I want this. Qin Yu quickly recognized the owner of the voice, his gaze sharp as he glared straight in that direction. He saw Wu Si's sinister smile and thought to himself, so it's her. At this moment, Huang Er, refusing to give up, continuously shouted, "Hey, daring to contend with our artifact refining sect for this item, you should think twice." He rudely pointed outwards, threatening, "Can you even get out of this door?" At this point, Wu Si brusquely pulled down her hood. She coldly glared at Huang Er, gnashing her teeth in disdain. The moment he saw her face clearly, he was stunned. Death. Death. Death sect. Finally, Huang Er sighed helplessly, thinking, oh well, forget it. With the death sect interfering, the young master surely won't blame me. A moment later, Wu Si excitedly smirked. She stepped down from the stage, satisfied, and said in a low voice, "This item is mine again." However, at this very moment, Qin Yu suddenly stood up and shouted, 3 million. He glanced at Wu Si and snorted provocatively. This attitude immediately infuriated Wu Si. She frowned and cursed under her breath, "This brat, is he doing this on purpose?" Nearby, Wang Xian clenched his fists and gritted his teeth, wondering, 3 million gold coins? Where did this kid get so much money? At this moment, Wanner continued to ask, "Are there any bids higher than 3 million? Hearing this, everyone in the hall looked at each other, wanting to speak but refraining. A few minutes later, Wanner smiled and made the final announcement, "If that's the case, then this grade 1 immortal artifact will belong to this young master." Qin Yu was stunned by her blowing a kiss. At this point, Wanner raised her voice again, "Next." She leaned over and gestured towards the box behind her. "This is tonight's treasure, a low-grade profound rank martial skill." Inside the box was a neatly placed cylindrical item. Wanner introduced, the Wind Lightning Staff. Upon hearing this name, the crowd cheered in excitement. Wanner's eyes sparkled as she continued, "Starting price, 5 million gold coins. Gentlemen, please begin." They vied with each other, jumping up and shouting, 6 million. A man with missing teeth yelled, 7 million. Wang Xian, unwilling to lose, raised his hand high and shouted, 10 million. Finally, Huang Er with a very high number, 12 million. Upon hearing this, Wang Xian gritted his teeth in annoyance. "What?" He turned his head to face him. "Huang Er, what's your intention?" "I already wanted this item." From above, Huang Er calmly spoke, "The young master ordered me to obtain it. Young Master Wang, I apologize for offending you." Immediately after, he offered an even higher number, 15 million. Wang Xian was filled with blazing anger. He cursed inwardly, "How hateful, Huang Fei. And you still want me to help you? You're something else. You want me to teach that Qin Yu a lesson? Go away, keep dreaming, never." At this point, Wu Si nodded, unable to help but exclaim, 15 million. You really want that low-grade profound rank cultivation technique, don't you? After speaking, she gently raised her hand, 18 million. However, before Wu Si could finish her words, Qin Yu interrupted her, "Don't bid anymore, listen to me." Wu Si immediately turned away with a disgusted tone, "Why should I trust you? I'll bid if I want to." Then she quickly raised her hand and said in a low voice, 10. Finally, Wu Si suddenly thought of something and lowered her hand. She lowered her head and muttered, "Forget it." This action made Qin Yu smile fiercely with satisfaction and reply, "You did the right thing." As soon as he finished speaking, Wu Si's cheeks flushed red like a tomato. She wondered, confused, strange, why should I listen to him? At this moment, Wan Ni continued, raising her voice, "If no one bids higher, then..." She pointed directly at Huang Er and declared sternly, "This treasure will belong to you." Upon hearing this, Huang Er immediately burst into an excited, joyful laugh, "A low-grade profound artifact, oh, a low-grade profound artifact." Beside her, Qin Yu leaned closer and whispered, "Do you remember what I told you before?" He turned, glanced at her, and instructed, "I'm at Tianhian, remember to come find me." "Yes." She silently watched his departing back without saying anything else. Tan Vu quickly sped up, "I'll go first." Not long after, in another room, Yuan Yi tiptoed inside. She softly spoke, "I've made you wait a long time, young Master Tan." Tan Vu smiled and nodded in response, "I've just arrived too." By then, Yuan Ni also relaxed her body more, "Young Master Tan, thank you very much for this matter." Tan Vu suddenly remembered Elder Fong Loi. He couldn't help but oddly say, "This young lady, they say no business, no deceit. I didn't think I could bid such a price." Tan Vu continued to tease, "Dak Ko Yuan Ni, don't you owe me a great favor?" At this moment, Yuan Ni suddenly came closer and softly whispered into his ear, "That's right, it's truly a great favor." When Tan Vu heard these words, the corners of his lips suddenly curved up, "If that's the case." He slowly reached out and gently placed his hand on Yuan Ni's waist. Then Tan Vu lifted her face, his tone deep and seductive, "Can I ask for something?" Yuan Ni was stunned by his words. She stammered, "Young Master Tan, you." Finally, Yuan Ni parted her lips and brought her mouth close to his. At this very moment, Tan Vu suddenly burst out laughing and held out his hand. "I'm not teasing you anymore, give me my things." After he finished speaking, Yuan Ni took a shimmering ring from her pocket. She awkwardly cleared her throat, "They're all in here." "This storage ring is what the Tian Ha auction house gave to young master." Tan Vu took it and quickly put it on his thumb. He carefully observed it and nodded contentedly, "A mid-grade royal storage ring, huh? Not bad at all." Just then, Tan Vu suddenly remembered something. "Oh right, if Vong Hien asks you to explore the ancient ruins later, remember to let me know beforehand." He smiled happily and slowly continued, "I'll go with you." Finally, Tan Vu walked away without hesitation, "See you later." However, after he left, Yuan Ni still mumbled blankly, "Ruins. Ancient." The scene shifted to the bustling main street of Tianha City, where people were excitedly buying and selling. Tan Vu walked along, thinking to himself, "In my previous life, when I first met Dak Ko Yuan Ni, it was after she returned from the ancient ruins." He recalled that at that time, because Dak Ko Yuan Ni was entrapped by Vong Hien in the ancient ruins, she was forced to marry him. But what was infuriating was that after the marriage, Vong Hien completely revealed his true nature, making Dak Ko Yuan Ni's life worse than death. Thinking of this, Tan Vu's face darkened. "In my previous life, due to some unexpected events, I couldn't pull you out of the abyss. In this life, I will definitely let you soar across the blue sky." At night, in the inn, sparkling pill orbs floated in the air. Tan Vu held a fiercely burning red flame in each hand, while a powerful energy emanated around him. The pills slowly emerged from his palms. Tan Vu closed his eyes and murmured to himself, "Body-refining pills." Ordinary martial artists at the first level of the spirit-connecting realm can only use one pill at a time. Those with better talent can use 3 pills simultaneously. His gaze suddenly sharpened, but a true favored one of heaven, a genius with real strength, can use 10 pills at once. Finally, Tan Vu smirked confidently, "As for me, with my formidable chewing power and incomparably tough flesh, 150 pills are more than enough." Tan Vu continuously moved his fingers, causing the pill orbs to become denser and denser. They were connected by streams of starlight, forming a massive protective barrier in the blink of an eye. In the vastness of the universe, the golden crow instantly appeared with fiery wings, carrying boundless heat. Pill orbs continuously fell through the air. They carried halos, shooting straight down with astonishing speed. At this moment, Tan Vu bent down, trying to exert all his energy to refine the pills. His body trembled in waves, then suddenly tensed up. Muscles bulged clearly under his skin, which was filled with vital energy, and his outer clothing couldn't withstand it and ripped apart. Tan Vu clenched his fists, with many veins bulging, and finally released a series of brilliant red lights. A moment later, the torn pieces of his clothing gently fell onto the wooden floor. Tan Vu bowed his head, breathing heavily, each trembling pulse making his bulging muscles continuously ripple. The mark on Tan Vu's forehead glowed increasingly brighter, and with hazy eyes, he exhaled another breath. Tan Vu raised his hand to observe. 150 body-refining pills. Sure enough, they've allowed me to advance to the second layer of the spirit unification realm now. At this moment, he suddenly pulled out a scroll sparkling with starlight. Then Tan Vu threw it high, decisively unrolling it. Inside was a brilliant fire phoenix. He pressed his hand on the surface of the scroll and called out, "Nine-legged golden crow." Instantly, a giant golden crow, as brilliant as the sun, descended and immediately shot out from the void. Tan Vu gently stroked its head. "Now." At this moment, Tan Vu raised his hand to receive a wisp of fire from the golden crow. Then, it playfully jumped directly from his hand onto his shoulder. The wisp of fire darted around Tan Vu's body. He happily said, "Long time no see, Nine Heaven Mysterious Annihilation Flame." Annihilation Flame danced wildly on his finger as if in agreement. At this moment, Tan Vu's spatial ring suddenly flared up. The moment he forcefully flicked his hand, a series of weapons from within immediately appeared. Tan Vu glanced at them, curled his lips, and urged the Annihilation Flame, "Go." It obeyed, quickly soaring up and tightly coiling around the sword in front, circling many times. Seeing this, Tan Vu was satisfied and thought to himself, "The Nine Heaven Mysterious Annihilation Flame can refine all things in the heavens." To assimilate this damaged immortal artifact into the God of War spear is as easy as turning a hand. As soon as he finished speaking, a thunderous explosion immediately erupted. From above, a pillar of light carrying immense energy powerfully plunged down. The metal blade gleamed with intertwining lightning bolts. Sharp crackling sounds rang out, accompanied by overwhelming power. Tan Vu looked up at the blade standing majestically before him. He didn't hesitate, rushing forward and grasping the hilt tightly. Then Tan Vu smiled contentedly, muttering to himself, "Success." After refining the damaged immortal artifact, the God of War spear has finally transcended its mortal form and become a first-stage immortal artifact. The sharp blade glinted with a cold metallic light, adorned with swirling electrical flames. Before the heat in the air, Tan Vu proudly declared, "Now, I can defeat anyone below the 5th layer of the Spirit Unification Realm with just one spear strike." However, immediately after, his arm suddenly dropped. At the same time, Tan Vu closed his eyes tightly, letting his body slowly fall backward. Finally, he lay flat on the bed, sleeping soundly. In the morning, in the outskirts, many people gathered in a large crowd. The sky, which had been clear and refreshing, suddenly saw lightning strike down, accompanied by gathering dark clouds. A wrinkled hand slowly pulled back the curtains. The immortal master frowned, thinking to himself, "Did this old man just see things? I seem to have seen the immortal essence of a first-stage immortal artifact." Then he pulled the curtains back, muttering to himself, "If a first-stage immortal artifact truly appears, I must find a way to acquire it. How can a mere galaxy city be worthy of possessing such a treasure?" Saying this, the immortal master let out a sinister laugh. The scene shifts to Tunan Tong, where the landscape is shrouded in gloomy darkness, with only a few faint lights flickering. Green flames on the skull lamps flickered in the darkness. In that cold, silent space, two figures knelt quietly before a tall silhouette. He sat motionless, his deep eyes silently observing without any emotion. Both Vo Noyet and Vo Tu bowed their heads low and cautiously spoke, "Sec Master." At this moment, he propped his chin and slowly spoke. "This time you also fumbled at the Tianhe auction. This person is none other than the sect master of the corpse sect, Hua Siren." Siren curled his lips and continued to probe. Vo Tu clasped her hands over her chest, closed her eyes, and hastily replied. No sooner had she finished speaking than Siren burst into laughter. His low, deep laugh echoed in the gloomy space, sending chills down one's spine. He leaned closer, lifting her face, his tone filled with a hint of regret. Siren murmured in a low voice. At this moment, his eyes glowed red with a threatening look. Vo Noyet and Vo Tu could not refuse and shouted in unison. Siren calmly propped his chin and issued the task. Still a descendant of the Divine Sword dynasty, he was forced to flee to my Tianhe dynasty after killing Lai Kim Ha. At this point, his face darkened ominously. Upon hearing this, Vo Noyet and Vo Tu immediately nodded in obedience. With that, They quickly transformed and departed, leaving a wisp of white smoke dissipating in the air. At this moment, Siren gnashed his teeth and bit his lower lip. His pupils constricted, his face filled with irritation as he swore. At this moment, Siren covered his face, murmuring in annoyance. With that, he spread his arms wide, and a mysterious door immediately appeared before him. In a blink of an eye, it was the next morning. The sky was clear blue with fluffy clouds drifting by. From early morning, Linoyet had been standing silently outside the door, waiting. At this moment, Tanvu slowly approached, yawning widely. He scratched his head and groggily asked. As soon as she heard the sound, Linoyet quickly stepped towards him. She frowned and raised her hand, giving an order. Tanvu immediately burst out laughing. Linoyet blushed at these words and hastily yelled. At this point, she sighed in annoyance. At this moment, Tanvu approached and gently patted Linoyet's head. She angrily stepped aside and stomped her foot hard on the ground. At this moment, Tanvu gently placed his hand on Linoyet's shoulder. He pulled her outside, his voice carrying a gentle reassurance. Linoyet was helpless at his carefree words, only huffing softly in dissatisfaction. Before long, they stood before a stall of hot, fragrant steamed buns, eating them with relish. Next, the two of them blended into the bustling crowd, happily watching a circus troupe performing fire dancing. After a long while, the two continued to stroll through the streets. Tanvu ate a skewer of candied hawthorns, making appreciative noises. The moment they stepped onto the bridge, a long skirt fluttering in the wind immediately caught Linoyet's eye. She widened her eyes in surprise and wondered. Yuyingni's lips slightly parted, exhaling a wisp of white smoke. She stood silently in the chilly breeze, her eyes filled with tender and deep affection. Seeing this, Linoyet blushed and nodded in praise. Tanvu glanced at her figure and spoke up excitedly, indeed, just look at yourself, it's truly hard to describe, hard to describe. Linoyet quickly covered her mouth and scolded back, you shut up. Just then, Tanvu quickly approached to greet her. Wan and I gently nodded and replied, Wan and I has met Princess Noyet Hoa and young Master Tan before. Linoyet smiled happily and said, Sister Wan and I, it's been so many years since we last met, why are you acting like strangers? Just call me Noyet and I. Her words immediately made Wan and I laugh, all right, little sister Noyet and I. Then, Wan and I looked directly at Tanvu and asked, Young Master Tan, Wan and I dares to block your path, I hope I'm not disturbing you. He casually nodded as if agreeing, meeting a beauty, how could it be a disturbance? But please, let's get straight to business. At this, Wan Ni's face suddenly tensed up, if little sister Linoyet is here, it must be related to what I'm about to say. She reminded him in a low voice, Young Master Tan, you must be especially careful of the Nantu sect. In contrast to her worry, Tanvu calmly waved his hand, don't worry, it's a small matter. Upon hearing this, Wan and I nodded with satisfaction, if that's the case, then Wan and I won't disturb the two of you any further. However, just as she was about to leave, Linoyet suddenly rushed over and embraced her, if Sister Wan and I is already here. Why not stroll around with us for a bit? It just so happens that I haven't been back in a long time, and there are many places in Tianha City I don't know well. Tanvu also agreed with a hum, Noyet and I is absolutely right. Finished speaking, he wrapped his arm tightly around Wan Ni's waist, pulling her close. His other hand also wrapped gently around Linoyet's waist, embracing both of them at once. Tanvu looked at the two girls' agape mouths and chuckled gleefully, let's just go together, resolutely. Wan Ni's cheeks flushed red as she helplessly cursed under her breath, this guy. Then he quickly pulled both girls forward, let's go. Not long after, they arrived at Tianha East Market. The moment the three of them passed by, a man gasped in surprise, huh? The people behind them also exclaimed enviously, no way, isn't that Princess Noyet Hoa? And beside her is Dugu Wan and I. Who is that guy? How dare he have one on each side? Does he deserve it? Another group of people also discussed, you don't know that person? He was the one who dared to flaunt and act arrogantly at the Tianha auction house yesterday. The murmurs quickly reached Tan Vu's ears. He sighed helplessly and remarked, "It seems your usual popularity is even higher than I imagined." Juan and I heard this and burst into laughter. "Young Master Tan, don't panic," Lai Noyet said with a red face. "Him? Panic, my foot." Just then, a piercing whip crack suddenly echoed from afar. This sound immediately made Tan Vu's face harden. They all approached to observe. Before them was a chaotic and noisy scene. Whiplashes rang out sharply, each cruel strike leaving distinct marks on someone's red, stinging skin. "You beast, trying to run away!" A small girl lay prostrate on the ground, her limbs tightly bound by chains, and numerous wounds covering her body. The girl trembled violently, her lips quivering, unable to speak. The man tightened his grip on the whip, his eyes bloodshot as he growled, "I bought you, so you could run away? I'll beat you to death." Juan and I beside him hesitantly spoke, "That tone, it's Lai Pang Tuesday. From the looks of it, he's tormenting the slave he just bought again." Hearing this, Lai Noyet was so enraged that fire flared within her. "Sooner or later, I will abolish the slave trade in the entire Tianha dynasty." Juan and I explained with a serious face, "This Lai Pang too is arrogant and domineering, relying on his status as a relative of the imperial artifact forging sect. He does whatever he wants, showing no respect to anyone." She continued, "In just 1 month, he has tormented slaves on the main road for at least half of it." Lai Noyet couldn't believe her ears. "Isn't there anyone to manage him?" Juan and I slowly shook her head. "As his family's slave, how could others control them? There's no reason to interfere either." At this moment, Pang Tu brutally whipped the girl's back again with his rope whip. The wounds on the girl's body piled up, bleeding more and more. Pang Tu growled angrily, "Try running away again, old man, and see what happens. I feed you, I give you drink, isn't that enough for a beast like you, huh?" At this, the girl tremblingly stood up, her mouth moving with difficulty, unable to utter a sound. Seeing this, he continuously threatened and urged, "Speak, then." At this moment, the girl cried out in pain, "Lai Pang Tu, you killed my whole family. Even as a ghost, I won't let you go." These words immediately enraged Pang Tuesday. He bluntly raised his foot and kicked the girl. He watched the girl's body writhe on the ground and provoked, "So what if I killed your whole family? You're just a lowly demon race. If I hadn't seen that you still have some beauty, old man would have killed you too." Pang Tu continuously screamed hysterically, "Spending a silver or two to buy you is a blessing for 8 generations of your family. Now I'm your master, I'm your grandpa, got it, huh?" At this moment, Pang Tu angrily stomped his foot down. He roughly pulled the chain around the girl's neck towards himself. Then Pang Tu gritted his teeth and declared, "Ji Ruoyu, if old man finds you trying to escape again, it won't just be a beating like this." Ruoyu stared directly at him with hatred, her eyes filled with resentment and humiliation, as if she wanted to swallow him whole. As soon as Tan Vu heard that name, his eyes flashed with surprise. He mumbled softly, "What did he just say? Ji Ruoyu?" Juan and I gently nodded, "That's right, why?" Upon getting the answer, Tan Vu couldn't help but curl his lips. "I didn't expect such an unexpected gain." Seeing this expression, Lai Noyet exclaimed in alarm, "What is this guy trying to do now? If he's smiling, he's definitely thinking something bad." At this, Tan Vu quickly stepped forward, "I must save this girl." His face gradually darkened as he thought, "Otherwise, the human race." Tan Vu recalled the previous scene, "Later, there will be great calamity." At this moment, the chain suddenly slipped from Pang Tu's hand. He panted with difficulty, complaining, "This old man is exhausted." Then Pang Tu glanced at the crowd behind him and cursed, "What are you looking at? Haven't you ever seen someone beat their own slave before?" At this moment, Ruoyu was continuously gritting her teeth, her eyes exuding a look of resentment. Although Pang Tu was startled by this sight, he still tried to reassure himself, "How could I be scared by a slave's gaze?" Thinking this, he tightened his whip and glared at the girl, shouting, "Take that look off your face, old man." However, at that very moment, a hand shot out and firmly grabbed his arm. Pang Tu froze, letting out a confused grunt. He struggled uncomfortably. Who are you, daring to interfere in old man's business? At this, Tan Vu calmly put on an expression of wanting to cooperate. I'll buy this girl. Name your price. Pang Tu gritted his teeth in disgust and roared, not for sale. Get out of here, old man. He ignored him and continued to turn to Ruoyu. That girl just said she was forcibly bought. If that's the case, I also want to forcibly buy her. These words made Pang Tu burst into laughter. Then he glared and shouted, you little brat who doesn't know your place, you're good. Do you know who I am? Get out of here, old man. At this, Tan Vu could only close his eyes and nod, his voice somewhat resigned. If that's the case, then there's no other way. Pang Tu smiled contentedly upon hearing this. Well, kid, you. At this very moment, Qin Yu raised his hand and punched him directly in the face, making him fall backward, unprepared. Just one punch from him was enough to send the sturdy Pang Tu flying several meters. The surrounding onlookers were so astonished their mouths hung open. Damn, this person hit Li Pang Tu. An old woman from afar also gasped and spoke up. Oh no, this young man is going to be in trouble. Li Pang Tu is from the Qi refining sect. Ruoyu witnessed this chaotic scene and couldn't help but be stunned. By now, Pang Tu was so furious that smoke seemed to billow. He braced his hands on the ground and hissed, you stinking brat. Pang Tu immediately stood up, his breath ragged, his eyes bloodshot like a wild beast. I'm gonna kill you. At this very moment, Pang Tu gritted his teeth and charged forward like an arrow. He clenched his fist, causing fire to erupt around his hand. Royal-grade high-level martial skill, Wild Boar Fist. Qin Yu merely lowered his head, his deep eyes staring straight at the incoming punch, not moving an inch. A dazzling lightning bolt suddenly flashed in his eyes. Just as Pang Tu was less than an inch away, a fierce surge of energy suddenly erupted from Qin Yu's body, rushing like a fury straight into him, making the air explode. The attack made Pang Tu's face twist to one side, and blood began to spill from his mouth. He was sent flying straight into the air, soaring a long and powerful trajectory. The air around them suddenly stilled, and the onlookers stared blankly as Pang Tu shot away like a gust of wind. At this, Qin Yu curled his lips in a mocking smile. Wild Boar Fist? I think you're just a pig. Then, he slowly stepped forward. Qin Yu resolutely knelt before Ruoyu, amid the lingering smoke. He gently reached out and stroked the little girl's head, reassuring her in a soft voice, from now on, you're mine. At his action, Ruoyu could only watch him with wide, bewildered eyes. Suddenly, Qin Yu's hand burst into flames, and instantly, a resounding explosion rang out, like the sound of chains being broken. Ruoyu's eyes grew wider and rounder, sparkling as if containing a sky full of hope. The light source from within the crowd spread, illuminating a corner of the street. Warner couldn't help but chuckle, he's truly interesting. Liu, on the other hand, sighed wearily, if Huang Fei knows about this, she'll probably be infuriated to death again. Oh well, oh well. This Li Pang Tu just reaped what he sowed. Qin Yu also did a good deed, in a way. At this moment, Qin Yu reached out and lifted Ruoyu's wounded body. Hot sparks enveloped the two of them. The little girl seemed to feel safe and allowed him to carry her, closing her eyes and falling into a deep sleep. Qin Yu's face was stern as he urged in a low voice, let's go. The gossiping crowd watched his retreating figure, filled with curiosity. Isn't that Princess Yuhua and Duguaner? Who exactly is that pretty boy? A young man nervously mumbled, this time, Li Pang Tu probably offended someone powerful. Another person interjected, I wouldn't be so sure. After all, Li Pang Tu is from the Qi refining sect. This matter probably won't be resolved peacefully. Qin Yu and his group continued to walk along the street. Liu directly asked, Qin Yu, how do you plan to handle this girl? Warner gently suggested, if she has nowhere to go, she can temporarily stay at the Sky River auction house. However, Qin Yu just smiled and replied, don't worry, I have my own arrangements. His sharp eyes swept over Ruoyu and his arms. Qin Yu secretly assessed, this girl, indeed has the ancient demonic blood in her. It's her, no mistake. Liu noticed his expression and teased, I didn't expect you to like this type. Qin Yu immediately retorted, what do you know? This girl will be extraordinary later on. She pouted and nodded, yeah, you understand so much, trying to act all mysterious. Qin Yu frowned, continuing to be lost in his thoughts. He remembered very clearly, she was the future Yuruo demon venerable, who, decades later, would lead a tide of tens of millions of demonic beasts, a terrifying existence that could sweep across the entire human territory. Thinking of this, Qin Yu gradually understood, no wonder Yuruo demon venerable hated humans so much. It must be because these years of being a servant to others left a deep imprint on her heart. At this moment, he suddenly raised his voice, now that I think of it, we can't let the little girl keep wearing such shabby clothes. One heir happily spoke up, no merchant association in Tianhe City can be larger than Yanyu Pavilion, let me lead the way. Then she quickly turned around to lead the way, let's go. A moment later, Qin Yu stamped his foot firmly on the ground. By now, Qin Yu and the others were standing in front of Yanyu Pavilion. The three of them slowly walked inside together. Suddenly, a child in front exclaimed in surprise, is that Miss Wan Air? The child politely asked, Miss Wan Air, what brings you here? What would you like to buy? Wan Air glanced at the person beside her and replied, it's not for me, this young master wants to buy clothes for the girl he cherishes. Hearing this, the child smiled and said, so that's it, young master, please follow me. After arriving at the clothing store, Qin Yu carried Ruoyu inside, leaving the two girls waiting outside. Wan Air suddenly spoke up, then let's go look around too, we'll meet back up later. Liu nodded in agreement, okay. On the other side, a man decisively closed his fan. Huang Fei looked at the surroundings, excitedly exclaiming, it's been so long since I've been to this Yanyu Pavilion, the nine-colored eagle robe must have arrived too. As soon as Huang Fei stepped into a clothing store, a familiar female figure caught his eye. Huang Fei joyfully called out, Sister Yuer, what a coincidence! I was just about to look for you, I didn't expect to meet you here. Liu turned her head in surprise and asked, Huang Fei, what are you doing here? He smiled softly and replied, not long ago I heard there was a high-grade outfit here at Yanyu Pavilion, and today I thought I'd come to take a look, I'll buy it for you, Sister Yuer. Then Huang Fei shamelessly spoke up. That outfit is called the nine-colored eagle robe. Made from the feathers of the nine-colored eagle, it is extremely precious. Our Tianhe City can't even produce one set in a year. Since Sister Yuer is already here, why don't we go admire it together? Liu felt annoyed upon hearing this. Without hesitation, she immediately shook her head, no need. At this very moment, a series of excited gasps suddenly echoed from above. Huang Fei looked up in bewilderment, what's all the commotion upstairs? The people inside cheered and rushed over, look, look. It's the nine-colored eagle robe. Qin Yu gently whispered to the person opposite him, it suits you very well. At this moment, Ruoyu was wearing the nine-colored eagle robe, her round eyes sparkling brightly, looking incredibly beautiful. Huang Fei's jaw dropped as soon as he saw her, silently exclaiming, this young lady is truly beautiful. Liu couldn't help but blush and murmured, I can't believe that girl looks so beautiful in that outfit. Then she raised her voice and pointed directly at Qin Yu, questioning him. That's not right, how is it so fast? He replied, puzzled, it's just a set of clothes, of course it's quick. Just then, Huang Fei suddenly remembered something. That's not right. He clenched his hands, trembling all over with anger. Isn't that the set of clothes I wanted to buy? Huang Fei immediately rushed forward to confront him. Hey, I had my eyes on that outfit first. Qin Yu calmly put his hands on his hips and scoffed, huh? Are you saying I stole what you had your eyes on? Huang Fei's face darkened, and he growled, that's right. His attitude made Qin Yu scoff mockingly, so, what do you think should be done about this? Hearing this, he glared, his voice arrogant and somewhat bitter, of course you have to give that outfit back to me. Name your price. Don't say I'm bullying you. Qin Yu casually curled his lips and replied, "All right, I'll name my price then." Then he immediately pointed at the other person's face. "I want the entire Qi refining sect." As soon as he finished speaking, Liu couldn't help but chuckle to herself. This kid, does he want to infuriate Hong Fei to death? In that instant, Hong Fei's eyes suddenly darkened, deep and bottomless like an abyss. "You stinky brat." He violently rushed forward, grabbed Qin Yu by the collar, and tugged, "Are you messing with me?" However, at this moment, Qin Yu merely gently stroked Ruo Yu's head. "Don't scare the child anymore." His eyes were completely calm. He leaned close to Hong Fei's ear and challenged in a low voice, "Yes, I am messing with you. What are you going to do about it?" Hong Fei's face immediately darkened upon hearing this. His eyes glowed red, and he gritted his teeth, yelling, "Damn it!" Finally, Hong Fei's entire body erupted with a brilliant purple energy. "You're bullying me too much." At this very moment, the figure of Head Hai suddenly appeared, running over, "Young master, young master." Hong Fei, already furious, became even angrier. He impatiently yelled, "Who is it?" Peng Zi stood at the bottom of the stairs, pleading softly, "Oh, young master, please deal with this for me." He boldly stepped up and complained, "Young master, I was beaten by someone. My servant was stolen. I am your subordinate, isn't this slapping your face?" Hong Fei was stunned by his words. "What did you say?" However, before the other could reply, Qin Yu gently patted Hong Fei's shoulder. "The one who hit your man, wasn't that me?" Peng Zi immediately recognized him and quickly pointed, "This stinky brat. It was you." "Young master, it was him. He hit me and stole my person." After understanding the situation, Hong Fei turned his head and angrily accused. "Qin Yu, I respected the fact that you and Yue know each other, and originally wanted to save you some face, but you keep humiliating me again and again." He glanced awkwardly at Liu and said, "Little sister Yue, please forgive me." Hong Fei gritted his teeth and declared, "This person must die." Liu was utterly helpless by his attitude. "Hong Fei, do you no longer respect the Jinan King's manner?" Hong Fei was almost insane. He indignantly pointed at Qin Yu, continuously shouting, "You want to protect him? Why do you have to bring up the Jinan King's manner every time?" Suddenly, Liu smiled gently and replied, "He is my future fiancé." As soon as these words were uttered, Hong Fei immediately choked, his eyes wide and terrifying. "You!" His entire body trembled. He clenched his fists and nodded, muttering, "Good, very good." Then Hong Fei opened his mouth to threaten again, "But, little sister Yue, when my master arrives, even your Jinan King's manor won't be able to protect him." Finally, he bowed his head and left without another word. "Farewell." At that moment, Peng Zi rushed forward in a panic to block him. "You can't just let this go, young master. Where is your dignity?" This time, Hong Fei didn't reply but directly flung him flying into the sky with his hand. "Get out!" Immediately, a loud explosion rang out, and dust and smoke rose thickly into the air. Peng Zi's body, limp and stuck to the wall, couldn't say anything more. Back at the clothing store, Lai Noyet said worriedly, "Tan Vu, that immortal aura ancestor will be here very soon, you." Tan Vu calmly reassured, "It's fine, I have my own plan." Then he generously patted his chest, saying, "Now that I think about it, since you're all here today, whatever you want, just buy it freely." Hearing this, the two girls' eyes lit up excitedly and they shouted, "Really?" Immediately, Tan Vu pointed directly at Lai Noyet, making her freeze, "You'll pay for it." In the blink of an eye, it was evening, outside the Celestial River Inn. Yuan Ni nodded and said, "Well then, this is where we part ways today." Lai Noyet carefully reminded, "Tan Vu, don't do anything bad with this girl." He frowned, patted Nuokyu's head, and replied, "Do I look like that kind of person?" Seeing this, Lai Noyet could only let out a cold snort and turn to leave. A moment later in the living room, Nuokyu sat on the bed, watching Tan Vu busily doing something. The young girl shyly asked, You. Why did you want to buy me? Tan Vu tilted his head and said in a deep voice, In this world, why are there so many why questions? At this point, he looked directly into the other person's eyes. You just need to know that there are still many good people among humans. Finally, Tan Vu turned around, waved his hand, and instructed, All right, go to sleep now, I'm going to the room next door. As soon as the door closed, he paused for a moment. Tan Vu secretly calculated in his heart, Next, I just need to quietly wait for the moment when the bloodline in Kai Nuokyu's body awakens. A brilliant purple bloodline stood out in the dark night. Nuokyu lowered her head in thought, her expression unreadable. Then suddenly, the young girl's eyes flashed with a strange light. The scene shifts to the weapon forging sect, where a sharp, gleaming sword was chained with iron ropes. At this moment, Hong Fei trembled as he approached the man opposite him. He clenched his fists, muttering, Damn it. The man above suddenly spoke, Fei Ni, I've taught you many times, you need to remain calm and not panic when facing anything. He frowned and raised his hand to explain, Look at your current state, being provoked to anger by a stray dog, how embarrassing. This person was none other than the weapon forging sect master, Hong Din. Hong Fei clasped his chest apologetically, Father's teachings are correct. Hong Din no longer scolded him but gently reassured him, Don't worry, your master will arrive in Celestial River City in 3 days. By then, Lai Noyet is destined to be yours. At this point, he clenched his fist and emphasized, but more importantly than that, the Sacred Fire Grand Competition is approaching. Hong Fei nodded solemnly, Yes, I understand. In this Sacred Fire Grand Competition, I will definitely take the lead position. His words immediately put Hong Din somewhat at ease. He laughed excitedly, Very good. With your master supporting you, and taking the lead in the Sacred Fire Grand Competition. He continued happily, After this, in the Celestial River Dynasty, you can do whatever you want and fear no one. Hong Fei also enthusiastically obeyed, Understood, Father. The scene shifts. Late at night, the atmosphere is utterly tranquil. In Tan Vu's room, he was sound asleep on the bed. Suddenly, a faint prying sound came from the door outside. 2 masked figures agilely rushed towards his bed. The sharp sword tip was brought close to Tan Vu's face but did nothing else. At this moment, Tan Vu spoke in a deep voice, Why aren't you making a move? The woman was concentrating when these words startled her, almost making her drop the sword. Then, Tan Vu calmly sat up and stretched. He lowered his head, smirked, and confronted them, wearing a mask in the middle of the night, Isn't it uncomfortable? Hearing this, one of them didn't hesitate and immediately took off their mask. Vo Tu frowned and asked directly, You were awake all along. Tan Vu calmly looked directly into her eyes, with a slightly flirtatious tone, 2 peerless beauties standing by my bed late at night, how could I possibly sleep? The sword in her hand was swung up once again. Tan Vu remained still, not moving, observing the opponent's every move. At this moment, the sharp sword tip was only a few centimeters from his neck. Vo Tu replied indifferently, If that's the case, you must also know why we're here. Contrary to her expression, Tan Vu spoke very casually, Stop pretending. You two have absolutely no killing intent. Vo Noyet questioned bluntly, How did you know about the corpse sect matter you mentioned earlier? Then, Tan Vu reached out and pushed the sword away from himself, It seems you've probably found out by now. This question instantly stunned both girls. He continued, You don't need to know how I found out. You just need to know that the corpse sect is absolutely not a good place. At this, Tan Vu's face grew serious, It's not too late to turn back now. Vo Tu gritted her teeth, full of resentment, It's not that easy. She closed her eyes, her whole body beginning to relax, We've long had the corpse sect's mark on us. As she spoke, the mark on her forehead lit up, As long as that mark isn't removed, we'll forever be unable to betray the corpse sect. Vo Noyet also spoke gravely, My sister and I have searched for a way to remove the mark, but only a sacred flame of grade 6 or higher can be used to remove it. With many heavy thoughts weighing on her, Vo Tu softly stood up on her toes, but was immediately stopped. Tan Vu said nothing, just decisively beckoned with his hand, "Come here." Vo-Tu looked at him with sharp, wary eyes. "What do you want to do?" Before she could react, Tan Vu stepped forward, grabbed her hand and pulled her forcefully. "Stop talking so much. Come here." Vo-Tu was taken by surprise and cried out in alarm, "What do you want to do?" Tan Vu didn't answer. He raised 2 fingers, and a blazing golden flame erupted from his fingertips. His eyes were sharp, and he gave a mysterious smile. "To remove the corpse sex mark for you." The flame flashed, pointing directly at Vo-Tu's abdomen. Her eyes widened in extreme astonishment. A powerful light emanated from Vo-Tu's body, like blazing flames rising as if to incinerate the entire space. It erupted fiercely for a moment. Vo-Tu felt as if her neck was burning. She was slightly dizzy and let out a soft groan. Immersed in the flames, she had no choice but to close her eyes and quietly endure it. Moments later, she collapsed onto the ground. A purple darkened flame rose from her body, and the last vestige of the corpse sex ominous energy gradually dissipated into the air. Vo-Tu wearily frowned, not without wonder. "You possess a sacred flame above grade 6. Tan Vu's face turned cold as he smirked. "Grade 6? You're underestimating me a bit." He raised his hand, and behind him appeared a ring of fire encompassing all levels of flames, radiating the terrifying power of one who stands above all things. He said confidently, "If we're talking about it, then I must be a 9th grade sacred flame." Vo-Noyet and Vo-Tu were utterly astonished, unable to believe their eyes at the absolute power of this flame. Tan Vu put his hands on his hips, turned to look coldly at Vo-Noyet. "Your turn." A moment later, Vo-Noyet gasped softly. Tan Vu extended his hand towards her, a golden flame on his palm. She raised her hand to her face and exclaimed in surprise, "My mark, it's also gone." He withdrew his hand, closed his eyes, and said solemnly, "Now that the marks in both of you have disappeared, from today onwards, you two will no longer be controlled by the corpse sect." Vo-Noyet happily embraced Vo-Tu, her voice filled with relief. "That's great." Tan Vu looked at the two of them, his gaze firm. "Now, I'll ask you again." He spread out his palm. "Are you two willing to come with me and devote yourselves to me from now on?" With that, they all knelt down, placed their hands on their chests, and clearly swore, "Vo-Tu, Vo-Noyet, from now on, pledge our loyalty to young Master Qin." Qin Yu smiled with satisfaction. "All right, Vo-Tu, I told you before, your cultivation technique still has many flaws. It's clearly a low-grade profound tier, but it can only unleash Emperor tier energy." He raised his index finger and lightly tapped Vo-Tu's forehead. "From now on, you will perfect your cultivation technique for me." She immediately replied, "Understood." Immediately after, Vo-Tu felt a surge of spiritual power flow directly into her body. Her entire body was filled with vital energy, and a brilliant golden light radiated around her, as if she had been reborn. Qin Yu waved his hand, retracting the flame. "Your current cultivation is at the 2nd layer of the Spirit Through realm. You cannot cultivate a stronger blade technique. When you reach the 3rd layer of the Spirit Through realm, I will impart to you a mid-grade profound tier martial skill." Vo-Tu clenched her fists, her eyes gleaming with joy. "Thank you, young master." Qin Yu looked at Vo-Noyet and asked, "Vo-Noyet, do you have the heat-seeking divine arrows with you?" She was a little surprised, then quickly replied, "Yes." Vo-Noyet immediately summoned the set of heat-seeking divine arrows, enveloped in a brilliant flame. Qin Yu reached out and touched it, frowning as he said, "I will impart to you a low-grade profound tier martial skill. It can be combined with the heat-seeking divine arrows to unleash their power to the extreme." Immediately, Vo-Noyet was surrounded by brilliant golden divine arrow circles. She closed her eyes, clearly feeling the new surge of power within her body. After fully receiving the source of power, she opened her eyes and asked in surprise, "Young master, did you obtain all these divine abilities from the great wilderness?" Qin Yu closed his eyes and calmly replied, "Later, if there's an opportunity, I'll tell you myself." Saying that, he smiled and reminded them, "It's getting late now." Qin Yu's eyes suddenly gleamed mischievously, his smile turning wicked. "How about we take the opportunity to rest?" Vo-Tu and Vo-Noyet blushed, stunned by his teasing. Qin Yu grinned. Don't get the wrong idea, you two go to another room. After receiving the new cultivation technique and breaking free from Sui Renzong's shackles, Vo Tu and Vo Noyed breathed a sigh of relief, their faces radiant. Then, young master, we shall take our leave first. Qin Yu watched the two girls' receding figures, then leaned back on the bed, exhaling softly. He rested his arm on the pillow, enjoying the rare tranquility, as Sun Ji began to operate the calculation engine of a reborn supreme being. Calculating the time, the immortal artifact ancestor will arrive soon. Next up is the Holy Flame competition. The entire Sky River City was now like a giant furnace, enveloped in the brilliant golden light of flames. The Holy Flame competition is an event held every 3 years in Sky River City. It is jointly organized by the 4 great sects guarding the 4 directions of Sky River City, with the aim of selecting outstanding disciples and nurturing them to become the strongest artifact refiners. The 4 great sects include Holy Heart Palace, Extreme Sun Sect, Ruthless Sword Sect, and Jade Maiden Sect. These 4 great sects restrain each other, forming equally matched powers. The immortal artifact ancestor also once achieved first place in the Holy Flame competition, which led to his achievements today. Qin Yu secretly assessed that the 4 great sects have profound foundations, and the cultivation of their sect masters can reach the heavens and pierce the earth. Ordinary martial artists only need a little guidance from them. Their future will undoubtedly be brilliant beyond compare. For this Holy Flame competition, the 4 great sects jointly created a 4th-grade elixir, the Dragon Tiger Embryo Shedding Pill, to be awarded to the winner of the competition. It contains terrifying spiritual energy, enough for me to immediately enter the 5th layer of the Spirit Through Realm. Qin Yu's heart was filled with determination. After entering the 5th layer of the Spirit Through Realm, I will be able to summon the 3rd wild beast, Swan Ni. The illusory form of Swanni can grant me endless divine soul powers, an indestructible formidable technique. By then, my combat power can rival a peak Spirit Through Realm expert. His eyes gleamed with determination, as if he had already seen the future within his grasp. Thinking of his old enemies, Zhao Dian and Zhao Huan, he secretly vowed, by then, it will also be the time to seek revenge against the Divine Sword Dynasty. Qin Yu clenched his fist and raised it forward. Just you wait, your good days are numbered. The scorching sunlight covered the streets of Tianhe City. A continuous stream of people poured in, making the street more bustling than ever. Qin Yu stopped in the middle of the main street, feeling the excited atmosphere. No wonder it's the Holy Flame competition. It's still so far from the start date, yet the entire Tianhe City is already bustling with excitement. As he was quietly observing the crowd, the rapid sound of horse hooves suddenly echoed from afar. A large, seemingly luxurious and splendid carriage came into view. People nearby were murmuring and discussing, their voices filled with admiration. Is that an expert from the Sacred Heart Palace? A burst of clear laughter rang out. I heard that this time, the Saintess of the Sacred Heart Palace came personally. If only we had a chance to admire her beauty. Just then, a small, fair hand gently drew open the carriage curtain. Warm sunlight streamed in, revealing the cold, ethereal appearance of the Saintess, Lang Tianchuang. She leaned her head out to look at the scenery outside, and all eyes immediately fell upon her. Whispers of admiration were ceaseless. Is this the Saintess? She's so beautiful. It'd be amazing if I could just say one word to the Saintess. Tianchuang's calm eyes, like a still autumn lake, suddenly flashed with a hint of surprise. What caught her eye was Qin Yu standing there with a cold demeanor. Their eyes briefly met for a moment. Qin Yu couldn't help but raise his hand, smiling and greeting her as if meeting an old acquaintance. Isn't that Tianchuang? Long time no see. His actions immediately drew everyone's attention. Qin Yu suddenly realized, scratched his head, and gave a wry smile. I almost forgot, Lang Tianchuang doesn't know me at all at this point. Tianchuang leaned over to look at him. She secretly wondered, who is he? He seemed somewhat familiar. Before she could think further, a hand swiftly pulled the carriage curtain closed. Du Hao frowned, displeased. Just a lecture. Tianchuang looked at her in surprise. Du Hao slightly frowned. Her old, hoarse voice rang out. Schwammer, this time you've come to Tiana City, you must invite the top contender of the Holy Flame competition to our Sacred Heart Palace. Hearing this, Tian Shuang immediately closed her eyes and replied, Father's command, I will, of course, do my utmost. As soon as she finished speaking, Du Ha, sitting next to her, touched her back and continued, Schwammer, the top contender in the Holy Flame competition, will naturally be an outstanding individual. If it's a man, making him the son-in-law of our Sacred Heart Palace might not be as bad as you think. At this moment, Tian Shuang's heart was filled with the thought, Ancestor Du, I'm sorry, I won't sell myself cheaply like that. Du Ha seemed a little impatient as she called. But Tian Shuang gently replied, Let's go, let's visit the residence of the Prince of Jinnan first. The carriage pulled by 2 horses went faster and faster. A moment later, the wooden wheels gradually slowed down and stopped completely. A serious voice announced, We've arrived. Immediately, Tian Shuang used her hand to pull back the carriage curtain. As the old and young pair slowly walked towards the source of the sound, a voice said, Isn't that the Saintess of the Sacred Heart Palace? Chu Lin, the divine son of the Extreme Sun sect, spoke with one hand on his hip. It seems the rumors are true, the Sacred Heart Palace is willing to sell its Saintess to win over a genius. Hearing this, Tian Shuang replied with a hint of exasperation and sarcasm, Chu Lin, it seems you weren't taught enough by me last time, your mouth is still as foul as ever. However, Chu Lin didn't back down and retorted, Last time I merely went easy on you because you're a woman, do you really think you're that great? At the same time, Tian Shuang proudly turned and walked away, Ancestor Du, let's go. Seeing this, Chu Lin couldn't contain his anger, Damn it, how dare she look down on me? Meanwhile, another person nearby hummed a song. From behind, Chu Lin wondered, Who is that kid? And Qin Yu casually raised his hand and called out, Hey, Tian Shuang. Qin Yu appeared from somewhere and also greeted her. You've also come to visit the residence of the Prince of Jinnan? It just so happens I'm very familiar with this place, let me lead you in. Du Ha, seeing this from the side, looked surprised and exasperated, this lecher, he actually chased us all the way here. At this moment, Chu Lin suddenly opened his mouth and laughed loudly. His hand lightly touched and firmly grasped Qin Yu's shoulder. He smiled slyly, his teeth clenched, Lang Tianshuang, oh Lang Tianshuang, I truly underestimated you, I didn't expect you to have already seduced someone as soon as you arrived at the Tianhe royal dynasty. As soon as he finished speaking, Tianshuang across from him reminded him in a solemn tone. Chu Lin, you've slandered me again and again. Her sharp, cold tone rang out, her eyes blazing, do you really think I won't get angry? Hearing this, Chu Lin, unafraid, furrowed his brows and said, Come on then. Suddenly, a stream of purple flame appeared around Qin Yu, shut your mouth. This sight terrified Chu Lin, leaving him wide-eyed and speechless. Meanwhile, Qin Yu curled his fingertips, his eyes burning with anger, what exactly are you? Chu Lin, unafraid, provoked his opponent, old fool, I am the divine son of the Extreme Sun sect. After speaking, a flickering purple flame appeared in front of him. A small purple image representing Qin Yu suddenly appeared, and his cold and brutal voice rang out. If you insult Lang Tianshuang again, I will definitely turn you from a divine son into a dead man. As soon as he finished speaking, Chu Lin's legs began to tremble uncontrollably. Cold sweat streamed down his face. Who is this kid? Why can a first-level transcendent God realm practitioner make me feel such terrifying pressure? Chu Lin's face darkened, his eyes wanting to deal with the person in front of him. I am the divine son of the Extreme Sun sect, yet I was intimidated by him. It's truly a disgrace. Then he spread his legs, regained his composure, and yelled, Stinky brat, in front of the Prince of Jinnan's manor, I don't want to kill people, immediately kneel down and apologize, and I won't bother with you. However, Qin Yu showed no fear, I'll give you one chance, make your move. Immediately, Chu Lin quickly grabbed the blue light staff. He took an attacking stance, this is what you get. Chu Lin leaped forward, firmly holding the light staff, and yelled, Die. Seeing this, Tian Shuang immediately warned, Be careful, this is a flame blade condensed from a 5th grade holy fire. But Qin Yu showed no fear, merely curving his lips into a faint smile. He easily dodged the opponent's strike. At this moment, Chu Lin was a bit overly confident, saying, "Success." On the ground, a blue flame unexpectedly fell. Chu Lin saw his weapon vanish, his face completely panicked, eyes wide, unable to utter a word. As for Qin Yu, the flame fell near his feet. Qin Yu didn't hesitate to stomp on it with his foot. Then, he immediately squinted his eyes sarcastically. Is this fifth-grade holy fire fake? So weak. After witnessing his fifth-grade holy fire easily suppressed by Qin Yu, Chu Lin was in extreme panic, cold sweat pouring down. He gritted his teeth. What did you do? Why is my holy fire? Tian Shuang and Yu Hao also stood there stunned, unable to react in time. After regaining her composure, Tian Shuang immediately analyzed sharply, for a fifth-grade holy fire to be so afraid of him, unless he possesses a holy fire higher than fifth grade, or has an innate fire constitution. Yu Hao heard these words and gasped slightly in surprise for a moment. She pondered for a moment, then looked at Qin Yu, flashing a gentle smile. So that's how it is. As if sensing an unusual gaze directed at him, Qin Yu's body suddenly trembled. Chu Lin's face darkened, extremely angry. He gritted out each word, "Impossible. How can a fifth-grade holy fire be suppressed by a trash first-level god realm like you?" He pointed directly at Qin Yu, accusing, "You definitely used some kind of trick that ordinary people can't see." At this moment, the Prince of Jinnan felt he could no longer sit still. He indignantly shouted, "Enough!" The Prince of Jinnan leaned on his scepter and stepped forward, looking majestic, his voice stern. "This is my Prince of Jinnan manor, not some street or marketplace." Chu Lin immediately cupped his hands in a respectful salute, suppressing his anger. The fifth disciple of the extreme Sun sect, Chu Lin, respectfully greets the Prince of Jinnan. Tian Shuang also respectfully bowed. The Saintess of the Holy Heart Palace, Lang Tian Shuang, respectfully greets the Prince of Jinnan. The Prince of Jinnan, looking imposing and dignified, slowly walked closer. Qin Yu looked at him, the corner of his mouth involuntarily curving up slightly. This old man, he clearly arrived at the gate early, and only now speaks up. Truly full of schemes. The Prince of Jinnan closed his eyes, savoring the moment, thinking, I never imagined Qin Yu would obtain a high-grade holy fire in the great wilderness. My decision today was indeed correct. He stroked his long beard, smiling warmly at Qin Yu. Little brother, you're finally here. Come in with me. Qin Yu obediently walked past, and as he passed the gritting-toothed Chu Lin, Qin Yu let out a smug laugh. Chu Lin was furious inwardly but couldn't show it at this moment, so he gritted his teeth and bid farewell. The Prince of Jinnan is too kind. Today's etiquette ends here. I'll take my leave. He decisively turned his back and walked straight away. Tian Shuang glanced at Chu Lin's fading figure, cursing him under her breath, idiot. Afterward, Qin Yu and the Prince of Jinnan entered the reception room. The Prince of Jinnan showed intimacy with him and solemnly announced, Little brother Qin, I called you here today because I have something to inform you. Qin Yu quickly guessed, the Holy Fire Grand Competition, I know. The Prince of Jinnan nodded with a gentle smile, that's right, it's about the Holy Fire Grand Competition. He extended his hand towards Qin Yu. My Prince of Jinnan Manor has one participation slot, and I can grant you this opportunity. Qin Yu cupped his hands calmly. Thank you, Prince of Jinnan. Hearing this, Tian Shuang immediately chimed in. Young Master Qin, would you like to join my Holy Heart Palace? Qin Yu looked up confidently and said, if I can win first place in the Holy Fire Grand Competition, it won't be too late to discuss this then. Tian Shuang gently placed her hand on her chest and replied, I understand. Then she glanced at Yu Hao. And Yu, understanding, responded, yes. After that, Yu Hao gently raised her hand, and from within her palm appeared a glittering ring emitting a dazzling flame. Yu Hao respectfully offered it with both hands. Jinnan King, this is a small token from the Holy Heart Palace, please accept it. He reached out to take it, and said gently, the Holy Heart Palace is very considerate. Next, he subtly reminded Tian Shuang, Saintess, this person is favored by Jinan King and possesses high-grade exotic flames. You should be proactive and build a good relationship with him. Yuha then leaned closer and whispered something to Tian Shuang. After that, she was seen blushing and nodding slightly. All right. Tian Shuang suddenly turned and called, Young Master Qing. She smiled, a little shy and bashful. I haven't been in Tianhe City for many years. I wonder if young Master Qing has time to take a stroll with me. Qing Yu also seemed interested and immediately agreed, sure. Seeing this, Jinan King nodded with satisfaction, so that's how it is. He immediately gave his blessing to the young couple. If the Saintess has made an invitation, then go, but remember to come back to the manor for dinner tonight. He even playfully teased Qing Yu, your little fiancé is cooking himself. Qing Yu's jaw dropped in surprise upon hearing this. He thought to himself, this old man is something else. Jinan King laughed cheerfully, stroking his silver beard, and said, all right, all right. You two go ahead, I won't delay you any longer. He maintained his posture, watching Qing Yu turn and leave. A kind smile spread across his face. The Holy Heart Palace, for the sake of the genius Zhang Mu, didn't hesitate to have the Saintess personally intervene. What a pity, what a pity. When near the water, one enjoys the moonlight. Jinan King remembered his adorable little niece and muttered, isn't that the moonlight itself? The scene shifted to a spacious courtyard, cheerful laughter emanating from within. The dazzling sunlight shone into the living room of the artifact refining sect. Chu Lin sat on a chair, chin in hand, his face gloomy. Huang Fei smiled cheerfully, bowing slightly and fawning, I didn't expect your excellency to personally arrive here first. He enthusiastically added, this is truly a great honor for the artifact refining sect. Chu Lin looked up, his face full of worry, and asked, Huang Fei, are you confident you can win first place in this Holy Fire Grand competition? Huang Fei cupped his hands and bowed, his face confident as he asserted, rest assured, I'm absolutely certain. My master, immortal Qi ancestor, will be here soon. With my master and your excellency backing me up. Who could possibly threaten me? Chu Lin frowned, his face dark as he said, not necessarily. I just saw someone. He remembered the figure whose back was engulfed in blazing flames, his tone gritting. This person, despite only being at the first level of the spirit manifestation realm, was able to suppress my holy flame. Huang Fei's eyes widened, his voice astonished. What? That's impossible. Tianhe City, since when did someone like this appear? Chu Lin raised his index finger into the air, and a blue energy circle appeared. Qing Yu's solemn face appeared within the energy circle. Chu Lin looked at Huang Fei and asked, do you know this person? Huang Fei's surprise turned to anger. He yelled, it's him. Chu Lin frowned at him, you know him? Huang Fei's eyebrows furrowed into a frown, his rage seemingly solidifying. His voice hissed through clenched teeth, this brat's name is Qing Yu. Chu Lin's face darkened as he asked, is he the Qing Yu who killed Zhili Jianha and is wanted by the Divine Sword Dynasty? Huang Fei hastily said, that's right, it's that country bumpkin from the Divine Sword Dynasty. His face was gloomy, his voice filled with worry. There's a rumor that this Qing Yu infiltrated the great wilderness and obtained heaven-defying good fortune. Now it seems that rumor is true. Huang Fei's eyes widened, and he looked at Chu Lin in horror. He frowned, sweat trickling down his forehead onto his cheeks. Qing Yu has obtained the sacred flame in the great wilderness, so this sacred flame competition will surely. Chu Lin glanced at Huang Fei. He affirmed in a deep voice, the sacred flame inside Qing Yu's body. Its rank is even higher than mine. The image of Qing Yu's blazing flames overpowering other contestants seemed to appear before Chu Lin's eyes. He said despondently, in this sacred flame competition, I'm afraid no one will be able to match him. Huang Fei hastily waved his hand, stating with absolute certainty, my lord, we absolutely cannot let him win this sacred flame competition. Chu Lin's eyes widened, a glint flashing in them. He asked urgently, of course. When will your master arrive? Huang Fei quickly calmed down, cupped his hands respectfully, and replied, my master might only arrive tomorrow. Chu Lin closed his eyes, feeling a bit relieved. He waved his hand and said, "For this matter, let's wait for your master to arrive first, then we'll continue discussing. You may leave for now." Huang Fei replied, "Yes." Chu Lin leaned back in his chair, raised his head, and took a deep breath. The corner of his mouth curved slightly in a smirk. High-grade sacred flame. Chu Lin opened his eyes, a malicious look on his face. He thought excitedly, if I can seize that sacred flame for my own use, then the seat of sect master of the extreme heat sect will surely be mine in the future. His eyes widened as if realizing something. Chu Lin thought suspiciously, even Huang Fei and old ancestor Xian Qi have become stumbling blocks for me. The setting sun shone upon an ancient city. That was Heavenly River City. Qin Yu and Tian Shuang walked amidst the bustling crowd. A ray of light appeared on Tian Shuang's hand, condensing into a token with some writing on it. She looked at her palm in doubt. "This is..." Then she looked at the man before her in surprise. "This young Master Qin, he's actually Qin Yu from the Qin family of the Divine Sword Dynasty." Her clear voice rang out, "Young Master Qin." Qin Yu started, turned to look at her, and asked, "What is it?" Tian Shuang closed her eyes, her voice a little mournful. "This maiden feels deeply sorry about the Qin family's matter." He closed his eyes and said nonchalantly, "Miss Lang, you are truly considerate." Tian Shuang raised her hand to her chest, looked at him, and stated firmly, "If there's anything you need, my Sacred Heart Palace will provide full assistance." Qin Yu was silent for a moment, then said softly, "Consider it done." He remembered Zhao Huan's tall figure and asked her with some uncertainty, "When it ultimately comes to war with the Zhao immortal clan, will your stance remain firm?" Tian Shuang frowned slightly, placed her hand on her chest, and solemnly declared, "The Zhao immortal clan is powerful, but my Sacred Heart Palace is not to be trifled with either." Qin Yu politely and gently refused, "Miss Lang, you are kind, but I will handle the matter of revenge myself." He clenched his fist, a determined smile on his lips. "However, before I seek revenge, I will need more help from Miss Lang and the Sacred Heart Palace." Hearing this, her eyes widened and brightened, her face relaxed, and she said cheerfully, "Young Master Qin, do you mean?" Qin Yu leaned slightly closer, raised a finger to his lips, signaling silence. "Shoo!" He winked and instructed, "Miss Lang, you understand." Tian Shuang suddenly felt shy, her cheeks flushing red like tomatoes. Qin Yu stood beside her, smiling contentedly. A passerby seemed to recognize her and muttered in wonder, "Oh, that shy beauty, is she the saintess of the Sacred Heart Palace?" People also began to gather, discussing animatedly. "Who is that person next to her? Are you new? You don't even know this young man?" Another man stepped forward, boasting, "Let me tell you, the person next to them, he changes companions every day. Princess Yuhua, Duguaner." The passerby next to him heard this, his eyes wide in disbelief, exclaiming, "That terrifying? I'm no match for him." Qin Yu and Tian Shuang stopped short when they realized they were surrounded by the crowd. He feigned a cough. Qin Yu forced a smile and quickly pulled her hand, rushing through the crowd. "Miss Lang, I'll take you somewhere else for a walk." The scene shifts to another side. In Tianhe City, Pang Zi ambled behind Wang Xian on a bustling street full of goods. He tried to speak in a fawning tone, "Young Master Wang, wait for me, don't walk so fast." Wang Xian frowned irritably and questioned, "Li Pang Zi, are you sure?" Pang Zi bowed low and nodded, "I served as an ox and a horse for the Qi refinement sect, but they abandoned me. As long as you don't disdain me, Old Li will be your ox and horse from now on." He smirked cunningly, leaning close to Wang Xian's ear and whispering, "Recently, I've acquired more than 10 slaves, all from the charming demon race." Hearing this, Wang Xian's eyes lit up, his attitude becoming much more interested. "Charming demons?" He revealed a lecherous, inhuman smile, his eyes rolling back in ecstasy, his mind soaring to the clouds. Pang Zi smirked and continued to boast, "What's more, I personally selected all of them carefully." Wang Xian immediately became delighted and didn't hesitate to praise, "Good, very good." From now on, you are my little master's man. Tonight, bring all those charming demons to my mansion. Pang Zi eagerly replied, yes, yes, yes. Suddenly, he froze when he saw something strange. Pang Zi stood still in surprise. That is. He pointed at Qin Yu, who was walking with Tian Shuang, and shouted loudly, it's him. It's that stinky brat again. Wang Xian gritted his teeth, his gaze darkening as he stared at the boy. Qin Yu. Both of them seemed to emanate killing intent. He suddenly noticed Tian Shuang giggling and blurted out in praise, the girl next to him is quite beautiful too. Pang Zi pointed at the boy and loudly accused, it's him. The one who stole my slave. You wouldn't believe it, that girl he stole. If we're talking about beauty. He remembered Ruo Yu and scorned, even the girl next to him, if you compare, they're just about the same. Pang Zi clenched his fists, gritting his teeth in anger, his face clearly showing his fury. Moreover, I found out that this brat acts so superior. He seemed unconvinced, it's simply because he relies on the Jinan prince's mansion as his backing. Wang Xian's face darkened as he continued, that Huang Fei, he wants to curry favor with Li Yu, so naturally he'll have some concerns. But my divine spear sect won't care about any Jinan prince. He stamped his foot firmly on the ground, giving a stern command, go. Pang Zi immediately followed eagerly, understood. Wang Xian confidently stepped forward and suggested, Li Pang Zi, since you're my man now, I'll help you vent some of this anger. Qin Yu and Tian Shuang were busy admiring the surrounding streets. Suddenly, they were blocked. Wang Xian called out, hey! Pang Zi, walking beside him, smirked slyly and said in a challenging tone, long time no see. Qin Yu also smirked mockingly, I remember you as Huang Fei's wild boar. What, changed masters? That was all it took for Pang Zi to furiously clench his fists and shout, what did you say? Wang Xian calmly retorted, Li Pang Zi will be my man from now on. You stole his slave, and Huang Fei wouldn't dare to settle scores with you for that. His face darkened, and he emphasized each word, this old man dares. Tian Shuang stood by, worried, and thought to herself, young Master Qin, you've made quite a few enemies. Qin Yu stood opposite them, unfazed, and directly questioned, so, as you said, how do you intend to get your revenge? Wang Xian smirked and replied, of course, you'll return the slave to me. And that little girl next to you, she's not bad looking, is she? From today on, she'll be my, Wang Xian's, woman. Hearing this, Tian Shuang next to him frowned slightly and glared, her eyes burning with killing intent. Her entire body erupted with formidable power, and she cursed loudly, her mouth full of profanity, damn it. Qin Yu quickly raised his hand to stop her. Miss, don't be hasty. He immediately suggested, let me handle it. Qin Yu stood with his arms crossed, smiling slyly and challenging, Wang Xian, what if I don't allow it? Wang Xian laughed confidently, a flash of anger on his face as he openly threatened, then I'll hack you to death. He clenched his fists and casually looked up, taunting, all right, make your move. I was just looking to stretch my bones a bit. Wang Xian spread his legs, gradually building up strength, ready to unleash his move. He narrowed his eyes, smiling smugly, and raised his hand to attack, his entire body surrounded by a powerful surge of purple-blue lightning. You brought this upon yourself. I'll take this chance to show you the profound grade martial art I just learned, Wine Thunder Palm. That surge of power, like a powerful whirlwind, swept past Tian Shuang and Qin Yu. Even Pang Zi was struck down by that lightning surge. Looking up at the sky, which was gradually gathering thick dark clouds, Tian Shuang spoke worriedly, young Master Qin, the power of this wind thunder palm is truly terrifying. Perhaps I should. Qin Yu remained calm, standing upright with his eyes closed. Miss Lang, it's just a low-grade profound martial art, you don't need to intervene. A red light flashed in Wang Xian's eyes as he opened his mouth wide and shouted. I spent countless efforts to get this thunder wind palm from Huang Fei. Today, I'll use you to practice a bit. Go to hell, Qin Yu. Wang Xian raised his hand to gather a surge of power. He unleashed a powerful blast of energy directly at Qin Yu, Wind Thunder Palm. He gently blew out a puff of air, then gathered his strength and blew out another powerful gust. Qin Yu seemed to concentrate all his internal energy and muscle strength into that powerful gust of air. From it, he unleashed a massive surge of power with immense destructive force forward. Wang Xian was so surprised he couldn't react and was immediately blown away, his eyes wide open, showing the whites. The surge of power dragged him past Peng Zi, making him recoil in shock. Seeing Wang Xian lying unconscious on the ground, he was so scared that tears streamed down his face as he screamed, "Oh my God!" Qin Yu regulated his breathing. He became cheerful again, as usual. "Miss Lang, this is certainly how it is." Tian Shuang, still startled, timidly replied, "Yes." She stared wide-eyed, thinking to herself, Wang Xian's cultivation has already reached the 4th level of the divine comprehension realm, and he even displayed a low-grade profound martial art. Yet, he couldn't even withstand one move from young Master Qin. Suddenly, Tian Shuang's gaze dropped, somewhat evasive, as a thought flashed through her mind, and young Master Qin's move, it also seems to be a profound grade martial art. Qin Yu stomped his foot down, emphasizing, "Next." Peng Zi's face turned pale with fear. "Oh!" He smirked, exuding a chilling aura, his voice sharp, "It'll be you." He bowed his head, gritting his teeth and closing his eyes tightly. Peng Zi nodded, pleading, "Please spare my life, spare my life. I'm willing to offer all my assets, just please don't kill me." Qin Yu questioned further, "All of it?" He forced a smile, sweat dripping down his face, his whole body trembling, "Yes, yes." He turned to ask, "Miss Lang, do you want to come with me to see?" Tian Shuang replied coolly, "All right." Qin Yu kicked Peng Zi, ordering, "Hurry up and lead the way." He hastily complied, "Yes, yes, yes." In the luxurious, quiet room, the dazzling sunlight further enhanced the magnificence of the room, Li Peng Zi's mansion. Qin Yu slowly stepped over the scattered items on the floor. They stood before a pile of weapons hanging on the wall. He looked around and asked, "Li Peng Zi, is this all your assets?" Peng Zi replied, "Yes, that's right." Qin Yu looked annoyed, scoffing, "These few things aren't enough to save your life." Peng Zi's face paled, sweat pouring down him. He hunched over, pleading, "Please, spare me. I truly have nothing else." Qin Yu angrily clenched his fist. "If that's the case, then go to hell." He trembled, backing away and trying to explain, "Wait, wait. I still have slaves, a lot of slaves." His expression darkened as he commanded coldly, "Take me to see." Peng Zi stammered, agreeing as he turned away, "All right, let me help you open the hidden room." He gently pushed the door open, and a thick, pungent scent wafted out, gradually spreading. Tian Shuang immediately covered her nose in discomfort and exclaimed, "Ugh, what a nauseating smell." Qin Yu couldn't hide his indignation, glaring and scolding, "You imprison slaves here, Li Peng Zi. Your methods are truly too cruel, truly beyond my imagination." Peng Zi timidly added, "I wouldn't dare anymore." He grabbed his collar, deciding to go inside. "Come, let's go in and see." "Miss Lang, please bear with it for a moment." The three of them stepped into the room, thick with the pungent smell. Tian Shuang couldn't help but gasp in shock upon seeing the chained slaves. Are these slaves always kept in such an environment? The people were confined in iron cages, none of them unharmed, looking out in fear. Those who were stronger gritted their teeth and endured. A man, despite being chained, still tried to reach out and shouted loudly, making Peng Zi recoil in fear, "Li Peng Zi." The man gripped the iron bars tightly, his eyes glowing red with hatred as he roared, "You killed my whole family and forced me into slavery. You won't die peacefully." He trembled, trying to stretch out his chained hands to grab Peng Zi, "You won't die easily." Seeing this, Tian Shuang's anger flared, and she clenched her fist, unforgivable. Peng Zi's face paled, sweat pouring down him, as he tried to appease, "Please calm your anger, master. I won't dare to do such things again." Qin Yu angrily lifted him up, "You are truly not human." He walked slowly to a dark, unfamiliar room. Qin Yu's eyes lit up slightly, and he silently wondered, this is. Inside were two tied-up demonic enchantresses. He seemed to recognize them, demonic enchantresses. Qin Yu growled, questioning, are these also your slaves? Pang Zi excitedly replied, yes, 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 these are the new demonic enchantresses I just got, all high grade. He smirked with a sinister smile, complimenting him, his expression already dark. Li Pang Zi, well done, very well done. He smiled brightly, hesitatingly asking, Master, as long as you're satisfied, then perhaps I can. Qin Yu waved him away. I told you, I won't kill you. You may leave. Hearing this, Pang Zi's eyes lit up, and he grinned, that's wonderful. Thank you. However, Tian Shuang, from behind, swiftly struck him with a blow, catching him off guard. Her strike was so powerful that Pang Zi spat out blood, his eyes wide and bloodshot. Qin Yu said in a deep voice, I won't kill you, but that doesn't mean. Tian Shuang had just managed to land another blow on his arm when he quickly stopped her. Miss Lang, don't kill him. She glared at Pang Zi lying on the ground, without a trace of pity. Tian Shuang shouted powerfully, for scum like you, who enjoy tormenting slaves, simply dying isn't enough. She clasped her hands together at her chest, wondering, young Master Qin, what do you plan to do with these slaves? Qin Yu gently replied, they are all pitiful people. I will call the Jinan king to make arrangements for them. Tian Shuang subtly lowered her face, her expression softening, and she gently added, that would be good then. I'll leave it to young Master Qin. A moment later, a group of people rushed over, their footsteps continuously resounding. Liu stepped forward and commanded, quickly rescue all the slaves. She angrily declared, that damned Li Pang Zi, merely dying is too light a punishment. He should be locked up in this place and properly punished. Qin Yu approached and gently said, killing one Li Pang Zi is still not enough to improve the slave trade situation. You must always remember your responsibility, which is to abolish the slave trade system of the Tianhe dynasty. Then he walked past, raised his hand and said. Hearing that, Liu fumed with anger, a blazing fire of rage. Tian Shuang cautiously stood behind her, silent. Liu clenched her fists and yelled, next time, I definitely won't let you off. Tian Shuang watched, smiling faintly with satisfaction, thinking to herself, it seems the relationship between young Master Qin and Liu hasn't reached that point yet. Suddenly, a hand reached out and patted her shoulder, calling, Sister Lang. Liu asked worriedly, Sister Lang, why is your face so red? Tian Shuang shyly and hurriedly stammered, it's nothing, it's nothing. Liu frowned slightly and thought, strange. Outside the Tianhe Inn, sunlight shone into the spacious courtyard. Items like scrolls, golden rings, and flowers were all surrounded by a stream of power. Qin Yu sat alone, upright, eyes closed, concentrating on practicing his technique. He raised both hands and crossed them. Qin Yu's facial expression shifted slightly, cold sweat dripping as he thought to himself, the Sacred Flame Grand Competition is about to begin. Any opportunity to improve my cultivation. He opened his eyes wide, looking straight ahead with clear determination, must not be missed. Scene change, at the Divine Spear sect, the quiet room gave off an incredibly cozy feeling. Taishang happily and eagerly welcomed, I didn't expect you to arrive in person, sect master of the Divine Spear sect, Wang Taishang. He smiled brightly, young Master Lu, your presence truly makes my Divine Spear sect shine. Zhu Lang entered with a tall stature and handsome face, standing firm there. Heartless Sword Sect, Lu Zhu Lang. He spoke in a deep voice, enough with the pleasantries. In this Sacred Flame Grand Competition, does your Divine Spear sect have anyone qualified to participate? Hearing that, Taishang was somewhat afraid, the atmosphere becoming tense, as he stammered, this. Zhu Lang lowered his face slightly and shook his head, showing disappointment, I knew it. The Divine Spear sect is getting worse and worse. He looked ahead with sharp eyes, his voice firm as he declared, the Extreme Sun sect has decided to support Huang Xian of the Artifact Refining sect. The Jade Maiden sect is supporting the Ice Soul sect, and the Sacred Heart Palace's choice is still undecided for now. Zhu Lang's hand extended, forming a red stream of power. That flame blazed in his palm. Zhu Lang stated, "I came here this time to offer you a stroke of luck." Seeing this, Taishan couldn't help but be stunned, eyes wide, stammering, This is... He forced a smile and yelled, "A 6th grade sacred flame." Zhu Lang then continued, "This is the 6th grade sacred flame, heart-devouring incineration. With this 6th grade sacred flame, and the support from my Heartless Sword sect, you should have the ability to compete." Thiat Thuong knelt on the floor, his hand on his chest, head bowed in sincere gratitude, thanking young Master Lu. Wang Xian, with a bruised face, gasped for breath, rushing forward and shouting, "Father!" Wang Xian covered his face, whimpering and crying, his whole body trembling, as he cried out, "Father, Father, you must do justice for me." Witnessing this, Zhu Lang was speechless, unable to contribute a word. He froze, pointing at him and asking, "Father, who is this?" Taishan immediately chided, "What kind of behavior is this, shouting like that? This is young Master Lu of the Heartless Sword sect." Hearing that, Wang Xian couldn't help but be surprised, continuing, "Heartless Sword sect?" Zhu Lang conjured a flame in his hand. He spoke in a deep voice, "I hope you, the Divine Spear sect, won't disappoint me." Wang Xian stared intently at the flame, looking back and forth before asking, "Father, what is this?" Taishan angrily hit Wang Xian's head hard and shouted, "You idiot! This is a 6th grade sacred flame." He looked up, disbelieving his ears, and yelled, "A 6th grade sacred flame?" Taishan's calm voice rang out, "The Heartless Sword sect has decided to support our Divine Spear sect. Quickly refine this 6th grade sacred flame and strive to win first place in the Sacred Flame Grand Competition." Wang Xian's face couldn't hide his desire. "Sacred flame, I also have a sacred flame." Suddenly, he looked up and laughed loudly, triumphantly. Wang Xian thought to himself, a smirk on his face, "Qin Yu. Even if the Wind and Thunder Elder doesn't do anything to you. But now I have a 6th grade sacred flame. Based on my talent, Wang Xian, after refining the sacred flame, I will definitely advance further." He frowned, his eyes wide with bloodshot veins, and said in a low, harsh voice, "By then, it will be your time to die." Taishan questioned, while Wang Xian, still holding the 6th grade sacred flame, asked, "What about your wounds?" He tried to draw the flame into his palm. Wang Xian smiled brightly and waved it off, "It's nothing, Father, I'll go first." He turned and walked away, laughing loudly as if he had just gained a trophy. Undoubtedly, Taishan watched with a satisfied smile. "I never expected my son to obtain a sacred flame." He stroked his beard and laughed heartily, "It seems my Divine Spear sect is destined to rise up." Scene change, in Tiana City, 4 men were carrying a palanquin down a wide road. Huang Fei stood amidst the crowd in front of the city gate, smiling in welcome. He gently spoke, "Master has finally arrived." The 4 men slowly lowered the palanquin. Huang Fei clasped his hands together, raised them in a respectful bow, "Disciple respectfully greets Master." A hand reached out from inside the palanquin, gesturing a command. "Come in, you will follow me to the Jinan Prince's estate first." He smiled, bowed his head, and immediately obeyed, "Yes." After both were seated inside the palanquin, Xian Qi finally revealed, "This time, I have come first to settle your marriage with Liu." He glanced over, "Secondly, to help you win first place in the Sacred Flame competition." Hearing this, Huang Fei frowned slightly, visibly annoyed. "Master, speaking of this, there's something else I must report, concerning Qin Yu of the Qin family from the Divine Sword Dynasty." Suddenly, Xian Qi scowled, turned to look, and continued in a harsh voice, "Qin Yu." A moment later, he stroked his beard and said in a deep voice, "I see, it seems this Qin Yu has obtained a great fortuitous encounter in the great wilderness." He recalled the surge of power that pierced through the roof and flew into the sky, his face darkening as he thought. Qin Yu, carrying a sacred flame, and even possessing remnants of immortal energy. It's likely that the immortal energy aura I sensed that day was indeed on him. Huang Fei gritted his teeth in anger, clenching his fists and saying, Master, the quality of the sacred flame on Qin Yu is extremely high, even Chu Lin couldn't contend with it. Absolutely do not let him participate in the sacred flame competition. Xian Qi then smiled reassuringly, it's fine, let him participate. This trip, I have my own way to help you win. His hand produced a blue flame. Xian Qi, with the flame in his palm, explained, this is the Netherworld Ghost Flame, my 6th grade sacred flame. Although it's 6th grade, I have nurtured it for many years. Though not equal to a 7th grade, it's not far behind. I will use a secret art to help you obtain this sacred flame. Seeing this, Huang Fei's eyes widened, and he shouted in surprise, close to 7th grade. He continued, sacred flames above 6th grade have always been rare. I estimate that this young Qin Yu also only has a 6th grade. With my Netherworld Ghost Flame, you already have 9/10 of the victory in your grasp. Huang Fei sat up straight, closed his eyes, allowing the flame to fly into him. He raised the hand that now held the powerful flame, and Xian Qi said, this is the Netherworld Ghost Flame. Huang Fei clenched both hands, a triumphant smile on his face. Thank you, Master, I will definitely not disappoint you. His expression turned serious, his eyes filled with immense determination, and he thought to himself, Qin Yu, your cultivation is not equal to mine. Even if you have divine demonic power, plus a sacred flame, now I have the incredibly powerful ghost flame. I'd like to see how you can be my opponent. Scene change, Jinan Prince's estate. Li Yu anxiously ran over to Jinan, saying, Grandfather, I've thought of a way. That arrogant Huang Fei is arriving soon. She turned and pointed at Qin Yu, giving an order that made him spit out his tea in surprise, you go find him. He lowered his face in frustration, thinking, again, it's my job. Li Yu ran over to instruct, at that time, you must perform well and defeat Huang Fei's arrogance. Xian Qi arrived, stepping in and greeting, Prince Jinan, long time no see, huh? Qin Yu's eyes darted over, and he suddenly saw a powerful aura emanating from Huang Fei. The grade of the sacred fire on Huang Fei has been upgraded. He was originally 5th grade, but now he's reached 6th grade, even close to 7th grade. He pouted and thought to himself, his ancestor must have put a lot of effort and blood into this. Huang Fei ran over, clasped his hands, and bowed, Sister Li Yu. He smirked and announced, my master is here today precisely to finalize our marriage. Li Yu immediately pulled Qin Yu closer and retorted bluntly, no need, I already have a fiancé. You and I are close, we just knew each other a little when we were young. I advise you not to cling to me anymore. Xian Qi asked in a deep voice, this young brother, he must be Qin Yu of the Qin family from the Divine Sword Dynasty, right? Hearing that, Qin Yu immediately affirmed, that's right, it's me. The old man's brows furrowed in anger as he loudly insulted, Qin Yu, what right do you have to become Li Yu's husband? You're nothing but a stray dog from the Divine Sword Dynasty. Xian Qi raised his hand and introduced boastfully, Huang Fei is my personal disciple. In the future, he will also become the champion of the Sacred Fire competition, rising to power overnight. As for you, how can you compare to him? Seeing this, Li Yu indignantly spoke up, Qin Yu also possesses Sacred Fire. The one who wins first place in the Sacred Fire competition will definitely be him. Qin Yu stood there casually, frowning and judging internally, such a simple trick of provocation, and this girl falls for it. He gently placed a finger on his chin, pondering deeply, this old dog, he seems to be agitating Li Yu, but in reality, he wants to disrupt my mind. He's leading me to a death match in the Sacred Fire competition, using the opportunity to kill me. But this coincidentally suits my wishes. You want to kill me? How could I possibly let you off the hook? Xian Qi smirked and praised, well said. He immediately issued a challenge, so, if Qin Yu wins first place in the Sacred Fire competition, of course Feier won't be able to compare. Xian Qi emphasized again, his eyes becoming sharp and disdainful, but what if he doesn't? Li Yu angrily shouted, that's impossible. Huang Fei smirked cunningly and proposed, "If I take first place in the sacred fire competition, you must marry me immediately, without any delay." Xian Qi added, "If you trust him that much, then you won't refuse to bet on this match, will you?" She immediately fell into the trap, hastily agreeing, "Fine, who's afraid of whom?" Then Liu turned and glared at Qin Yu, reminding him, "You heard that, right? You absolutely must win first place, otherwise, I'll fall into that devil's clutches." Before leaving, Xian Qi didn't forget to add a few mocking words, "Very good. On the day of the sacred fire competition, this old man will be watching closely." Qin Yu and Liu stood silently, watching their backs as they left. Liu frowned in annoyance and open disgust. "I'm so angry I could die." "Qin Yu, in the sacred fire competition, you must teach that Huang Fei a good lesson, okay?" Qin Yu remained silent for a long time before speaking in a calm voice. "Are you sure? That Huang Fei is no longer the same as before?" He solemnly revealed, "Before, he was only 5th grade sacred fire, but now, the sacred fire pressure within him has increased to 6th grade, and it's even close to 7th grade." She shrugged and smiled dismissively. "Hey, so what if he's close to 7th grade? Isn't it?" As soon as she realized, Liu cried out in alarm, "What? Close to 7th grade? Why didn't you say so sooner?" Qin Yu sighed helplessly and shook his head. "That's right. Right now, I basically have no way to surpass him. I'm afraid that in the coming days, you'll really have to marry him." She immediately curled up and lamented dejectedly, "I'm ruined, I'm doomed. Why did I get so agitated? So stupid." He stood at a distance, chuckling softly. Prince Jinan approached and let out a faint laugh. He stroked his beard and reminded, "Young brother, don't tease Yue anymore." Prince Jinan showed a benevolent smile and said, "Facing you, whether it's 6th grade or 7th grade, I'm afraid it makes no difference to you." Suddenly, Liu bit her lip tightly, her eyes filled with tears, and with an aggrieved expression, she turned to look at him. Qin Yu scratched his head awkwardly, trying to change the subject. "Who knows?" As night fell, the bright moonlight shone, illuminating the night sky. A hand was trying to absorb power into the flower. Qin Yu sat upright with his eyes tightly closed, practicing his cultivation technique, his whole body blazing with immense power. His eyes opened wide, and a golden light glowed in them. From Qin Yu's body, a powerful and awe-inspiring fanged beast and golden eagle roared out. He pressed these two powers together. Qin Yu's hand formed a bright golden power sphere. Then his entire body flew into the air, allowing the power to be absorbed into him. Qin Yu collapsed onto the floor, his entire body emitting a blue flame. He exhaled sharply, his face darkened, sweating profusely. The third layer of the divine awareness realm is complete. Tomorrow is the time for the main event. Qin Yu flopped down onto the floor to rest. The scene shifts to the Holy Flame martial arts competition arena, with several white birds taking flight within the hall. Everyone in the stands was excited, raising their hands to cheer. Prince Jinan stroked his beard and smiled gently. The Holy Flame martial arts competition has finally begun. Tian Shuang, sitting beside him, softly added, "Indeed. I hope young Master Qin Yu will fight smoothly." Bright flames of power hovered around the pillars of the arena. Xian Qi sat regally on his throne, letting out a cold snort. A young man excitedly shouted, "The Holy Flame martial arts competition has begun." Another person sighed sadly, "What a pity, if only I had a holy flame." A young man ambled in, secretly observing something. Huang Fei glanced at the other competitors, a sneer playing on his lips, thinking, a bunch of ants, full of naivety, coming to participate in this competition. Wang Xian suddenly appeared from behind, laughing mockingly. "Huang Fei, you look so confident. It seems winning the championship is 90% certain, isn't it?" Huang Fei didn't hesitate to retort, "Wang Xian, today is the Holy Flame Grand Competition. Why are you here? You don't even have a holy flame. Did you come to watch the show?" He replied evasively, "Whether I have a holy flame or not, you'll find out later." The two of them looked at each other, face to face, smiling, but an invisible bolt of hatred seemed to flash in their eyes. A foot stomped firmly on the ground. Qin Yu appeared with a majestic and imposing demeanor. Huang Fei and Wang Xian suddenly stopped and turned to look as he arrived. Huang Fei smirked and said, "Wang Xian, let's not rush into our feud. Our common enemy is Qin Yu." Wang Xian immediately added, "That's naturally the case." Qin Yu sneered contemptuously, thinking to himself, "Two idiots." He feigned friendliness, raising his hand to greet them, "Hello, gentlemen. I hope you both perform well today and try not to lose too embarrassingly." Wang Xian angrily roared, preparing to raise his fist to attack. Such shameless boasting. "Qin Yu, today will be your dying day." Huang Fei gnashed his teeth, his eyes glowing red with hatred. "Go ahead and laugh. Let's see how long you can laugh." Someone sat high above, observing the bustling scene below. Fei Fei laughed loudly, praising, "This year's Holy Flame Grand Assembly has gathered so many masters, and the major sect strengths are also very powerful." She particularly noticed Qin Yu, but that martial artist, he particularly stands out. Hearing this, Tan Jiao suddenly paused, her cheeks flushed. "That person is..." Less than 3 seconds later, she immediately leaped up. The men below all looked up, following Tan Jiao's appearance. She landed on the ground right in front of Qin Yu. Tan Jiao spoke up, asking, "Qin Yu, is it really you?" Qin Yu stepped closer and replied, "Tan Jiao, since you went to the Jade Maiden sect for advanced training, we haven't seen each other in 3 years. I didn't expect you to have become such a graceful and charming young lady." Tan Jiao continued, "Qin Yu, you've changed quite a bit too. I just really didn't expect you to come and participate in the Holy Flame Grand Assembly." Hearing that, he smiled brightly, "This Holy Flame Grand Assembly, I'm determined to win it." She then revealed sadly, "Qin Yu, I've heard about what happened to you. The Qin family dedicated themselves to our Divine Sword dynasty, establishing great merits, but I didn't expect that your father and sister would be such people." Qin Yu raised his hand and gently patted Tan Jiao's head. He comforted her in a low voice, "It's okay, this is between them and me, it has nothing to do with you." From above, Fei Fei sat watching the intimate conversation between the two. She exclaimed as if very surprised when she realized something. Fei Fei's eyes sharpened, examining every detail, wondering to herself, "Is this the Qin Yu who killed Li Jianhe?" Qin Yu and junior sister grew up together. Their relationship wouldn't be superficial. If Qin Yu truly becomes the top ranker, then perhaps I can use this to do something. A man standing nearby wondered, "What's going on? Who is this kid? Why is he so close to someone from the Jade Maiden sect?" Someone immediately replied, "You fool, that's the love saint. Just watch, if he has fewer than 3 women by his side, I, Zhao Ritian, will write my name backward." Warner slowly walked up, smiling gently as she praised, "Young Master Qin Yu truly never lacks beautiful women for company." The other man pointed and said, "Look, another one has arrived." Qin Yu scratched his head, smiling shyly as he replied, "Miss Warner, you flatter me." Tan Jiao stood by, looking shy and embarrassed, while Warner was clearly annoyed. Suddenly, the umbrella opened. Tan Jiao said, "Well then, Qin Yu, I'll head up first." She lightly pushed off the ground with one foot. Before leaving, Tan Jiao didn't forget to encourage him, "For the Holy Flame Grand Assembly, you must do your best." Qin Yu smirked confidently, "Don't worry, the top ranker of this Holy Flame Grand Assembly will definitely be me." As soon as Tan Jiao went up, Fei Fei seriously called out, "Junior sister." She chuckled faintly, "If this Qin Yu really wins first place in the Holy Flame Grand Assembly, then we'll have to rely on you, junior sister Tan Jiao." The other men then noticed a girl approaching. "Look quickly, she's here too." Qin Yu suddenly froze, his brows furrowed. Ice Soul Sex Chuhani, with a beautiful but icy cold face, showed no emotion. Someone standing behind began to whisper excitedly, "Do you see? That's the person known as the once-in-a-century peerless genius of the Ice Soul sect. She's only 16, but she already has a cultivation of the 5th level of the Spirit Enlightenment realm, and she also carries a 6th grade Holy Flame." Someone else also asked, "Is that Chuhani of the Ice Soul sect?" The person next to him couldn't help but exclaim, Chu Hani has been in secluded cultivation for 3 years. I didn't expect her to have become such a beauty. I remember when I met her back then, she was just a snot-nosed kid. Hani slowly walked forward, stood in front of Qin Yu, and smiled gently. He also smiled softly in return. Both Huang Fei and Wang Xian, witnessing this, burned with jealousy. This kid, how did he even manage to charm Chu Hani? Hani's small lips parted slightly as she called out, Qin Yu. She said, which surprised Qin Yu, I have a connection with the Qin family. If you ever need help in the future, just come find me. Hani and Qin Yu walked in opposite directions. She then threatened, but if we meet again in this holy flame competition, I won't hold back. However, Qin Yu didn't mind at all, he just smiled gently and thought, this girl. A moment later, a dense crowd gathered in the middle of the competition square. Qin Yu stood alone observing, watching others happily chatting. 2 other girls walked over, waving hello to everyone in a friendly manner, hello, hello. Qin Yu's eyes widened, paying special attention, this girl is. Ling Ha smiled happily and spoke friendly, hello, please give me more guidance. Seeing him, she also casually greeted him, oh, hello. Qin Yu immediately replied, hello. Warner showed her displeasure, young Master Qin has many acquaintances, doesn't he? His expression darkened, he stared and thought to himself, sure enough, she came too. In my previous life, she won first place in the Holy Flame Great Competition. He recalled how powerful Ling Ha's strength was in his previous life. This person's background is mysterious. She claimed to be a rogue cultivator and won the competition in her previous life by crushing others. She demonstrated that her cultivation had reached the 9th level of the Spirit Enlightenment realm, and she also possessed a holy flame no lower than 8th grade. Her entire being exuded demonic energy, but the strange thing was that ever since she won the Holy Flame Great Competition, she vanished without a trace, no one ever saw her again. Qin Yu stared at Ling Hao with murderous intent, a resolve growing in his heart, in this life, I must observe carefully to see what this woman's true background is. Immortal Qi announced loudly, it's almost time. The old man and the Jinan King jumped down to the stage. He shouted, everyone, please keep quiet. Then, the Jinan King stood solemnly and introduced to everyone, the Holy Flame Great Competition is a significant event for the Heavenly River Dynasty. Today, I hope you can rely on your own abilities to achieve the top position. He spread his hands, inviting, I invite the representatives of the 4 great sects to the stage. Hearing the command, the 4 of them stepped out one by one with majestic and capable demeanor. The 4 stood at the 4 corners around the stage. They all raised their hands, focusing their power into the large flame. From within the flame, the heavenly heart holy flame stone gradually appeared. Huang Fei's eyes widened in shock as he exclaimed, this is the heavenly heart holy flame stone. Wang Xian couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, the heavenly heart holy flame stone is the most mysterious item of the Heavenly River Dynasty. Legend has it that it was born from heaven and earth, not only helping martial artists control holy flames better but even enhancing the grade of holy flames. His expression darkened visibly, and he said in a low voice, because the heavenly heart holy flame stone is too precious, it has always been jointly owned by the 4 great sects. Everyone who witnessed it couldn't help but exclaim, oh, how magnificent. Only Qin Yu stood still, a slight sneer on his lips, they're already so surprised by something this small. He remembered his previous life, if they knew there was a heavenly heart holy flame stone as big as a mountain deep within the great desolate, how would they feel? Tian Shuang's voice was gentle yet powerful, I'm sure you all know, this is the heavenly heart holy flame stone. For those with a flame stone, it is an incredibly important item. She pointed and introduced, the heavenly heart holy flame stone is originally managed by the 4 great sects together, each sect can use it for 3 months. Tian Shuang continued, but if you can win first place in the Holy Flame Great Competition and join a sect, then for the entire next year. Her eyes widened seriously, her tone emphasizing, you can enjoy the Heavenly Heart Holy Flame Stone alone. From the stands above, the audience raised their hands in enthusiastic applause. Tian Shuang watched Qin Yu from a distance, young Master Qin. She looked at him with affectionate eyes, silently thinking to herself, I hope you can keep your word. Another person's foot gently stepped forward. Chu Lin said in a calm voice, the rules of the Holy Flame competition are very simple. There are a total of 3 rounds. The first round is a one-on-one duel, and the winner will advance to the next round. Now, please come up to the stage to draw lots. In an instant, he conjured a vortex with countless cards. Chu Lin stood watching the contestants move one by one. Qin Yu also stepped forward. He turned and smirked, little god of the extreme heat sect, we meet again. You're not going to play any tricks with these draws, are you? Chu Lin replied irritably, you're looking down on me, Chu Lin, a bit too much. Qin Yu chuckled faintly and continued, even if you do play tricks, it won't affect me at all. He angrily shouted, well said. Then I'll wait and see how far you can go. Qin Yu feigned calmness and hummed, then I'll keep my eyes wide open and watch clearly. Chu Lin turned back, becoming serious, and said, everyone, please look at the tokens in your hands. He announced, on your tokens, there are numbers for distinction. Those with matching numbers will be opponents in this match. Qin Yu's token was number 5. He softly read aloud, number 5. Qin Yu raised a hand to his chin, pondering, I wonder who my opponent for this round will be. Chu Lin raised his hand and announced, those who drew token number 1, please begin preparations. Other fighters, please step off the arena for now. The first round began, with 2 number 1 fighters standing opposite each other, ready to battle. Natku clasped his hands, smiled, and bowed, please. La Huan immediately returned the bow, please. Natku opened his mouth wide and blew out a powerful flame. In less than 3 seconds, La Huan was defeated by that flame, falling to the ground. He looked up and laughed loudly, triumphantly. Hong Fei saw this and gave a scornful sneer. He mocked, a first-grade holy flame, daring to participate in the holy flame competition? Vong Yin chimed in with a sneer, there truly are countless idiots in this world, aren't there? Round after round, contestants continuously battled, winners stayed, while losers had to grudgingly leave. The 5th round began. Qin Yu's opponent was Manhua, whose body was several times larger and more muscular than his. He pointed down at Qin Yu, smirking and bluntly scoffing, you pampered brat, I advise you to surrender early, so you don't lose your life here. Qin Yu just let out a cold breath. He then challenged, so much nonsense, just come at me directly. Manhua angrily said, you stinking brat. He surged with immense power, his biceps bulging, and behind him, a roaring tiger gradually appeared. Manhua then threatened, you're asking for death. Qin Yu remained calm in the face of that power, casually standing with his arms crossed, watching. Tian Xuang observed and evaluated in a low voice, a 3rd-grade holy flame is not bad, but it's a pity he met young Master Qin. Manhua charged towards him like a fierce tiger, die, you weak little rabbit. Qin Yu slightly raised his elbow, and the power that emanated sent Manhua flying upwards. Manhua was blasted a long distance away by Qin Yu's power. Everyone witnessing it was wide-eyed and open-mouthed in shock. Han Yi thought to himself, the opponent is a 3rd-grade holy flame. Using just a very ordinary kick, he could instantly defeat the opponent. Qin Yu is much stronger than I imagined. Qin Yu, completely unharmed, calmly raised his hand and scoffed, how boring. Wang Xian was visibly annoyed by this, what's there to be smug about? Just wait, I'll chop you to death later. Next was the 6th round, Huang Fei won. Then was the 7th round, Wang Xian won. And then successively came the next rounds, Wu Ming won, Chu Hanyi won. Suddenly, Chu Lin said in a low voice, everyone, watching like this is too boring. He turned and said to Xian Qi, how about we also open a betting table? The old man smiled and replied, I agree, but I wonder what the others think. Zhuolang also immediately agreed, I agree. Even Fei Fei did, I second that. Chu Lin immediately conjured a golden elixir, since that's the case, I bet this 3rd-grade Yi Jin Duangu elixir, I bet Huang Fei will win. Xian Qi smirked and added, I'm also betting on Huang Fei. The old man proposed, "My bet is the Ao Shuang sword, a weapon forged by my own hands." Tian Shuang said softly, "The stakes aren't small, are they? If you two are so generous, our Holy Heart Palace cannot lose either." No sooner said than done, she conjured a suit of armor for everyone to behold. Tian Shuang declared, "This celestial star armor will be the Holy Heart Palace's bet. I bet young Master Qin you will win." Zhuolang also began to chime in, "A third-grade ruthless elixir, I bet on Wang Xian." Next, Fei Fei placed her bet, profound-grade low-tier martial art, flowing cloud steps, I bet on Chu Han Yi. Everyone's bets slowly floated up into midair. Someone turned to exclaim, as expected of the four great sects, they play with top-tier items right from the start. Another person sighed dejectedly, "If only I had a holy flame, how great that would be." Everyone started looking at each other and discussing animatedly, "Even if we can't join the four great sects, just being a cleaner would be 1,000 times better than our current situation." Ling Yi suddenly spoke up, drawing attention, "Everyone." She suddenly winked, her tone sharp, "What if you all bet incorrectly?" Everyone turned away. Only Chu Lin turned back and replied, "Then these bets will all be given to the champion of the Holy Flame tournament. If we all bet incorrectly, it's no problem." Ling Yi raised a hand to her chin and said, "That's excellent. In my opinion, the top position in this Holy Flame tournament will only be contested by me and that young Master Qin." Seeing this, Qin Yu stood still and thought to himself, "This girl, why is she shifting the conflict onto me?" Wang Xian, hearing this from afar, angrily shouted in disdain, "You don't know your place. You and that Qin Yu, you think you can win the championship of the Holy Flame Grand Tournament? With me, Wang Xian, here, this championship belongs to no one else but me." The other contestants immediately agreed, "Exactly, winning won't be that easy." Another person's foot slowly approached. Chu Lin announced, "All right, next, prepare to proceed with the second round of the Holy Flame Tournament." His expression turned serious, he clenched his fist, and said in a low voice, "This second round is a free-for-all." Both Wang Xian and Huang Fei glared daggers at Qin Yu. He stood alone amidst the crowd. Qin Yu raised his hand to his chin, smirked, and pondered. "It seems these people have been bought off. What a bunch of naive and foolish people." Chu Lin announced that the time for the second round is 1 stick of incense. After the time ends, the last 4 people standing will participate in the final match. His deep, steady voice rang out, saying if the first round was just to eliminate overly weak martial artists, then the second round is the true test for your sacred flame power. Chu Lin's face was stern as he stated, "For the second round, all martial artists can only use sacred flames to fight. Additionally, no weapons are allowed, nor can they use their cultivation base to suppress others." He raised his hand as a signal, "Now, the Sacred Flame Grand Competition, second round, begins." The audience in the stands excitedly raised their hands to cheer enthusiastically, their feet stomping hard on the ground. Those people gathered around, intending to tear apart Qin Yu, who stood in the middle like a plump prey. One person created a purple flame, another created a red flame, they gnashed their teeth, threatening, "Go to your death." Qin Yu showed no fear or wavering, calmly replying, "Come on then, I'll stand right here. Let's see how much of a stir you can cause." They shot their flames straight forward, "You're on the verge of death and still boast shamelessly." Secret technique. For flames simultaneously shot towards Qin Yu, yet he remained completely still. Liu witnessed this and angrily shouted, "So many people ganging up. How despicable and shameless." Qin Yao, who was watching, also looked worried, "Qin Yu." Those flames collided simultaneously, creating a shocking explosion. One guy smirked triumphantly, "We all wield 4th grade sacred flames, and we've painstakingly trained in combined attack techniques for this moment. If you face this move, even if you don't die, you'll lose a layer of skin." Qin Yu smirked dismissively, "Lose a layer of skin? There isn't even a speck of dust on me. If your attack is over, then let me show you mine." He raised his hand, and a powerful counterflame erupted. Xian Qi gnashed his teeth, thinking to himself, "Indeed, it's only 6th grade power." It seems I guessed correctly. Liu shouted enthusiastically, great. You really do have a sixth-grade sacred flame. Qin Yu then taunted them, which made Huang Fei and Wang Xian quite uncomfortable, counting on these insignificant people. You two are truly stupid. If you want my life, why don't you hurry up and make your move? Huang Fei gnashed his teeth in anger, his eyes red with killing intent, shouting, it's just a sixth-grade sacred flame. Do you really think you're invincible? You're so eager to die, then I'll grant your wish. Wang Xian, equally furious, burst into flame and added, sixth-grade sacred flame, I have one too. Kid, today will be the day you die. Seeing this, Liu couldn't help but gasp in surprise, how can even Wang Xian have a sixth-grade sacred flame? Chu Lin immediately figured it out and glanced at Zhu Lang, who remained calm, the heartless sword sect is truly generous. Huang Fei and Wang Xian prepared to attack together, with the same sixth-grade sacred flames. Let's see how you take on two of us. Two flames combined and surged forward. Qin Yu calmly replied, I was just warming up earlier. Who said my sacred flame? He smirked, a golden light emanating from his eyes, and shouted, is sixth grade? His whole body erupted in a powerful flame, and the golden bird also appeared. It flew up, and with just a gentle bite, it extinguished Huang Fei and Wang Xian's flames. Qin Yu's flame spread wider and wider. Xian Qi, eyes wide and jaw dropped, stammered in shock, such power. Seventh grade? Eighth grade? No, it's not. This is a ninth-grade sacred flame. Even Chu Lin couldn't believe his eyes, a ninth-grade sacred flame. Even the sect master of the Extreme Sun sect only has an eighth-grade sacred flame. All the audience in the stands were stunned, exclaiming, this is a ninth-grade sacred flame. Qin Yu stood majestically amidst the enormous flame. Wang Xian, already wavering in fear, turned to Wang Fei and shouted, ninth grade. He has a ninth-grade sacred flame. King Jinan smirked in satisfaction, he's made a fortune. He beamed with joy, a ninth-grade sacred flame. In the entire history of the Heavenly River Dynasty, there have only been just over 10 people with a ninth-grade sacred flame. King Jinan stroked his beard, thinking to himself, the least capable among them, at present, is also at the peak of the soul-shattering realm. He secretly praised in his heart, not only undefeated in the Heavenly River Dynasty, but even on the entire continent, they are peak existences. King Jinan laughed loudly and exclaimed, good, very good. I didn't expect my Heavenly River City to also produce a Heaven's Chosen with a ninth-grade sacred flame. Upon seeing this, Xian Shuang's eyes widened in surprise, it's actually a ninth-grade sacred flame. Even Master only possesses an eighth-grade sacred flame. Then her expression immediately relaxed into a gentle, soft smile, young Master Qin's future achievements will surely surpass Master's. Destroyer flame still flew high above where Qin Yao stood. She looked down, observing the golden bird. Qin Yao wondered in her heart, Qin Yu, is this the fortuitous encounter you gained in the great wilderness? She sadly murmured to herself, Royal Father, you chose to sacrifice Qin Yu to ascend to the Zhao clan immortal tribe, but in the end, you met your demise. Our divine sword dynasty lost a Heaven's Chosen like Qin Yu. Qin Yao looked up at the clear blue sky, sadly thinking, Royal Father, if you knew this in the afterlife, would you regret it? Qin Yu raised his hand to stop Huang Fei and Wang Xian. He glared at both of them, directly rebuking, you two conspired with all sorts of schemes, trying to plot against me. Qin Yu's eyes were sharp, radiating killing intent, it's just a pity that, in front of the ninth-grade sacred flame, all your actions seem ridiculous. He unleashed a massive flame, directly defeating both of them. Huang Fei and Wang Xian were sent flying dozens of meters away. Their bodies were riddled with wounds, their eyes rolled back, showing the whites, gasping for breath repeatedly. Qin Yu resolutely withdrew the flame, I'm not killing you now because you still have a use. His expression darkened as he silently resolved, when the ancient ruins open, that will be the day you die. Qin Yu stood on his toes and flew up, declaring, the sacred flame grand competition should end now. He stated in a deep voice, since the ninth-grade sacred flame has been revealed, there's no need for a third round. Qin Yu raised his palm, channeling spiritual power into the Cao Cheng bell/gong. A fiery energy, like a swirling vortex, immediately materialized. Liu looked up, confused, asking, "What's he doing now?" Ling Yi looked up, saw them, and immediately recognized it, Nine Heavens Imperial Destroyer Flame. She bared her teeth and muttered, "It seems coming to the mortal realm this time was the right choice." Meanwhile, countless primordial spirits gathered into the golden bird. It roared, shaking the entire space. Qin Yu quickly pointed his palm forward and shouted, "Nine Heavens Annihilation, unleash." In an instant, it shot out fiery energy rays, raining down on the crowd below. Their eyes widened in shock, urging each other, "Run." With a bang, an explosion erupted right in the middle of the area. It was followed by a streak of golden primordial spirit, swirling endlessly. King Jinnan faintly smiled, secretly pleased. This is the only time in my life I've witnessed a second round of sacred flame competition. Not long after, the ground shattered, sending debris flying everywhere, and dense smoke and dust filled the sky, making the space even gloomier. The young people lay slumped on the ground, badly beaten by that fury. Meanwhile, Hani was getting up from behind the smoke. She frowned and cursed, "Qin Yu, you really are a madman." At the same time, Ling Yi slowly took another step forward. With her hands behind her back, she secretly sighed, "Father was right, the mortal world truly brings people many pleasures. Qin Yu, I hope next time we meet, your sacred flame will be even stronger." Not long after, Qin Yu also gently landed here. He stood alone on the competition stage. Qin Yu looked at the empty space in front of him and said, "Only I remain on the stage." With piercing eyes, he affirmed, "It seems the top spot of this sacred flame grand competition belongs to me." Chu Lin, standing behind, was also somewhat overwhelmed by this aura. Tian Shuang, on the other hand, was extremely surprised and could only stare wide-eyed. Huang Fei now finally propped himself up with his hands on the ground and growled, "Damn it." He looked at his figure and roared, "I possess a 6th grade sacred flame, yet I'm not the top of this sacred flame grand competition." Huang Fei's eyes widened, and he furiously cursed, "Qin Yu, an abandoned, lowly, despicable child of the Sword God dynasty, a toy of the royal family, what right does he have?" Blood vessels gradually popped in Huang Fei's eyes, and his tone became venomous, "I want to kill you. So what if you have a 9th grade sacred flame? You're just a trashy first-level spirit comprehension realm." With that, his muscular body swelled, tearing his flimsy shirt. His eyes turned bloodshot, Huang Fei's battle lust surged, and he directly challenged, "The first place of the Sacred Flame Grand Competition can only be me, Huang Fei. No one can stop me." Then he lunged towards Qin Yu, dragging a blue spiritual energy with him. Huang Fei raised his sword high, gnashing his teeth and cursing, "Go to hell, Qin Yu." Qin Yu remained still, his face darkening. Tian Shuang worriedly shouted, "Young Master Qin, be careful." Qin Yu turned his head, calmly saying, "If you want to die so badly, I'll grant your wish." His entire body erupted with a violet spiritual energy, and he let out a cold snort. Qin Yu immediately summoned Yazi, who opened its mouth wide and let out a piercing scream. Huang Fei immediately froze, his eyes wide as he exclaimed, "What?" Yazi fiercely struck him, shattering Huang Fei's primordial spirit. He couldn't react in time and immediately fell with a thud to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood. Even though he was beaten to a miserable state, Huang Fei still couldn't stop questioning, "How can I not kill him? Why?" At this moment, only hatred remained in his mind. "He's just a piece of trash. He should have been trampled under my feet. Why did it turn out like this? I won't accept this." Qin Yu coldly clutched his divine spear in his hand, murmuring, "Truly trash." Then he launched his weapon with a terrifying energy towards Huang Fei. He couldn't react in time and was struck squarely by the spear. Huang Fei was pushed into a nearby city wall. The impact was so great that the wall cracked. Qin Yu looked at his body, devoid of any signs of life, and said, "You are the one." The crowd was terrified by this scene, looking at Huang Fei's suspended feet without daring to say anything. The immortal artifact looked at Huang Fei impaled high up there and gritted its teeth, thinking, a first-grade immortal artifact. So what I saw that day was indeed the aura of an immortal artifact, this very item. The elder's brows furrowed as he suddenly realized, Qin Yu, oh Qin Yu, not only does he possess a supreme sacred flame, but he also has a first-grade immortal artifact. Chu Lin went mad at this moment, boiling with rage as he questioned, Qin Yu, how dare you kill someone protected by my extreme sun sect? He said nothing, just brought two fingers together, creating a purple light, divine war spear. Immediately, the divine spear returned to Qin Yu's hand. He pointed the spear directly at Chu Lin, arrogantly asking, he can kill me, but I can't kill him. He sternly warned, if you make another sound, I'll kill you too. Chu Lin stomped his foot, causing the entire place to shake, and cleared his throat, challenging, what an arrogant brat. I want to see how you'll kill even me. Suddenly, Tian Shuang extended her hand in front of him, stopping him, stop. She looked at Chu Lin, struggling to persuade him, young Master Qin is someone the Sacred Heart Palace values. If you want to lay a hand on him, you'll have to ask if I agree first. Do you intend to turn against the Sacred Heart Palace too? Qin Yu slowly spoke again, Tian Shuang, let him come. He frankly welcomed, if he wants to go to the underworld with Huang Fei, then I shall send him off. Tian Shuang suddenly felt flustered, and softly called out, young Master Qin. Chu Lin, having been humiliated like that, his tone became even more acrimonious, you brought this upon yourself. He shot up into the sky with his radiant golden primordial spirit. Chu Lin quickly clasped both palms together. And I was immediately open to an endless source of light. He unleashed his ultimate move, profound grade mid-tier martial art, extreme sun divine yang. Seeing this, Tian Shuang couldn't help but be afraid, thinking, extreme sun divine yang is a martial skill that only those ranked among the top 3 in the extreme sun sect are allowed to learn. Its formidable power, when cultivated to perfection, can even rival a profound grade high-tier martial art. Suo Lin was excited, pointing his palm downwards, openly showing contempt for his opponent, even if you've awakened the 9th grade sacred flame. Even if you've killed Huang Fei, before a profound grade mid-tier martial skill, you are nothing but an ant. He roared loudly, go die, just as the extreme sun divine yang flashed with countless streaks of lightning. Qin Yu was not only unafraid but also sneered, profound grade mid-tier? The next second, he raised his divine spear to confront it. Qin Yu spun gracefully, creating purple spiritual energy, thinking to himself, let me try using you to see if I can unleash my strongest move this time. He aimed his divine spear directly at the center of the divine yang, unleashing his skill, Earth Grade High Tier, 9 Heavens Divine Lightning Spear. Each of Qin Yu's spear thrusts continuously pierced through the divine yang. The lightning bolts then shot out, shattering the space around them. Suo Lin was shocked and yelled, what? However, it was too late to salvage anything, the lightning spear immediately shot straight towards him. Below the stage, a terrifying circle of energy was still forming, controlled by Qin Yu, directly attacking Suo Lin. Qing Jiao clenched her fists, her cheeks flushed, as she suddenly realized, Earth-grade martial skill. Tian Shuang unconsciously leaned back and muttered, it's actually an Earth-grade martial skill. Liu was truly going from one surprise to another. Qin Yu, just how many more cards do you have up your sleeve? Xian Qi stood to the side, clenching his fists, gritting his teeth and muttering, the fortuitous encounter of the Great Desolate is actually this powerful. Just a few seconds later, Suo Lin's body fell to the ground. He lay sprawled on it, motionless. Qin Yu's sharp spear immediately pointed directly at Suo Lin's neck. He sneered arrogantly, is this all the extreme sun sect's divine sun amounts to? Go meet Huang Fei. Tian Shuang hurriedly shouted to stop him, young Master Qin, you cannot kill Suo Lin. However, no one could stop Qin Yu, his spear point still pressed down on Huang Fei's body. He glared with wide eyes and threatened, Ancestor Xian Qi hasn't acted yet. If I die, how can I account to the extreme sun sect? Xian Qi quickly pulled out his jade ring and yelled, Qin Yu, that's enough. Don't injure anyone else again. His weapon instantly flew straight forward. He nonchalantly summoned his familiar spirit beast, Yazi. It quickly appeared, using its muscular arm to firmly grasp the ring. Yazi shattered it with ease in the blink of an eye. Suo Lin then screamed frantically, "Save me!" No sooner had he finished speaking than he received a kick from Qin Yu. Suo Lin's blood immediately gushed out, and his arm became stiff. Qin Yu frowned and coldly stated, "I already said, I must send him to the underworld to accompany Huang Fei." Xian Qi grew even more hateful, cursing loudly, "Damn it!" He stomped his feet heavily on the ground, causing it to crack into small pieces again. His voice filled with hatred, "Qin Yu, you first killed my beloved disciple, then you killed the divine son of the extreme Sun sect, continuously committing cruel murders. Heaven's laws are hard to tolerate such heinous crimes. Even if you awakened the 9th grade sacred flame, I cannot let you live." Qin Yu showed no fear, even bursting out laughing, repeating, "Can't let me live." The next second, he changed his demeanor, becoming serious as he asked, "Old dog, do you think I'll let you survive?" Qin Yu tightly gripped the divine spear in his hand, emphasizing each word, "You killed the person I loved most, and used every means to humiliate them." He pointed the spearhead at Xian Qi, bluntly declaring, "You and I cannot live under the same sky." Upon hearing this, King Jinnan was a little startled, stroking his beard in thought, so, this Qin Yu already had a long-standing grievance with ancestor Xian Qi. But who exactly was the person he loved most? Xian Qi was also slightly surprised, exclaiming, "I can't believe I have such great enmity with you." He smirked and continued smugly, "You are young, yet you could kill Chu Lin." Xian Qi praised slightly, "Moreover, you possess the 9th grade sacred flame and earth grade martial arts. You truly are a chosen son of heaven." Suddenly, he gathered spiritual energy in his hand and continued, "It's just a pity." Xian Qi quickly summoned his purple primordial spirit, and a horrifying skull appeared in the sky, disparaging him, "This old man is already at the peak of the divine ability realm. Killing you is as simple as crushing an ant." He immediately pulled out a whip covered in sharp thorns. Xian Qi powerfully cracked the whip, unleashing his technique, first-grade immortal weapon, Purple Demon Whip. Zhu Lang frowned at the scene, silently judging, the first-grade immortal weapon, Purple Demon Whip, combined with the profound-grade high-tier cultivation method, Purple Demon Whip Art. It seems he's truly determined to kill. The old man's whip instantly swept a line across the ground. It shot rapidly towards Qin Yu's position. He immediately summoned his two spirit beasts, Golden Bird and Yitzi. Qin Yu pointed his divine spear forward, and two streams of energy from his spirit beasts continuously swirled around his weapon. In an instant, the purple demon whip and Qin Yu's spiritual energy clashed. He stomped heavily on the ground to gain momentum. Xian Qi, still complacent, mocked loudly, "Too weak." Qin Yu was indeed no match. He flew into the air and was unexpectedly hit squarely by a blow. The old man gloated excitedly, "Qin Yu, is that all you've got?" He gritted his teeth, retracting the two energy streams. Qin Yu quickly turned his head and shouted, "King Jinnan, Dragon Tiger Metamorphosis Pill." The king was momentarily startled upon hearing Qin Yu's request. But then, King Jinnan extended his hand and threw out a Dan pill, saying, "Catch." He reached out his arm and caught it precisely. Qin Yu didn't hesitate and immediately put it into his mouth. As soon as he swallowed it, a mark glowed brightly on Qin Yu's forehead. His entire body was then enveloped by a terrifying energy. Xian Qi looked up, letting out another hearty laugh, "A 4th-grade Dragon Tiger Metamorphosis Pill. It takes many years to fully refine. You're using medicine in battle, do you really think you can break through?" However, just a moment later, he froze, his eyes suddenly widening. Qin Yu's body had transformed, his muscles bulging, tearing his clothes apart. The dragon tiger mark on his forehead glowed even brighter. Qin Yu floated in midair, spreading his arms, with the backing of the dragon tiger behind him. Xian Qi now began to tremble, taking a few steps back. He gasped in disbelief, "How can this be? You actually refined the Dragon Tiger Metamorphosis Pill?" Xian Qi was shocked, sweat pouring down his face. This is the power of the Peak God Passage realm. Just refining the Dragon Tiger Metamorphosis pill, and he's advanced so much. Qin Yu coldly pointed the divine spear, crackling with lightning, at where the old man stood. Yizhi also appeared, letting out a fierce roar. The Golden Crow and Dragon Tiger, under his control, also attacked together. Qin Yu frowned, and loudly challenged, "Old dog, take another spear thrust from me." Xian Qi was instantly startled, just standing rooted to the spot, watching the spear tip and those mighty spiritual forces rushing towards him. Xian Qi, sweat pouring down his face, opened his eyes wide and exclaimed, "This is..." He quickly whipped his rope into a circle, the purple demonic whip. Xian Qi raised both his hands straight up, making it a shield against that oppressive power. But what was it compared to Qin Yu's spiritual power? Even standing behind the shield, he still had to scream in terror. Immediately after that, his spiritual power slammed into the ground, sweeping a huge circle. Qin Yu's primordial spirit flashed everywhere, affecting many of those sitting in the stands. Even Tian Shuang and Fei Fei had to raise their hands to shield themselves from its power. The Jinan king raised his hand to cover his face, shouting loudly, "Such immense pressure." A second later, he opened his eyes wide and mumbled, "This is..." The Jinan king stood staring at a densely pitted hole in front, while Xian Qi staggered. Drops of his blood began to fall onto the ground. Xian Qi was covered in scratches, his eyes blank. Qin Yu then landed as the old man collapsed to his knees. With one bullet-shaped eye, a mark on his forehead, and a six-pack physique, he stared intently at Xian Qi. Tian Shuang was also shocked, sweat streaming down her face incessantly. She frowned and exclaimed, "Breaking through in battle." Xian Qi's ancestors' Peak God Passage realm attack. Young Master Qin is more terrifying than I thought. The Jinan king was stunned, speechless. This... Zhu Lang felt dizzy, thinking to himself, "Fortunately, I didn't offend this monster. Otherwise, even if the swordsman was merciless, I wouldn't have been able to preserve my life." Each of Qin Yu's spear thrusts, though stained with blood, still flashed with a gleam. Xian Qi slumped to the ground, retreating a few steps. He loudly surrendered, "Qin Yu, I concede. You win." Xian Qi, cowardly, looked up and pleaded, "Tell me what you want, but don't kill me." He indifferently emphasized each word, "What I want is only your dog's life." Suddenly, several purple circles rotated around where Qin Yu stood, accompanied by dark red drops of blood. He looked around, frowning in confusion. Qin Yu instantly radiated streams of dark red aura. They flew up into the air together, accumulating into a strange point. He was quickly enveloped by that energy. Not long after, the purple demonic whip had formed right there. Qing Jiao couldn't help but shout in fear, "Qin Yu!" At this moment, he and Xian Qi were inside the barrier. The old man suddenly burst into laughter, as if Qin Yu had fallen into a trap. Xian Qi's eyes became extremely sharp. "Qin Yu, even if you are an unrivaled genius, no, perhaps calling you a monster wouldn't be an exaggeration, but you are still too green." He glanced over, listening intently. "I have spent many years, countless blood and sweat, to create this formation. Once you enter here, your soul will be constantly destroyed, and you will become nothing but an empty shell." As soon as Xian Qi finished speaking, he stood up as if nothing had happened. The old man exuded a terrifying spiritual power, reaching his hand forward and continuing, "I've lived for over 100 years now, killed countless people. Do you think you have the ability to kill me with that foul mouth of yours?" The old man smugly unleashed his spiritual power after shouting, "Refine." Qin Yu remained as cold as ice, clutching the divine spear in his hand, as a powerful force erupted from him. Xian Qi's eyes widened, he excitedly laughed loudly and shouted, "Once I destroy your soul, the sacred flame within you will be mine." But before he could do anything, Long Hu appeared, destroying his demonic power. Xian Qi couldn't help but be stunned, shouting loudly, "What?" Long Hu roared loudly, and immediately, the barrier became cracked. It took a bite, making his spiritual power gradually dissipate. Qian instantly froze, muttering, "My grand formation has failed." Qin Yu seized the opportunity while he was distracted, quickly reaching out his hand. He tightly gripped the old man's neck, making Qian uncomfortable, and scream in terror. Qin Yu tightened his hand, saying, "The opportunities one gained in the Great Desolation are not just the sacred flame." He sneered, announcing, "It's not that your grand formation failed, it's that no matter which soul attacks me, I remain unharmed." The old man gritted his teeth, begging, "Qin Yu, I was blind. This time, I won't dare to have any intentions again." He frowned in disdain. "What a pity for an old dog like you, thinking you know everything, yet you don't realize how ridiculous every single one of your moves is to me." Qian quickly offered a reason: "Your siblings killed Chu Lin, which offended the Extreme Sun Sect. If you kill me too, the Extreme Sun Sect will not spare you." He desperately pleaded, "Spare my life. From now on, I'll obey your commands and help you avenge the Zhao clan of Mountain Tribe." Qin Yu clenched his palm, delivering a powerful punch. Immediately, Qian's head snapped backward. His other hand still gripped the old man's neck, making Qian cough up a mouthful of fresh blood. A second later, the old man fell to the ground, still defiantly threatening, "Qin Yu, you must think carefully, even if the Sacred Heart Palace protects you. But the Extreme Sun Sect will absolutely not let you off. Keeping me alive is also keeping yourself alive." Qin Yu coldly stepped on Qian's leg, repeating the phrase, "Keeping myself alive?" He flatly declared, "My life belongs to me, no one, absolutely no one, can take it away." Qin Yu frowned, questioning, "Is your disgusting old dog's life even worthy of the conditions I set?" In a flash, the old man's legs were crippled by him. As pain surged, Qian threw his head back and roared, "Qin Yu, you are a devil." Qin Yu coldly retorted, "Devil? Old dog, don't you know, the moment I saw you in Jinan Royal Mansion, I couldn't control the killing intent within me?" He recalled the moment they met and continued, "But at that time, I couldn't kill you yet." By now, Qin Yu's hand was clenched tight, his tone growing more bitter, "Because I kept telling myself, I had to suppress this anger." Qin Yu's brows furrowed, but now, he immediately landed a horrific punch on Qian. The old man coughed up blood once more, his eyes rolling back in his head. Qin Yu withdrew his hand, looking at his opponent and emphasizing each word, "My anger is too great." Qian could only lie sprawled on the ground, his voice becoming extremely weak. "This old man admits defeat. To die by the hand of a monster like you is not unfair." Qian gasped for breath but still wondered, "But I want to die clearly. In the end, which of your people did I kill?" Qin Yu didn't hesitate to step on the old man's body once more. Qian lay still in pain, enduring the blows. He lowered his face, slowly uttering, "Great calendar first year." Qin Yu recalled the scene of the old man kneeling before Qin He and recounted, "You were ordered by Li Qin He to capture Li Qin Jiao alive." At that time, Qian had used his spiritual power to imprison Qin Jiao. He immediately exposed, "You not only shattered Qin Jiao's bones but also imprisoned her in the Great Desolation Black Pond." Tears started to well up. The Black Pond has the ability to magnify human suffering to infinity. Just a slight touch on the skin, and one would feel despairing pain, a life worse than death. Qin Yu frantically roared, "Under those circumstances, for 3 long months, you heartlessly imprisoned her there for 3 long months." Qian, even more terrified, screamed. The old man cried and pleaded. He didn't bother listening anymore, immediately summoning a brilliant circle of light in front of him. Qin Yu's face darkened, his eyes gradually filled with murderous intent. He directly struck his primordial spirit into Qian. Not long after, that spiritual power also began to gradually dissipate. Qin Yu bent down, standing and watching the blazing fire in front of him. Li Yu watched with wide eyes, speechless. The Jinan king was equally astonished by his power. The entire place became desolate after their battle. Qin Jiao, surprised, her cheeks flushed, spoke up. Wanner, standing aside, also blurted out. Around him now, desolate winds swept past. Qin Yu looked up and felt it, muttering a few words. He set his next goal. The scene shifts to the Divine Sword Dynasty, where golden sunlight shone. Zhao Dian was summoning his spiritual power onto Qing He. He let out a groan, sweat dripping down as a dark red circle hovered above his head. He sat cross-legged, concentrating on cultivating. Immediately after, Zhao Dian opened his eyes wide and shouted. That energy immediately gathered and shot directly into him. Zhao Dian let out a piercing scream as he received its power. Zhao Huan stood in the distance, witnessing every scene. He raised his hand, blocking the spiritual power, and murmured. Zhao Dian instantly let out a cold snort to assert his power, and the blood-red spiritual power continuously emanated everywhere. With veins bulging on his face and glowing pupils, he bared his teeth in a sinister smile. Zhao Dian burst into joyous laughter, unable to believe he had achieved such a great feat. Zhao Huan, hearing this from behind, was also overjoyed, having already planned a conspiracy. That's wonderful. I originally thought that the bloodline within Li Qing he could help you awaken the immortal script, which is why I told you to marry her, so she would willingly hand over the bloodline in her body to help you awaken it. His face, showing clear satisfaction, revealed a look of smugness. Zhao Huan now found the guiding light for his tribe. The supreme divine script, looking across our clan over the past 10,000 years, no one has ever appeared with it. He was extremely proud of what Zhao Dian had achieved. He approached, filled with bright hope. Zhao Huan followed closely, gently reminding and instructing. But suddenly, Zhao Dian stopped and turned, emphasizing. He seemed unwilling to follow Zhao Huan's command anymore. He froze, his face pale, not daring to object. Zhao Dian, emboldened, became even more presumptuous and ordered. Hearing this, Zhao Huan froze, his eyes wide open. He could do nothing but force a smile. Zhao Dian burst out laughing, showing his amusement. Good. He wasn't afraid of Zhao Dian's current demeanor. If you still spoke to me gently, I would be somewhat disappointed. The Zhao immortal clan needs someone as domineering and ruthless as this. Zhao Huan bent his knees and knelt down. He complied with the request and respectfully saluted Zhao Dian, the 147th great protector of the Zhao immortal clan. Zhao Huan greets master. Zhao Dian nodded in satisfaction and ordered, pass down the order to the clan, quickly descend the path of immortal ascension and lead me back. Zhao Huan also changed his attitude, respectfully receiving the order, your wish is my command, master. Zhao Dian waved his hand, signaling his subordinate, stand up. He immediately heard and followed the instruction to stand, yes. Afterward, Zhao Huan turned to Qinghe and asked for her opinion, how should we deal with this woman? Zhao Dian turned his head and looked, showing a satisfied expression, although she is a mortal woman, she pleases me, she knows how to win my favor. Finally, he made his decision, let her follow me. Zhao Huan nodded carefully, complying with the order, understood. Suddenly, his face darkened, his eyes fixed on one direction. Zhao Huan was annoyed seeing Qinghe lying unconscious on the ground. On the other side, in an ancient room, at the Zhennan King's residence. The Zhennan King sat on the bed, stroking his beard and praising, I've lived for so long, yet this is the first time I've met someone with such astonishing talent as young Master Qing. He was utterly surprised by the young man's ability, not yet 18, and he has already slain the immortal weapon Old Ancestor, a peak divine ability realm master. The Zhennan King patted Qin Yu's shoulder, cautioning him, the Qi sect Old Ancestor and the Extreme Heat sect do not have a shallow relationship. First you killed Chu Lin, then you killed the immortal weapon Old Ancestor. The Extreme Heat sect will definitely oppose you to the death. Tian Shuang, sitting nearby, calmly affirmed, although the Extreme Heat sect is slightly superior to our Sacred Heart Palace. But they wouldn't dare to openly fall out with us. After young Master Qin joins our Sacred Heart Palace, we will protect young Master Qin thoroughly. Fei Fei, on the other side, refused to be outdone and spoke up, if your Sacred Heart Palace can protect him, can't my Jade Maiden sect protect him? She cast a disdainful look, judging, young Master Qin may not necessarily join your Sacred Heart Palace. Tian Shuang squinted unhappily and asked again, by Fei Fei, what do you mean by that? She confidently questioned back, Li Qingjiao is a core disciple of my Jade Maiden sect, and the next divine maiden. Furthermore, Qingjiao is young Master Qing's childhood sweetheart. What do you think, will young Master Qing join my Jade Maiden sect for Qingjiao's sake? Feifei placed her hand on the chair and slowly stood up. She cordially extended an invitation with a condition, young Master Qing, if you join my Jade Maiden sect, I can, on behalf of the Jade Maiden sect, promise you that within 3 years, Qingjiao will definitely become the divine maiden of my Jade Maiden sect. Feifei promised him many benefits, and young Master Qing will be appointed to the position of intersect elder of the Jade Maiden sect, holding a status similar to a vice sect master. Tianquan could no longer hold back and gritted her teeth. She also refused to be outdone and shouted, the conditions offered by the Jade Maiden sect, the Sacred Heart Palace can also meet. The Jinan king watched the two women bicker and was also intimidated. Young brother Qing, in this situation, this old man can't help you. The choice is up to you. Qing Yu sat calmly and resolutely declared his decision, I will not join either of your sections. Tianquan was greatly surprised, her eyes losing focus. Young Master Qing? Feifei, meanwhile, squinted, scrutinizing his attitude. Qing Yu smiled, trying to explain subtly, it's just that I will go to Sacred Heart Palace to cultivate for a period of time first. He also planned ahead and carefully instructed, the Heavenly Frost Sacred Firestone will, of course, be exclusively enjoyed by Sacred Heart Palace. Tianquan was appeased upon hearing this and smiled gratefully, thank you, young Master Qing. She blushed, showing understanding and careful thought. Young Master Qing is unwilling to join Sacred Heart Palace, and that's understandable. With young Master Qing's talent, he deserves a better choice. Feifei seemed annoyed and turned to leave. If that's the case, I won't force it anymore. I'll take my leave first. Seeing this, Qing Yu didn't say anything. He looked grimly after her retreating figure, full of anger. Jade Maiden sect. Images from his previous life were still deeply imprinted in Qing Yu's memory. He knew well the treachery of Feifei's sect. In his previous life, the immortal artifact ancestor came to your Jade Maiden sect to demand someone, and you handed over Qing Jiao without a word. Qing Yu's face darkened, having made his own decision. In this life, the Jade Maiden sect no longer needed to exist. Suddenly, the Prince of Jinan gently called out, taking out a miraculous treasure, little brother Qing. He showed him a very satisfied face, the stakes from the 4 great sects are all here. You've gained a lot this time. But Qing Yu didn't take it and gently pushed the Prince of Jinan's hand back. He refused to accept it, saying softly, Prince of Jinan, I don't need these things. He was a little confused by this unexpected situation, but Qing Yu smiled and respectfully explained the reason, this is a small token of my regard for the divine might army of the Prince of Jinan's manor. You and Yuer can also have a better life. Upon hearing this, the Prince of Jinan froze, then softly uttered, divine might army. Tears had fallen onto his old hands. The Prince of Jinnan's entire body trembled. He was extremely grateful for his generosity. Immediately after, Qing Yu also stood up straight, solemnly. He bowed in salute and loudly chanted the slogan, Prince of Jinnan's manor, 100 battles unyielding, forged with bone, blood poured for eternity. For a very long time, Qing Yu had also greatly admired him. For nearly 100 years, the Prince of Jinnan's manor had always fought for humanity. To protect humanity, 9 of his sons and 14 of his grandchildren had died on the border. He understood the sacrifices the Prince of Jinnan had made. To help the Divine Might Army, he didn't hesitate to dig many holes in the Prince of Jinnan's manor, and he, due to internal injuries over the past few decades, had lost all of his once illustrious cultivation. Qing Yu ceaselessly praised his contributions. Your immense spirit is truly worthy of the 4 words, hero of humanity. Qing Yu is here to represent those once saved by the Divine Might Army, expressing sincere respect to you. The Prince of Jinnan chuckled and patted his shoulder a few times, all right. He trusted Qing Yu's abilities immensely. Qing Yu, this old man will rely on you then. He smiled reassuringly, understanding the responsibility he carried. Prince of Jinnan, please rest assured. He thumped his chest a few times, resolutely declaring, no matter what realm I, Qin Yu, may reach in the future, I swear to protect humanity even unto death, to protect humanity from destruction, to ensure humanity's eternal existence. Upon hearing this, he burst into laughter, even more pleased. Good. Tian Shuang's face was flushed with shyness, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Young Master Qin, such righteousness. In another old house, there was an altar, the ancestral hall of the Divine Spear sect. Taizheng was kneeling on the ground, trembling all over, muttering, "Ancestor." He repeatedly kowtowed to the ground, looking distressed. Taizheng cried out miserably, full of remorse and regret. "Ancestor, your son Wang Taizheng is useless. I could not revive the Divine Spear sect." Wang Xian looked to the side, too shocked to speak. "Father, I..." He slapped him hard, making him spit blood, and shouted, "Kowtow and confess your sins to the ancestor." The blood even splattered onto the ancestral tablet. Wang Xian, terrified, slammed his head hard onto the ground. He also followed suit, confessing and blaming himself to the ancestor. "Ancestor, I am useless. Qin Yu is truly too monstrous, I had no other choice." Wang Xian's words infuriated Taizheng. "Impudent brat! You're still making excuses at a time like this, ah!" Suddenly, the command token burst into flames, and smoke billowed high. Taizheng broke out in a cold sweat, his face pale with horror. Wang Xian also couldn't believe the scene before his eyes. The old man's face gradually became clear in the form of a spirit. The patriarch appeared, his tone somewhat resentful. "I can't believe it. I, the esteemed grandson of the Wang family, have come to this state." Wang Xian was startled, stammering a few words. "Patriarch. Manifesting." The old man seemed annoyed, trying to compose himself. The patriarch calmed down, no longer complaining. "Forget it. It's fate." Then the old man turned to look at him, giving some instructions. "Wang Xian, you carry the bloodline of the Wang family and can activate my divine consciousness. I can only entrust the great task of revitalizing the Wang family to you." The patriarch performed a spell for a while, and a strange light emanated. A glowing golden token suddenly appeared. As soon as Wang Xian saw it, he immediately recognized it. "This is our Wang clan's secret command token. It can open the Immortal's Cave I built when I was alive." The old man entrusted the responsibility to him with confidence. "Go. Take everything I've left behind and cultivate. Then, restore our clan." After that, the patriarch disappeared, leaving only the secret command token. Wang Xian slowly reached out to take it. His face brightened up as he eagerly called out, "Father, the patriarch's token." As soon as Taizheng saw it, he stroked his beard, looking pleased, and recounted. "I once heard your great-great-grandfather say that back then, our Wang family was once the leading family in the world." He recalled ancient matters that he knew. The patriarch's cultivation was heaven-defying. Tieshang's tone was full of regret. Just because he offended the immortal clan of the upper realm, he was tormented in a single night. His face was resolute, veins popping. "This time, if we can obtain the treasures left by the patriarch, the Wang family will definitely have hope for restoration." Wang Xian also revealed a smug smile. He burst out laughing, filled with a burning desire for revenge. "Qin Yu, even if you found a fortuitous encounter in the great wilderness, once I obtain the Wang family's legacy, you are destined to die. Blood debt must be paid with blood." Suddenly, a strange clapping sound echoed from behind. Chu Lin stepped in from outside, his voice smug. "I didn't expect the Divine Spear sect to be a backing for a great clan. It seems I've come to the right place today." As soon as Wang Xian heard it, he immediately recognized it and turned his head. "This voice is..." Chu Lin was walking in from outside, his expression looking very sinister. He stumbled back a few steps, falling to the ground. Wang Xian couldn't believe his eyes, stammering, "Chu Lin." He frantically tried to back away, pointing forward suspiciously. "Are you human or a ghost?" Chu Lin chuckled in his cloak, stating firmly, "I am, of course, a human." Wang Xian's face turned pale with fear as he questioned, but weren't you killed by Qin Yu? You. He smirked with a mysterious, strange smile. Chu Lin reiterated his reputation. The Extreme Sun sect once had a total of 18 divine sons. A year ago, I became the last divine son. He posed another puzzling question, but now I've become the 5th divine son. Do you know why? Chu Lin's face became gruesome as he pressed for the reason. Let me tell you. It's because currently, the Extreme Sun sect only has 5 divine sons left. How do you think those other 13 people died? He was extremely sinister and cruel. How could I, Chu Lin, who can slay a river of blood, die so easily? Chu Lin's eyes were bloodshot and looked very bizarre. He recounted his ruthless elimination process, fake death, doppelganger technique. After killing the 8th divine son, I learned his twin pupil secret technique. Then, Chu Lin asked for his intention again. Wang Xian, you want to kill Qin Yu, right? His face darkened, veins bulging with resentment. He declared, Qin Yu and I can never coexist. Chu Lin seized this opportunity to scheme. Now the opportunity is before you. Lure him into your cave dwelling with you, then kill him. Don't worry, I definitely won't take your Wang family's inheritance. He honestly confessed his goal. I only want the 9th grade sacred flame on him. Wang Xian asked with a suspicious and curious expression, but can you defeat Qin Yu? He was still terrified by the young man's talent. Even the immortal ancestor at the peak of the soul-transcending realm died by his hand. But Chu Lin showed no sign of fear. I have my own way. He had anticipated the next move. Qin Yu killed the immortal artifact ancestor. I'm afraid he will return to the Divine Sword Dynasty next. Tomorrow, if we cannot lure Qin Yu into the secret cave dwelling. Chu Lin's face grew serious and he was very certain in his heart, I think we both know the consequences then. After that, he immediately disappeared before their eyes. Wang Xian turned and stammered, asking for advice. Father, what should we do? Tai Chang's face darkened. He didn't have many options. There's nothing else we can do at this point. Tomorrow, my son and I will personally go and invite Qin Yu. The bright moon shone brightly in the sky, and the wind blew fiercely. In a mysterious ancient inn in one corner, the inn of all under heaven. Wu Yu came over, bowing respectfully. Congratulations, young Master Qin, for winning first place in the Sacred Flame competition. Her eyes sparkled with admiration. The great wilderness is truly a place that makes people yearn for it. The serendipitous encounter young Master Qin had inside allowed him to kill the immortal artifact ancestor. Qin Yu felt it wasn't too important and moved on to the next plan. It's just first place in that competition. What's it worth? Tomorrow, I will begin my journey of vengeance in the Divine Sword Dynasty. He stood up and walked closer to the two of them. As for the two of you, Qin Yu leaned close to their ears and whispered carefully, I have something I want to entrust to you too. Listen closely. Wu Yu's eyes widened in surprise after hearing it, and Wu Si next to her reacted with equal worry. They met again at the same place as yesterday. The next day, Zhennan King's manor. 5 people were already present in the manor very early. One heir smiled brightly and cared to advise, young Master Qin, I wish you a smooth journey. Li Yu, however, was extremely worried and repeatedly reminded, Qin Yu, you must be careful. Although you've killed the immortal artifact ancestor, Zhao Dian has the immortal clan's backing, so there might still be powerful experts supporting him. He nodded, looking very certain, don't worry, Zhao Dian is dead for sure this time. Tian Shuang glanced to the side with a serious attitude, young Master Qin, I will accompany you this time. After you successfully get your revenge, we will go to the Sacred Heart Palace. Suddenly, a voice shouted from outside, urgent report. A subordinate rushed in with important news, Zhennan King, Wang Tai Chang and Wang Xian of the Divine Upper Sect have arrived. He maintained a calm demeanor and gave instructions, oh, let them in. Qin Yu's face darkened as he mysteriously speculated, these two coming here, could it be? Tai Chang and Wang Xian nervously entered from outside. They both clasped their hands and saluted respectfully, greetings, Zhennan King. He calmly asked the reason for their visit, what brings you two here today? As soon as he heard this, Wang Xian knelt down. He trembled all over, his face pale, as he apologized. I am here today to confess my sins to young Master Qin. I was ignorant and offended young Master Qin. Tai Chang next to him pressed Wang Xian's head down again, showing sincerity, hoping young Master Qin would be magnanimous and not hold a grudge against him. Wang Xian outwardly appeared sensible and sincere. Young Master Qin, let me apologize to you. My divine upper sect has brought a serendipitous opportunity. But his eyes suddenly changed, glaring at him. Qin Yu had long seen through Wang Xian's pretense. There are no outsiders here, you don't need to guard your words. Hearing this, he didn't beat around the bush and went straight to the main topic. My divine ascendant sect accidentally discovered a cave dwelling passed down from an ancient powerful being. Therefore, I came to invite young Master Qin to come along and seize this destiny. His face darkened. He had already anticipated this. Indeed, they came for this matter, but much earlier than in my previous life. Without waiting for Qin Yu to speak, Tian Shuang exposed their deceptive facade. Wang Xian, I'm afraid you intend to set a trap for young Master Qin in the cave dwelling. With such a despicable scheme, do you really think young Master Qin will fall for it? Tai Chang's face turned pale, he hadn't expected to be exposed. Wang Xian was sweating profusely, his eyes filled with terror. He still had to force himself to continue the act. No, there's no such thing. We sincerely wish to apologize. At this moment, he was sweating profusely, his heart extremely tense. Qin Yu, quickly agree, quickly agree. Liu continued to speak, despising their tactics. With such an obvious trick, Qin Yu won't go. But suddenly, he broke into a strange smile. All right. He showed interest and agreed with the two of them. If that's the case, I'll accept your sincere apology. When do we depart? Liu hadn't expected Qin Yu to make such a decision. What? Hearing this, Tai Chang smiled brightly, overjoyed. Of course, the sooner the better. The secret realm is at the foot of Mount Scarlet Python, west of Sky River City. If we leave tomorrow, we'll arrive in just one day. He nodded in agreement and set the appointment. If that's the case, we'll depart tomorrow. He was drenched in sweat, hurrying to leave before being exposed. All right, then I shall take my leave first. Then the two of them turned their backs and left. Liu then turned around, perplexed, and questioned him. Qin Yu, this is clearly a scheme against you. Why are you still going? He turned back, confidently assuring her, you saw it too, so how could I not see it? But don't worry, if I've decided to go, I'll have a way to deal with it. Tian Shuang looked at Qin Yu's retreating figure and urgently called out, young Master Qin, I'll go with you. But he turned back and refused the help. No need to worry, I can go alone. She let out a helpless sigh, looking worried and discouraged. Then I'll follow young Master Qin's wishes. The king of Zhenan followed behind, smiling happily as he reminded him, little brother Qin, although you have countless destinies within you, you should still be careful when going like this. Don't be too arrogant. He turned back, a grateful smile on his face. I will remember the king of Zhenan's advice. Qin Yu rode his beast to the agreed location. The next day, at the foot of Mount Scarlet Python, he jumped off the beast, landing on the ground. Qin Yu looked into the distance, his face gloomy as he recalled, this is where Wanner met with misfortune in my previous life. He compared his two lives and concluded, in this life, Wanner wasn't invited. It seems my seizing of the Sacred Fire Grand Competition changed the original course of the world. Tai Chang trailed behind, cautiously guiding, young Master Qin, the ancient ruins are at the foot of this Mount Scarlet Python. There's a hidden cave entrance ahead. We just need to go in to reach the place. He paid little attention, stopped, and commanded, lead the way. Hearing this, he understood and nodded, walking ahead, yes. Qin Yu turned his face, grim, waiting for the mastermind to appear. Who are the successors of these two? Is it the Corpse Sect? I'm getting more and more excited. Tai Chang walked ahead and pointed to a direction, young Master Qin, we're here. He slammed his hand forcefully against a cliff face. Immediately, a gate lowered, revealing the cave inside. Tai Chang stood behind him and subtly pointed, "Young Master Qin, it's right ahead." The father and son exchanged strange signals. The three of them thus went deep inside. Tai Chang looked at the towering statue in front and burst out laughing joyfully, "It's right here." In front of them, three weapons were sparkling. Seeing this, Wang Xian's eyes widened in surprise. Immortal artifacts of the first tier, all of them? Standing beside him, Tai Chang pointed forward and introduced, "Young Master Qin, these three treasures are all yours." But Qin Yu was squinting, concentrating on judging. There wasn't a trace of a soul in these carved items, or more precisely, of the master of this relic. He could already foresee it at a glance. The problem: the three first-tier immortal artifacts are all cursed artifacts. Apparently, only those who are recognized can take them. Qin Yu had long since recognized their insidious methods. If one is not recognized and touches the forbidden item, they will be torn to shreds. He smiled faintly, with a mysterious and amused expression. Such methods, for me, are just child's play. Then Qin Yu reached out to take the spear. Initially, he wanted to fly straight towards that flame. But unfortunately, it injured Qin Yu, causing his cheekbone to swell. After that, he immediately cast a spell to blow away the flame. Qin Yu picked up the divine spear and felt it was incredibly easy. Light and easy to lift. Then he lifted it high and ordered it to be put away. "Collect." Qin Yu smiled, very satisfied, already thinking of the next step. Next. As long as these three first-tier immortal artifacts are refined, the power of the God of War spear will be further enhanced. Suddenly, there was a loud noise from the statue, startling the other two. A brilliant light flashed from within. A token slowly flew out and moved forward. As soon as Qin Yu saw it, he immediately guessed that it was an immortal scripted token with carved patterns. He was greatly surprised and searched his memory. Immortal script. Only immortals or their descendants can awaken it. Qin Yu understood the approaching immortal scripted token very well. After awakening the immortal script, one's cultivation will be upgraded according to the different grades of the immortal script. Even at the lowest level, one gains a more robust body and their cultivation will increase tenfold. From that, he gradually guessed their malicious trick. As for humans, if they want to obtain immortal script, there is only one way: to kill immortals. Use secret arts and steal their immortal script. According to Qin Yu's deduction of his actions, Wang Xian must have obtained the immortal script token in his previous life, thus awakening the immortal script. It's just that this immortal script token is incomplete. But Wang Xian on this side was also stunned, unable to believe his eyes. Immortal script token. He now understood the scheme of the clan's immortal. To help mortals gain the body of an immortal and awaken the immortal script token. The method passed down by the ancestor was truly terrifying. He turned to the two of them and asked directly, "You still have another token, right? Give it to me." But suddenly, shadowy figures appeared. Lingering ghost spirits stood in a line. Siren appeared mysteriously and demanded, "First, surrender your wretched life." Qin Yu. As soon as he saw him, he immediately recognized him. The sect master of the Dead Men sect. Hua Siren. He was a bit surprised and suspiciously asked again, "Qin Yu, you recognize me?" He waved his hand a few times, speaking mockingly. "Your appearance, neither male nor female. You're neither a ghost nor quite human. It's hard not to recognize you." He didn't act immediately but turned to thank him. "But I still have to thank you. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been able to subdue the Wu family sisters." Siren was now enraged, clearly stating the hierarchy. "Qin Yu, don't think that just because you killed the ancestor of immortal artifacts, you're my equal." He didn't listen further and began to display his power. "They're just two useless people. What's wrong with them surrendering to you?" My dead men sect is much stronger than yours. Si Ren's face darkened as he brought his best people and threatened. These 4 are all elders of my dead men sect. Their cultivation is all at the peak divine realm. Adding me makes a total of 5 people. Qin Yu, how can you stop us? His tone became even more imposing as he ordered. Qin Yu, you might have escaped my dead men sect once. But the second time, you'll only find death. Attack! Those 4 immediately rushed forward, surrounding him. Qin Yu quickly grabbed his spear. He fearlessly leaped up, ready to fight. It seems you still don't understand. Qin Yu's eyes flashed with lightning as he declared powerfully. I could kill the ancestor of immortal artifacts. But that doesn't mean I can only kill peak divine realm cultivators. As soon as he swung his spear, a fierce aura shot out. Seeing this, the 4 began to feel fear. The golden bird also appeared at this moment, soaring with its wings. As Qin Yu launched his attack, 2 people slammed hard against the wall. 2 of them fell in one direction, their faces bruised. And the other 2 couldn't hold on for long, all were defeated. Tai Chang and Wang Xian stared, simultaneously horrified. For peak divine realm cultivators were no match for that single strike. Qin Yu pointed his spear at him, looking defiant. What other tricks do you have? Use them. Si Ren smiled brightly, his lips purple. His face was terrifyingly sinister as he asked. Qin Yu, do you know the dead men sect's strongest technique? Is the effigy calamity art? Si Ren still underestimated his abilities. You may be strong. But what can you do against such a horde of effigies? He pointed forward and shouted an order. Go! They immediately obeyed, rushing together towards where he stood. But Qin Yu calmly focused his mind. And closed his eyes. Nati charged out, crushing several of them at once with one hand. Their faces were smashed flat, they couldn't react in time. It smugly used both hands to press down hard on its opponents. He saw that they only changed shape but weren't completely destroyed, and immediately became enraged. Not dead. Not destroyed? What a shame. Qin Yu ordered Nati to throw them far into the holes. The man was furious, yelling and howling. No! He turned back, resentfully blaming him. Do you know how much effort I put into training these puppets? But without waiting, Qin Yu landed a punch right in his face. The man's vision blurred, blood spraying from his nose. He decisively grabbed the man's shirt. Qin Yu asked again, his voice full of hatred, emphasizing each word. Effort. What you sacrificed was an effort. But countless innocent lives. Qin Yu punched him hard, his voice filled with hatred as he accused him. Si Ren, you practice dark arts. Using the blood essence of living people to cultivate puppets. Your sins are monstrous. Enraging both gods and men. The man cried out in pain, his gaunt face spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood. But it didn't stop there, continuous attacks rained down. He powerfully threw his spear towards the man, declaring, Today, I will avenge all the wrongfully dead souls. Hearing that, an explosion suddenly occurred, filling the air with smoke. The man's body was charred, the spear impaled in his chest. Qin Yu smiled brightly and mocked him, while the other 2 paled with fear. Your successor is so weak. But the man wasn't completely destroyed, his finger twitched slightly. He slowly and shakily stood up, his voice full of hatred. Qin Yu, how dare you? The man struggled to his feet, looking gaunt and frail. From his mouth, horrifying black and red things gradually emerged. You still dare. They surrounded the individual, constantly coiling together. His hands were covered, looking horrifically transformed. The individual's eyes glowed a terrifying bright red. He transformed into an extremely horrifying and eerie appearance. Qin Yu remained calm, secretly marveling. Looking at your appearance. You've also cultivated your body into a demon yourself. Truly pathetic. The individual didn't listen further and jumped down from above, full of hatred. To die by the hand of this old man, the demonic aberration. You should consider yourself very lucky. He bared his teeth and roared fiercely. Die! Qin Yu powerfully raised his spear to block. The individual was not to be outdone, landing and unleashing power. It pushed him back a long distance. At this moment, a bleeding wound appeared on Qin Yu's face. This fellow, after cultivating himself into a demon. His bones and flesh are strong enough to rival a first-level breaking delusion realm practitioner. But he continued to pounce forward relentlessly. He raised his hands to block the terrifying surge of power. Both of Qin Yu's hands were bleeding profusely. The individual then changed direction and flew high up. He yelled loudly, looking very pleased to be gaining the upper hand. Kid! Let's see what other tricks you have. The individual continued to unleash another surge of power to destroy him. After that, he landed and brushed off his robes. The individual had a malicious scheme to deal with him. Kid! I want to refine you into a demon puppet. A demon puppet containing a 9th grade sacred flame. In this old man's entire life. This is still the first time I've tried this. But Qin Yu had only been defending so far, not counterattacking. The power of the Yati strengthens bones and flesh. Can it no longer withstand the power of the breaking delusion realm? He smiled mysteriously and delightedly declared to him. Hua Siren. Don't blink. Next. I'll show you something interesting. First, the dragon tiger roared and appeared fiercely. Then, Yati in the center looked extremely powerful. Finally, the golden bird was also mentally ready for battle. It appeared behind him, unleashing its power. Only then did Siren realize his power and shock. Kid! You still have a secret art to upgrade your bones and flesh? He opened his mouth wide and approached menacingly. But you no longer have a chance. Siren jumped, and the ground beneath him caved in very deeply. The iron spear and Wang Xian, standing nearby, were also affected and sent flying far away. Siren's hand hung limply, losing all gravity. He began to sigh wearily and dejectedly. I didn't expect finishing off this brat to be much more troublesome than I thought. But Siren still had motivation when he thought of the results he would achieve. Oh well. It would be a waste of this demonic body, no matter what. But being able to gain Qin Yu's body isn't considered a loss. But suddenly he stammered blankly. What? Qin Yu's gigantic silhouette gradually emerged through the dust. A giant hand was reaching high up. He stammered in fear, You possess that powerful arm? How can this be? Qin Yu and Yati have merged into one. He asked smugly. How is it? This move of mine. Isn't it cool? It was then that Siren realized Qin Yu's identity in shock. You're not human. You're a demon race member. Wang Xian on the other side was also stammering in confusion. A demon. It turns out he's a demon. At this moment, he finally spoke up to explain clearly. Transforming the illusory into reality. Using the flesh of my Nati city. However, the cultivation level I can borrow is also limited. Qin Yu explained his actions. Borrowing the power of the 9-legged golden crow and Ho Yuan. He could only mobilize the power of one arm. He was extremely confident in its power. But just one arm. Its might is no less than the 3rd level of the void-breaking realm. Qin Yu still launched a very powerful punch. At this moment, Sinan was terrified and his face turned pale. But now, he was determined not to spare him. Sinan leaned against the rock, slowly shrinking back to his original form. He bent over, coughing up blood continuously. Sinan no longer stubbornly resisted, complaining in pain. I lost. The demonic puppet, formed from the sweat and blood of thousands of human race members, couldn't even withstand one move from him. Qin Yu stood tall in the hazy dust. He didn't intend to let him go, declaring, Die! Sinan cried out loudly for help. Chu Lin, act quickly! As soon as he heard that name, he was extremely surprised. Chu Lin? He hadn't even seen his face yet, but his lament was already clear. Hua Sinan, you've disappointed me greatly. But Chu Lin had no intention of saving Sinan. Qin Yu, you go ahead first. Next time we meet, I will definitely kill you. After that, he flew out through the door behind them. It was then that Sinan was shocked and enraged upon realizing he had been betrayed, his face covered in throbbing veins. You dare to scheme against this old man? Qin Yu witnessed this scene, feeling immensely pleased. Hua Sinan, so you also have your day. Only now did he realize his fear and tried his best to dissuade them. Qin Yu, you can't kill me. If you kill me, you'll never get revenge on Zhao Dian in this lifetime. Upon hearing this, he asked again with a suspicious look in his eyes. What did you say? It was then that Sinan revealed the truth. You still don't know? Zhao Dian is the one who awakened the immortal script. The immortal Zhao clan is already on the path to ascension. I believe that with your capabilities, finding the path to ascension won't be difficult, but it will take a lot of time. He grimaced and offered a trade. By then, Zhao Dian would have already returned to the immortal realm. If you don't kill me, I can reveal that location to you. He smiled, cleverly pressuring Sinan. You can't not tell me, because that could truly save your life. He gave a strange and terrifying smile. Sinan cautiously made a demand for assurance. I need you to swear on your soul to spare my life. Qin Yu kept his promise and followed the request. All right. I swear on my soul to heaven and earth. I will absolutely not kill you. He sighed and recounted the details of what he knew. According to the intelligence from my Sinan sect, the immortal Zhao clan will embark on the path to ascension at Mount Thafong, 100 miles southwest of the Divine Sword Dynasty. Sinan emphasized the time frame he needed to catch up. Qin Yu, you have at most 10 days. If you don't catch up to them within these 10 days, Zhao Dian will return to the immortal realm. And you will have no chance for revenge. Qin Yu suddenly showed a strange, scrutinizing smile. Considering you revealed such important information. He grabbed his neck, lifted him high. I can grant you a swift death. The private individual grimaced, repeatedly accusing, Qin Yu, you betrayed trust, but you swore an oath with your soul. If you dare kill me, heaven and earth will punish you, making your soul scatter. He stared with wide eyes, trying to manipulate. Do you intend to defy the will of heaven? But Qin Yu didn't care, gently breaking the private individual's neck. Then, he lightly threw him to the ground. Qin Yu showed clear disdain, telling him, I don't keep my word with scum like you. Suddenly, a colossal surge of power struck down from the sky. Qin Yu was hit directly by it, standing motionless. Wang Xian, standing nearby, watched with joy. That's great, Qin Yu is about to turn into smoke. The smoke gradually dispersed, no longer enveloping him. Tuan Ge had protected Qin Yu, so he was completely unharmed. He turned back with a grateful smile. Tuan Ge, thank you. Then Qin Yu glanced at him, ordering, hand over the remaining token. Wang Xian flinched, stammering obediently, yes. A strange token suddenly appeared before him. The man, sweating with fear, tried to appear obedient. Here, I'll give it to you. Qin Yu, I won't say a word about today's events. No one will know you belong to the demon race. Please, spare me. Shuishang now knelt, continuously begging, young Master Qin, everything is my fault. I am willing to die. I only ask you to spare Xian Air, to leave a drop of bloodline for my Wang family. But Qin Yu didn't seem to accept that request. That's enough, always talking about the demon race this, demon race that. I heard Nia Ti's inner thoughts, it's very resentful, so. His eyes sharpened as he made a declaration, why would I let you go? Then Qin Yu reached out and touched some kind of power. He held it, examining its level. Let me see, what grade is this immortal script? The two golden tokens flew up high, slowly merging into one. Then the two golden tokens simultaneously vanished. He let them fly towards himself. Qin Yu absorbed all the power into his gigantic arm. Suddenly, he turned around and curiously asked, Naya T, do you want to absorb the immortal script? Naya T appeared, inhaling the immortal script deeply. Qin Yu extended his arm forward, excitedly ordering, then go. The gigantic arm swelled, overloaded with energy. He held it and pressed it firmly into the ground. Qin Yu now strained to explain clearly, this is a 7th-tier immortal script, Naya T can't absorb all of it. The remaining part transformed into spiritual energy within my body. That energy continuously enveloped him. That arm slowly deflated after releasing all its power. Qin Yu clearly showed satisfaction with his achievement. After absorbing the immortal script, Naya Ti's arm power became even greater. It's twice as strong as before, and my cultivation has now reached the peak of the soul understanding realm. At this moment, Qin Yu's eyes held a sinister calculation. When I reach the peak of the soul understanding realm, all my combat power will be fully unleashed. I can already kill a 3rd-level illusion-breaking realm expert. If I add Naya Ti's arm, I can even kill a 5th-level illusion-breaking realm expert. Zhao Dian, although I don't know what kind of monkey-like immortal script you've awakened, next, you're definitely dead. He carefully calculated the distance he needed to travel. From here, it would take 9 days to reach the Weeping Peak mountain range first. By then, if I wanted to return to Heavenly River City, I surely wouldn't have enough time. I can only go to the Weeping Peak mountain range first. Qin Yu raised his hand and pressed a few lines of notification. Then, he sent those instructions, kill Zhao Dian, then return to Heavenly River City. I'll make the first move. By the time I kill those kings, time will be pressing. Wu Yu, deliver my message to the town. His eyes were now extremely sharp and full of determination. Zhao Dian, I'm coming for you. The gloomy, uncomfortable atmosphere was incredibly strange. A few lights flickered, illuminating the place. At a very rugged, barren mountain, the Weeping Peak mountain range. The three of them were approaching the cliff. Manhua next to him, her face clearly showing worry, asked, Zhao Dian, if we go to the immortal realm, will I be ridiculed by others? He let out a sly laugh, assuring her, with me protecting you, who would dare to ridicule you? Zhao Dian turned around, his eyes filled with affection as he instructed, later, when I become the master of the immortal clan, the position of empress of the human race will be yours. Manhua, hearing this, excitedly thanked him, thank you, Zhao Dian. Unnoticed by the two, Zhao Huan's face behind them darkened. From high above, a dazzling light flashed. Both sides were connected by strips of light. A golden bridge appeared in the middle of that place. Xian Ni appeared, respectfully bowing and greeting, Zhao Xian Ni, a subject of the immortal clan, has come to escort the master back. She humbly explained the reason. Xian Ni's cultivation is too strong, recklessly descending to the lower realm would cause chaos. Therefore, I humbly ask for your forgiveness for not being able to greet you in the lower realm. Zhao Huan, standing beside them, questioned disbelievingly, nonsense. How could she alone cause spatial disorder? She's saying this. She's merely trying to make excuses for you. It's truly infuriating. But Zhao Dian maintained his calm demeanor, there's no need to be angry. He revealed a malicious smile, implying, after all, that person is already dead. Zhao Dian gently helped Manhua onto the bridge, let's go. Lead the way to the immortal realm. Suddenly, a familiar voice called out from afar, Zhao Dian. Manhua's face turned ashen. Zhao Dian immediately recognized who it was. Zhao Huan's face also darkened considerably. He landed in time, holding his spear. Zhao Dian's face was extremely gloomy and annoyed. Qin Yu revealed an amused smile and sternly questioned him, the matter between us has come to an end, why are you in such a hurry to run away? Xian Ni, observing from a distance, was very curious, is that kid Qin Yu? Now that I see him in person, he truly has extraordinary bearing. Fengxing next to her also recognized him and asked for her opinion. It's him. Do I need to intervene? But she clearly showed her reluctance to get involved. If Zhao Dian has awakened the supreme divine script, dealing with a mortal should only require a flick of his hand. Why would we need to intervene? If Zhao Dian can't even kill a mere mortal, then how can he be capable of leading the immortal clan and ruling the world? At this moment, he also nodded and smiled in agreement. I understand. Qin Yu walked step by step towards them. He got closer and closer to the two of them. At this moment, Tan Hoa's face turned pale with fear as he stammered, Qin Yu. Zhao Dian showed no fear and instead sighed with admiration. I didn't expect you to break through to the peak of the God-connecting realm in such a short time. I must say, you truly surprise me. Qin Yu was not to be outdone and brought up the past. Zhao Dian, I still quite like the way you cried and begged back then, pleading for your second uncle to save you. Suddenly, he burst into laughter, looking extremely confident. Qin Yu, I won't be trampled by you anymore. Do you think that by breaking through to the peak of the God-connecting realm, you can act so arrogantly in front of me? Zhao Dian didn't want to dwell on the past anymore. I admit, there was once a connection between us, and I was once moved. But now, everything you've achieved, to me, is nothing but trash. His face was terrifying as he commanded, Zhao Huan, kill him. Zhao Huan, standing behind, respectfully received the order, understood. He swiftly lunged in front of him. With malicious eyes, Zhao Huan prepared to attack. Last time I spared your life. You should have cowered away like a worm, not come here today with such arrogance, seeking your own death. But Qin Yu showed no fear and retorted, seeking my own death? Aren't you a bit too confident? The two sides clashed, creating a large cloud of smoke. From a distance, the two individuals from the immortal clan continued to observe intently. Huan Ni delightedly turned to her companion and asked, Zhao Fengtang, how many moves do you think Zhao Huan can withstand against Qin Yu? He observed carefully and then gave his opinion, not even one move. Fengtang had long seen through his abilities, let alone Zhao Huan. I'm afraid even Zhao Dian can't withstand a single move from Qin Yu. Huan Ni was extremely surprised to hear this. Zhao Dian has awakened the supreme divine script, and is now at the void-shattering realm. Even if he was very weak before, he still can't withstand a single move from Qin Yu now? He slowly explained what he felt. Although Qin Yu is only at the peak of the God-connecting realm, I can feel a surge of violent power within him. This power belongs to the great wilderness emissary, even. Fengtang broke out in a cold sweat and stammered his conclusion, even little C wouldn't be able to kill him. She couldn't believe what she heard. What? Zhao Dian calmly walked across the bridge. Extremely confident in his subordinate, he made a firm prediction. This move by Zhao Huan used his full power. Qin Yu is dead for sure. Tan Hoa, let's go. But suddenly, his voice rang out, Zhao Dian, what's the rush? Zhao Huan, with a swollen face, was stunned to realize, Qin Yu, you've been hiding it. You're not at the peak of the God-connecting realm, you've already entered the void-shattering realm. He could do nothing but brace himself. Damn it, I should have killed you directly from the start. Qin Yu gave a triumphant smile as he bid farewell. Too bad, not everyone can seize the only opportunity. Be on your way, Zhao Huan. Then he simply used a little force to break his neck. Qin Yu callously threw Zhao Huan aside and continued walking. He mockingly sneered, Zhao Dian, this second uncle of yours isn't very capable, is he? He flew into a rage, veins bulging in his eyes, and yelled, Qin Yu. Zhao Dian gathered all his strength, preparing to counterattack. He also raised his spear, getting into a fighting stance. Come on, let me witness this immortal script you've always been so proud of. He also slowly summoned his sword. Zhao Dian exuded a terrifying surge of power and declared, Qin Yu, I was defeated by you that day, but today won't be like that day. He was now also more cautious, assessing the situation. Zhao Dian's strength has surpassed the God-connecting realm, reaching the void-shattering realm. Furthermore, the immortal weapon, aided by the immortal script, can unleash its maximum power. Zhao Dian is indeed harder to deal with than Huasiren. He took a running start, jumped high, and flew towards him. Zhao Dian swung his sword forward and shouted loudly, "Take this, Qin Yu." He gripped the spear firmly in his hand, preparing to block the attack. Qin Yu used his skill and charged in simultaneously, Nine Heavens' Divine Thunder Spear. Then he was pushed back a bit, judging, such a heavy blow, my first fight with him, I've really fallen into a disadvantage to some extent. Before he could regain his composure, he charged again, have you seen, Qin Yu? The me of today is no longer someone you can trample on. He quickly leaned back and dodged an attack. Qin Yu was still bewildered, observing his every move. As Zhao Dian raised his leg high, he quickly grabbed it. He was dragged away, completely surprised, and shouted loudly. He slammed Zhao Dian down, shattering rocks and dirt. Isn't it a bit too early to brag? The powerful impact caused him immense pain, and he gritted his teeth. But he was determined not to hold back, preparing to attack again. Zhao Dian was no less, mustering all his strength to spring back up. Qin Yu bent his knees, gathering momentum to charge. He flew towards him, shouting loudly to challenge him. Come on, Qin Yu had also gotten close, mentally preparing himself, as you wish. The two sides clashed intensely, unable to determine a winner. Qin Yu exploited an opening and kicked him hard in the chest. Zhao Dian was sent flying high into the sky by his spear. Not letting him regain his footing, Qin Yu attacked. Zhao Dian, take my second spear attack. He gathered immense power, and thunder roared all around. Nine Heavens' Divine Thunder Spear, second strike, wrathful soul. Seeing this, Zhao Dian's eyes revealed clear horror. A massive surge of power erupted from that spot. Afterward, everything gradually dissipated, leaving only smoke and dust. Qin Yu gently landed back on the ground and stepped forward. A smile appeared on his face as he called him out. Come out, I know that last move didn't kill you. A radiant red surge of power flickered. Zhao Dian's voice rang out again, smugly, you're wrong. He looked much healthier than before. Not only did you not kill me, you didn't even harm a single hair on my head. Zhao Dian burst out laughing, looking extremely arrogant. Qin Yu, although I've never beaten you before, I didn't expect the Supreme Divine Script to make me this powerful. Upon hearing this, he was slightly stunned. Supreme Divine Script, this is the first time I've heard of it. It seems to be an existence that surpasses even immortal scripts. Zhao Dian instantly appeared behind Qin Yu. He turned around and recognized the face, extremely surprised. What? His face was sinister, wanting to ambush him. Zhao Dian used several ultimate moves. Qin Yu couldn't hold his ground and retreated a long distance. His sinewy arm continued to advance. Zhao Dian became more aggressive with each strike. Qin Yu, this punch is for you. Then he quickly returned to a different position. Zhao Dian was now extremely confident in his abilities. Power, this is an endless source of power. Seeing him struggling to stand up, he declared decisively, Qin Yu, the game is over. But he wiped the blood away, absolutely refusing to give up. Zhao Dian, this arrogant demeanor of yours is truly nauseating. He pretended to be kind, trying to comfort him. Qin Yu, actually, I feel a little sympathy for you. You could have had a great future, but it's a pity you provoked the wrong person. Zhao Dian's face immediately turned vicious and wild. You are destined to become my stepping stone. He created a dark red-black orb. Zhao Dian raised it high, making it grow more and more colossal. He smirked viciously and shouted down, go die. Then Zhao Dian brought that colossal orb closer and closer down. He even tried to comfort him sinisterly. After all, becoming my stepping stone, there's no need to be too ashamed. In this world, how many people get to be a subordinate of I, Zhao Dian? The two immortal clan members were still intently watching the battle. Xian'er was chewing on a pastry, her face full of boredom. So it's over? How boring. Zhao Fengxing, you overestimated Qin Yu too much. When she didn't get a reply, she turned to look, Zhao Fengxing. He was drenched in sweat, staring in horror at the other side. It's happening again. In that spot, only Zhao Dian was standing alone. His face showed an expression of extreme smugness and satisfaction. Qin Yu is dead. His worldly ambitions end here. In this world, only I, immortal King Zhao Dian, remain. But Zhao Dian was unaware that a colossal arm was emerging from behind him. Yati appeared, looking extremely ferocious. Qin Yu was not dead. He continued to provoke, "You want to leave just like that?" He returned stronger and declared war. Round 2, let's go. At this moment, Zhao Dian also sensed a problem. What is this extreme horror emanating from the depths of my heart? He looked on in horror, unable to understand the reason. My hands are trembling? I have awakened the supreme divine rune. He's just a weak mortal, yet he's making the divine rune feel fear. On the other side, Xian'er also turned pale. She had also begun to sense the abnormality. My immortal rune is trembling. Although he possesses the power of the great desolate envoy, Zhao Fengxing, can this truly be happening? Fengxing was tense, trying to find a reason. Our immortal clan and the great desolate beasts are mutually reinforcing and restraining. But if he merely gained power from the great desolate, it absolutely couldn't make an immortal rune tremble. The more he thought, the more he had to admire the boy. That immortal boy has acquired the flesh of a great desolate beast, perhaps even the most powerful beast in the great desolate. Fengxing wants to rush up and intervene in this matter. This kid can't be kept alive. Let me kill him. Otherwise, when this kid grows up, all the people of the immortal race will face extermination. But Xian Ni won't allow that to happen. Zhao Fengxing, the hatred between Zhao Dian and Qin Yu is a matter between the two of them alone. We, the Zhao people of the immortal race, have always yearned for talented people. Encountering such a talent, how can we suppress him? She's eagerly awaiting the final outcome. As I see it, Zhao Dian will die by his hand today. For me, this is an extremely good thing. Fengxing heard this and quickly reminded her in a panic. Please don't act rashly based on impulse. What you said might be true, but... Xian Ni squinted her eyes and emphasized each word. Zhao Fengxing, I'm not negotiating with you. I'm telling you. Seeing her attitude, he had no choice but to step back, drenched in cold sweat. Qin Yu slowly and deliberately walked towards him. He poked deeply at the existing weakness. Zhao Dian, are you afraid? Both your hands are trembling. He drew his weapon and prepared himself. Zhao Dian was still very confident in his own abilities. Nonsense. Qin Yu, do you really think changing your appearance means you can defeat me? He yelled, veins popping frightfully all over his face. The supreme immortal script is the greatest power of the immortal race. Possessing ancient power, anyone or anything standing before the supreme divine script can only kneel down. Then Zhao Dian leaped high into the air and flew towards him. Qin Yu, you are no exception. He threw a punch straight at Qin Yu's face. A sharp blade flew from a distance. Zhao Dian used it to slash wildly towards him. He kept yelling without stopping. Qin Yu, you're not my opponent. You're not. Fengxing, standing on the other side, observed and found it ridiculous. He looks like a clown prattling on. Xian Ni's face reddened slightly as she chuckled aloud. She was amusedly envisioning a desired outcome. If I want to take him for my own use, what price should I pay? He still charged forward wildly, attacking, swinging his sword, and yelling nonstop. Qin Yu, I, Zhao Dian, will defeat you. The sword point aimed directly at where he stood. A trail of fresh red blood splattered in the air. Zhao Dian smiled triumphantly, his eyes satisfied. But suddenly, his veins bulged, and he spat out blood. Qin Yu, unharmed, lunged to attack. Zhao Dian was stunned and couldn't believe it, stammering, Qin Yu, you. He easily gained the upper hand with overwhelming power. He slowly fell down, devoid of strength. A satisfied and content smile appeared on Qin Yu's face. At this moment, I've almost understood many things. Why do those high and mighty powerful experts all like to toy with those weaker than themselves? So this is how it feels. He clasped his hands and was very amused by the game just now. It was really fun, wasn't it? A surge of red and white power slowly rose into the sky. Zhao Dian lay on the ground, stammering in disbelief. I lost. I possessed the supreme divine script, and yet I lost. He reached out to the immortal clan, still maintaining an arrogant attitude. Save me. I order you, save, Qin Yu looked on, waiting for their reaction. Fengxing remained silent. Xian Er smiled brightly, her eyes narrowed. Zhao Dian, even if I wanted to save you, I'm simply powerless. I'm sorry. He hadn't expected such a tragic end for himself. You. Qin Yu didn't waste any more time and stomped heavily on him. Zhao Dian immediately vanished into thin air. Qin Yu sat on the ground, frightened by the power of the person before her. Her face was pale, and her body trembled uncontrollably. Qin Yu slowly walked closer to her, step by step. His voice was cold, mixed with a hint of sorrow. Li Qinghe, do you regret it? Qinghe's voice trembled, and desperate tears streamed down her face. No regret. She looked straight at him with sharp eyes. I don't regret it. Everything I did was just to become stronger. Her attitude was tense, accepting death. I want to become a supreme expert of this world, one who can control everything. Qin Yu, just do it. He just silently closed his eyes, showing sympathy. You're right, everyone has the right to choose. Qin Yu had to admit, your choice wasn't wrong. You did succeed and become the empress of this world. Upon hearing this, Qin Yu's expression turned frantic. Empress? I became the empress? She laughed wildly with satisfaction. I chose correctly. Her mixed emotions made her no longer fear death. But it also led to Qin Yu's end as she collapsed weakly to the ground. Qin Yu sighed in acceptance. Everything is over. A voice echoed from the top of the towering steps. Qin Yu, you killed Zhao Dian. Do you know the consequences? He asked back with a mocking smile, what do you think? Xian Er wore a mournful expression. Zhao Dian possessed the supreme divine script, and was the destined master of my Zhao clan's immortal tribe. I am a member of the Zhao clan's immortal tribe. By rights, I should avenge him. Qin Yu simply cleared the air. In this world, besides me, the one who wanted to kill Zhao Dian the most is you, Zhao Xian Er. Don't hold back anymore. If you want to laugh, just laugh. Upon hearing these words, Fengxing restrained him. Impudent, Qin Yu, there are some words that shouldn't be uttered. He not only wasn't afraid but also sneered. Zhao Fengxing, you're just an old man making an ugly face, that won't do. The two people in the sky were simultaneously startled to hear that. Xian Er's expression immediately became strange. How does he know the name Zhao Fengxing? Did he perhaps hear me and Zhao Fengxing talking? But that's absolutely impossible. My conversation with Zhao Fengxing was protected by the immortal clan's barrier. Strange, how could he know? Fengxing, on the other hand, frantically retreated. This guy, he's truly too strange. How does he seem so familiar with me? Qin Yu faintly smiled, his eyes sharp and cold. It's truly fortunate that I could easily kill Zhao Dian today. If those two hadn't come, I'm afraid I would have had to endure another bloodbath. Zhao Xian Er, the immortal clan Zhao's prodigy, possesses immortal script no lower than the 8th layer. There aren't many people in the immortal clan with a nature as good as hers, and she doesn't intentionally massacre the innocent. She also remembers old favors. In his previous life, it was also thanks to Zhao Xian Er's covert assistance that he was able to contend with Zhao Dian. There's one thing Qin Yu cannot change. But unfortunately, in the end, Zhao Xian Er also died tragically at Zhao Dian's hands. After all, the reason he remembers their names is due to an unpaid debt of gratitude. And you, Zhao Fengxing. In your previous life, before you died, you pleaded with me to kill Zhao Dian. Initially, I couldn't do it, but in this life, it can be considered repayment to you. looking up at the person on the 10,000 zhang golden stairs, describing the lower realm. Xian Er chuckled, he's truly an interesting kid. Zhao Fengsheng, let's go down. The two immortals immediately descended to the lower realm as if flying. Qin Yu's demeanor remained composed as he stood before them. He extended his hand, solidifying a glowing red orb. He began with a cold statement. I've killed Zhao Dian, and I've also taken this supreme divine script. Fengsheng could not stomach his rude words. What did you say? Xian Er's attitude remained calm. The supreme divine script is useless to you. Normally, humans can obtain immortal scripts through secret arts, but the supreme divine script is different. She understood this very well. Divine script reigns above immortal script. It can be said to be the supreme existence. And this supreme divine script is one of the strongest among all divine scripts. Besides the Zhao immortal clan, no one can absorb and cultivate it. She also didn't prevent his actions, saying, if you don't believe me, just try it. Qin Yu's eyes flashed with determination. Without much ado, he tried his best to absorb the orb in his hand. After a while, the orb no longer reacted. This proves Huan Ni's words were sincere. See? I wasn't lying to you. Qin Yu frowned slightly. It seems there's no way to cultivate this supreme divine script now. If I could break the beast's seal, borrowing its power, I could enhance the absorption. He thought the probability of absorbing this was very low, but it requires cultivation at the peak realm of breaking illusions, and I'm still not there yet. Huan Ni took a step forward with a gentle voice. Qin Yu, hand this supreme divine script to me. Of course, I won't just take it for myself. She stated her condition. How about this? I'll exchange it for 3 sets of 3rd-tier immortal artifacts, plus a 7th-level immortal script. What do you think? Qin Yu didn't accept the price. All these things combined cannot compare to the value of the supreme divine script. Huan Ni merely nodded slightly and brought up something else. Qin Yu, I know all about your grievances with Zhao Dian. Zhao Dian stole your fiancé and slaughtered your Qin family. She looked him straight in the eyes sincerely. Qin Yu, what do you think of me? Qin Yu also sincerely commented, a favorite child of heaven. Hearing that, she was pleased. Good eyesight. Therefore, Huan Ni bestowed an opportunity. Since that's the case, I will compensate you with a fiancé. From today onwards, I, Zhao Huan Ni, will be your fiancé, Qin Yu. Qin Yu's expression. At that moment, Wu froze for a while. He immediately showed contempt and disgust, gagging. Feng Tang, looking panicked, quickly explained, young lady, I can't bring myself to do it. Seeing Tan Vu's expression, he angrily shouted, and this brat, what was that expression just now? My young lady is so noble, yet you show such a disgusted face? He simply put his hand behind his back and calmly questioned, so, you mean I have to accept it? After hearing that, Feng Tang broke out in a sweat, repeatedly reminding him, absolutely not. At the same time, Huan Ni approached him and softly said, Tan Vu, I'm serious. Then she reached out her finger and touched Tan Vu. Next, Huan Ni looked up and smiled, proposing, you possess the power of the great wilderness emissary. Although your status is far below mine, your potential is not small. I will do my best to cultivate you, and once you have sufficient strength, I will marry you. With a slightly flushed face, she smiled gently and continued, don't worry, before we marry, I won't hide our relationship. I will announce this to the entire Zhao immortal clan. Seeing this, Feng Tang urgently shouted, young lady, you. She, however, lowered her voice and smiled, manipulating him, losing 1 Laitan Hoa, but gaining me, True Huan Ni, Tan Vu, you won't be at a disadvantage. Tan Vu heard these fake words and smirked, thinking to himself, as expected of True Huan Ni, truly someone who does great things, willing to offer such conditions just to win me over. Suddenly, he reached out and grabbed her wrist, saying, I'm very sorry. Tan Vu, with a friendly smile, gently refused, your conditions sound attractive, but I'm sorry, I have to refuse. But Huen Ni showed no anger, smiling softly as she said, Tan Vu, what are you still worried about? It's nothing. He didn't let her finish, honestly confessing, I'm not worried about anything. I simply have no interest in you. Hearing this, she frowned and angrily shouted, Tan Vu, I've shown such sincerity, and my patience has run out. Then she looked him in the face and directly yelled, although you are strong, do you really think you can defeat me in true Fong Tang? Seeing Huen Ni's attitude, Tan Vu unhappily affirmed, if we fight to the death, I guarantee I can kill both of you. Seeing the opponent about to make a move, Fong Tang immediately got into position and threatened, you truly don't know your place. We gave you face, but you didn't want it, so you'll die here then. Tan Vu, with demonic energy radiating around his body, frowned and said, actually, you know very well that you too cannot kill me. Even if you have a final trump card, so do I. And then he smirked and confidently declared, if I don't die today, your Zhao immortal clan will bring a huge hidden disaster upon yourselves. Hearing these words, Fong Tang couldn't help but sweat and angrily grit his teeth. Tan Vu, now with a dark expression, smirked and said, I possess the supreme divine rune. If I give it to other great clans of the immortal realm, what would that mean for your Zhao immortal clan? I believe you all understand clearly. Fong Tang, with an angry and annoyed expression, immediately questioned, are you threatening me? Hearing that, he calmly replied, no, I'm explaining the rationale to you. Suddenly, Huen Ni loudly interrupted, enough. Then she frowned and sternly questioned, tell me, what price do you want to finally hand over the supreme divine rune to me? Tan Vu immediately raised a finger and replied, first, I want a set of 4-tier immortal artifacts. He didn't stop, continuing to state his conditions. Second, I want 10 9-grade elixirs. In Tan Vu's mind, the thought appeared, the supreme divine rune is merely an external object that helps me increase my strength. Instead of risking waiting to utilize the power of the fierce beast to refine it later, prioritizing the exchange for more cultivation materials is the most important task right now. At the same time, he continued, third, I want 3 7-tier immortal runes. Hearing this, Fong Tang pointed directly at Tan Vu's face and shouted loudly, you're blackmailing us. He, however, put his hand up to cover his ear and frowned, wondering, you know it in your heart, that's enough, why say it out loud and embarrass me? And then Huen Ni narrowed her eyes and said, I can give you the 4-tier immortal artifact, but 9-grade elixirs are so precious, I don't have many. Next, she extended her hand, implying, I'm willing to exchange it for 1 elixir. 10 8-grade elixirs, 57 grade elixirs, and 3 7-tier immortal runes, I can also grant you. Hearing this, the man beside her panicked and exclaimed, young lady. Huen Ni, however, closed her eyes and calmly said, these are all external possessions, no need to mind them too much. Then she frowned and sternly asked, Qin Yu, do you agree? Qin Yu also didn't miss this opportunity and immediately responded, deal. Huen Ni, with a joyful face, said, happy cooperation. Seeing her attitude, he stood there stunned. Huen Ni was about to touch Qin Yu's hand, but he dodged it. Then he narrowed his eyes and questioned, confused, you hand over the items to me first. What are you thinking? Although she was angry, she still told herself, calm down, I must calm down. After getting what she wanted, Huen Ni and Fong Tang ascended the golden steps. With a triumphant expression, she looked at the item before her and smiled, saying, Supreme Divine Inscription, I finally have it. At the same time, the man walking behind her gritted his teeth and said, annoyed, young lady, this brat Qin Yu is too arrogant, I can't swallow this anger. Next, she turned her head, simultaneously glancing and smiling, saying, even if you can't swallow it, you have to bear it. Compared to the Supreme Divine Inscription, what are those things? Huen Ni's eyes also became sharp at this moment. And then she looked into the distance and spoke, haven't you noticed? Qin Yu is a mature person, his final trump card is not bad either. She continued, even if he has obtained a great fortuitous encounter, do you really think those encounters can make an ordinary person display such behavior? At the same time, Qin Yu's triumphant face appeared as he held what he wanted in his hand. Fong Tang, now sweating profusely, said worriedly, "Young lady, do you mean?" Huan Ni, with narrowed eyes, conjectured in a low voice, "This Qin Yu, perhaps he is no longer the Qin Yu he once was." Hearing this, he was startled and exclaimed, "Could it be soul possession and rebirth?" Next, she sternly affirmed, "If Qin Yu has indeed undergone soul possession and rebirth, the current clues show that he has a 9-grade sacred fire and a wild body. Combining these signs, perhaps a wild beast from the great wilderness has possessed Qin Yu." But then Huan Ni turned and left, simultaneously signaling, "Of course, I'm only guessing, but no matter what, we've already made an agreement with him. All in all, it's not bad. Zhao Fong Tang, let's go back." With that, the two simultaneously teleported to another location. Elsewhere, someone had secretly witnessed everything that had just happened. Lin Hao wagged her tail with interest. "It seems I've seen something unpleasant, haven't I?" She stood on a high, windy cliff. "Qin Yu actually has the flesh and blood of a wild beast, and he signed an agreement with that girl Zhao Huan Ni." With an amused tone, "My father will definitely like you very much. It seems our clan has gained another incredibly strong member." Lin Hao smiled excitedly. "Qin Yu, we'll meet again in Sacred Heart City." Without waiting for a reply, she said that and stepped onto the wind and clouds, disappearing. 10 days later in Heavenly River City, peace still existed here. The sun shone brightly at the city gate, with cultivators bustling in and out. A leisurely figure approached from afar. It was the person Tian Shuang had been waiting for so eagerly. "He's here." Her face radiant, she was certain of success. "Young Master Qin, congratulations." Qin Yu smiled at her. "These matters are finally over, Tian Shuang. Let's go. It's time to go back and bid farewell to the King of Jinan." At this, Tian Shuang's expression dimmed slightly as she delivered some news. "The King of Jinan and Yuer have already left." Hearing this, he was slightly startled. Did the demon race attack the border again? Then she held out a letter. "This is the letter Yuer left for you." Inside the letter were a few lines. "Qin Yu, congratulations on killing Zhao Dian. I originally wanted to wait for your return and personally cook you a delicious meal." Li Yu also firmly stated, "It's a pity the war at the border is urgent. Grandpa and I cannot delay our departure. Qin Yu, I've decided to join the Divine Might Army, did you know? The spear I use is not inferior to your God of War spear, you know. After reaching Sacred Heart Palace, you must diligently cultivate, hoping that the next time we meet, you can become even stronger. I will also become much stronger. There's no more time, I have to depart. Qin Yu, take care. Though parting is inevitably sorrowful, Yuer, Jinan King, you must survive." Tian Shuang saw this and comforted him. "Young Master Qin, Yuer and Jinan King will surely repel the demon race successfully." Qin Yu silently put the letter away. "We should also prepare to depart." She nodded obediently, "Yes." The wheels spun rapidly. The carriage sped across the lush green grass. Inside were Qin Yu and 3 other girls. He spoke first. "Miss Warner, I didn't expect you to also come to Sacred Heart City." She replied, "My Heavenly River Auction House is also preparing to establish a new branch. Its location is also in Sacred Heart City, which happens to be on the same path as everyone else." He nodded, showing he understood. "So that's how it is." Suddenly, the person sitting next to him tugged at Qin Yu's sleeve. Ruo Yu curiously asked, "Master, where did Sister Wu Yu and Sister Wu Si go?" Qin Yu patted her head to reassure the little girl. "They'll meet us in Sacred Heart City." Time flew by. Half a month later, Sacred Heart City. After a long journey, the carriage finally arrived. Ruo Yu poked her head out the window and exclaimed, "Sacred Heart City is so big." Warner was also excited. As expected of the inner main city of the Sacred Heart Palace, its scale far exceeds Heavenly River City. Tian Shuang gently planned ahead for everyone. "Let's rest a bit in Sacred Heart City. In a few days, we'll move to the Sacred Heart Palace." At one point, the carriage began to slow down. Qin Yu also noticed something unusual ahead. It seems like something is happening up front. No one noticed that Tian Shuang's face was slightly pale. After observing for a while, he concluded, but it doesn't affect anything, does it? Qin Yu had overheard what those people were shouting. They are some rogue cultivators recruiting teammates. These rogue cultivators don't have sect backing. If they want to acquire natural treasures quickly, they can only, he murmured, only go to the great wilderness for an expedition. Tian Shuang saw this and worried, young Master Qin. He said indifferently, let them go. If they want to pass, let them pass. Let's go. The carriage arrived in front of a massive mansion. Everyone alighted after a long journey. Ruo Yu excitedly jumped around. This mansion is huge. Tian Shuang introduced, young Master Qin, this is my property. We can stay here for a few days. Qin Yu smiled without objection, let's rest well these next few days. Shall we go for a stroll tomorrow? In Qin Yu's room at midnight, swords and blades were enveloped by a flow of energy. They swirled around Qin Yu's meditating body. He reached out to summon his spear. His eyes narrowed decisively, 9 heavens profound extermination fire. A flame immediately enveloped the spear. An unusual phenomenon occurred right in his room late at night. Just a moment later, Qin Yu's spear was successfully refined. He smiled, satisfied with his achievement. Worthy of being a 4th-tier immortal artifact, after merging, the War God Sword also reached the 4th tier. 3 different objects were brought out again. Then a silhouette of a wild beast appeared behind Qin Yu, Naya Tai, these 3 7th-tier immortal inscriptions. Before he could finish speaking, it lunged forward and devoured them all. It chewed for a bit then swallowed them. After eating its fill, it let out a satisfied sigh. Qin Yu complained, Naya Tai, you didn't leave anything for me. In return was Naya Tai's triumphant smile. Qin Yu could only shake his head helplessly and sigh, how heartless. Power surged through his body. Continuously absorbing 3 7th-tier immortal artifacts, at that moment, I could pull out Naya Tai's second arm. Next, I will elevate my cultivation and truly break through to the void-breaking realm. Countless elixirs were released. With a single thought, those elixirs rapidly entered Qin Yu's body. The energy absorbed into his body erupted, and he needed to hold onto it tightly. Qin Yu felt lightheaded. A 7th-grade elixir can usually help a martial artist break through the 9th stage of the spirit communication realm to reach the peak of the spirit communication realm. Here are 50 pills, which can help me reach the void-breaking realm. He tensed, unleashing power from his body. A burst of energy erupted from his room, and Qin Yu's power had increased by a level. He laughed joyfully, void-breaking realm, 1st stage. Finally, I've succeeded. Entering the void-breaking realm can truly be considered stepping onto the path of cultivation for powerful experts. The cultivation levels here are completely different, starting from 1st-level martial artist, then spirit communication, void breaking, shattered void, unity, ascension, saint entry, up to the supreme being's 7 great realms. After entering the void-breaking realm, the body will form a Qi-Si crystal. The Qi-Si crystal can store spiritual energy. The spiritual energy held by a 1st-stage void-breaking realm cultivator can be 10 times that of the spirit communication realm. For every stage increased, the amount of spiritual energy will increase by 10 times, but that's only for ordinary martial artists. For me, it must be over 100 times. Qin Yu clenched his fists, filled with hope for the future. Now combined with his body and Naya Tai's arm. A 5th-stage void-breaking realm cultivator in front of me is just a weakling. Even if it's a peak void-breaking realm, I still have the strength to fight. With confident eyes, he thought, if I truly fight to the death, even against a 1st-stage shattered void realm expert, I still have more than enough power to kill them. After everything was done, he sat relaxed on the bed. With this cultivation, I can walk proudly throughout the Heavenly River Dynasty. Qin Yu felt a bit emotional. In my previous life, I reached this level of cultivation when I was 40, but now I'm only 18. He reevaluated his abilities. When I enter the Shattered Void Realm, I can go to the Great Desolate once again. The Great Desolate is divided into 7 branches. The first branch is the border region of the Great Desolate. The Great Desolate Border region is home to wild beasts. The strongest among them are at the peak of the spirit communication realm. Usually, wild beasts are only at the first to third stages of the spirit communication realm. The second branch is mostly called the Great Desolate Abyss by martial artists. It's funny, I used to think that too. You paused slightly, but I never thought that the vast and dangerous Great Desolate truly surpassed the understanding of ordinary martial artists. Because the incident in his previous life had a strong impact on him. In my previous life, due to some unexpected incidents, I fell into the water gap between the 7 branches of the Great Desolate. He fell directly into the 7th branch, and that was also the fateful encounter he had, which is also the center of the Great Desolate. This is how Yu obtained his current abilities, which helped me gain this inheritance from the Great Desolate. A dragon swept across the painting. He smiled and spoke to himself, "My brothers, wait for me. Soon, I will awaken each one of you." Yu was also quite curious. I also saw with my own eyes what the last 8 wild beasts were, which I couldn't awaken in my previous life. Their terrifying appearance exuding an imposing aura was still deeply etched in his mind. Just then, a knock on the door rang out. Yu suppressed his power. "Come in." A person walked in. "Young master, how's the task I gave you coming along? Wu Yu knelt down respectfully. Wu Yu has completed the mission you assigned." She recounted what she had done. "I have counted the remaining treasures of the Death Sect and wiped out Hua Siren's private guards, leaving no one behind, even those who were beheaded." Then she presented something. "Please inspect it, young master." The bird that flew out of the ring landed where he sat. He actively received it. "I will take back this portion of the 9-footed golden crow's power." He generously permitted. "As for the Death Sect's treasures, you and Wu Si can keep them." She immediately thanked him happily. "Thank you, young master." Yu also asked, "How's things on Wu Si's side?" Wu Yu reported, "My sister has made contact with Li Qing Jiao and has now entered the secret hiding phase." Hearing this, his expression darkened. "Very good. Remind Wu Si to always be careful, even though the invisibility technique I imparted to her is very powerful. But her cultivation is still shallow, and she cannot yet perfectly apply this secret art, so she must not become careless. Otherwise, if she is exposed, she will surely die." She immediately clasped her hands and accepted the order. "Understood." Afterward, he spoke, "You may withdraw and rest." Yu's mood was complex in the cold room. The next day in Holy Heart City, the streets began to bustle with people. Yu and the others went out for a stroll as planned. Qiu Shuang happily introduced, "Young Master Qin, would you like to try the wine that Holy Heart City brews itself? You can't enjoy it anywhere else." Hearing this, he agreed. Holy Heart City's wine is the most famous in the Heavenly River Dynasty. Since we're here, how can we miss it? But Yu excitedly demanded, "I want to drink too." Before you come of age, he sternly forbade, "You are not allowed to touch alcohol." The little girl immediately cried aggrievedly to Wu Yu. They quickly arrived at the Holy Heart Purple Tower. Qiu Shuang's expression suddenly froze. "Why is he here?" Yu immediately noticed the strange remark. "What's wrong?" Her eyes darkened. "A very troublesome fellow has appeared." The person before them was Shenxian of the Icefire Profound Sect. He immediately looked at Yu, assessing him. "So you're the kid with the 9th grade sacred fire, huh?" His arrogant tone made an invitation. "Your aptitude isn't bad. The Holy Heart Palace can't contain you. Come with me." Qiu Shuang responded awkwardly, "Young Master Shen, my father and my master both value young Master Qin greatly, so." However, Shenxian's expression changed instantly. "Ling Tian Shuang, I hate it when people interrupt me." He scowled, threatening, "I'm in a good mood today, so I'll let it slide this time. If there's a next time, you'll know the consequences." That attitude angered Qiu Shuang. "You." He ignored her and walked up to Yu. "Come with me." Then, without waiting for Yu's reply, he left, leaving Yu with a puzzled expression. Who was that, really? His steps suddenly stopped when he heard those words. Shenxian turned back and proudly introduced himself. That's right, I'm just someone who came from a poor, desolate mountain region. It's normal not to know me. My name is Shenxian, a core disciple of the Icefire Xian sect. Qin Yu's lips curled into a cold smile. So it's the Icefire Xian sect. I've heard of you for a long time. He didn't notice his displeased attitude and smugly said, it seems you're not completely blind and deaf. You even know my Icefire Xian sect. Since you know, then come with me. My sect has reserved a core disciple position for you. Shenxian was still boastful and self-satisfied. Talented young people like you, staying in a tiny place like the Tianhe dynasty, will only be wasted. After joining my sect, perhaps it won't even take a few years. Based on your abilities, you could obtain a deacon position. His attitude was truly unpleasant. Do you really think so highly of me? But as for the reputation of the Icefire Xian sect, I know a thing or two. Qin Yu's tone was contemptuous. Just to cling to the skirt of the immortal clan, your sect even offers up its wives and daughters. He added, such a great sacrifice, it truly leaves me unimpressed. These sarcastic remarks made Qiu Shuang burst out laughing. Shenxian felt humiliated and immediately flared up. Qin Yu, you're courting death. Just as he was about to unleash his power, a hand reached out and stopped him. Qin Yu's tone was gentle as he advised, your Icefire Xian sect has no integrity whatsoever. If you've come to such a place, won't you have to live your entire life bowing and kneeling? His gaze suddenly changed. Furthermore, a heavy force pressed down, making Shenxian's knees buckle. The wild beast within Qin Yu exuded terrifying pressure. What I hate most are weaklings who cling to the immortal clan's skirts. His arrogant expression immediately crumbled. I've reached the third stage of the void-breaking realm, yet I can't block this kid's pressure. At this point, he released him. Stepping past him into the inn, let's go. We don't need to let one guy ruin our enjoyment of wine. Leaving Shenxian utterly bewildered. He let out a humiliated hiss, Qin Yu. Shenxian bit his lip until it bled, filled with rage and hatred. You must die. The scene shifts to the second floor of the Violet Tower, where gentle golden sunlight shone through white silk curtains. At this moment, Qin Yu held a wine cup and drank it all in one gulp. Afterward, he couldn't help but exclaim, excellent wine, truly lives up to its name. Tian Shuang then hesitantly spoke, her tone suggesting she had more to say. Young Master Qin, this Shenxian fellow has a harsh temperament. Perhaps we should quickly go to the Sacred Heart Palace, otherwise I'm afraid. Qin Yu tilted his head, gazing at the scenery outside the window, then calmly replied, it's only an Icefire Xian sect, there's no need to worry. His words did not alleviate Tian Shuang's worries. She sighed internally. She didn't expect young Master Qin to attract the attention of the Icefire Xian sect. She only hoped that by then, her father and master could bear the pressure. At this very moment, a loud noise suddenly erupted in the courtyard below. Tian Shuang looked down and angrily raised her voice, you lecher. Her face was full of irritation as she gritted her teeth and muttered, daring to harass a decent girl in Sacred Heart City, how audacious. Having said this, Tian Shuang could no longer sit still. She immediately stood up, young Master Qin, I'll go see what's happening. Seeing her actions, Qin Yu nodded and followed, I'll go too. At this moment, in the great hall of the Violet Tower below, a noisy crowd gathered, eager for gossip. A short-haired girl with a flushed face trembled and cried out, you shameless man. You said you were fortune-telling, but you touched my butt. The man opposite still had a clear, dark handprint on his cheek. He sneered as if nothing had happened, lass, it's your fault. When it comes to fortune-telling, naturally, the more detailed, the better. He rubbed his chin, sighing with amusement, otherwise, if there's any mistake, how can I apologize to an immortal like you, Gwen Jiao, who has descended into the mortal world? At this moment, the man slowly took another step forward. Shamelessly, he grabbed Gwen Jiao's chin, his voice deep and roguish, come on, uncle never lies. In this world, no one would heartlessly bully such a beautiful lady. Every word he spoke felt like a hot breath on her face. Uncle has been through a lot, endured many rumors, but never regretted it, because Uncle is a wise and upright man, with no shame in his heart. The man gradually closed in on Gwen Jiao. The distance was just an inch from her nose. Uncle only wants to help young ladies, to help them have happy, joyful lives. She stammered, speechless, you. By then, Tan Vu and Tien Xuang were almost down. His roguish voice grew louder and louder. But people don't understand. Oh well, how many people can truly understand someone of such noble character who acts for everyone, like Uncle? Hearing that, Tien Xuang was so furious she practically fumed, while he just awkwardly raised his hand. This man is truly shameless, one of a kind. After that, the man stealthily moved closer to Gwen Jiao, his hand creeping towards her chest. His eyes glinted with roguish lust as he whispered, "Come, let's change locations." At this very moment, Tien Xuang's face behind him burned with murderous intent. She immediately shouted, "Tu Du Chen Vu." As soon as Chen Vu heard that voice, he froze. He timidly turned his head. "Isn't this my little Tien Xuang?" Chen Vu feigned surprise and smiled happily. "Long time no see. Come here, let Uncle read your palm." At this, Tan Vu immediately grabbed his mischievous hand tightly. He nonchalantly teased, "Why not read mine first?" Chen Vu started in fright. "Boy, Uncle's bad mouth." He tremblingly took out paper and continuously wiped his hand. "You're still young. I'm afraid I might read it wrong." Tien Xuang dejectedly complained, "This is Tu Du Chen Vu, the ceremonial elder invited by the Sacred Heart Palace. He's good in every way, except for—" Tan Vu now crossed his arms, his eyes full of interest as he observed, "Tu Du Chen Vu, indeed, seeing is believing." He secretly recalled, Tu Du Chen Vu, the second most powerful person in the Tu Du family, possessed astonishing talent from a young age. At 18, he broke through the Vong realm. He was destined for a brilliant future but voluntarily requested to join the Sacred Heart Palace, serving as a ceremonial elder. When he was young, Tu Du Chen Vu once said, "Only a place with many beauties, like the Sacred Heart Palace, can allow my full potential to be realized." He was a dissolute, thick-skinned man who loved to use fortune-telling as an excuse to grope people. Yet, he was called a great hero of the human race. In his previous life, when the demon race attacked, Tu Du Chen Vu repelled 7,000 demon troops and defended the Sacred Heart Palace for 10,000 years. However, in the end, he couldn't defeat the demon queen. But before he died, he managed to touch the queen's butt. Chen Vu trembled, muttering, "Just a little more." He finally touched that spot. So impressive. The queen's face flushed with embarrassment. Shameless. It was precisely because of that action that for tens of thousands of years afterward, the demon queen was haunted by Tu Du Chen Vu. Back to reality, Tan Vu stared at him and nodded to himself. This man is a bit dishonest but also a spirited hero. Under his strange gaze, Chen Vu stammered nervously, "Young man, don't look at Uncle like that. Uncle's scared." At this moment, Tien Xuang got straight to the point. "Tu Du Chen Vu, my father and master have repeatedly emphasized to you not to flirt with other people's daughters anymore." She lowered her voice firmly, "When I return to the Sacred Heart Palace, I will definitely report all of this." Seeing her resolute attitude, Chen Vu frantically pleaded, "Little Tien Xuang, Uncle was wrong. Please give Uncle one more chance." Tien Xuang turned away coldly, "No, that won't do." Just then, Tan Vu, standing nearby, suddenly spoke up to mediate, "Tien Xuang, let it go this time. But if it happens again, I absolutely won't let it slide." The moment he finished speaking, Tien Xuang immediately let out a sigh. "All right, this time, for young Master Tan's sake, I'll let Uncle off once." Chen Vu's eyes sparkled with gratitude, "Good brother." Right after that, she went upstairs. "Young Master Tan, let's go upstairs." From downstairs, Chen Vu shamelessly called out, "Take Uncle with you too. Uncle spent all of this month's salary, I'm completely out of money." Scene shifts to the second floor. At this moment, 2 glasses of wine had been filled. Chen Vu, putting an arm around his shoulder, generously spoke, "Brother, let me tell you, if you join the Sacred Heart Palace, it will definitely be the most correct decision of your entire life." His eyes glazed over from the alcohol, rambling on, "You probably don't know, but the female disciples at the Sacred Heart Palace, every single one of them, has fair skin." At this moment, Thien Swang was furious, radiating intense murderous aura and billowing smoke. Chen Vu quickly realized and immediately cleared his throat. "No more talk of this, no more talk of this." Then he suddenly pointed at Nuakyu and asked, "Oh, right, is this girl your maid?" Upon hearing this, Tan Vu's eyes grew suspicious. He hummed, "So?" Contrary to his previous frivolous attitude, Chen Vu suddenly reminded him in a serious tone, "You must protect this girl well, otherwise, a lot of trouble will come looking for you." Tan Vu replied with a faint smile, "That's natural." Afterward, his face darkened as he thought to himself, he can also see this girl's bloodline. The Sidhu family is indeed not simple. However, at this moment, Chen Vu smirked cunningly, "This girl, once she grows up, will definitely become a peerless beauty. There will surely be many lecherous perverts coming for her, and that will definitely cause big trouble. Of course, not everyone is as virtuous and upright as your uncle, you know." His words immediately made Tan Vu regret. "So I overestimated him." Thien Swam frowned and spoke, "Actually, there's one more thing, which might require your help, or rather, the assistance of the Sidhu family." Chen Vu uttered a surprised "oh," a look of interest on his face. Thien Swang softly continued, "Shen Xian of the Ice and Fire Profound sect has arrived and wants young Master Tan Yu to join." Chen Vu curled his lips in self-mockery. "The Ice and Fire Profound sect, that's also a strong backing, but compared to our Sidhu family, it's nothing." He crossed his arms contemptuously and asked back, "Such a small matter, and you need to ask for my help?" At this moment, Tan Vu interjected, "But I just made Shen Xian kneel before me." Upon hearing this, Chen Vu was instantly alarmed but quickly regained his composure. "Excellent, young man, you did very well. The people of the Ice and Fire Profound sect are all incredibly arrogant. Being able to teach them a good lesson must be incredibly satisfying. Little brother, rest assured, from today onwards, I'll protect you." He simply nodded with a calm smile, "Thank you." Then he loudly called the waiter, "Waiter, more wine. Tonight, Uncle won't go home until he's drunk." The waiter immediately shouted, "Coming." Just then, Nuakyu suddenly spoke, "I don't want to wait here, I want to go out and play." Tan Vu gently asked the little girl's opinion. "If that's the case, then may I ask Sister Thien Swang and Sister Vo Noyet to accompany you? How does that sound?" Nuakyu immediately agreed wholeheartedly. The two girls quickly left the table. Thien Swang happily said, let's go play." Then she suddenly turned her head and thought, "Young Master Tan cleverly dismissed me, he must have something he wants to discuss privately with Sidhu Chen Vu. I can't stay here and disturb them." Tan Vu silently watched their figures fade away. A moment later, Chen Vu cast a meaningful glance, "Young man, you have something to say, don't you?" He lowered his head without refuting, "That's right, I want to borrow something like this from you." With that, Tan Vu gently drew a line on the screen. The moment he saw his action, he panicked and shouted loudly, "No way! That item is as important to me as my life, how can I give it to you?" 3 hours later, below the grand hall of the Purple Tower, Zheng Yu, in a daze, put his arm around him and cheered, "Keep drinking." He spoke generously, "Little brother, from today onwards, you are my closest brother, Sidhu Zheng Yu. Between true brothers, what can't be borrowed? Big brother will just give it to you directly." Qin Yu let out a tired sigh, "From now on, Tian Shuang can call me uncle." At that very moment, his eyes suddenly widened, his face filled with terror. Zheng Yu, who was drunk, was also bewildered by this expression. "What's wrong?" He turned his head coldly and warned, "Something has happened to Tian Shuang and the others." Upon hearing this, Zheng Yu immediately thought of someone. Is it the Ice Fire Mystic sect? Qin Yu didn't answer, instead turning to instruct. "I don't know yet. I'll go save them first. Old brother Situ, you wait for me here." He shook his head, "I'm coming too." He explained silently, "I just received a sound transmission from Wu Yu. The other party only wants me to go alone first. Don't worry, old brother Situ, I can handle it. Finally, seeing that he couldn't change his mind, Zheng Yu nodded in agreement. Brother, don't be careless. Qin Yu quickly replied, understood. With that, he soared into the sky, leaving a long trail of fiery red light. Scene change. On a certain mountain, the atmosphere was incredibly quiet and desolate. At that moment, Tian Shuang and Ruo Yu were slumped over a large rock, with Wu Yu also unconscious beside them. A sighing voice rang out, why isn't he here yet? Ling Ha sat cross-legged on a rock, faintly complaining, Qin Yu is so slow. At that very moment, a mysterious figure in the blurry mist suddenly appeared before her eyes. Qin Yu's face darkened, his whole body exuding a murderous aura. Ling Ha quickly recognized him and happily clutched her chest, he's finally here. She rushed towards him, waving her hand, Qin Yu, come here. However, the scene that followed made Ling Ha's eyes widen in shock. Qin Yu's sharp blade, carrying a raging, scorching flame, was tearing through the wind at terrifying speed. The fiery blast erupted wildly, threatening to rip apart the surrounding air. Witnessing this scene, Ling Ha immediately flew far away. She broke out in a sweat and couldn't help but exclaim, his anger is immense. Qin Yu clenched his fingers, his eyes blazing red as he charged, as if to engulf the opponent in a sea of fire. His feet skidded across the ground, creating a piercing, grating sound. Qin Yu growled, you're looking for death. Just as he was about to put all his strength into his fingers, Ling Ha hastily shouted, Qin Yu, it's me. As soon as he heard her voice, he was startled, it's you? Ling Ha pleaded softly, Qin Yu, let go first. I have no ill intentions. Her face was covered in wounds, and her eyes were filled with resentment. This brat, why did he suddenly explode with anger? We've met before, for better or worse. Do you really want to kill me? These words didn't faze Qin Yu. He asked indifferently, are you from the Ice Fire Mystic Sect? Ling Ha angrily shouted, Ice Fire Mystic Sect? Is that the trash sect that relies on the immortal race? Are they even worthy of being associated with me? At that moment, Qin Yu looked up and around, his eyes falling upon Wu Yu, who was unconscious and slumped against a tree trunk. He regained his composure and got straight to the point, you led me here. What exactly is going on? Ling Ha, gasping for breath and struggling to get out each word, can you let go of me first? With that, Qin Yu quickly let go. Ling Ha, tiredly rubbing her neck, said, Qin Yu, I lured you here because I hoped you'd join my clan. You have the blood and flesh of a royal beast. Hearing that, Qin Yu's eyes immediately sharpened. He questioned with a dark expression, who exactly are you? Then, Qin Yu wondered with confusion, how did she know that I could control Yazid's body? Ling Ha noticed his expression and quickly reassured him, Qin Yu, don't be so tense. She squinted and smiled, revealing sharp teeth. Well, if you carry the blood and flesh of a savage beast, then you share the same origin as me. At that moment, a tail suddenly grew from behind Ling Ha. Finally, her hands also grew sharp claws. I don't mind telling you, my father. Ling Ha's entire being exuded the aura of an extremely mysterious dragon. He is the Black Dragon King who guards the great wilderness. Qin Yu adopted a defensive stance and asked skeptically, the Black Dragon King? Ling Ha curled her lips, thinking to herself, looking at his expression, he's not faking it. He truly doesn't know my father's identity. Indeed, Qin Yu wasn't reborn through a savage beast possessing a body. She asked in a deep voice, probing, Qin Yu, do you know just how vast the great wilderness truly is? He shook his head indifferently and replied, I don't know. Ling Ha's eyes darkened, my great wilderness spans tens of billions of miles, even larger than the immortal realm. And the great wilderness is divided into 7 heavenly chasms, Hong-Go. Each chasm is suppressed by a savage beast king. She introduced in a cold voice, and my father, the Black Dragon King, is the one who guards the 7th Hong-Go chasm. Ling Ha continued, in terms of status, my father is no less than the head of the immortal realm. In terms of cultivation, even the strongest cultivators of the immortal clan cannot pose any threat to my father. On the surface, Qin Yu pretended not to care. He nodded, perhaps, quite strong, huh? However, he thought to himself, Black Dragon King? I spent 10 years in the great wilderness in my previous life and never once saw him. Yazi, do you know the Black Dragon King? At that moment, Yazi, behind him, suddenly cried out nonstop. It leaned close to Qin Yu's ear, continuously whispering something. He curled his lips and turned his head to ask, You said the Black Dragon King used to be your little brother? Yazi, you're not lying to me, are you? At this, both of them looked at each other and smiled, and the surrounding atmosphere became strangely quiet. A moment later, Ling Ha spoke, Qin Yu, if you already possess the blood and flesh of a savage beast, then you should naturally join my clan, right? Hurry and prepare, I'll take you to meet my father. Qin Yu did not hesitate, sternly refusing, Forgive me, I'm used to being free and unfettered. Thank you for your kindness. These words immediately displeased her. Qin Yu, do you think I'm tricking you, or are you concerned about something else? He looked directly into her eyes and calmly replied, I have absolutely no interest. Ling Ha refused to give up and continued to shout, Qin Yu, you don't belong to the human race. You belong to our great wilderness. Join my clan, and you will receive nothing but good things. Are you refusing me because you've taken a liking to that Zhao Xiner? At this, Qin Yu's eyes immediately sharpened. Indeed. He thought to himself, on the day I killed Zhao Dian, she was hidden nearby. How careless of me, I didn't detect any traces at all. Qin Yu said coldly, I have no interest in Zhao Xiner, but I will not join you either. Seeing his resolute attitude, Ling Ha sighed helplessly, Qin Yu, you are truly stubborn. Oh well, the door to my clan will always be open for you. Finally, Qin Yu stepped forward and said in a deep voice, Since that's the case, I'll take you away now. Then he turned his head coldly and declared, Also, I don't like your way of doing things. If there's a next time, I will absolutely not let you off. She puffed out her cheeks and complained in annoyance, Such a bad temper. However, Ling Ha suddenly looked towards Ruo Yu and asked, Oh, right, can I take this little girl with me? She smirked, explaining, This girl has the ancient demon clan's essence blood in her body. Even if she achieves boundless success in the future, she will ultimately just be a minor demon. Ling Ha's face was full of interest, If you can let me take her. We'll use the black dragon's blood to cleanse her marrow, thereby breaking free from the demon race and becoming a wild beast of our tribe. At that moment, Qin Yu rested his chin in his hand, deep in thought. What she said was indeed not wrong. Although the demon race is strong, compared to wild beasts, there's truly a huge difference. Finally, he seriously questioned, How can I trust you? Ling Ha closed her eyes and explained, This is truly not simple. Our tribe has a secret art, we must form a contract with you. She continued, From now on, the two of us will advance and retreat together, our lives becoming one. If either betrays the other, their body will be shattered and their bones crushed to death. Qin Yu glanced over, asking for an opinion, Na-Ti. What do you think? At that moment, after hearing it from the side, it also nodded in agreement. Finally, Qin Yu had no choice but to agree, All right, then let's sign the contract. As soon as she finished speaking, Ling Ha smiled with satisfaction, Very good. After that, she quickly advanced very quickly towards him. Then Ling Ha came closer and pressed her face close to Qin Yu's. Under his astonished gaze, she gently leaned down and lightly placed a kiss on Qin Yu's lips. Immediately, a brightly glowing magic circle appeared at his feet. A huge surge of energy erupted from below like a raging whirlwind. Na-Ti stood watching attentively from the side and couldn't help but laugh. It narrowed its eyes and thought to itself, Little black dragon, big brother can only help you this much, you know. At this moment, Ling Ha was still holding him tightly, lips touching lips. The mark on the back of Qin Yu's hand suddenly burst into flames. And the mark on Ling Ha's bicep also burned just as intensely. A long while later, she gently released Qin Yu. Ling Ha spoke seriously, Qin Yu, from now on, we will live and die together. If there comes a time when you change your mind, just call me in your heart, and I will know automatically. If you encounter any difficulties, our wild beast tribe will help with all our heart and strength. By now, Qin Yu's head was spinning. He awkwardly wiped his mouth. The way your wild beast tribe forms contracts is truly. Then Ling Ha laughed and interrupted, to form a contract, you only need to touch the other person's muscles. She approached Ruo Yu and gently hoisted the little girl up. Ling Ha smirked mischievously, then turned around and said, I'll be going first. Farewell. As soon as she finished speaking, she immediately flew up without letting Qin Yu say another word. He scratched his head in confusion. It seems I've been tricked. Could it be that Na Ti is the traitor? At this moment, Tian Shuang and Wu Yu vaguely opened their eyes. She quickly sat up and shouted, How is the girl? Qin Yu stood before them and reassured them, Don't worry, she's fine now. Wu Yu looked down, her tone filled with apology, I'm sorry, Tian Shuang also sadly echoed, Young Master Qin, Qin Yu gently continued, You can't be blamed for this. Go, that little girl has a better destiny anyway. With that, he turned and walked away, leaving the two girls standing bewildered behind him. Wu Yu regretfully pursed her lips and muttered, How could I make such a mistake? Wu Yu, oh Wu Yu, you must learn a lesson. Absolutely do not let it happen a second time. Tian Shuang watched his retreating back and wondered in confusion, that girl has a greater destiny. Young Master Qin, you truly are discreet. In the blink of an eye, it was evening, before Qin Yu left the inner courtyard. They sat at a round table. Zheng Yu wrapped his arm around his shoulder and gently swayed him. His face flushed as he asked, My old brother, are you not hurt? Qin Yu replied awkwardly, It was just a misunderstanding, I'm fine. Tian Shuang's eyes widened when she heard this address, Old brother? Zheng Yu laughed and explained, Little Tian Shuang, although Qin Yu and I don't share the same parents, we've become sworn brothers. From now on, you can call me uncle. As soon as he finished speaking, she stumbled back, her face filled with horror. At that moment, Qin Yu quickly stood up from his seat. He smiled gently to reassure her, Tian Shuang, don't listen to his nonsense. Qin Yu raised his hand to reiterate his plan, Has everyone rested yet? In a few days, we'll begin our journey to the Sacred Heart Palace. Tian Shuang said softly, The Sacred Heart Palace has already prepared to welcome young Master Qin. Hearing that, he turned and left, not forgetting to smile and reply, Then I'll have to see just how they'll treat me. Scene change, morning at the entrance of the Sacred Heart Palace. The sky was clear blue with fluffy clouds drifting by, and the gentle sunlight illuminated the Sacred Heart Palace, making it feel incredibly warm. At that moment, three men appeared, their expressions extremely serious. Tai Ning stood silently between two guards, observing his surroundings. Just then, Fei Fan coldly snorted. Tai Ning stroked his beard and said warmly, He possesses a 9th-grade sacred flame. We must recruit him into my Sacred Heart Palace. The two men beside him nodded in unison, The elder is right. Hearing this, Fei Fan chuckled inwardly, 9th-grade sacred flame. I'll have to see what kind of person he is. At the same time, the urgent hoofbeats of horses rang out. From the end of the road, dust clouds billowed up in waves, followed by a carriage accelerating towards them. Tai Ning happily exclaimed, They're here. Come, let's go greet them. At that moment, Qin Yu slowly pulled back the curtain. He lightly questioned Tian Shuang. Tian Shuang, we're almost at the Sacred Heart Palace. Why did Big Brother Situ abandon the carriage and run off? Indeed, just before that, Zheng Yu had abruptly jumped out of the carriage. Tian Shuang laughed and replied, Because the person who came to greet us is Grand Elder Tai Ning. Every time he meets Situ Zheng Yu, he can't help but beat him up. Qin Yu could only smile helplessly upon hearing this, no wonder. Just then, the carriage wheels came to a stop after moving for a while. As soon as he saw the person stepping out, Tai Ning spoke, You must be Qin Yu, right? He praised happily, Excellent, a sturdy physique and tough bones, truly a good seed. Tai Huang, standing nearby, also wanted to join in, Qin Yu, you possess a 9th-grade sacred flame. If you are carefully refined, you will surely obtain everything. In the future, no one will be able to contend with you for the title of God of Artifacts. After hearing these polite remarks, Qin Yu could only force a smile. Because I haven't revealed the truth yet. If you knew that the Nine Heavens' profound extermination flame can refine artifacts in the blink of an eye, I wonder how much more ecstatic you would be. Seeing their attitude, Tian Shuang said, Uncle Tai, you are too enthusiastic. Tai Ning continued to lavish praise. What's there to it? An outstanding genius bearing a ninth-grade sacred flame naturally deserves such treatment. Then he explained, Tian Shuang, your father and I, the sect master, were supposed to come in person today, but something unexpected happened. But Tian Shuang didn't pay much attention, and even said softly, it's fine. While they were chatting, Qin Yu noticed someone. Fei Fan bowed and greeted, Brother Qin, Sacred Heart Palace welcomes your joining. Before he could finish, Tian Shuang interrupted, this is by Fei Fan, my senior brother, and one of the best among us in Sacred Heart Palace. Although he only has a 7th grade sacred flame, his artifact refining technique is extremely high, especially in alchemy, reaching the peak of perfection, truly a rare sight in 1,000 years. She added, even more surprisingly, senior brother's cultivation has also reached the peak of spirit connection realm. Therefore, Tian Shuang was very much looking forward to it. Senior brother is friendly and open-minded, Qin Yu, and he will definitely become good friends. Fei Fan scratched his head and denied, Junior sister, you're giving me too much credit. I'm just an unknown junior brother, not worth mentioning. Now Qin Yu continued the conversation, Brother Bai, don't be modest. He smiled brightly on the surface, but in reality, he had keenly detected the scent of extreme moon sect on him. Fei Fan exclaimed with delight, Brother Qin, today I've made thorough preparations to take care of you. And he assured him, your humble brother is only a few years older than you. If you need any alchemy help in the future, I will do my best to assist you. Politely, Qin Yu responded, then I'll have to rely on Brother Bai. Afterward, Fei Fan turned and left, saying, just call me Big Brother Bai. Watching from a distance, Tian Shuang couldn't help but feel happy, looking at young Master Qin and senior brother, they will surely become close friends. Tai Ning also burst into a radiant laugh, our Sacred Heart Palace is so harmonious and joyful, unlike those other sects that are constantly fighting. There was nothing left to do here, so he moved, let's go, enter the hall. Meanwhile, Tai Huang and his son exchanged meaningful glances. And then everyone proceeded together into the Sacred Heart Palace. Two maids immediately bowed in salutation, young Master Qin. Qin Yu's mischievous gaze fell elsewhere, Big Brother Situ was indeed right. Fei Fan suddenly spoke, Junior brother, Sacred Heart Palace is very peaceful and serene. There's no need to force anything here, but... His tone gradually became dangerous, there are some things I must tell you. Fei Fan revealed, Lang Tian Shuang is the sect master's direct disciple. Her father, Lang Ningpe, is the strongest cultivator in Sacred Heart Palace. It can be said that if you win over Lang Tian Shuang, you'll have the entire Sacred Heart Palace in the palm of your hand. Countless people covet her. He warned, therefore, every move you make, Brother Qin, must be careful. Don't be careless and bring disaster upon yourself. But Qin Yu understood immediately, Brother Bai also has feelings for Tian Shuang, doesn't he? However, Fei Fan boldly denied it, no. He firmly stated, I regard her as my own sister. My heart is solely dedicated to artifact refining and alchemy, I have no interest in matters of men and women. Qin Yu offered encouragement, if you're so dedicated, Brother Bai's future will surely be limitless. He then asked, oh, right, does Sacred Heart Palace allow cultivating external martial arts techniques? Fei Fan explained, direct disciples are absolutely forbidden from cultivating external techniques. The very next sentence, he vaguely hinted, however. Fei Fan revealed the truth, if they are martial arts techniques cultivated before joining Sacred Heart Palace, then they can naturally continue to cultivate them. Yet, Qin Yu showed no surprise, so that's how it is. He secretly thought, this guy is a bit interesting. On the other side, Fei Fan also guessed, this kid is not simple. Has he already found out? Then he smiled brightly and pointed the way, the main hall is over there. Let's go in together quickly. Inside the main hall, people were bustling about. He Tian saw the distinguished guests and announced, "Greetings, great elder, saintess, senior brother Bai, the banquet is ready. Please, everyone." After that, all four of them sat together at a banquet table. Tian Shuang immediately noticed something unusual. Where are the other elders and senior brothers? He Tian quickly replied, some have gone out with the hall master and will be back in a while, others are on their way. Tai Ning generously extended an invitation, Qin Yu, today just eat and drink your fill. Tomorrow, I'll arrange a grand entrance ceremony for you. Hearing his words, Qin Yu enthusiastically exclaimed, okay. A while later, the banquet was still very lively. But Tai Ning's face became increasingly furrowed. He said in a deep voice, why haven't they returned yet? Tian Shuang was truly curious, Uncle Tai, what mission exactly are the hall master and my father on? Tai Ning revealed in a loud voice, a monster appeared in the mountain behind the Sacred Heart Hall. The leader's cultivation is at the 7th level of the void-shattering realm, but it's not strong. He further emphasized, but that beast is extremely cunning and fast. It has appeared and disappeared many times recently, which is why the hall master and your father personally went to deal with it. Qin Yu immediately looked grim and said, a monster at the 7th level of the void-shattering realm? Even if its speed is fast, facing the Sacred Heart Hall master, it's probably no match, not to mention Tian Shuang's father is with him. Finally, Tai Ning sighed, that's why I felt at ease. Oh well, they're probably delayed by something else. Then he put the matter aside, come on, let's continue drinking. Just then, a loud footfall echoed on the floor. That large figure made everyone exclaim in admiration. Ningpa cheerfully called out loudly, Tian Shuang. He smiled brightly, a four-eyed crimson ape slung over his shoulder. Your master is back. Seeing this scene, Fu Yao remained silent. Ningpa approached his daughter and asked, look, aren't you a bit thin lately? Then he directly threw the four-eyed crimson ape to the ground. Ningpa always looked optimistic, we're all family, what's there to be reserved about? Now he noticed, you must be Qin Yu. Good, extraordinary, a dignified appearance. Facing this person, Qin Yu naturally maintained a very serious expression. That made Ningpa awkward. Tian Shuang, young brother Qin also seems quite cold, doesn't he? Tian Shuang understood and gently reminded, young master Qin. Qin Yu slowly read aloud, the monster races Xiangxian Peak. He looked directly at the monster in front of him, a four-eyed crimson ape. Ningpa was a bit curious, a four-eyed crimson ape? What's that? I've never seen this type of monster race before. Young brother Qin truly is knowledgeable. And he evaluated, its speed is very fast, but its destructive power is negligible, nothing to worry about. At this moment, Fu Yao gently lifted her foot and moved. She reminded, Qin Yu, today is your cleansing banquet, so drink and be merry. You don't need to concern yourself with this 7th level void-shattering realm monster. Fu Yao coldly introduced, young master Qin, this is Hall Master Fu Yao of our Sacred Heart Hall. Greetings, Hall Master Fu Yao. Qin Yu immediately saluted, greetings, Elder Lang. He seriously stated, although this four-eyed crimson ape isn't strong, it shouldn't appear here. To clarify the issue further, he suggested, Hall Master Fu Yao, how about we find a quiet place to talk? Fu Yao remained silent, but her face clearly showed the answer. Then she decisively turned around, follow me. Tai Shuang and Tai Ning looked on in confusion as the two of them left. He scratched his head in confusion. Tian Shuang clearly realized that for young Master Qin to have such an expression, this four-eyed crimson ape was absolutely not simple. Fifan was extremely suspicious. The two of them went together to Hall Master Fu Yao's room. Fu Yao got straight to the point. So Qin Yu didn't beat around the bush at all. How do you know that? Qin Yu revealed a shocking piece of news. Fu Yao was slightly surprised to hear that. Qin Yu immediately fell silent, not revealing anything further. In his mind, he pieced together the events from his past life. Before the demon race appeared, many four-eyed crimson apes continuously appeared in human territory. Initially, the human race was unprepared, considering them just ordinary demon beasts. He remembered clearly that as the number of four-eyed crimson apes grew, the human race gradually realized the seriousness of the issue. After the four-eyed crimson apes appeared, many powerful demon beasts began to emerge in human territory. The outcome couldn't have been more tragic. In the end, the Crimson Torrent demon race swept through, and the human race suffered severe losses. And right now, Qin Yu realized an extremely serious problem. This time, the four-eyed crimson apes appeared much earlier than in his past life. It was a while later before he explained. Qin Yu regretted. Fu Yao always maintained a resolute will, and she questioned. Qin Yu affirmed confidently. Then he warned. Fu Yao needed to know the reason. At that point, Qin Yu didn't want to waste any more time. Fu Yao's eyes suddenly sharpened, filled with assessment. Accordingly, she decided. Without another second of hesitation, Fu Yao stood up straight to lead the way. She used her power to transfer a small amount into the imprint on the door. Immediately, it sprung open, casting light from within. A moment later, in the secret chamber, it wasn't just the two of them, but a few other people inside. There were Grand Elder Tai Ning and Second Elder Ling Ning Pa. Beside them were Fourth Elder Ren Qingfeng and Third Elder Mo Linfeng. Fu Yao requested. To avoid wasting time, Qin Yu answered decisively. He began moving his hand across the map. At the same time, at the back of St. Hart Hall Mountain, Fifen was growing suspicious. Suddenly, he froze as if he had discovered something. Then he directly revealed. Right behind the tree, So Lam stepped out. He smirked slyly. Phi Fan was utterly impatient with this person. You'd best tell me the most important matter, otherwise, I won't hesitate to kill you. However, Suo Lin was very nonchalant. Second Divine Prince, don't be angry. You're worried about Qin Yu discovering your identity, but I'm here to tell you, there's no need to worry. He revealed the information. I just received news from Ren Qingfeng. Qin Yu secretly met privately with Fu Yao not because of you, but because of an extremely important good thing. Ren Qingfeng's face always held a hint of cunning. Suo Lin's news made Phi Fan curious. A good thing? He announced proudly, the Honglu demon tribe is about to appear in the Sacred Heart Palace. This time, for our Extreme Sun sect, it's a once-in-a-millennium opportunity. Suo Lin was already excited by this alone. The demon tribe is here. The Sacred Heart Palace and the demon tribe will have a decisive battle. As for our Extreme Sun sect, we just need to watch from the sidelines. If the Sacred Heart Palace suffers heavy losses, it will merge with. Before he could finish his sentence, someone's hand was rapidly approaching. Phi Fan unexpectedly used his hand to silence Suo Lin. He hissed out each word, is Ren Qingfeng your man? Suo Lin, I already told you, the Sacred Heart Palace is mine. How dare you make plans for yourself here? Are you trying to drive me mad? Suo Lin, not to be outdone, immediately retorted, the destruction of the Sacred Heart Palace, the credit belongs to you, Second Divine Prince. I only need Qin Yu. Phi Fan retorted irritably, just for the 9th grade Sacred Flame? Suo Lin had long been frustrated. I don't have the artifact refining talent of the Second Divine Prince, nor the martial arts talent of the First Divine Prince. For me, if I miss the 9th grade Sacred Flame, I'm afraid I'll never have a chance to turn my life around. Phi Fan deliberately manipulated, but if the 9th grade Sacred Flame falls into your hands, wouldn't I have another great enemy? Suo Lin, finding it increasingly difficult to breathe, gritted his teeth and promised, I can swear an oath to the heavenly Tao. Once I obtain the 9th grade Sacred Flame, I will immediately leave the Extreme Sun sect and head straight to the Cyan Empire. Second Divine Prince, are you at ease now? Phi Fan let out a sigh, while giving Suo Lin a sharp look. Finally, he accepted the agreement. If that's the case, after everything is done, the ninth grade sacred flame will belong to you. Suo Lin bowed his head and lowered his voice. Thank you, second divine prince. He forced a smile. Suo Lin is also here to congratulate the second divine prince on acquiring the Sacred Heart Palace. I will secretly assist from the shadows. I'll take my leave first. Farewell. Suo Lin didn't linger for a second, immediately vanishing without a trace. After he left, Phi Fan smiled strangely, the ninth grade sacred flame. He scorned, do you, a mere good-for-nothing, even deserve it? A few days later, soldiers were guarding all the city gates. One person sighed tiredly, just because of a single word from Qin Yu, our entire palace is on high alert like this. What Honlu demon tribe? I've never even heard of them. This is so exhausting. Currently in the main hall, Qin Yu entered and bowed, Palace Master Fu Yao. He reported the progress, everything has been properly arranged. Fu Yao stated, I have informed all the surrounding sect forces to establish a human defense line. If everything you said is true, I'm afraid more news will arrive soon. Just then, someone rushed in frantically, report. He Tian urgently delivered the news, Palace Master, Elder Lang sent back word, 100 miles northwest of Heart Palace City, demon beasts have been spotted. They are all at the third layer of the divine communication realm, nearly 100 of them. He emphasized, it's exactly as per the intelligence report. Fu Yao gave instructions, they've really appeared. Send word to Elder Lang to strengthen defenses, and notify the major sections. The first wave of demon beasts has appeared. Next, I'm afraid there will be even more intense trials. He Tian acknowledged the order and left immediately, understood. Qin Yu understood his responsibility, in that case, I must also take action myself. Fu Yao's expression was a bit tense, Qin Yu, I have one more thing I'd like to ask for your help with. As if he knew it beforehand, Qin Yu was very willing, Palace Master, please speak freely. Fu Yao rubbed her aching head. I have a daughter, her name is Yi Tong. I hope young Master Qin can take her with you. She added, my daughter's talent is very strong, but her temper is hot, she only likes to fight and dislikes peace. I hope young Master Qin can help her to curb her temper. And Qin Yu nodded in agreement, all right, I agree. Fu Yao didn't forget to express, thank you, young Master Qin, my little daughter Yi Tong, I entrust her to you. She suddenly revealed, actually, I also know that young Master Qin doesn't truly wish to join my Holy Heart Palace. But Qin Yu wasn't surprised at all, as expected of Palace Master Fu Yao, you've already guessed it. Fu Yao genuinely assessed, young Master Qin obtained an extremely powerful opportunity in the great wilderness, there is no way my Holy Heart Palace can accommodate young Master Qin. She suspiciously spoke, young Master Qin joined the Holy Heart Palace, your true intention, I'm afraid, is because of the Holy Heart Pond. Therefore, Qin Yu shared, Palace Master Fu Yao is intelligent and sharp, your reputation is well deserved, I need to cultivate in the Holy Heart Pond for 3 months, after 3 months, I will leave. In fact, he already had a plan, the Holy Heart Pond can strengthen the meridians and bones of martial artists, it has an extremely great effect on solidifying the body's toughness. Just thinking about it, Qin Yu felt full of vitality. He recalled the feeling at the time, although my body is strong, my tendons and bones are much looser. Fu Yao expressed her trust, therefore, I hope young Master Qin can use all your ability to help Yi Tong during this short period of time. Qin Yu stated his current plan, before I leave, I will pass on a martial art to Yi Tong. If she can cultivate it to perfection, she will definitely achieve great things in the future, and certainly won't disappoint you, Palace Master. Fu Yao quickly reminded, the opportunity in the great wilderness, even I am green with envy, young Master Qin, Yi Tong is already waiting for you at the martial arts training ground. Without any further hesitation, Qin Yu turned and left, all right. In a flash, he had arrived at the Holy Heart Palace, martial arts training ground. Qin Yu glanced at the person opposite him, this girl. An object was flying rapidly towards him, accompanied by a warning sound, watch out. At this moment, it was slowly getting closer to Qin Yu. He didn't even need to turn his head, he blocked it with his bare hands. Then he even gave the opponent a smirk. Not stopping there, the other person changed direction and attacked Qin Yu again. In a flash, he leaped high, causing the attack to hit the ground directly. Just then, the opponent continuously launched moves aimed directly at Qin Yu's head. A loud explosion shattered the entire space. Qin Yu moved as fast as the wind, not allowing himself to suffer any injuries. When he wasn't paying attention, a sharp object was held close to his neck. Qin Yu instinctively turned to look at the person restraining him. Yi Tong said coldly with disdain, bearing the 9-grade sacred flame, and with the opportunity of the great wilderness, yet this is all you amount to. Qin Yu immediately guessed her intention. Are you testing me? And Yi Tong honestly assessed, Mother said I should follow you to train more, but you're weaker than I thought. Qin Yu meant to remind her, Yi Tong, the first lesson I'm teaching you is to never let down your guard, no matter what. As soon as he finished speaking, ropes appeared from nowhere, restraining Yi Tong's entire body. They were intricately woven around her, looking like a spell formation. Yi Tong was momentarily confused, her body unable to move anymore. Because of this, her sharp weapons all fell to the ground. Qin Yu approached her and said, You lost. Only now did Yi Tong understand. From the beginning, you knew those first few moves were just feints, so you set up the confinement formation behind me first, waiting for me to fall into the trap? Qin Yu rubbed her head teasingly. Children are so easy to teach. Yi Tong had to accept the truth. I lost. You're really strong. Can you release the seal now? Hearing this, Qin Yu lightly flicked his fingers. The ropes instantly vanished and Yi Tong was released. Her slender feet gradually touched the ground. Yi Tong spoke up to remind him, Let's go. Qin Yu didn't reply, just smiled to show his agreement. The two arrived at the bitter forest. Currently, there were many people around this area. Yi Tong, curious, wanted to know, Qin Yu, I heard your relationship with senior sister Tian Shuang is very good. But Qin Yu countered, Do you also want to advise me to stay away from her? Unlike others, Yi Tong said, No, I think you're worthy of senior sister Tian Shuang. Immediately after, her tone became serious, but you need to be wary of one person. This made Qin Yu very curious, wary of whom? Yi Tong immediately emphasized the name by Fei Fan. Qin Yu took the opportunity to probe for more information. Why do you say that? Yi Tong boldly declared, Bai Fei Fan can fool others, but he can't fool me. She honestly shared, every time I'm near him, I feel a very ominous aura. He's absolutely not a good person, it's just that there's no proof yet. Qin Yu then assessed, your intuition is quite accurate indeed. So Yi Tong was very proud, that's a given. So, if you want to achieve true cultivation with senior sister Tian Shuang, you must absolutely be wary of Bai Fei Fan. Qin Yu, emboldened, leaned close to her ear and whispered, What about you? Do you suspect anyone? Yi Tong shyly denied, No. He then put on a charming air, So, what do you think of me? Yi Tong commented freely, Very good. My intuition about people is very accurate. Your character is upright, you're someone who can be trusted. Then she proposed, If senior sister Tian Shuang doesn't mind, I can also become your cultivation partner. Qin Yu coughed a few times and scratched his head, explaining, I was just kidding. He then laughed to ease the awkwardness, Let's go. Yi Tong secretly judged, You want to play games with me? You're still too green. Stepping out to the edge of the forest, the two stopped, looking at the person standing before them. Zhang Xian respectfully said, You two must be Miss Yi and young Master Qin from the Sacred Heart Palace, correct? He smiled and spoke, I am Zhang Xian, the chief disciple of the Black Tiger sect. The area around the bitter forest has been thoroughly defended, with no omissions whatsoever. Yi Tong happily said, Zhang Xian, I know him. He's the once-in-a-century genius youth of the Black Tiger sect. With you here, I feel very assured. Qin Yu looked at him and pondered, Zhang Xian, why does this name sound so familiar? I can't remember for now. He said awkwardly, What genius? Compared to you and young Master Qin, I'm still far behind. Zhang Xian turned and said, "Follow me. I've already arranged a resting place for the two of you." Yi Tong replied, "All right, please lead the way." He quietly observed Zhang Xian from behind. Qin Yu thought, this Zhang Xian looks honest and refined, but his schemes are far from lacking. Every word he speaks establishes his leadership position, and this girl Yi Tong is truly not astute at all. Night fell, and both sat by the campfire. Qin Yu was grilling meat while she sat intently looking at him. "Hey!" Yi Tong was startled when he gave her a big, freshly grilled chicken leg. She asked while eating, "Qin Yu, do you think the demon tribe will appear tonight?" He replied, "What's meant to come, will come. Even if it doesn't come tonight, it will definitely appear in a few days." Qin Yu turned to Yi Tong and said, "Tell me about Zhang Xian." She slowly said, "Zhang Xian is the head disciple of Black Tiger Gate, and he's only 20 this year." Yi Tong continued, "Originally, Zhang Xian was just the son of a normal farming family. 5 years ago, he joined Black Tiger Gate. Based on his astonishing cultivation talent and possessing a 7th grade holy flame. Moreover, he has an innate sword physique. The power of his talent even surpasses mine. I'm afraid his cultivation has already reached the void-shattering realm now. It's a pity, 5 years ago, my master once wanted to recruit him, but he refused. A favored son of heaven like him staying in Black Tiger Gate is truly a bit of a waste." Qin Yu continued to ponder, a farmer's son, suddenly rising to prominence. Black Tiger Gate. Why can't I remember this? Yi Tong added, "Oh, right. A year ago, Zhang Xian, relying only on his peak spirit comprehension realm cultivation, managed to kill a demon beast in the 3rd layer of the void-shattering realm." She continued, "It was precisely because of this incident that his reputation became incredibly widespread." He suddenly stood up and shouted loudly, "I know," startling Yi Tong and making her drop the chicken leg in her hand. She angrily pointed at him and yelled, "Qin Yu, why are you yelling so loudly? You owe me a big chicken leg." He picked up the chicken leg, blew off the dust, and said, "Here, I'll pay you back." Yi Tong took it and ate it with relish. With sharp eyes, Qin Yu thought to himself, "I remember now. He spoke, in my previous life, after many purges by the Great Flood demon tribe, the human race suffered severe losses. And with that, more and more powerful demon beasts emerged. Those cunning demon beasts began to entice humans to become their spies. The demon tribe promised many benefits, inciting many humans. Not only that, some demon beasts even used human youths as pawns from the very beginning, infiltrating various major sects. And in the previous life, one of the most famous human traders was named Ghost Sword Butcher. In his previous life, Ghost Sword Butcher's whereabouts were mysterious, his cultivation was formidable, and his methods were ruthless. At least 1 million humans died at his hands. Qin Yu continued to ponder, but because he was so good at hiding, people knew very little about him. I only vaguely remember a few fragments: humble origins, sudden rise to prominence, born in the Heavenly River Dynasty, innate sword physique. It's Zhang Xian. He is that Ghost Sword Butcher. A farmer's son, yet suddenly rising to astonishing prominence, Zhang Xian is the pawn the demon tribe planted. Or perhaps, Zhang Xian at this point hasn't betrayed humanity yet. In the dark forest, both looked in horror towards the rising flames. Qin Yu stared ahead, stunned, and said, "The demon tribe has arrived." On the other side of the Bitter Heart Forest, a green armored beast swooped down, its red claws shattering rocks. In the dense sky, swarms of monsters, and on the ground, fierce beasts crowded endlessly. The horrified monk poured all his spiritual power and shouted, "Form the array." Qin Yu, along with the other monks, gave their full support. The monk turned around, and a purple light flashed, shattering the rocks. A red-purple aura swirled into a circle, completely engulfing the monk's figure in the center. Sweat beaded on his tense face, the young monk's eyes blazed with anger as he shouted forward, "Damn it!" The giant glowing sword cut through the night, tearing apart space itself. A brilliant golden light engulfed the gigantic beast with its sharp fangs. The entire sky trembled as the sword light struck down, making the monster roar fiercely. On the large sword, Trin Huyn sat leaning on his sword, his eyes solemn as if waiting. Trin Huyn angrily shouted, "You vile monster, I've been waiting for you." The two men were very excited when they saw him. "It's Trin Huyn. Trin Huyn is here. Where are the brothers? Kill the monsters." The horde of monsters bared their fangs, roaring throughout the area. He unleashed a powerful palm strike, surrounded by a radiant glow. Trin Huyn shouted, "Flowing light sword." The immense sword power caused the monsters to explode into pieces. The firelight fiercely gathered, forming a large ring of fire, scorching the surrounding ground. He smirked and said, "Easy as pie." Deep Dong intently watched Trin Huyn standing firm on the gigantic sword and said, "Trin Huyn's cultivation has indeed progressed further. This flowing light sword technique is a move he created himself, and now it has probably reached the high-grade profound rank." Tan Vu spoke up, "No, this ultimate technique is enough to be low-grade earth rank. To be able to comprehend this sword skill at only the first layer of the soul-shattering realm, a born sword master, truly terrifying." He was surprised when he saw the two people approaching him. Trin Huyn stomped heavily on the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. He stepped forward and said, "Miss Deep, young Master Tan." Deep Dong excitedly looked at Trin Huyn and said, "Well done." He humbly replied, "They were just some weak monsters, nothing much." Trin Huyn looked at Tan Vu and asked, "Young Master Tan, do we still have to station troops in the Khotam Forest next?" He replied, "Before the Honglu foreign tribe attacks, there will be at least dozens of waves of vanguard troops. What just broke through the ground were earth armor beetles, not enough to be afraid of. The monsters that are about to rush over will be much more terrifying." He slightly furrowed his brows and smiled, saying, "It seems the next period won't be as leisurely as before." Deep Dong confidently said, "With me here, the Honglu foreign tribe won't succeed." He raised his eyebrows and tilted his head, his eyes flashing as he unexpectedly heard something strange. Trin Huyn raised his bleeding hand and said, "Strange, when did I get injured?" Deep Dong said, "Trin Huyn, hurry and treat your wound. If you wait too long, the injury will worsen." He scratched his head awkwardly and said, "Miss Deep is right." Trin Huyn turned and said, "I'll go back to the stronghold first. You two should get some rest early." She turned to Tan Vu and urged, "Let's go." He silently pondered, "So that's how it is. Trin Huyn falling into the monster's trap must be because of the Scarlet Refining Red Scorpion." Tan Vu continued, "The Scarlet Refining Red Scorpion is a special entity existing within the demon tribe. It has a human body and a scorpion tail. It is very skilled at concealment, and because of its innate supernatural power, it can control human souls. It often infiltrates the battlefields of humans and monsters to secretly attack human powerhouses, thereby causing them to be confused, misled, and join the demon race. Behind every Scarlet Refining Red Scorpion is a strategist who helps devise plans. The Demon Strategist General controls all intelligence of the Honglu demon tribe." He continued to think, "It can be said that as long as we find the strategist, it means finding the main headquarters of the Honglu demon tribe. In my previous life, I heard that a demon strategist general once appeared in the Khotam Forest within the Sacred Heart Palace. I was just going to try my luck, but I didn't expect it to be true." Tan Vu's hand suddenly clenched silently, showing the suppressed anger within. He thought to himself, among this group of Honglu monsters, the strongest probably won't exceed the peak of the soul-shattering realm. Even if it's the demon strategist, I can still eliminate it. Monster, I will definitely not allow you to destroy human territory, to ravage the souls of my human race." Somewhere in an underground cave, a cold cave appeared amidst layers of ice and rock, harboring a mystery waiting within. Tian, who smirked smugly, his eyes glowing red as if rejoicing at the victory about to be his. He looked down at Hong Yi from above and said. She spoke up. Tian, who said. Hong Yi excitedly said. Tian, who continued. She spoke up. He continued. He can't unleash the sacred flame's inherent power. This matter is sure to succeed. Moreover, I already have a plan. Tian, who added. A moment later, Hong Yi spoke up. He pointed at her and ordered. Hong Yi replied. Left alone, Tianhu sat in deep thought. He thought to himself, I, Tianhu, am the most capable one to become one of the 4 future heavenly demon generals. A few days later, a dazzling light exploded in the deep forest, causing the trees to shake violently. Yam Kuku worked hard. Streaks of red flashed through the forest like lightning, signaling a sudden attack. Yi Tong darted across the ground, leaving a trail of glowing red light and countless projectile fragments scattered along her path. She stopped in the eye of the storm, unleashing shurikens in all directions like a tempest, shaking heaven and earth. Yi Tong was startled by Qin Yu's voice. He ate and spoke. She excitedly said. He replied, as long as you cultivate this martial art to perfection, no one in the Sacred Heart Palace will be able to oppose you. Yi Tong spoke, you underestimate my Sacred Heart Palace too much, but I still have to thank you. Let me think, how should I thank you? Qin Yu raised his hand to his chin, as if deep in thought. She approached him and said, how about I repay you with myself? Qin Yu awkwardly said, it's not that serious, really not that serious. Yi Tong continued, Qin Yu, you're truly too adorable like this. How about we become sworn siblings? From now on, you'll be my good younger brother. He smiled without answering. She asked, Qin Yu, how much longer until the full-scale attack of the beast tide? He replied, before the beast tide sweeps through, there will be 7 more feigned attacks. After these feints, the true beast tide will invade. Counting by days, it should be within half a month. Qin Yu pondered, how strange. It's already the 4th time, yet I still haven't found any trace of the Crimson Phoenix. I possess 9th grade holy fire, and I'm still in the Sacred Heart Palace. The Crimson Phoenix absolutely cannot just sit by and watch. He continued to think, strange, could it be that my current appeal has diminished? Zheng Qi, with a serious expression, said, Miss Yi, young Master Qin, there's trouble. Qin Yu paused for a moment, an unhidden look of shock flashing in his eyes. He continued, 30 miles away, a group of elite demon tribesmen suddenly appeared. All of them are at the 7th level of the Spirit Enlightenment realm. Currently, their stopping point is near the Iron Fist sect. More than 50 disciples of the Great Sword sect have been almost entirely wiped out. Qin Yu asked, how many are there? Zheng Xian replied, a Great Sword sect disciple fought for his life to bring back intelligence on this demon beast squad. Please take a look. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately threw up a scroll, causing the entire space to glow red with the energy swirling around it. Zheng Xian continued, according to intelligence, this demon beast squad totals 16 creatures. Currently, this demon beast squad has split into 2 groups, heading in 2 different directions. He spoke, we are closest to them, so we need to go and eliminate them as quickly as possible. Zheng Xian then said, Miss Yi, young Master Qin, I alone cannot eliminate both squads at once. So, I will be responsible for handling one squad, and the other will be entrusted to you too. Yi Tong reassured him, Zheng Xian, don't worry, just leave it to us. If it's just 8 7th level Spirit Enlightenment Realm demon beasts, Qin Yu and I can completely handle them. Qin Yu stood in deep thought, they're here. This elite demon beast squad must be the demon general's personal guards. Then, Zheng Xian presented a glowing token. He looked at her and said, Miss Yi, the location of the other demon beast group is on this token. I will depart first. Please also be careful and stay safe. Zheng Xian continued, once the demon beasts are repelled, I will definitely invite both of you to celebrate our victory for 3 days and 3 nights. Yi Tong happily replied, okay. As soon as he finished speaking, Zheng Xian's figure flickered and shot into the sky like a bolt of lightning. She turned to him and said, Qin Yu, let's go too. On the Flatlands battlefield, both landed amidst towering flames. Smoke and fire enveloped the area, and people fell in battle. Yi Tong stood silently beside a fallen comrade. With angry eyes, she screamed furiously, damn those demon beasts. Qin Yu silently thought, in my previous life, the beast tide was 10,000 times more tragic than this. His eyes were cold, heavy with thought, as if harboring something deep and unspoken. Yi Tong spoke, "Let's depart quickly. We must pursue and utterly eliminate that group of demon beasts." Qin Yu gently released the token, allowing it to fly into the air on its own. The glowing token hovered in mid-air, emitting a fierce red aura. He said, "That group of demon beasts is in the mountain range ahead. Let's go." In the mountain range, both stood amidst the mountains, surrounded by a pervasive purple glow. Yi Tong said, "The demonic aura is too strong, it must be not far from here." Qin Yu, with cold eyes, said, "No." He looked around and continued, "We've been surrounded." She exclaimed in alarm, "What?" The demon beasts roared, gradually tightening their encirclement. A grotesque creature with glowing red eyes was emerging from the ground. The atmosphere immediately plunged into chaos. Under the immense pressure, the two still stood firm, their gaze unwavering. Yi Tong spoke up, "This tiger-shaped demon clan member isn't at the 7th level of the spirit-connecting realm, but at the peak of the spirit-connecting realm." He continued, "Not only that, there aren't just 8 of them, but 10, and there are at least 1,000 low-level demon beasts behind them." She frowned in anger and said, "Damn it, we fell into a trap, those despicable demon beasts. If there were only 8, we could definitely kill them, but now there are so many." Yi Tong thought to himself, although Qin Yu can kill a peak spirit-connecting realm Qi immortal ancestor, facing 16 peak spirit-connecting realm demon beasts, plus thousands of spirit-connecting realm monsters, even with all his strength, he can't retreat safely. It seems there's only one way. She unleashed a blazing red light, carrying a fierce power that seemed to tear through space. Yi Tong struck out and shouted, "Qin Yu, I'll open a path for you, go and deliver the latest intelligence." She turned back and said, "If I die, you must kill all these demon beasts and avenge me." Yi Tong rushed forward in the blazing red light, her eyes resolute without hesitation. Suddenly, Qin Yu grabbed her wrist, holding her back. He spoke, "They're just a bunch of trash, why face life and death like this?" Yi Tong said, "Qin Yu, I know you're strong, but facing so many demon beasts, no matter how strong you are, you can't." He smiled and said, "During this time, you still haven't witnessed my true strength. Watch closely." Streams of power ignited beneath his feet as Qin Yu began to circulate his energy. Both stood within a blazing barrier. He held his spear, radiating immense power. Qin Yu smiled and said, "I'm about to become incredibly handsome. Don't fall in love with me now." The beasts roared, charging forward, their eyes bloodshot, darting like arrows. Amidst the raging demonic aura, his figure stood firm, radiating a spiritual light. Qin Yu's eyes glowed red with lightning, cold and determined, as if ready for battle. From above, he plunged his spear down, creating an earth-shattering explosion. For the third move of the 9 Heavens Divine Thunder Spear Sword, he swung the blazing spear, carrying a powerful purple lightning current, plunging straight down with overwhelming killing intent. Next was the Divine Ghost. The attack slammed down hard, creating a golden lightning bolt that tore through the ground. A wolf-shaped monster howled in despair, rushing into the chaotic atmosphere. Qin Yu poured all his strength into his spear technique, creating a blinding energy flow that pierced through space, overwhelming everything in its path. A gigantic orange energy sphere erupted, tearing through the ground and crushing all surrounding enemies in a destructive frenzy. The surge of spiritual energy made Yi Tong stagger. She quickly raised her hand to shield her eyes against the incoming pressure. He stood silently in the dim light, spear in hand, exuding a sense of peace after the fierce battle. Qin Yu flashed a triumphant smile, his eyes glowing golden with satisfaction. "Done." Yi Tong looked at him in shock and said, "You only used one move, and already." Qin Yu smugly said, "I told you, this move is awesome." He thought to himself, the 9 Heavens Divine Thunder Spear, from the 3rd sword onwards, it's already a low-grade heaven-tier weapon, a heaven-tier weapon, truly awesome. Hong Xie stood silently, looking at the scene before her. She pondered in silence. Hong Xie spoke, "My elite demon clan, lost just like that? 16 Heaven Tiger generals and thousands of demon clan members, all dead because of a single move." Her grotesque arm transformed into a sharp claw, a fierce red light flashing. A red beam of light, as if tearing through space, shot directly towards the two at a terrifying speed. His leg seemed to be injured by something, leaving a bleeding wound on his pant leg. Hong Xie said triumphantly, "It's a success. I didn't expect Qin Yu to be so strong, but he decisively completed the mission." She continued, "The stronger you are, the more beneficial it is for my clan. Wait until one day your sword turns against your own clan, corpses pile up at your feet, and you, Qin Yu, will become one of my clan's most powerful weapons." The giant red spike pierced through the ground, emitting waves of energy that spread around. Qin Yu intently observed the dark purple mountain in front of him, his eyes silent as if waiting for something to happen. A confident smile tugged at the corner of his lips, and he spoke, "It's done." Yi Tong walked over, looked at him, and called out, "Qin Yu." He turned back and said, "Let's go, it's time to return." She remained silent, quietly observing Qin Yu from behind, thinking to herself, strange. That evening at the hardship stopping base, soldiers stood guard very strictly outside. Inside, Yi Tong angrily yelled, "Zhang Xian, don't let the intelligence be wrong again next time. Do you know how dangerous it was today?" He scratched his head and said, "It's my fault. I promise it won't happen again." Zhang Xian turned to Qin Yu and asked, "Brother Qin, can you forgive me?" He unexpectedly placed a hand on Zhang Xian's shoulder, causing him to pause for a moment. Qin Yu continued, much to Zhang Xian's surprise, "What are you talking about? From now on, you and I are like brothers, like limbs of the same body." Qin Yu continued, "To build the future, we must rely on the cooperation of U.S. brothers." His face showed a hint of awkwardness, but he quickly broke into a smile and said, "Brother Qin, oh, that's right." Yi Tong sighed, looking at the two of them, her face clearly showing helplessness, not knowing what more to say. "You two, really?" Zhang Xian looked at Qin Yu and said, "Brother Qin, let's have a heart-to-heart tonight." He glanced back, seemingly a bit cautious but still agreed, "All right." As night fell, he stood waiting on the cliff, his gaze fixed on the distant scenery. After a moment, Qin Yu appeared, standing silently and observing from behind. Suddenly, Zhang Xian turned around and said, "Brother Qin, from now on, the two of us will be the Heaven Tiger General's capable assistants." He respectfully said, "I still hope that Brother Zhang Xian will guide me more." He turned back to Qin Yu and said, "Well said." He continued, "I wonder when Brother Zhang Xian will take me to meet the general." Zhang Xian spoke reassuringly, "Don't worry, I'll arrange it myself." He continued, "Next, the Heaven Tiger General will launch a large-scale attack. At that time, if the two of us can repel these demon beasts, we will achieve a great feat. Our prestige among the human race will rapidly increase. Once you and I gain an important position in the human race, we will naturally be summoned by the Heaven Tiger General." Qin Yu thought to himself, this Heaven Tiger General is truly a strategist. He's incredibly composed. It seems I can't solely rely on Zhang Xian. Zhang Xian put his arm around his shoulder and said, "Come on, let me tell you all about the next plan." As the two turned and left, the seemingly peaceful lake surface surprisingly made a strange sound, as if something was rising from the depths. Chu Lin appeared on the water's surface, his brows furrowed, his mark glowing with a cold smile. Chu Lin spoke, "I didn't expect that besides Qin Yu, this Zhang Xian is also a demon." He continued, "But truly, heaven has helped me. I didn't expect this wave of demonic beasts to be entirely a scheme by these two. Originally, I only intended to use Bai Fifan to seize the Sacred Heart Palace." Chu Lin continued, "But now, it seems I don't need to do that anymore." Under the swirling blue water, he vanished without a trace again. At the stronghold, the night was silent, a bonfire burned brightly outside, everything seemed strangely peaceful. Inside, Yi Dong had fallen asleep, her face serene. Qin Yu sat lost in thought, realizing that to find the location of the Heavenly Tiger General, he must break through to the second level of the illusion-breaking realm in a short time, and awaken the Ghost Ox. He closed his eyes, thinking to himself, "Only with the Ghost Ox can I use its divine abilities, find the Heavenly Tiger General, and directly eliminate him." A fierce killing intent surged from Na-Ti, its eyes glowing red as if wanting to incinerate everything. A brilliant light spread from his palm, as if awakening dormant spiritual power. Qin Yu created a barrier, golden spiritual power radiating around him, his expression solemn and highly focused. Light enveloped his body, and he slightly closed his eyes to keep his mind steady. Qin Yu suddenly opened his eyes wide, his sharp gaze furrowed in concentration, focusing intently ahead. He closed his eyes, his spiritual sense separating from his body, entering internal observation. Streams of energy fluctuated around the crystals, as if awakening. Qin Yu spoke, "It's time to swallow those 8th grade elixirs." He remained silent, his entire body enveloped in a brilliant golden halo. Qin Yu thought to himself, 10 8th grade elixirs are enough for my cultivation to advance to the 3rd level of the illusion-breaking realm. I originally intended to wait until my bones were stronger before consuming them, but now I can't wait any longer. Flames erupted wildly, their light illuminating the entire area. He leaped high, his arms crossed over his chest, preparing to unleash his full power. A powerful punch was thrown, his robes fluttering with the air pressure moving forward. His palm shot out incredibly fast, carrying swirling light like a flash attack. Qin Yu gritted his teeth and said, "Bone manipulation, is this a side effect of forced upgrades?" He sat still amidst the powerful light, his entire body exuding a fierce aura, and right behind him, a colossal dragon slowly emerged as if summoned from his inner strength. A brilliant red light coiled around Qin Yu's hand, as if being infused with power, preparing to unleash a fatal blow. He charged straight forward, his face full of determination, immense power radiating from his raised arm. The punch landed, shattering everything, creating an enormous wave of energy that spread everywhere. Na-Ti suddenly appeared, exuding a cold and threatening aura. In the internal observation space, Qin Yu spread his arms wide, embracing the light from the strange crystals. 2 crystal masses shone brightly, radiating brilliant streams of energy in the space. In the blue light, he closed his eyes, his expression serene as he received the surge of power entering his body. A massive energy orb erupted, shattering the ground and causing everything around to tremble. On the cracked ground, fragments emitting purple light fell at Qin Yu's feet, signaling that the change had begun. He let out a sigh of relief, white smoke rising from his body as if a heavy burden had been lifted. Qin Yu announced, "I've reached the next level of the illusion-breaking realm." A strangely glowing scroll slowly unfurled before him, exuding a mysterious aura. Qin Yu reached out to the scroll, gently calling out, "Come out, my friend," as if awakening a dormant power. Immediately, the Tao Tai awoke, its red eyes piercing through the night. He looked at it and smiled intimately, saying, "Long time no see." Qin Yu closed his eyes, focusing his mind, and streams of energy began to converge around his body. A brilliant golden light enveloped Qin Yu, some power was slowly awakening. A spirit beast-shaped imprint flared on his forehead, exuding an aura that soared into the sky. His eyes opened, his aura completely changed. Qin Yu was looking at the glowing energy circles, it seemed a mystical space had opened before his eyes. His gaze swept across them to the scene of Tian, who seated imposingly on the chair. After scanning through many scenes, he clearly saw the one he was looking for. Qin Yu said, "Found him." Amidst the brilliant light, he slowly walked out, his entire body ablaze with aura. Qin Yu returned to Yi Tong's side, waking her up. "Hey, wake up." Yi Tong sat up as if still half asleep, asking, "Is it time to move on?" He said, "I have to leave for a night. The rest is all up to you." She gently closed her eyes, her face showing clear hesitation, but in the end, she didn't avoid it. Tian Longjiang's underground stronghold. The cave entrance lay silently beneath the grayish-purple cliff, pitch black as if swallowing all light. The surrounding space was desolate, covered with tall and dense grass. Tian Hu said triumphantly, "Excellent. Our clan has obtained 2 innate sword body and 9th grade sacred fire seeds, which will play an important role in the development of our great enterprise later." He continued, "Just attack as planned." Honghak spoke, "Here, I'd like to congratulate General Heavenly Fox first. For this attack on the human race, General Heavenly Fox has solely claimed the major credit. Tianhu said, if I become one of the new 4 heavenly generals, I will definitely reward you. His teeth slightly bared, his fists clenched, Tianhu smiled with satisfaction. He said, as a strategist general, I, General Tianhu, am many times stronger than the rest. Qin Yu smiled and said, strong, but not by much. Tianhu froze, surprised to hear his voice. Hong He was no less astonished, sweeping a sharp gaze forward. Hong He looked towards the cave entrance and shouted loudly upon seeing Qin Yu, who is that? He took decisive steps, walking inside amidst the purple mist. Qin Yu said, what, we just met yesterday, and you've already forgotten me? Ah, he widened his eyes in horror, saying, Qin Yu, you. Tianhu spoke up in disappointment, it seems I was mistaken. He continued, the power of the 9th grade sacred fire exceeded my calculations. Qin Yu, you were just pretending to be controlled to use your divine abilities to find my location. Tianhu rested his hand on the chair and said, I must say, you're still better than Zheng Xian. Tianhu stood up, intently watching Qin Yu, silently deep in thought. He spoke, Qin Yu, you actually dared to come here alone. It seems you're confident you can kill me? He responded coldly, tense confident. Tianhu continued, Qin Yu, I understand everything about your story. You once dedicated yourself to humanity until death. Not a single person from your family lineage remains. Is humanity, like this, worth your protection? The nature of humanity is greedy, despicable, and base, stopping at nothing to achieve its goals. Such a collective can never grow strong, it can only decay and rot over time. Constantly degenerating, this great land will eventually be engulfed in disaster. He continued with a laugh, but my clan is not like that. My clan is united in heart and mind. One day, they will unify the lands and bring true peace to this world. Tianhu said, Qin Yu, try abandoning humanity and joining my clan. My clan will not look down on you for your human identity. Once you join my clan, we will truly be friends, brothers, and family. He extended the invitation, join us, and together, let us build a great enterprise. He replied, are these your final words? I must admit, they are quite moving. Qin Yu frowned and said, but I am irreconcilable with the demon race. Today, I must kill you. Tianhu gritted his teeth furiously when he was rejected. He spoke up, humans are truly stubborn and obstinate, truly beyond saving. Tianhu lunged forward with a kick, his aura surging. He roared furiously, saying, if you are so set on dying, I will grant your wish. It's just a pity that from now on, my clan will lose an excellent warrior. Tianhu unleashed a full-force attack from above. His leg descended with immense power, and Qin Yu quickly blocked. He thought to himself, the power is too great. This General Tianhu is indeed at the peak of the Fa Vong stage. He laughed loudly, your flesh is quite tough, isn't it? But that's your limit. With overwhelming killing intent, he plunged straight down from above. Qin Yu quickly launched a counterattack. The immense pressure made his hearing almost shatter. Qin Yu gritted his teeth and endured, his eyes shining with unyielding determination. Tianhu swung his leg in a horizontal sweep like a lightning bolt. He formed a light shield to block it, and a shockwave erupted. He roared and charged straight forward, his fists flaring his cloak. With bloodshot eyes, Tianhu unleashed a barrage of rapid punches. The attack made Qin Yu unable to stand firm, his body collapsing to the ground. He said, such an excellent warrior must be killed by my own hands. Scarlet Lillian, this kid can also be considered a brave man. Bring him back for our clan to eat, which can be considered the highest honor for him. Scarlet Crane immediately obeyed without hesitation, yes. He stepped forward, his eyes shrewd and full of hidden meaning, raising his sharp claw as if to taunt him. Scarlet Crane suddenly widened his eyes, full of surprise, as if he had just discovered something unexpected. Tianhu also seemed to have noticed something unusual and stared intently at him. Scarlet Crane spoke in astonishment, Imperial Clan. You are not human, you are of the Imperial Clan. A powerful aura of killing intent emanated from his hand, making the space seem to tremble. Qin Yu spoke up. Now, do you still want me to join your demon clan? Tian Hu spoke. Imperial clan, you. You actually left Dai Hong. He delivered a thunderous blow that violently shook the surrounding space. Qin Yu replied, even if I left Dai Hong, what can you do? He thought to himself, I never expected this Qin Yu to actually be of the Imperial clan, and to be cooperating with humans. Tian Hu said angrily, damn it. I must quickly inform Her Majesty about this news. Otherwise, once the Imperial clan and humans unite, my clan will face annihilation. He clenched his fist, and his entire body erupted with intense momentum. In a purple light, Tian Hu looked at him and said, until we meet again, Qin Yu. Qin Yu slightly curled his lips, showing a knowing smile. He leaped into the air, spiritual energy blazing around him like a lightning bolt tearing through the air. Qin Yu looked at him and spoke, what's wrong? Already want to run away? Tian Hu spoke, I originally didn't intend to waste time with you, but it seems that if I don't eradicate you completely, I won't be able to leave smoothly, will I? Tian Hu held his weapon, his entire body blazing with killing intent, a fierce red light swirling around him like a violent cyclone. Roaring furiously, he charged straight forward, shouting loudly, come, with bloodshot eyes full of killing intent. As Tian Hu charged and delivered a deadly blow, Qin Yu immediately counterattacked fiercely, using spiritual energy to block his assault. He gritted his teeth and strained with all his might, his bloodshot eyes unleashing spiritual energy towards his opponent. The two streams of power collided, creating a dazzling explosion. Red and purple lightning bolts spread across the ground, shaking the entire space. The punch landed like a thunderbolt, causing the wall to crack open, as red and purple spiritual energy erupted and surged throughout the space. Tian Hu was utterly astonished, his bloodshot eyes wide open, as he shouted, what? The golden and purple spiritual energies collided violently, creating a dazzling explosion that shook the entire cliff. Tan Vu swung his arm, covered in purple spiritual energy, to block the attack, his gaze sharp and cold. Tian Ho clenched his fist, killer intent surrounding him, glaring at his opponent as if ready to erupt again. He thought to himself, the battle axe the Empress bestowed upon me is completely shattered after just one strike. Tian Ho's eyes widened in surprise as he realized something unexpected was happening. Tan Vu channeled his spiritual energy, unleashing a powerful swirling move, saying, Tian Ho, it seems you're underestimating me. Getting distracted at a time like this isn't a good habit, you know. In a flash, he took the full force of the boy's powerful punch. Tan Vu unleashed a powerful attack, causing spiritual energy to explode fiercely. He flinched, frowned, and looked intently forward as if he had discovered something. Tan Vu quickly leaned back to dodge an extremely powerful attack that was tearing through the air, rushing right past him. His determination and anger were clear, spiritual energy burning fiercely. Tan Vu was violently thrown against the wall, leaving large cracks and a cloud of dust. From the hazy smoke, Tian Ho slowly emerged, looking like an awakened demon god. His foot stomped hard on the ground, his armor shattering, signaling a terrifying counterattack. With blood-red eyes and overwhelming killer intent, Tian Ho roared furiously, you damned royal. He wiped his mouth with his hand and said, as expected of a peakbreaker. Without hesitation, he shouted loudly and lunged down like a meteor, creating dazzling golden spiritual energy explosions. With a ferocious face, Tian Ho shouted loudly as a challenge, come on. The two fists collided powerfully, one side was Tian Ho's violent strength, the other was Tan Vu's unyielding counterattack. Both lunged at each other fiercely, spiritual energies colliding and exploding, creating a fiery life-or-death confrontation. He unleashed a punch filled with purple energy, piercing through space. Tian Ho froze, clearly surprised and angered by his opponent's unexpected strength. Tan Vu gritted his teeth, his blood-red eyes gleaming with unyielding determination. They both charged at each other like thunderbolts, their fists colliding with deafening explosions. The immense power created a fierce energy explosion with blinding light. He poured all his strength into the ultimate technique, unleashing a sky-shattering burst of purple energy. Even as blood pooled at his feet, Tan Vu gritted his teeth and stood firm, refusing to fall. He spoke, "Thien Ho, it seems your strength is exhausted, isn't it?" Thick white smoke billowed up, obscuring the furious anger burning in his chest. Thien Ho spoke, "I'm afraid that's not the case. If I only had such limited abilities, how could I become the military advisor general of my tribe?" He bared his teeth, his eyes blood-red, and the mark on his forehead began to glow. Thien Ho bared his claws and growled, poised to deliver a devastating blow to his enemy. He unleashed a powerful punch with brilliant purple energy surrounding his arm. Thien Ho's arm swept across, his skin ripped open, blood splattering. He said triumphantly, "This is my innate talent, Thien Ho's divine sight. In an instant, it can triple my cultivation." Thien Ho laughed and said, "Your combat power is not inferior to mine, but this time." Suddenly, Thien Ho rushed towards Tan Vu, who was startled and couldn't dodge the attack in time. He delivered a fierce kick to Tan Vu's stomach and said, "You are absolutely no match for me." Tan Vu's eyes widened in pain, and he spat blood. Thien Ho suddenly lunged and bit his shoulder. Tan Vu's eyes glowed red, his gaze filled with fury. He put all his strength into it, head-butting him. Thien Ho bit down hard in pain, spitting blood. He threw his head back, bleeding, and his body was flung away by the purple wind. Tan Vu clenched his fist, purple flames erupting behind him as he charged down. He swooped down like a purple lightning bolt, striking directly towards Thien Ho. He roared fiercely, his body enveloped in a red aura, then charged forward. Thien Ho gathered his strength, his aura rising and forming the shape of a tiger above him. He roared, "Tiger roar." Tan Vu thought in surprise, "Why can't my body move like this?" He frowned and said, "This is troublesome." Thien Ho lashed out with his red claws, slashing across his shoulder, leaving a trail of blood down his back. He extended his hand towards Tan Vu and roared, "Die, you damned royal." A phoenix image flared brightly, radiating golden spiritual energy all around. He stood, channeling the shining golden spiritual energy, making Thien Ho cover his eyes. The golden bird appeared at Tan Vu's summons. Thien Ho stared ahead in surprise and uttered, "This is..." He gritted his teeth as the golden beam of light directly attacked his face. Tan Vu kicked, sending a lot of dirt and rocks flying towards Thien Ho. He said, "I can't believe even this won't defeat you." "If that's the case..." Thien Ho closed his eyes and spoke, "My queen, please lend me your power." Immediately, the queen appeared, granting him ultimate power. He said, "With this one move, we'll decide the victor." Tan Vu, holding his spear, thought to himself, "One move to decide the victor. Just what I wanted." A figure plunged to the ground, exploding into a wide burst of flames. The spirit beasts on both sides began to prepare for battle. Thien Ho raised his hand to gather energy, a small fireball swirling high above. The fireball grew larger and glowed red, swallowing the sky. He strained to hold it. Tan Vu's eyes glowed red with purple lightning, clutching the spear tightly in his hand, gazing intently forward. Their eyes met, their auras clashing intensely. Thien Ho roared, "Tiger condense," while he shouted, "Nine heavens divine thunder spear, fourth form, fire annihilation." Tan Vu swung his spear, creating a golden stream of spiritual energy that flew straight into the center of the fireball. A bright white column plunged straight down into the purple valley, cracking the ground and shaking the stone peaks, with rocks floating in the air. Thien Ho angrily glared at him and yelled, "Die!" The red mass of fire exploded violently, tearing open the purple void, and the shockwave swept everything away. He focused his power and struck down, leaving a massive, deep circular crater in the ground. Thien Ho, exhausted, stood panting, looking ahead. He laughed triumphantly, "Victory, in the end, belongs to me, Thien Ho." Tan Vu said, "You're celebrating too soon." He was startled and looked at him in horror, exclaiming, "What?" Tan Vu unexpectedly rushed towards Thien Ho like a whirlwind. Thien Ho roared, sharp fangs stained with blood, as a purple lightning bolt slashed across his cheek. He gritted his teeth, his eyes burning red, and continued his attack. The beam of light descended and exploded, gouging a deep, round hole in the ground, and sending rocks flying everywhere. Each sharp spear tore through the smoke and plunged down, its shaft still streaked with blood and scattered scratches. Tan Vu stood with his foot on Thien Ho's chest, a glowing slash across his body, white smoke swirling around. He lay prostrate, his body covered in wounds, panting as he admitted defeat. I lost. Smoke and fire erupted in waves, orange-black explosions engulfing the entire area. He said, a Peak Fa Vong realm demon beast is truly difficult to kill. Tan Vu was exhausted, his body weary and showing clear signs of fatigue after the fierce battle. He collapsed onto the ground, unconscious. A few days later, Tan Vu was still lying inside the cave. He slowly opened his eyes, his face covered in wounds. Tan Vu slowly sat up and said, I've been unconscious for 3 days already. He continued, but fortunately, General Thien Ho is dead, and the demon beast horde has ended with him. Humanity is safe. Tan Vu raised his hand, holding a glowing golden ring, with a brilliant green gem at its center emitting a dazzling light. He stood silently amidst the golden ring of fire, his cloak gently fluttering, his eyes calm and icy cold. He said, I must quickly return to the stronghold. Being away for this long, I'm afraid that girl Deep Dong must be worried sick. With that, Tan Vu soared outwards, leaving a stream of light shooting rapidly through the rock face. In Kotam Forest, within the stronghold, he landed amidst the green woods, his hair flowing, a golden ring of light encompassing his entire body. Tan Vu looked ahead and said, It seems they left to look for me. A flurry of footsteps echoed as groups of people rushed towards him. Tan Vu was startled and turned towards the loud shout, We found him. The group stopped in front of him. Ha Thien yelled, Seize him. Tan Vu frowned, his eyes sharp and cold, and asked, Who are you people? He said, Tan Vu, where can you run? This entire Kotam forest has been tightly surrounded. Surrender quietly and come with me. He spoke up, Even though I have no idea what's going on, do you really think you're worthy? Ha Thien angrily furrowed his brow and shouted, Brothers. Tan Vu colluded with demon beasts. He's a traitor to humanity. You're indignant. Quickly follow me and capture him alive. Charge. He stood at the center of the formation, issuing a summoning command, T9. It appeared behind him, its spiritual power surging, cracking the ground and rocks. A torrent of purple spiritual energy erupted like a storm, sending the entire group flying and tumbling. A purple gust of wind howled through, pulling a long trail of dust and lashing directly at them. Ha Thien slammed violently into a tree trunk, his body covered in scratches, spitting out blood. He spoke, asking, What exactly happened? The group behind him rushed forward, shouting loudly, Capture Tan Vu alive. He extended his hand and tightly gripped the spear shaft, a downward pressure emitting a dazzling golden aura. Tan Vu looked up, his golden eyes flashing coldly, and growled, Enough. He swung his spear in a circle, a golden streak drawing a half-arc across the sky, as the howling wind swept away the people in front. Phi Pham spoke up, Tan Vu, you truly disappoint your elder brother. He slowly descended, much to Tan Vu's surprise. Phi Pham continued, I once thought you were a righteous and honorable man. I never imagined you would betray humanity for a small profit, daring to collude with those vile demon beasts. He said, No wonder only you knew about the so-called demon beast horde. Now everything is clear, this was all a conspiracy you orchestrated yourself. Phi Pham continued, But you reap what you sow, justice is eternal, and your conspiracy has finally been exposed. Tan Vu, surrender now. Out of respect for our past as fellow disciples, I will try my best to spare your life. He chuckled, You say I colluded with demon beasts. He said, The evidence is clear, and you still want to blabber now. No wonder you're so young, and not only possess the 9th grade sacred flame, but also have such strong cultivation. Phi Fam continued, the great wilderness opportunity is just an excuse you feed to outsiders. Everything you have today was all given to you by demon beasts, wasn't it? He continued, Qin Yu, I'll say it one more time, surrender now. Qin Yu laughed loudly, so colluding with demon beasts means I have to surrender? He said, I'll also say it one more time, I, Qin Yu, am a son of humanity. I live for humanity, and I will die for humanity. Qin Yu looked at Phi Fam and asked, arresting me, is that the intention of the Sacred Heart Palace? He replied, not only the Sacred Heart Palace, even the experts from the Blazing Sect have arrived. He thought silently, it is as I expected. Fu Yao stepped forward and yelled, watch your mouth. She appeared with a suspicious look, standing between two subordinates. Yi Tong spoke up, by Phi Fam, Qin Yu isn't that kind of person. I absolutely don't believe you when you say he betrayed humanity. Fu Yao said, I also believe in young Master Qin's character. Tian Shuang spoke up, Senior Brother Bai, I remember Master clearly said that everything must be thoroughly investigated first. Qin Yu is already a member of our Sacred Heart Palace, what right do you have to speak to him in such a tone? Phi Fam said, the evidence of Qin Yu betraying humanity is as clear as day. I'm doing this also to protect our Sacred Heart Palace. Otherwise, people will think that Qin Yu's actions were all orchestrated by Master Fu Yao. With a smirk, he said, Master, could it be that you? Fu Yao was startled, looking intently ahead. She looked at him and asked, Phi Fam, do you know what you're saying? Look, more than half of it was incited by you, Fu Yao. From the sky, streaks of golden light descended, dazzling like bolts of lightning. He stood in the middle of the grassland, when suddenly 3 other people also appeared beside him. One person erupted with an orange-red halo, surging fiercely as if to swallow everything. Chu Lin's lips curled up in a cold, meaningful smile. The air vibrated, every step of Yin Ruo seemed to crush the ground beneath her feet. Pan Chao smiled and said, I never expected the Sacred Heart Palace to collude with the demon race. This is the Blazing Sect Master, Pan Chao. Standing next to him was a woman with a serene face, radiating a halo of light, the first divine child, Yin Ruo Bing. Next was Chu Lin, with sharp eyes and a meaningful smirk. Pan Chao said, Fu Yao, your Sacred Heart Palace has betrayed humanity. I hope you can give me a perfect explanation. With a strong push of his heel, the person on the left leaped from the ground, soaring like an arrow. The right side of a robe swept past, the other person landed gracefully, their toes touching the ground with a beat. The two sides faced each other in the open space, light casting long streaks, the atmosphere as tense as a drawn bowstring. A man spoke, I really thought he was some formidable genius. Turns out he's just a dog licking the feet of those demon races, the person next to him said. At 18, he already possesses the 9th grade sacred flame, and can even kill the supreme prodigy of the Qi immortal ancestor. That bastard, I hate traitors to humanity more than anything in this life. Fu Yao tilted her head, her eyes cold and full of doubt at the whispers. She turned to him and asked, Qin Yu, since you have joined my Sacred Heart Palace, I will naturally trust you. But now you need to tell me, where have you been this short time? He said, behind the Crimson Flow demon beasts is the demon race's chief strategist, who is responsible for commanding. 3 days ago, I secretly ambushed the chief strategist's position and killed him. Qin Yu continued, I was also severely injured because of that, and only woke up not long ago. Phi Fam looked towards his hand in surprise. He slightly curled his lips, offering a meaningful smile. Phi Fam spoke, Qin Yu, do you think we're fools? You alone claim to have killed the demon race's chief strategist? He continued, it seems you won't shed tears until you see the coffin. If that's the case, guards, bring Zheng Xian here. The subordinate replied, understood. Zheng Xian appeared, tied up. He was hunched over, panting, his clothes covered in dust. Behind him, the bald man pointed and sternly shouted, come out. Phi Fam turned back and said, you'd best tell the truth. If you do, I can certainly spare your life. After making a gesture behind the man's back, he continued, Zhang Xian, tell us everything you know. Zhang Xian felt something was amiss and took difficult steps towards Qin Yu. He spoke as if being controlled. I truly betrayed the human race. I, Zhang Xian, apologize to everyone, Qin Yu. He continued, Qin Yu, the truth is just like me, he secretly colluded with the demon race. He opened his eyes wide, staring intently at Zhang Xian. Someone spoke, Qin Yu, Zhang Xian has admitted it. I'd like to see what excuses you have now. Hong Mi said, this Qin Yu truly deserves to die. It's like harboring a snake in one's bosom, better to raise a dog than him. It's hard to appease the hatred in people's hearts. Qin Yu angrily clenched his fists, remaining silent. He thought to himself, I've been set up. It seems I can only play the villain and shed some blood. A fight is unavoidable. Yi Tong shouted, sly talk. Qin Yu absolutely did not betray the human race. There must be some conspiracy behind this. She angrily pointed at him and said, by Fifan, I've long had a feeling something was wrong with you. Now I finally understand. You are from the extreme heat sect, and all of this was your scheme, wasn't it? He sneered, junior sister, you've just been bewitched by that Qin Yu, which is why you're saying such nonsense. Fifan spoke up, Master, Qin Yu's betrayal of the human race is as clear as day. I asked Master to pass judgment. Fu Yao stood silently, not responding. She was deep in thought. Fan Chao spoke up, what more is there to decide? I see that the Sacred Heart Palace cannot escape involvement in this. He continued, Fu Yao, today I will take Qin Yu. In a few days, I will summon all the sects to pass judgment on Qin Yu. Fan Chao frowned and continued, and your Sacred Heart Palace must also undergo an investigation. He stated, during this time, all resources managed by the Sacred Heart Palace must be handed over. Fan Chao said, if the Sacred Heart Palace is proven innocent, everything will be returned. Chu Lin spoke up, Qin Yu, oh Qin Yu, you've brought this upon yourself. It's hard to survive. If you knew this day would come, why did you even start? He spoke, Chu Lin, all of this was your scheme, wasn't it? I have to say, your calculations are quite precise, but do you really think you can capture me, Qin Yu, with just you all? He asked, Qin Yu, do you really think you can still leave this place? Footsteps approached, then stopped right in front of the other person. Ruo Bing said, Qin Yu, I am Yin Ruo Bing, the first divine disciple of the extreme heat sect. Surrender now, and you'll spare yourself some pain. A man spoke up, so it's the first divine disciple of the extreme heat sect. I heard that the first divine disciple possesses the heavenly yang physique, has a sacred flame, and has already broken through to the third level of the void-shattering realm at only 20-something years old. Another person said, if the first divine disciple makes a move, I'm afraid Qin Yu won't even last a single move. The person next to him spoke, in front of the first divine disciple, Qin Yu is nothing more than a tiny ant. Fu Yao angrily yelled, enough. She said, at this moment, Qin Yu has joined my Sacred Heart Palace, and this matter will naturally be handled by my Sacred Heart Palace. I will take Qin Yu back for a thorough investigation. If Qin Yu truly betrayed the human race, I will absolutely not cover for him. Fan Chao asked, Palace Master Fu Yao, your thoughts are beautiful, but if you take Qin Yu back, it won't be clear and transparent. Won't whatever you say just be taken as truth? He continued, even if I were to agree, would all the martial artists here agree as well? Everyone unanimously spoke up, absolutely not. Fu Yao asked, what if I insist on taking Qin Yu back today? Fan Chao replied, then we'll have to see if your Sacred Heart Palace can stand against the extreme heat sect and all the other sects here. Qin Yu spoke up, Palace Master Fu Yao, I will engrave your kindness in my heart. There's no need for the Sacred Heart Palace to act. This battle, let me handle it. He thought to himself, Palace Master Fu Yao is under such great pressure, yet she still speaks up for me. It seems I didn't choose the wrong person. With that, Qin Yu swung his spear towards Ruo Bing. He spoke, if you can withstand one strike from my spear, my fate will be yours to decide. She said, Qin Yu, you're quite bold with your words. Fan Chao shouted, Qin Yu, oh Qin Yu, you're truly ignorant of your place and disrespecting my extreme heat sect. Qin Yu angrily shouted, shut your dog mouth. You're next. Ruo Bing spoke up, how dare you be insolent to the sect master? I will make you pay for your arrogance. She exerted her power, and a golden aura flared up, enveloping her as she swiftly charged towards him. Ruo Bing launched a palm strike, and a golden wave surged out like fiery ripples, sweeping up earth and stone as it rushed forward. Qin Yu shot forth, his long staff flashing with a purple glow, striking horizontally at his opponent. She angrily frowned and shouted, damn it. Ruo Bing shouted loudly. From the ground, he swung his spear and thrust straight towards her. Ruo Bing exerted all her strength to resist. It struck the yellow light shield, causing it to shatter. Qin Yu swung his spearhead, releasing a streak of purple light, whistling in a straight line as it rushed forward. She coughed violently, some blood at the corner of her mouth, and stumbled backward. A thunderous explosion echoed, and golden flames surged, engulfing the entire corner of the forest. Fan Xiu's eyes widened in horror, his mouth agape as he yelled. So Lam froze, sweat beading on his forehead, gritting his teeth as he stared intently. Dust and sand flew everywhere. Qin Yu calmly landed, controlling the rhythm of the strike, while Ruo Bing was a beat too slow and took the hit, flying backward. He pointed the spearhead towards her as if to say the match was over. Qin Yu pointed his spearhead at Ruo Bing and said, she said. Fan Xiu thought to himself, but how much time has passed? Demonic race, do they have some trick? Is Yin Ruo Bing really defeated so easily? Useless. Thian Swang looked at him in surprise, thinking to herself. Deep Dong cheered excitedly. Fu Dao thought to herself. So Lam, Fan Xiu, and everyone else stood terrified, looking ahead. He declared loudly. Their faces pale, hands gripping their weapons, eyes wide, they remained silent. So Lam spoke up. The bald man's eyes widened, and he roared. The man next to him also squinted, his brows furrowed, showing strong agreement. Everyone advanced towards Qin Yu simultaneously, shouting. So Lam said. Fan Xiu spoke up. Qin Yu unleashed a palm strike and swung his spear, creating purple spiritual power that swept away the enemies. Two people, weapons in hand, charged forward to attack him. Qin Yu channeled his energy, unleashing a white aura towards them. They all shouted. With cold, steely eyes, Qin Yu summoned his spirit beast. It instantly appeared, batting them away, sending them flying afar. The spear in his hand erupted with spiritual power, slashing down, the sound of tearing wind echoing loudly. Qin Yu shouted loudly. Fan Xiu clutched his sleeve, groaning softly as the purple streak grazed him, his shoulders trembling violently. He frowned, his eyes fixed on the front. He stood silently on top of the defeated opponents, looking straight ahead. Qin Yu asked. Everyone screamed in terror as they ran, he's surely not human but a ghost. He's an evil spirit. I won't fight him. Fan Xiu thought to himself, this guy is full of spiritual energy. I can't see the full extent of it yet. He gnashed his teeth in anger, pondering, no, that's not right. He isn't using spiritual energy at all. He's fighting purely with his powerful, muscular body. Fan Xiu spoke up, Qin Yu, so fierce and brutal. You've made our human race lose all face. I will personally face you. Fu Yao stared at him and said, you. He turned to her and said, Hall Master Fu Yao, I already told you. He sat on top of the fallen opponents and continued, this battle belongs to me, Qin Yu, alone. Fu Yao looked at him, silently pondering. Fan Xiu shouted, Qin Yu, no matter how strong you are, in front of the sect master of extreme heat sect, you're nothing but an ant. Chu Lin also yelled, Qin Yu, you're worse than a beast. As soon as sect master Fan makes a move, it'll be your dying day. He directed a cold, sharp gaze towards them, smiling arrogantly. Fan Xiu clenched his fist, and golden flames roared, coiling around his body like a newly awakened volcano. He yelled, "Qin Yu, die!" Golden flames surged, and writhing lightning wrapped around him. Crimson clouds billowed, filling the sky like spilled blood. Fan Xiu turned towards him as if preparing to attack, but Qin Yu remained calmly seated on the pile of defeated opponents. His eyes widened, staring intently at him with overwhelming murderous intent. Qin Yu frowned, glaring at his enemy with full vigilance. Yazi appeared beside him, radiating an imposing aura. Qin Yu asked it, "Yazi, are you letting me run faster?" A white circle erupted amidst the crimson clouds, bright particles rained down, and the entire sky seemed to ignite. The people below looked up, wondering, "What is that?" Suddenly, their vital energy was sucked towards the blood moon. The demon tribe's shadow above continuously drained the life force of those below. Qin Yu looked up with eyes full of worry. Yu Ming smiled eerily, raising her sharp claws to her mouth. Then, she looked down and exclaimed, "What a lively crowd! Is it a class reunion?" Fan Xiu looked up and replied, "You, audacious demon! How dare you come all the way here?" In a flash, Yu Ming teleported behind him. She whispered into Fan Xiu's ear, "You're too ugly, I don't like you. I can only send you to your death." With that, Yu Ming swung her hand, unleashing a violent and powerful force. An ethereal purple energy circle appeared around her, while Fan Xiu had been reduced to minced meat. Chu Lin and Fei Fan retreated in fright from the swirling black and red aura. Fu Yao looked forward in astonishment, thinking, above shattering void. Qin Yu pondered, this is one of the 4 heavenly demon generals. Why is she here? Yu Ming gave a cold laugh, staring intently at him. She said, "Little brother, your aura is very familiar. Did you kill Tiansu?" Qin Yu thought to himself, the first-generation 4 heavenly demon general, known as Yu Ming Bloodbat, subordinate of the Lord of Dark Night. As long as she looks at me, my whole body won't be able to move. He pondered, with this level of cultivation, she must have reached the unification realm. Even if I use my last resort, I wouldn't be able to withstand a single move from her. It seems I can only bet everything on this one time. Yu Ming flicked a red flame, and he braced his spear on the ground, erecting a purple light shield to meet it. She flapped her wings, fanning her hand to disperse the chaotic light around him, and said, "What's wrong? You have the guts to kill, but not the guts to admit it." Qin Yu tightened his spear shaft, his golden eyes cold, ready to unleash a strike. Yu Ming continued, "This big sister likes upright humans, and your current behavior is making me a little displeased, you know." Qin Yu spoke up, "I'm not scared at all, it's just that you're so damn ugly, it makes my stomach turn, and I couldn't speak for a moment, that's all." She continued, "You say this big sister is ugly, but this big sister thinks you're quite dashing, you know." Yu Ming frowned and said, "Fresh blood like this must be very delicious, huh?" His icy gaze swept quickly. Qin Yu spoke without any fear, "Despicable demon race." He continued, "Even if I, Qin Yu, die, I won't let you get my blood. You don't deserve it." He stamped hard, the ground shattered, and a golden wave surged straight at her. Qin Yu roared, embracing the light to his chest, unleashing a powerful attack. She flicked 2 fingers, and a golden light shot forward. The light pierced straight into his forehead, and a circle glowed intensely. Qin Yu stood motionless, his spear falling to the ground. Her mouth opened wide, white fangs glinted, and tears streamed down her chin. Yu Ming tilted her head, leaning close to his shoulder, her fangs sinking deep as if to quench her bloodlust. She held him tight, her red hair spread out, her lips pressed against Qin Yu's neck, sucking fiercely. He screamed, his whole body trembling, as his strength was drained. Yu Ming licked her lips, a trace of blood remaining, the corner of her mouth curving in satisfied smile. She said contentedly, "Absolutely wonderful," while Qin Yu collapsed to the ground, unconscious. He woke up with a pale, wrinkled face, his breath weak, Qin Yu seemingly still unaware of what was happening. Yi Tong shouted loudly, "I told you, Qin Yu never betrayed humanity." Tian Xuan cried out in shock and worry, "Young Master Qin." Fu Jiao sat on the ground, laughing manically. Everything, in the end, it's all our human race bringing disaster upon ourselves, that's all. Fei Fan looked over in surprise when he noticed something unusual about Chu Lin. He suddenly mutated, his skin cracking, yellow patches exposed, devoid of life. The man looked at him in horror and yelled, "Chu Lin!" One man spoke up, "It's over, everything is finished, it's all your fault for saying Qin you betrayed humanity. If not for that, what would I be doing here?" Another person cried out in horror, "It's all Qin Yu's fault, that damned jinx. Everything is him, it's all because of him." Yu Ming spoke up, "The rest of you, none of you excite me." She continued, "Well, whatever, just kill them all and be done with it." Yu Ming turned her back, her large black wings spread wide amidst the blazing red light, exuding a fierce power that made space seem to tremble. She stood at the center of the radiant red light, her wings spread, with a large swirling mass of energy above. Yu Ming turned to leave, not forgetting to turn back and say, "Bye-bye." Zhang Xian stood in thought, looking at her vanished figure as if contemplating something. He said, "This is one of the 4 demon generals of the demon race. The demon race is this powerful? My choice was not wrong." Fu Jiao and his subordinates sat silently in the empty field, their eyes heavy as they witnessed the devastation before them, with nothing left to salvage. Yi Tong remembered Qin Yu, lowering his head, tears silently falling down his cheeks, while Fu Jiao sat beside him in silence. Yu Ming spun around with extreme panic when she noticed something unusual. Yu Ming froze in midair, blood gushing from her mouth, her eyes wide in shock. Having lost all strength, she plummeted straight down like a falling leaf unable to catch the wind. A beam of light plunged straight down, the ground shattering, and the pressure spreading wide as if to sweep away everything around. Amidst the thick white smoke, Yu Ming sat slumped on the ground, clutching her bloody chest, groaning in pain. Yu Ming crashed down hard, the ground cracked, and the lingering pressure still surged upwards, startling everyone. Tian Shuang frowned, looking towards the dust cloud, and asked, "What's happening?" Zhang Xian rushed towards her and said, "Lady Yu Ming." He looked worriedly at Yu Ming and asked, "Are you all right?" She angrily shouted so loud that Zhang Xian was thrown into the air, "Get lost." Qin Yu appeared before Yu Ming with a smug smile. She frowned, looking at him, and asked, "What did you do to me?" Qin Yu didn't answer, but asked back, "Well, the blood of the desolate tribe. Is it delicious?" Yu Ming asked in horror, "You belong to the desolate tribe?" He smiled and said, "The demon tribe and the desolate tribe are intertwined in a cycle of mutual generation and destruction. You've drunk so much blood from the desolate tribe." Qin Yu continued, "Your internal organs, your bones, your divine soul are all being incinerated right now. Is that taste not good?" She angrily asked, "Desolate tribe, you dare to break your word? Aren't you afraid of the mountain tribe taking action?" His hand suddenly swept out, carrying a wave of power that tore through the air, the sound echoing as if ripping the wind. Qin Yu grabbed Yu Ming's neck, lifting her off the ground. Her wings faltered, and her eyes gradually dimmed. He asked, "The desolate tribe has never broken its word, because I am from the human tribe. What does any of this have to do with the demon tribe?" Yu Ming looked at Qin Yu as if wanting to ask something, but, "You." He spoke, "I bet you want to ask me how a human has the blood of the desolate tribe, right? But I'm sorry, you won't get the chance to find out." Qin Yu tightened his grip on her neck, the skin clearly indented. Her breath slowly weakened. Yu Ming transformed and said, "I can't believe I, a dignified 4 heavenly general, fell for such a dirty trick from a scoundrel like you." She roared in anger, "But even if this general dies, I will drag all of you down to the grave with me. I vow to use my final curse to damn everyone here. As long as you are human, you shall all die within my resentment. Brat, these people's deaths are your fault. I will make you live with endless regret." A stream of blazing red energy erupted from his hand, tearing through the ground, forcing the opponent back with no time to react. The pressure exploded into a fiery red sphere, engulfing everything within, scattering rocks and debris. His cold eyes stared straight ahead, and Qin Yu's voice deepened as if to himself, "Endless regret?" He raised his hand, his face icy, eyes half closed, but all his power was focused forward. Qin Yu burst out laughing, his eyes blazing. I will not regret. A fiery red vortex surged everywhere, tearing open the ground and sweeping away everything around it. Many people screamed in panic as the strange energy poured down, dark figures hovering all around. A man was screaming in agony as his soul was being extracted, an ominous pinkish-purple energy escaping from his mouth. Fu Jiao looked at him and called out, Qin Yu. She continued, what happened today has nothing to do with you. You don't need to feel guilty. Go now, leave this place. Tian Shuang closed her eyes and said, Young Master Qin, farewell. Yi Tong forced a smile and said, Qin Yu, hurry and go. Don't worry about us. He said in surprise, but it's just resentment, everyone, you don't have to be like this. Qin Yu raised his arm, covered in blazing flames, and roared, 9 heavens profound extermination. He unleashed a golden-orange spiritual energy towards Fu Jiao's group. Yi Tong was thrown far away, his eyes wide in disbelief as he was engulfed by the fierce flames from the sudden attack. Qin Yu turned back and said with a smile, now we can leave together. Everyone cried out when they saw him, Qin Yu, save us, quickly save us. Someone spoke up, Qin Yu, it was my fault, but I was also deceived. If you're not a Demon Clan member, then please don't abandon us. Another person said, Qin Yu, what are you waiting for? Hurry up, I'm in so much pain. He spoke up, you are all humans, so of course, I won't let you be buried in these dark forces. They said joyfully, Qin Yu, what are you waiting for? Quickly remove this resentful energy for us. Qin Yu continued, everyone, I think you've misunderstood me. He spoke up and asked, or rather, do you truly think that I, Qin Yu, would step in to save you? They stared at Qin Yu with wide, surprised eyes. He continued, I haven't forgotten your expressions, when you indiscriminately assumed I was from the Demon Clan, wanted to kill me, wanted to trample over my body, to ascend to great heights. Qin Yu angrily spoke, don't joke around anymore. Now, you want me to save you? Are you worthy? Everyone cried out in horror, Qin Yu, what do you mean? Qin Yu, there are so many lives here, can you really bear to watch us die? He laughed loudly and said, Qin Yu can overcome all challenges for your sake. Qin Yu frowned and said, but unprincipled people like you only care about yourselves. Dying would be a lighter burden, I, Qin Yu, wouldn't regret it at all. The monk, screaming in pain, blood gushing from his mouth, cried out, Qin Yu. He spoke up, originally, I wanted to give you a swift end, to spare you from too much torment and pain. But now, it seems you don't even deserve that. Qin Yu turned to her and said, Hallmaster Fu Jiao, take Yin Ruobing with you. Let's go. She lay motionless on the ground, her body covered in wounds, looking exhausted. The group left, to the bitter resentment of those remaining. They said, Qin Yu, I will tell all the disciples of the sects about what happened today. Before long, you will surely join me in the underworld. The other person continued, Qin Yu, I won't accept this. He stood watching Zheng Xian, who was slumped on the ground, surrounded by swirling dust. He lay motionless on the ground, his eyes dazed as he saw Qin Yu approach. He spoke up, I almost forgot about you. A blazing attack from his fingertips shot out powerfully towards Zheng Xian. Flames engulfed his entire body, incinerating everything around with destructive power. Qin Yu coldly turned his back and left, leaving the blazing red flames behind him. He turned back and urged everyone, let's go. Qin Yu asked, what's wrong? Do you think I burned them too much? Tian Shuang replied, they brought this all upon themselves. I'm just a little emotional, I didn't expect that those righteous martial artists would so easily abandon their faith. Yi Tong angrily said, I don't think it's excessive at all. Those guys totally deserve to die. Qin Yu closed his eyes, then sighed softly, after all, let's go. He opened his eyes wide, surprised, as he noticed something unusual in his body. Qin Yu, dizzy, clutched his head and sat down on the ground. Tian Shuang rushed over worriedly and asked, Young Master Qin, what's wrong? He clutched his head, frowning, and replied, "That demon clan member drained too much blood and energy from me. I'm just a little exhausted. Let's leave quickly." Qin Yu stared intently, his eyes filled with doubt. He said, "This." Despite Tian Shuang's cries, Qin Yu's eyes slowly closed. "Young Master Qin Yu." At the same time, the great wilderness was shaking violently from strange flashes of light and thunder. The Dragon King was coiled up, as if sleeping in the cave. Outside, where the beasts were strictly guarding, a dark shadow flew across the sky. Ling Ha, riding on the back of a huge dragon, slowly descended. She stepped down from the beast in a brilliant light. Ling Ha appeared and slowly walked into the cave. She stood beside the Dragon King and spoke, "Father, I've returned." He spoke, "My daughter, you've finally returned." Yu Ruo was crying from emotion, witnessing the family reunion. The Dragon King said, "She has the bloodline of a high-level demon beast. My daughter is truly kind-hearted." "This father won't be polite," he said, then opened his mouth wide, intending to swallow the little girl. Ling Ha raised her hand and stroked the Dragon King's head. She said, "What are you thinking, father? This isn't for you to eat. I brought her back so you can cleanse her marrow and change her blood, making her one of our bloodline." He brushed Ling Ha's hand away and asked in a cold voice, "What did you say?" The beast stared in astonishment upon hearing her words. They all stood dumbfounded, unable to believe their ears. They all turned their gaze towards Ling Ha and Yu Ruo. The little girl, frightened, stood close to Ling Ha, clutching her hand tightly. Ling Ha frowned in anger, glaring at them. She angrily yelled, "Go to sleep, all of you. You're scaring my little sister." The two little demon spirits shivered in fear and lay still, as if admitting their mistake. The Dragon King looked at Ling Ha and said, "Is it easy to cleanse marrow and change blood for a demon race? This girl, as soon as she returns, she brings a difficult task for this father to do." She said sternly, "Old man, I'm not discussing this with you, I'm informing you." Ling Ha continued, "Oh, right, there's one more thing I want to tell you about. This time, when I went to the mortal realm, I met a very interesting human." He asked, "How interesting?" She then said, "He has the body of a desolate tribe." The Dragon King's eyes widened in shock as he looked at Ling Ha and asked, "What did you say?" His blue eyes glowed in the darkness, his gaze sharp and filled with anger. The Dragon King was displaying his power and fury, terrifying the surrounding beasts who fled in horror. A powerful creature emanated an imposing blue aura, clearly showing an abnormal transformation. The creature's entire body glowed, covered in sturdy armor, signaling a vast power about to be unleashed. The Dragon King appeared, his body robust, exuding powerful might with a dazzling purple-blue light behind him. He spoke, asking, "A human, possessing the body of our desolate tribe?" Ling Ha replied, "This person's name is Qin Yu, he possesses the 9th grade sacred flame. Although young, his strength is boundless. I once invited him to join my great wilderness, but unfortunately, he refused." She continued, "But this kid will absolutely be a powerful assistant for our desolate tribe when we return to the outside world later. Therefore, I signed a coexistence contract with him." The Dragon King angrily yelled, "Nonsense! Can a coexistence contract be signed so casually?" He angrily grabbed Ling Ha's hand and said, "Let this father take a look." The man raised his hand to the girl's forehead to probe her memories. The Dragon King was surprised to see the image of Nati appear. He gasped in horror, his eyes wide and brows furrowed, exclaiming, "Elder brother." Ling Ha asked in surprise, "Old man, what are you talking about?" The Dragon King replied, "It's nothing. I've thought about it. For our desolate tribe, the contract is the most important. It's already been signed, so let's just go with it." Yu Nuoc was startled when he pointed towards the little girl and said, "You." The Dragon King walked and ordered, "Follow me." Ling Ha turned back to reassure Yu Nuoc, "Don't worry," that old man agreed. "Let's go quickly." He silently turned his back and walked away in the twilight, with Yu Nuoc following behind. Tears streamed down the Dragon King's face, silently falling, reflecting the last rays of the sun, showing the rising pain in his heart. He cried as he said, "Elder brother, is that human your last entrusted hope? Rest assured, your younger brother, Little Black Dragon, will definitely take good care of him. From now on, Qin Yu will be my biological son." He wiped away his tears, hiding his silent sorrow. Yu Nuoc was startled when she heard the Dragon King say, "7 months from now is the Imperial Heaven's auspicious day." He happily continued, "Let's choose that day for the wedding." The girl's eyes widened in horror as she exclaimed, "Wedding?" Deep in the Earth core, at the demon tribe's palace, a fierce fire raged, engulfing the entire palace. The demon queen sat calmly on her throne, her cold gaze fixed on the subordinates kneeling below. She was the demon queen, possessing sharp beauty, her crimson eyes gleaming with confidence and authority. Tianxi said, "Your Majesty, I said it long ago, Blood Bad is merely a low-level demon tribe with vile blood. How could she become one of my 4 heavenly demon generals? What a bunch of useless creatures. Not only did they fail to complete the mission, but they also died at the hands of some humans." Sanyo spoke up, "Your Majesty, under my command, I have a great general, originally a green sect fire ox, fully qualified to become a 4 heavenly demon general." Ergoe spoke, "That green sect fire ox is both reckless and foolish. I'm afraid he's not even a match for Bloodbat." The queen smiled coldly, her eyes full of calculations. She said, "Bloodbat just died, and your minds are already stirring, aren't they?" All 3 subordinates could only remain silent, their eyes clearly showing anxiety and unease. The queen asked, "The new 4 heavenly demon general, I've already decided. Now I want to know, who exactly killed Bloodbat?" She continued, "Although Bloodbat was a bit weak, she was still at the peak of the Unity Realm. Bloodbat was in charge of the human territory. The strongest human is no more than Unity Realm's 7th level. Even if she couldn't win, she definitely had the ability to escape." Tianxi spoke, "Perhaps a hidden powerful expert has appeared among the humans. Bloodbat was too arrogant, which led to her defeat." The queen said, "I remember, that place is the Heavenly River Dynasty, right? If that's the case, the 3 of you go there yourselves and see if you can recruit that supreme expert." She continued, "If not, just kill him." Tianxi spoke up, "It's just a small Heavenly River Dynasty. Do all 3 of us need to go? I alone going first is enough." The queen narrowed her eyes, tilting her head forward with suspicion and caution, "This one." Her crimson eyes flashed, clearly showing the anger rising within her. The queen ordered, "You may withdraw for now." The subordinates responded in unison, "Understood." She watched their retreating figures, lost in thought. A dazzling circle of light suddenly appeared, tearing through the quiet space. A brilliant golden light filled the grand hall, making everything mystical and tense. A man, radiating sparkling light all over his body, appeared with a solemn and authoritative presence. The queen respectfully bowed, "Greetings, Immortal Tribe Envoy." Fengxing said, "From today onwards, the natural treasures and earthly artifacts offered by the demon tribe to the Immortal Tribe must be doubled." Her crimson eyes widened, her sharp gaze clearly showing surprise and apprehension. "Double? This?" He spoke, "I'm informing you, not negotiating with you." Fengxing continued, "My master said that this is your own doing, demon tribe. Qin Yu is not someone you can provoke." After he left, the queen could only silently and helplessly watch the golden light gradually disappear. She gritted her teeth in anger and asked, "Qin Yu, who is this Qin Yu?" Immortal Tribe's immortal realm, the sky was clear blue, flocks of white birds flew amidst the gently lit scenery. Small feet gently touched the clear lake surface, creating ripples that spread evenly. Xin'er, with her long flowing blue hair, was idly swinging on a vine swing. Fengxing appeared in midair, surrounded by golden light, making everything around him seem to stop. He asked, "Young lady, isn't doing this a bit too much?" She replied coldly, "Daring to bully my fiancé, Zhao Xin'er's fiancé, I'm just giving a small warning." Xin'er excitedly said, "But this Qin Yu is becoming more and more interesting, isn't he? Fengxing continued, young lady, Qin Yu has too close a relationship with the great wilderness. This matter must be reiterated. If the immortal lord finds out. Xian'er frowned, her face hardening in anger. She spoke, I already possess the supreme divine script. The next master of the immortal tribe must naturally be me. Who dares to wag their tongue behind my back? Xian'er said, the immortal tribe and the great wilderness have had a long-standing feud. Perhaps this is also an opportunity. If we can use Qin Yu to make the wilderness tribe submit to my immortal tribe, that would also be a joyful matter. Fengxing sighed softly, his expression heavy with deep worry. She continued, don't worry too much. By the way, starting today, you'll go down to the lower realm to quietly protect Qin Yu. Xian'er said with a smile, Qin Yu was lucky this time. It won't be like that next time. After receiving the order, he was surprised, his whole body frozen, his mind shattered by the resounding thunder. In the secret realm of the Sacred Heart Palace, amidst the roaring waterfall, Qin Yu sat in meditation as if turned to stone, his mind calm and unwavering. Fu Yao quietly stood observing him from a distance. She worriedly exclaimed, it's been 10 days, and Qin Yu still hasn't woken up. Tian Shuang stepped forward and respectfully bowed, Master. She asked, has young Master Qin still not woken up? She replied and asked further, it seems we'll have to wait longer. Have the matters in the palace been settled? Tian Shuang frowned, her sharp eyes responding, everything has been investigated. She continued, it turns out Bai Fei Fan was a pawn placed by the Extreme Sun sect into the Sacred Heart Palace. His true identity is the second prince of the Extreme Sun sect. At this time, both of them have returned to the Extreme Sun sect, and Bai Fei Fan is temporarily serving as sect master. Fu Yao spoke, Extreme Sun sect, this grudge will end in death. Tian Shuang continued, and after the Extreme Sun sect returned, they twisted the truth, saying that the demon tribe flood was a conspiracy by my Sacred Heart Palace. To eliminate opposing forces, not a few powers believed what the Extreme Sun sect said. She continued, the Extreme Sun sect has joined forces with the Jade Maiden sect and countless minor sects, preparing to attack my Sacred Heart Palace, while the Emotionless Sword sect is unwilling to help. She spoke, twisting right and wrong, insidious and despicable. If they want to come, my Sacred Heart Palace is not afraid. Fu Yao gave the order, Tian Shuang, announce it below. Summon all elders and main disciples of the Sacred Heart Palace. Contact surrounding powers immediately to deal with the Extreme Sun sect. She looked at Fu Yao and replied, Master, I understand. She continued, perhaps this is also a good thing for my Sacred Heart Palace. The 4 great sects have been on equal footing for so many years, it's time for a change. 5 days later, at Sacred Heart Pond, Qin Yu meditated peacefully amidst the cool water, focusing on recovering after the fierce battle. His eyes opened with determination, power fiercely blazing during his meditation amidst the swirling water. A mysterious ancient object appeared, surrounded by brilliant light, helping Qin Yu heal and enhance his power. A surge of power erupted, water splashed violently, his body was healed, and his aura soared. Qin Yu spoke, as expected of Sacred Heart Palace, the bone cultivation effect is better than mine. He tossed up the spatial ring and said, this body can completely withstand greater power. I will break through to the 5th level of the Shattered Void Realm. 9 great elixirs plus this bone demon tiger general, that's enough. Qin Yu calmly circulated his energy, unlocking the magic artifact, as surges of mysterious energy swelled and filled the space. 9 heavens profound annihilation fire, a brilliant flame erupted, transforming into earth-shattering power. He clenched his fists, absorbing each wave of powerful flames pouring into his body. Qin Yu's whole body blazed like fire, his aura surged, and brilliant light shattered the calm surface of the lake. He closed his eyes in contemplation, his expression solemn, his mind fully focused on the energy flowing within his body. Inside the space, Qin Yu stood observing glowing crystal blocks floating in midair. Each crystal block contained a unique power, as if waiting for Qin Yu to explore and awaken the potential within them. He seemed to be transforming power, strands of energy twisting around his body, converging at his chest. In a flash, his eyes snapped open. Qin Yu shouted loudly, "Achieved!" The entire space seemed to tremble before the newly awakened power. Amidst the hazy smoke and scattered ashes, Qin Yu emerged as proof of a fierce battle that had just taken place. He excitedly announced, breaking through to the 6th level of the Void Realm, "Good." A scroll appeared, shooting into the sky, emitting a golden light that enveloped Qin Yu. He touched the phantom and said, "Next, the 5th wild beast." Ing Long appeared majestically, emitting a stream of blue spiritual energy that Qin Yu looked up to receive. Ing Long stood opposite him, mouth wide open as if transmitting spiritual energy. Qin Yu closed his eyes, allowing the mysterious blue energy flow to surge around his body. He remained calm, eyes slightly closed, as streams of green light coiled around his body. Qin Yu stated, 6th level Void Realm cultivation, plus the might of 5 wild beasts. From now on I have combat power equal to the 3rd level of the Shattered Void Realm. Next is to strengthen my cultivation, break through to the peak of the Shattered Void Realm as soon as possible, and awaken the Gluttony Beast. Once I get the Gluttony Beast, the speed of my cultivation increase will be like an arrow shooting through the sky. Qin Yu stretched, loosening his joints after a long period of meditation. He looked around in a daze, surprised by the sight before him. Qin Yu said worriedly, "This. How should I explain this to Palace Lord Fuyao?" She appeared and asked, "What's going on?" "Qin Yu, you're awake." Fuyao suddenly widened her eyes, as if she couldn't believe what had happened. He was still standing there, but the bottom of the lake was completely dry, without a single drop of water. Qin Yu forced a smile, hiding his awkwardness, raising a hand to scratch his head in silence. She cried out in horror, "My Sacred Heart Pond!" Inside the main hall of Sacred Heart Palace, Fuyao was observing the surging undercurrent. Her face changed color, her eyes lifeless. She could only sit frozen, helplessly staring at him, unable to utter a word. Yi Tong asked worriedly, "Qin Yu, are you really completely recovered?" Tian Shuang spoke up, "Young Master Qin, do you need to rest for a little longer?" Fuyao spoke, "Why don't you care about our Sacred Heart Pond at all?" Qin Yu replied, "I've fully recovered. Not only that, my cultivation has also increased by 1 level. It's just that I feel a bit guilty towards Sacred Heart Palace." She looked at him helplessly and exclaimed, "So you know too?" Qin Yu spoke up, "This is not what I wanted, but I absolutely will not let Sacred Heart Palace suffer a great loss, therefore." The scrolls spun rapidly in the air, creating white streaks of light that coiled around him. He gently raised his hand, and the stream of light pulled the scrolls together. Qin Yu said, "These 3 scrolls are low-grade heaven-tier martial arts techniques. Consider them my compensation." Fuyao's eyes widened in surprise, exclaiming, "Low-grade heaven-tier." Tian Shuang spoke up, "Low-grade heaven-tier? No matter how precious the Sacred Heart Pool is, it can't compare to that." Yi Tong said, "Qin Yu, you're being too polite." Fuyao reached out her hand to catch the small glowing ring amidst the colorful clouds. She said, "Qin Yu, you're really too polite. I can't possibly refuse your kindness, so I'll reluctantly accept them." Fuyao was flustered and shy about her actions, much to the helplessness of her 2 subordinates. He crossed his arms and thought to himself, "This Palace Master Fuyao, her personality is quite adorable, isn't it?" Suddenly, footsteps slowly approached. Ningpa appeared, his hair neatly braided at the back of his head, his gaze fixed forward. He looked at him and asked, "Qin Yu, you're awake?" Ningpa continued, "It seems your recovery isn't bad." He replied, "Thank you for your concern, Senior Ling." He respectfully said, "Palace Master, everything has been deployed. We can fight the Extreme Sun Sect and Jade Maiden Sect to the death at any time, but..." Ningpa continued, "I don't know what methods the Extreme Sun Sect used to invite the old ghost of Een Mountain for help." Fuyao spoke up, "The old ghost of Een Mountain has been in reclusive cultivation for decades, never venturing out. It's said that this person has an eccentric personality and is devoted to reclusive cultivation, yet the Extreme Sun Sect managed to invite him out." Tian Shuang asked, "Who is this old ghost of Een Mountain?" She replied, "The old ghost of Een Mountain is a rogue cultivator. No one knows. His background. 40 years ago, he emerged from Mount Ain. His cultivation was incredibly powerful. At that time, his cultivation was already at the first stage of the void-shattering realm. Although I was young back then, I went with my master to meet him once. That time, old Devil Ain Shan defeated my master with just one move. Fu Jiao continued, not only that, this old Devil Ain Shan also challenged our 4 great sections. With just one move, he defeated the sect leader of the Extreme Heat sect, the Heartless Sword sect, and the Jade Maiden sect. Qin Yu said, I see. He said, so it turns out Hall Master Fu Jiao is already over 50 years old. Fu Jiao clarified, I'm only in my 40s. She continued, after that battle, old Devil Ain Shan ventured alone into the great wilderness. In the cave, the water reflected red and purple, and a small figure was submerged in a dazzling light. Fu Jiao continued, although he returned covered in injuries, it seems he also encountered some great opportunities. Afterward, old Devil Ain Shan continuously challenged various sects in the Heavenly River dynasty and was never defeated. Finally, our Sacred Heart Palace had to invite the Grand Elder to defeat him. Fu Jiao said, after that battle, old Devil Ain Shan returned to Mount Ain to focus on cultivation, and has not left the mountain for 40 years. Qin Yu pondered, in his previous life, he had heard the story of old Devil Ain Shan. She said, he is a model martial artist. In his world, there is no black or white, no good or evil. He will pay any price to continuously improve his cultivation. He said, the Extreme Heat sect must have made an offer he couldn't refuse. Ningpa asked, if that's the case, shouldn't we invite the Grand Elder once more? Fu Jiao replied, the Grand Elder has been in seclusion for decades. At this moment, there is no way to awaken him. A voice from outside said, Hall Master, Iron Eagle respectfully reports, Hall Master, someone from the Heartless Sword sect has arrived. Fu Jiao looked at him and commanded, invite them in. Iron Eagle, with sharp eyes, respectfully said, yes. Hani appeared and silently observed everyone from outside. Tian Shuang saw her and exclaimed, Chu Hani. She said, Lady Tian Shuang, long time no see. I have officially joined the Heartless Sword sect. Hani respectfully bowed, greetings, Hall Master Fu Jiao, greetings, elders. She looked at Qin Yu and said, young Master Qin, long time no see. Hani said, Hall Master Fu Jiao, Hani is here today to express the stance of the Heartless Sword sect. Our Heartless Sword sect is willing to assist the Sacred Heart Palace and jointly confront the Extreme Heat sect and the Jade Maiden sect. Fu Jiao looked at Hani and asked, and the condition is? Hani replied, after this matter is resolved, I hope to borrow young Master Qin for a bit. Qin Yu stood with his arms crossed, looking at her with confusion, surprised. Fu Jiao said as if questioning, borrow young Master Qin for a bit? Hani replied, yes, the Heartless Sword sect needs to borrow young Master Qin's 9th grade sacred flame for a bit. This is also the condition for our assistance. She said, Qin Yu, although you have joined my Sacred Heart Palace to cultivate, I don't have the right to decide this matter. Whether to agree or not is entirely up to you. He happily looked at her and said, okay, I agree. She excitedly said, then, thank you very much, young Master Qin. Hani said, Hall Master Fu Jiao, since Qin Yu has agreed, we are now allies. When to act will be entirely at your command, Hall Master Fu Jiao. She replied, good, the Great War is approaching. With the assistance of the Heartless Sword sect, even if the Extreme Heat sect invites old Devil Ain Shan, they may not necessarily win. She respectfully said, Hani has completed her mission. Please excuse me. She left, but didn't forget to tell him, Qin Yu, tonight, I'll wait for you in Sacred Heart City, there's something I want to discuss. He was surprised, looking at Hani who remained silent and didn't reply. Qin Yu smiled, thinking to himself, this girl. The sky darkened, thin clusters of clouds drifted silently across the deep blue backdrop. In the city, the stalls had been set up, and the lantern lights began to shine brightly. Qin Yu walked down the street, his sharp eyes stood out under the purple lights. He was surprised to see Hani appearing and disappearing behind a large tree. She stood behind the tree, her eyes closed in anticipation, as if waiting for something important. Qin Yu asked, "Tell me, what do you want to discuss?" Hani turned to look at him and said, "Follow me." He stood there stunned, scratching his head, utterly bewildered by her words. On the second floor of the inn, it was quiet. A faint purple light illuminated the closed wooden door. A decisive footsteps echoed, breaking the initial silence. Hani stopped in front of the door and slowly said, "Go on in." Qin Yu looked at her in surprise and said, "You." Hani explained, "The person who made the appointment is not me, but don't worry, this person won't harm you." He crossed his arms, thinking, who could it be? Qin Yu reached out, preparing to push the door open and step inside. As soon as the door opened, he stood there, intently looking at the person sitting in front of him. Xiaohe looked up and said when she saw Qin Yu, "You're here." He paused, his eyes filled with doubt, and asked, "You are?" Xiaohe was emotional, tears welling up in her eyes as she said, "Qiner, you and he are exactly alike." She ran her hand over her chest, remembering the image of the old days that suddenly appeared in her mind when she saw Qin Yu. He stepped in respectfully, "Junior Qin Yu, greetings, Aunt Xiao." Xiaohe placed her hand on Qin Yu's shoulder and said affectionately, "Good, good, you still recognize me." She said, "Your father and I were childhood sweethearts. What a pity, how things have changed. The Qin family had to suffer such a tragedy." Xiaohe continued, "Qiner, your aunt knows all about your affairs. Your father, if he knew, would surely feel proud and satisfied in the afterlife." Qin Yu clenched the teacup in his hand and said, "Aunt Xiao, rest assured, I will not bring shame or disappointment to the Qin family." She said with satisfaction, "Good, very spirited." Xiaohe said seriously, "Oh right, Qiner, I met you today because I have something important I want to tell you." He looked at her in surprise and asked, "What is it?" Xiaohe looked at Qin Yu and replied, "Don't trust the heartless sword sect." His eyes sharpened, his expression momentarily showing suspicion at the unusual statement. She continued, "The Heartless Sword sect outwardly appears to agree to help Sacred Heart Hall confront the Extreme Heat sect and the Jade Maiden sect, but in reality, this is their conspiracy. The Heartless Sword sect had long made an agreement with those two sects, they're all cut from the same cloth. They intend to betray Sacred Heart Hall at the crucial moment." Qin Yu said, "This is very consistent with the Heartless Sword sect style." Xiaohe continued, "Little did they know, they thought this was a perfect plan, but I saw through it all." The ring was presented, radiating light as if containing memories and faith. She held the ring in her hand and said, "But Qiner, rest assured, although my Ice Soul sect is small, it also possesses some mystical power. At that time, I will help you hold back the Heartless Sword sect." Qin Yu reached out to receive it. Xiaohe continued, "Qiner, this is a small token from your aunt. Inside it is a 9 revolutions heart pill, which might help you quite a bit." She frowned and added, "But most importantly, it's the spear soul of the god of war spear." He held it in his hand, surprised, and asked again, "The spear soul of the god of war spear?" Xiaohe replied, "Actually, the Qin family faced an immense catastrophe, and giving you the god of war's spear soul isn't necessarily a good thing. If it weren't for what you've accomplished in this short time, I wouldn't have given it to you." She smiled with satisfaction, "But now, I believe you have enough ability to control it." Qin Yu thought to himself, so the god of war's spear soul was in Aunt Zhao's hands all along. In my previous life, after returning from the great wilderness, I couldn't find anything. Images of his grandfather and father appeared with the recollection, that's why I became even more convinced that the god of war's spear soul had long since vanished with the passing of my father and grandfather. An image of Xiaohe from his previous life also appeared. After I returned from the great wilderness, Aunt Xiao had died in the demonic beast flood. Returning to reality, she continued with a pained expression, "Qiner, the world is full of dangers, and people's hearts are deceitful and cunning. Even a mighty man like your father, who stood tall against all odds, was ultimately forced to die due to sinister schemes." Xiaohe cautiously reminded him, "Although you've gained great opportunities, you mustn't let down your guard. The Qin family now has only one bloodline left, which is you." Qin Yu smiled and replied, "Aunt Xiao, Please rest assured, nothing will happen to me. Not only that, but one day, I will definitely make the Qin family's prestige resound throughout the heavens and earth. She smiled with satisfaction upon hearing this. Excellent. Qiner, to have such willpower, your aunt's heart is also very joyful and at ease. Don't let anyone know about today's events. Hasten to refine the God of War's spear soul, that way, in the next battle, it will definitely be of great use to you. Hearing these words, he immediately stood up. Then, he clasped his hands in salute. Yes, Qiner will take his leave now. Aunt Xiao, please take care of yourself. Tripping on a heartless sword is no small matter. Your safety is the most important. If you encounter danger, you must prioritize protecting yourself first. Xiao he covered her mouth and chuckled. You care about me so much. Don't worry, your aunt won't easily get into trouble. You go on ahead. Qin Yu opened the door and left, not forgetting to say goodbye. Aunt Xiao, I'm leaving now. At this moment, outside, Han Yi stood waiting. As soon as she saw him, she spoke. You should return to the Sacred Heart Palace yourself. I won't see you off. Qin Yu calmly replied, all right, then I'll go now. With that, he turned and left, waving his hand, much to her surprise. Han Yi stood stunned, sighed, and blushed as she muttered to herself, he really just walked straight off. This idiot. The scene shifts to the Sacred Heart Palace. The heart-cleansing pool had dried up, and night had fallen. Qin Yu stood there, looking at the stone block in front of him, on which mysterious incantations were carved. The ring glowed brightly, and a hazy space gradually appeared within the aura. Qin Yu tossed the ring into the air and said, the sword spirit of the God of War's sword? His eyes gleamed sharply, and he commanded in a deep voice, open. A brilliant light exploded, illuminating everything. The entire space trembled with a powerful aura. The light shot straight up into the sky, tearing through the clouds, drawing enormous swirling circles in the heavens. Qin Yu said, what immense fighting spirit, what strong killing intent. Truly worthy of being the sword spirit of my Qin family's God of War's sword. The swirling light formed a vortex, its echoing sound as if it wanted to swallow the entire sky. The light spun and then burst open, revealing a figure burning like fire. The sword soul had awakened. The sword soul slowly walked towards Qin Yu, much to his astonishment. Qin Yu thought to himself, all things have souls, and Dharma artifacts are no exception. The so-called spirit is the weapon's own will, created through the spiritual connection between the weapon and its master. In this world, ordinary mortal weapons that can form spirits are rare, and sword spirits that can merge into the continent are even fewer, not exceeding 100. When I was young, I only heard my father speak of it like this. The God of War's sword has a sword spirit, which I only glimpsed a few times in my previous life. The sword soul spoke, descendant of the Qin family, how did humanity establish heaven and earth? Qin Yu replied, by relying on a fragile body, and a body full of blood. He asked again, how did the Qin family establish heaven and earth? He spoke, the people of the Qin family have backbone, character, fear no bloodshed, and possess surging willpower. Qin Yu continued, the descendants of the Qin family are willing to die for the great cause of humanity, determined to suppress the demonic race and protect the purity of this world. The sword soul laughed loudly, good, good, the descendants of the Qin family speak well. A stream of light condensed in his hand, extending into the shape of a sword. The sword soul spoke, to be able to use me, we'll have to see your skill. Qin Yu said, I know, subjugating your demonic sword isn't simple at all. He gripped the spear handle tightly, a surge of power echoed like thunder. The spear in Qin Yu's hand glowed brightly, purple energy swirling around its shaft. He said, if that's the case, then come on. With that, Qin Yu swiftly charged towards the sword soul. Two sources of spiritual energy collided, light erupted fiercely, accompanied by shock waves that spiraled throughout space. He gripped the spear tightly, his eyes sharp. He directly blocked the sword soul's attack, the power from both sides clashed fiercely. The spearhead ripped through the air, leaving a long, blazing trail of light behind. Qin Yu didn't hesitate, attacking straight towards him. The corner of his mouth curved up in amusement. He narrowed his eyes and said, "That's interesting." Qin Yu swung his spear and shouted loudly, "First move, 9 Heavens Divine Thunder Sword." On the other side, the Sword Soul mimicked him, "First move, 9 Heavens Divine Thunder Sword." Qin Yu yelled, "Demonic Shift." Two opposing streams of power collided in midair, tearing through the sky. The impact force exploded into a dazzling, swirling blue and white light, sweeping everything away. From the epicenter of the energy mass, Qin Yu shot up like lightning ripping across the sky. Second move, 9 Heavens Divine Thunder Sword. From midair, he descended enveloped in purple light like a meteor. Below, the Sword Soul looked up, full of vigilance. Immediately, Qin Yu rushed towards him like a whirlwind. The Sword Soul held his spear, desperately defending. His eyes widened in shock, as if he couldn't believe what he was witnessing. The giant charged towards the Sword Soul with terrifying power. Its large hand closed, gripping him tightly in its palm. His entire body trembled from the pressure. He yelled loudly, "Third move, 9 Heavens Divine Thunder Sword." Qin Yu swung his spear and roared, "Divine Demon." A thunderous explosion echoed, and purple lightning spread around. The swirling light sparkled with lightning, as if tearing space itself apart. He froze, his eyes flashing with surprise as his opponent unleashed an unexpected treacherous move. The Sword Soul shouted, "Divine Demon." An attack shot straight out like a spear of light, sweeping across Qin Yu. He frowned, looked ahead, and snorted, showing annoyance. He suddenly appeared behind Qin Yu. The Sword Soul yelled, "Second move," simultaneously launching his spear towards him. Qin Yu's eyes widened, filled with astonishment and vigilance as he realized the danger approaching. Qin Yu tensed his body, gripping his weapon tightly, defending against the powerful light striking down like thunder. His body was violently flung back, enveloped by a blazing purple light, shooting straight to the ground like a flash of lightning. Qin Yu shot forward like an arrow, facing the Sword Soul who stood waiting ahead. He said, "You little brat, you never want to lose, do you?" He replied, "I am the Sword Soul. With just a glance, I can see through all the sword techniques you use." The Sword Soul continued, "If you want to suppress me, I advise you to give up early. You are not worthy of possessing me." Qin Yu held the spear in his hand and said, "Don't rush. I was just testing the waters." He looked at him coldly and said, "The real show has only just begun." Qin Yu stomped his foot hard on the ground, creating an immense thrust forward. He plunged into the rain of purple lightning flashes, surrounded by crystal-like sharp points flying chaotically. The Sword Soul spoke, "No improvement at all." He charged straight forward, his mouth roaring with anger. A series of lightning-fast strikes tore through the air, colliding fiercely and sparking amidst the brilliant yellow light. Qin Yu threw a powerful punch parallel to the Sword Soul's spear path. He rushed in like a whirlwind, throwing a powerful punch towards the Sword Soul, who exclaimed in surprise, "What?" The punch landed directly on the Sword Soul's face, preventing him from dodging in time. The Sword Soul was knocked back, his weapon slipped from his hand and spun in the air. From above, Qin Yu struck straight down to the ground, creating a large explosion with debris flying everywhere. His glowing foot stomped hard on the ground, leaving a long trail of light behind. The Sword Soul looked at Qin Yu furiously and roared, "You cheated." He spoke, "Why so many rules? If you think I'm not worthy of winning, then continue." Qin Yu's lips curved slightly, a meaningful smile, only. He continued, "The next move I use is famous throughout the realms. It's the 4th sword of the 9 Heavens Divine Thunder Sword. Its power has reached the peak heaven grade." Qin Yu looked at him and asked, "You're a Sword Soul, but your grade is limited. Are you afraid you can't learn this move?" The Sword Soul laughed loudly in the darkness, his eyes full of arrogance and his laughter echoing everywhere. He said, "Good, very good, descendant of the Qin family, I am convinced. From now on, I am willing to serve you." His soul rotated brilliantly, a golden light ablaze. The divine spear appeared brilliantly, absorbing the Sword Soul and becoming more perfect than ever. The spear tip glowed as if blessed with divine power, proof of the official soul fusion. Qin Yu spoke, the god of war sword now has a sword soul, which means it has infinite potential. I have a 9-foot gourd. I can freely refine immortal artifacts, strengthen the god of war sword, and with the addition of the sword soul, it can easily rival a grade 9 immortal artifact. The mysterious ring emitted a brilliant light, as if awakening its hidden power. Qin Yu intently looked at the pill on the ring and said, "The 9-transfer heart pill, though only a 5th-grade elixir, possesses an incredibly special ability." The pill flew directly into his body, merging with him as one. Qin Yu thought to himself, this 9-transfer heart pill can attach to the heart meridians of martial artists, and at critical moments, it can protect them, helping them return from the brink of death. The golden divine spear appeared in the sky, majestic and full of power. He said, "Everything is ready. The Extreme Sun sect and the Jade Maiden sect should also be annihilated." Inside the Iron Sword Gate of the Heavenly River Dynasty, the magnificent palaces were asleep at night, with only the main hall still lit. Inside the main hall, a man knelt and said, I truly don't know what happened that day at the Ruashin Forest battle." Si Tian angrily glared at him and roared, "Useless." The other person trembled and said, "Emissary, my disciple who arrived first that day was nearly fatally wounded. Now, only the Extreme Sun sect and the Holy Heart Temple know what truly happened." Si Tian spoke, "The Extreme Sun sect, you say? If that's the case, I will personally make a trip." The old man looked at him helplessly and said, "Then I will wait." Si Tian's eyes glinted with malevolence. He said, "You useless lot are no good to me." In a flash, Si Tian transformed into a ferocious beast, charging straight forward with overwhelming pressure. It opened its eyes and unleashed an extremely powerful energy stream from its mouth, a brilliant white light piercing through space. Everyone was terrified to see a gigantic, dazzling energy sphere appear in midair. The monster charged straight down from above, accompanied by a blazing red energy stream that seemed to incinerate the sky. He roared in anger, his eyes blazing and sharp claws shouting loudly, "Let's go!" Tam Gu's face was cold, and his curving horns exuded an extremely powerful killing intent, responding with "Ooh!" 3 streams of light, each a different color, tore through the wind and shot forth. Evening, at the sect master's grand hall, Extreme Sun sect. A person holding a steaming cup of tea sat silently, as if deep in thought. Phi Pham spoke up, "Sacred Heart Palace, Sacred Heart Palace, I even want to thank you. If it weren't for your corpse, how could I temporarily take over as sect master?" He was startled momentarily when he saw 3 streaks of light appear. Phi Pham looked ahead, his face hardening as he frowned and shouted, "Demon Clan." Tian Ci asked, "Are you the sect master of the Extreme Sun sect?" He thought to himself, such immense power. What level has this demon beast reached? No, running is the best option. His eyes flashed as if he had just discovered something very wrong. Phi Pham suddenly crouched down, his body trembling from the pressure, dirt and rocks flying chaotically around him. He sweated profusely, gritted his teeth, and thought to himself, "I'm going to die." Tian Ci asked, "Your cultivation is this low? Tell me, who killed our clan's 4-heaven demon general at Bitter Heart Forest that day?" Phi Pham quickly spoke up, "It wasn't me, it wasn't me." He glared and said, "Nonsense. Based on someone with such low cultivation like you, are you even worthy? Honestly, tell us everything that happened that day." He said, "Actually, what exactly happened, I'm not too clear either, but it all has something to do with Qin Yu. It was all caused by Qin Yu." Tam Gu spoke up, "Qin Yu? Never heard of that name." Ergue said, "I didn't expect a new peak unification realm expert to appear in the Heavenly River Dynasty." Phi Pham stammered, Qin Yu is only in the dream-shattering realm." All 3 demon generals widened their eyes in surprise and asked, "What did you say? Human, are you making fun of me?" He jumped back in fright, his face pale and bloodless, as rocks and dirt flew everywhere with the dazzling, murderous spiritual power stream. Tian Ci roared in anger, his eyes blazing with fury, gathering golden light in his mouth, and shouted, "Kill!" Phi Pham spoke up, What I said is all true. That Qin Yu is indeed only in the dream-shattering realm. He continued, that day the esteemed demon general came and killed everyone in Bitter Heart Forest, but then suddenly experienced extreme pain, and then his whole body spontaneously combusted. I also don't know what methods Qin Yu ultimately used. Although still wary, the two demon generals didn't sense any deception. Ergui spoke up, look at his appearance, it doesn't seem like he's lying. Tamgu said, but even if a mere dream-shattering realm cultivator possesses heaven-defying divine abilities, they shouldn't be able to kill our four-heaven demon general. Tianci spoke up, or, that Qin Yu is merely a puppet. Behind him is another senior expert, but no matter what, we'll know as long as we find Qin Yu and interrogate him. His brilliant golden eyes shone in the darkness, his gaze as sharp as a knife, and he coldly uttered, and you? Phi Pham trembled and pleaded, as long as I can keep my life, I pledge my utmost loyalty to you three, until death. Tianci asked, if you humans are all this obedient, what worries do we have that our clan's great undertaking won't succeed? Ergui stroked his beard and said, keep him alive. This person might still be useful. Tianci let out a cold snort, raised his finger, and immediately a dazzling green light appeared at the tip of his index finger. Then, Phi Pham's entire body was enveloped by this light, and he cried out in pain. Immediately after, his eyes turned black, and at the same time, a pale green flower with blood vessels appeared. Tianci looked at him and said, from now on, you are a member of my demon clan. Then, a bright circle of light appeared before him, and Tianci's voice deepened as he said to the other demon generals, let's go. They vanished in a flash, leaving Phi Pham sitting there, looking at the remaining light specks. At this moment, his face was extremely eerie, his eyes shining brightly with a deep purple hue. Phi Pham looked at his hand, his voice hoarse with exclamation, I actually broke through. It turns out gaining power is this easy. He stood up, dense green energy enveloped his entire body, and at the same time, he laughed loudly, feeling smug, it's this simple. Phi Pham sneered, I don't know what methods Qin Yu used to kill the demon general, but this time. No matter how formidable your methods are, I don't believe you can contend against 3 demon generals. He confidently calculated, once that Qin Yu dies, how can the Holy Heart Palace resist me? The Holy Heart Palace is destined to be in my hands. Phi Pham raised his hand and called out loudly, guards. His subordinates quickly ran over, not daring to delay. One of them stammered, greetings, sect master. He said as if giving an order, transmit my order, gather all men and horses, surround the Holy Heart Palace, and send word to our allies to depart immediately. The subordinate, drenched in sweat, quickly replied, yes. At the Holy Heart Palace's training ground, Qin Yu, holding his divine spear, began to practice. Tian Shuang had just undergone a rigorous training session, she was panting from the intensity. Both Yi Tong and Tian Shuang were sweating profusely, both were exhausted but still tried to keep their spirits up. Qin Yu looked at the 2 girls and asked, how is it? Giving up yet? Yi Tong replied, Qin Yu, I really don't understand how you're so strong. It seems like after every battle, you manage to break through. Tian Shuang spoke up, phew, it seems I won't be able to catch up to young Master Qin in this lifetime. Qin Yu said, your talents are bad. As long as you train diligently, you will definitely make progress in the future. Yi Tong continued, sometimes I feel like you're not a young man. Your appearance, lecturing, is more like an old man. He scratched his head and gave a forced smile, clearly flustered and unsure what to say next. Outside, an urgent voice called, young Master Qin, Saintess, senior sister Yi. Inside, the 3 were still discussing. He Tian respectfully said, the palace master is eager to see you all. Qin Yu asked, is it because of the actions of the extreme sun sect? He looked at him intently and replied gravely, yes. Qin Yu said, this moment has finally arrived. Let's go. At the Holy Heart Palace, clear blue water reflected a gentle light, with a stone-paved path leading to the majestic throne, creating an atmosphere that was both ancient and solemn. Tai Ning, with a serious expression, stood before the grand entrance inside the palace. Long Feng and Qing Feng both looked straight ahead, both silent. In the main hall, Fu Jiao sat on the high throne, with all the divine subordinates gathered below. Qin Yu entered respectfully. "Greetings, Palace Master." She spoke, "It seems everyone has arrived." Fu Jiao frowned and continued, "My scouts report that the extreme Sun sect has already departed. They will reach this holy palace in 3 days at most." She announced, "In 3 days, it will be our final battle." Fu Jiao asked, "Elder Lang, how are the arrangements coming along?" Ningpa replied, "We will not be defeated. Our allies have already set off." He excitedly declared, "This time, we will definitely make sure the extreme Sun sect leaves and never returns." "That's right, and there's also the Jade Maiden sect." Long Feng spoke, "Excellent. I will ensure the Jade Maiden sect is permanently wiped out from this place." Someone from outside rushed in to report, "This is bad, this is bad." He knelt down and reported, "Palace Master, this is bad." Fu Jiao spoke up, "What's the matter that you're so flustered? Speak slowly." He continued, "The major sects in our alliance have successively sent word that they wish to withdraw from the alliance." The 3 elders simultaneously widened their eyes in surprise and asked, "What?" And Gung Fa said, "Humph, these fair-weather friends, they've definitely been threatened by the extreme Sun sect and Jade Maiden sect." Thiad and Gung spoke up, "Palace Master, even if there's no alliance left, I am determined to fight to the death." He continued, "Well said. Our heads may fall, our blood may spill, but that doesn't mean we can't win." Fu Jiao spoke up, "That's right, our holy palace will certainly not be afraid. Elders, I'm counting on all of you." The elders bowed respectfully and replied, "Yes." In the Holy Heart Palace's training grounds, Qin Yu and the 2 young women walked, deep in thought. Outside, guards stood solemnly on both sides, their expressions tense. Tian Xuan, with a worried look, let out a soft sigh and gazed at him. Qin Yu spoke up, "No need to be so tense. We will definitely win this battle." Tian Xuan spoke as if asking, "Young Master Qin, why do I feel like you're hiding something from me?" Qin Yu replied, "It's nothing. It's just that, in 3 days, perhaps only the extreme Sun sect will arrive first. As for the Jade Maiden sect, don't worry, they won't be able to make it." He transformed into a streak of light, tearing through the sky and rushing forward, while the 2 young women watched, annoyed. Deep Dong angrily shouted, "Sure enough, he's hiding something from us." On Musun's peak that night, 3 brilliant streaks of light violently crashed into the heart of Musun Mountain, creating an explosion that shook space. A demon race's foot appeared amidst the rising smoke and dust. Tu Tian looked from afar and said, "This is the Holy Heart Palace." He smirked. Ni Kui urged, "Let's go. When we meet Qin Yu, everything will be clear." Immediately after, a massive golden-green whirlwind of light appeared, sweeping away everything around it. Fong Tang suddenly appeared and asked, "What are you trying to do?" Ni Kui was terrified when he saw him, stammering, "Envoy." The demon generals knelt down in salute, "Greetings, Envoy." Fong Tang continued, "The Holy Heart Palace is not for you to touch. Get out." Tu Tian spoke up, "Please, Envoy, clarify." He angrily frowned and roared, "Are you even worthy?" Fong Tang raised his hand and dealt him a thunderous slap. Tu Tian looked at him in horror and said, "Envoy, you." He didn't reply and dealt him another blow. Unable to dodge, Tu Tian took the blow, stumbled on his feet, and couldn't stand firm. Fong Tang spoke up, "I don't expect to say it a second time." He trembled and bowed before him, softly replying, "Understood." He stood silently, watching them leave, leaving behind multicolored streaks of light. Fong Tang stood high above, looking down at the Holy Heart Palace, and worriedly said, "Young Miss, oh young Mississippi." 3 days later, not far from the Holy Heart Palace, a crowd appeared with ill intentions. From afar, Phi Pham rode on the back of a beast, slowly advancing. He thought to himself, "After today, the Holy Heart Palace will be mine." Phi Pham mumbled, momentarily worried, "I can't sense the aura of the 3 lords, or have they not arrived yet?" After that, he continued with a triumphant laugh. It's fine. If I capture that Qin Yu alive and hand him over to the lords, it'll save them some trouble. From the back of the beast, Phi Pham called down, why haven't the other allies arrived yet? A subordinate immediately reported, the Jade Maiden sect encountered an attack from a mysterious force and had to delay. The other sects are on their way and will join us soon. He continued to summon loudly, where are the divine disciples of the Extreme Sun sect? As soon as he finished speaking, a series of shadows appeared below, right in front of Phi Pham. The divine disciples appeared and spoke in unison, greetings, sect master. He looked at them and commanded, go tell Palace Lord Fu Jiao that I'm only giving them 1 day to give up their resistance. Otherwise, after 1 day, the Holy Heart Palace will be a river of blood and mountains of corpses. Just then, a strange movement occurred above, a vortex appeared, and a dark figure stepped out from within. An arm reached out, grabbing the cloud wall, and a faint talisman also appeared right there. Old Ghost appeared with a haunting voice, why bother so much? I'll go first. Phi Pham cupped his hands in a deep bow, if that's the case, then I'll trouble Senior with this task. He soared away, leaving a reminder, to deal with 1 Holy Heart Palace, I alone am enough. Old Ghost stood there resolutely, I don't wish to create more karma. Today, the fate of the Holy Heart Palace is sealed. He gave a warning, I hope you know when to recognize the times and the situation, don't sacrifice your lives in vain. As soon as he finished speaking, the experts of the Holy Heart Palace also appeared. They stood in formation, a rather numerous group, looking up at the sky where Old Ghost stood, clouds gathering and emitting an extremely eerie purple light. Fu Jiao spoke up, Senior truly knows how to joke. How can the Holy Heart Palace be handed over to others? If blood must be shed, our Holy Heart Palace will certainly not falter. Old Ghost spoke, little girl, I met you 40 years ago. He continued, we can be considered fated. Listen to this Senior's advice, don't be foolish and refuse to see reason anymore. Furthermore, with my cultivation today, even if your Holy Heart Palace could invite Supreme Elder Yili, it would be useless. Ningpa said coldly, if you want to fight, then fight. Why so many words? Old Ghost continued, your cultivation is not bad, but it's a pity that my current cultivation is no longer something you can contend with. He unleashed a deadly aura, his entire body enveloped in a dazzling purple energy that shook the entire space. A shocking blow descended to the ground, creating a violent explosion of purple light that spread across the sky. Fu Jiao and Yi Tong landed heavily amidst the chaotic battlefield, their bodies trembling from the pressure. Ningpa looked angry, his face scowling, his eyes filled with killing intent as he stared ahead. Fu Jiao thought to herself, this pressure, it's at least at the 6th level of the void-shattering realm. Old Ghost said triumphantly, can't even withstand 1 blow. He widened his eyes, sensing something unusual happening. Qin Yu appeared amidst the purple light, with the imposing figure of Yazi emerging behind him, radiating overwhelming aura. He calmly faced the aura that enveloped the surroundings, his gaze sharp as a blade, making his enemy flinch. Old Ghost stared wide-eyed, his voice full of surprise as he spoke, youngster, you. He laughed heartily, excellent, simply wonderful. It seems the Holy Heart Palace has produced another prodigy. Old Ghost asked, young man, what is your name? The spear tore through the wind, but Qin Yu stood still amidst the blazing flames, his eyes unwavering. He calmly replied, I don't have the habit of chatting on the execution ground. Old Ghost laughed loudly, this youngster is quite interesting. Qin Yu calmly faced his enemy, his entire body erupting with a fierce aura that made the surrounding air suffocating. He looked at the boy and said, I'll give you some face. He stared intently at Old Ghost and clearly stated his name, Qin Yu. He spoke, void-shattering realm's 6th layer, yet able to withstand my pressure, truly formidable. Old Ghost asked, St. Hard Hall will definitely be destroyed today. Do you want to join my sect? With your talent, staying here is truly a waste. He asked, Old Ghost of Een Mountain, I want to know what conditions Extreme Sun sect offered for you to intervene. He replied, I find you pleasing to the eye, so I don't mind telling you. Extreme Sun sect promised me that after this is done, they would find me a disciple to inherit my mantle. However, since I've already met you, Old Ghost continued, what need do I have for other disciples? Just join my sect, and I will take you away. How about I ensure your survival? A person gritted their teeth, their face filled with anger and worry, facing an undesirable situation. Fifin said angrily, damn it, this old ghost of Ain Mountain. A man approached and asked, Sect Master, what should we do next? Fifin gritted his teeth in anger, not responding. Old Ghost looked at Qin Yu as if waiting, then asked, well? He clenched the spear's shaft, a brilliant light burning as if to incinerate the surrounding space. With a sharp, challenging gaze, Qin Yu curled his lips into a smile and said, what do you think? Old Ghost looked at Qin Yu in surprise and exclaimed, War God Spear. He asked in surprise, you recognize the War God Spear? He continued to ask, are you a descendant of the Qin family, God Sword dynasty? Excellent. Old Ghost charged straight at Qin Yu, shouting, you must die. He, with the divine spear in hand, said, I'm afraid you don't have that ability. Waves of purple and gold spiritual power collided, creating a brilliant explosion in the sky. Qin Yu launched himself forward, the divine spear in his hand cutting through the wind and sweeping straight towards Old Ghost. The spear tip, glowing fiery red, thrust powerfully forward with terrifying might. He unleashed a powerful palm strike that sent him flying backward, the divine spear in his hand still burning fiercely. Qin Yu thought, such formidable power, even stronger than mine by a significant margin. Old Ghost mused, this brat's cultivation is clearly only at the void-shattering realm, yet he was able to withstand one of my palm strikes without dying. It seems he might be naturally endowed with divine strength. He spoke, to be able to withstand one of my palm strikes, you can be considered a talented individual among the younger generation. It's just a pity you were born in the wrong place. Old Ghost raised his magic staff high and roared, a surging stream of malevolent energy erupting, summoning a monstrous beast with an aura of destruction. The beast roared and threw a punch towards him. Qin Yu shouted loudly, his eyes firm as he faced the terrifying power before him, Yazi. The two forces clashed, Yazi roared, and charged straight at the monstrous beast. A blinding explosion, red and purple light swirled across the sky, as the two forces collided, neither willing to yield. Old Ghost staggered back, his body trembling slightly as if struck, his eyes flashing with surprise and anger. He thought, what's going on? How could this brat break the karmic opportunity one obtained in the great wilderness? Could it be that he also... Qin Yu thought, the karmic opportunity he obtained in the great wilderness is actually the power of a desolate beast. Old Ghost said, brat, it seems your father and grandfather treated you very well, to even bring you into the great wilderness to seize a karmic opportunity. He continued, that terrifying old Qin Shing must have also obtained a great karmic opportunity. Old Ghost laughed triumphantly, today, after I kill you, it'll be his turn. Fu Jiao stood silently, nervously observing the battle from behind. She mused, indeed, he still doesn't know what happened inside Qin Yu's body. He focused his strength into his feet, ready to explode in the next moment. Qin Yu spoke, just based on you, you're not worthy of mentioning my father and grandfather's names. Take this spear strike of mine. Old Ghost gritted his teeth and growled, his eyes flaring with murderous rage, you're full of tricks. Without hesitation, he immediately concentrated all the dark energy into his palm, creating a surging, violent demonic force. He plunged down from midair, both hands gripping the divine spear tightly, tracing a dazzling streak of light. Qin Yu unleashed his attack and asked, how about this move? He tensed his body, unleashing a scorching energy, a fierce burst of light erupted. Dense, rapid streaks of golden light rained down like falling stars, causing the ground to shake. Old Ghost didn't have time. Then, a beam of light flashed across his face. A furious gaze blazed in his wild eyes. He angrily shouted, "You are pushing your luck." The old demon launched a powerful counterattack towards Qin Yu, sending him flying far away. He turned around and swept his spear horizontally, purple energy erupting into a vortex, sweeping away everything within its range. The fierce collision energy spread widely, making the roof shake violently, and the lantern swayed in the dazzling purple light. A powerful impact struck the ground, and smoke and dust billowed up, obscuring everything. The old demon, leaning on his sword, said, "To think the Qin family has produced such a dragon." Qin Yu stood tall on the roof, gripping his divine spear, his aura piercing the sky. He said, "Heaven-grade blade techniques, and a second-grade immortal artifact. This old man is quite impressive." As the blade swung down, a surge of demonic energy coiled around it, as if to devour everything. The monster's eyes glowed, as if wanting to incinerate its opponent. The old demon confidently declared, "You're nothing more than this, brat. This one move will send you to your grave." Qin Yu looked at him with a slight, disdainful smile. "Don't exaggerate so much." The old demon retorted, "Exaggerate? A mere brat like you is the one exaggerating." He swung his sword and shouted, "Youngster, let's see how you'll block this blade." With that, a giant hand struck directly at Qin Yu, who gripped his divine spear, ready for battle. Qin Yu shouted, activating his skill, Nine Heavens Divine Thunder Spear, fourth strike. A azure dragon appeared, blocking the old demon's claw attack. He shouted, "Brat, even if you have martial arts to contend with me, you're relying solely on your battle divine spear." Before the old demon could finish, Qin Yu, along with his own figure, had already stabbed forward. The old demon's eyes flashed with horror, and he cried out in alarm, "What?" A powerful slash, accompanied by a flash of light, pierced straight through the old demon's chest. He could only look down, his eyes wide, and utter, "How can this be?" A resounding explosion rocked the entire area. A dazzling red light tore through everything, throwing all objects nearby far away. White smoke billowed after the explosion, obscuring the entire scene. Qin Yu took a running start and lunged straight forward like an arrow. Watching the old demon cough a few times and then collapse, he also staggered, exhausted. He said, "How could you break my second-grade immortal artifact?" Qin Yu said coldly, "It's just a second-grade immortal artifact, that's all." The old demon roared, "How can this be? How can this be? I refuse to accept it." He continued, "Years ago, I was defeated by Qin Hung. Today, I am defeated by his descendant." He then asked, "Why? Is the Qin family my destined calamity in this life? Heaven's will is hard to escape." He tremblingly raised his hand towards Qin Yu, his eyes wide with resentment, as if unwilling to accept the outcome before him. That hand fell heavily onto the stone ground, and all sounds went silent, as if everything had come to an end. Qin Yu spoke up, "Strange, the Een Mountain old demon was once defeated by my grandfather, but my grandfather's cultivation." He thought to himself, could it be that in just a few decades, the Een Mountain old demon's cultivation has risen so much? Qin Yu looked ahead and pondered, but why did the Een Yang old demon leave the great wilderness for so many years and never come to seek revenge on the Qin family? What is truly going on with all of this? A hand clenched, trembling with anger. Phi Pham angrily said, "Even the Een Mountain old demon is no match for that Qin family." A subordinate spoke up, "This Qin Yu is too strong, we'd better retreat for now." He didn't answer, suddenly unleashing a palm strike that sent the person flying quite a distance. Phi Pham asked, "Since when is it your turn to speak here?" He continued, "Qin Yu, even if you defeat the Een Mountain old demon, so what? I, right now, will absolutely not lose to you." Phi Pham roared, a strong blue light burst forth as he turned. He spoke up, "Qin Yu, I will confront you next." He spoke up, "It seems you've also relied on the demon race." Nuam Fa smiled as he saw Phi Pham's figure hovering in the air. He rushed forward, shouting, "Qin Yu, stop talking nonsense, obediently die." He clenched his jaw, his eyes growing cold before his body suddenly shot forward. Qin Yu punched him in the middle of his back, his entire body arched, spitting out a lot of blood. His face contorted in pain, his eyes wide in panic. Blood gushed out, but his breathing remained choked. The collision erupted like thunder. Phi Pham's body slammed onto the stone floor, raising clouds of dust. Before he could recover, the next kick landed squarely on his cheek, flipping his head back, his cheekbone distorted from the immense force of the blow. Qin Yu spoke up, a person like you, who has relied on the demon race, your intelligence has also diminished greatly, you can't even reasonably judge the distance between us. He frowned, his face cold as he spoke, killing you is like crushing an ant. Pinned to the ground by Qin Yu's foot on his face, he screamed for help, his voice echoing to the sky. Three great lords, save me, quickly save me. Qin Yu thought to himself, there are other demon races nearby, but why didn't I sense them? This is bad, could it be the four heavenly demon generals? Phi Pham remained lying there, although his voice was hoarse, silence still surrounded him, with no one coming to his rescue. Phi Pham asked in disappointment, why aren't you coming to save me? A corner of his mouth curved up, Qin Yu gave a meaningful smile. The monster spoke up, it's all over. Qin Yu breathed a sigh of relief, saying, I didn't expect this battle to be easier than I thought. Fu Jiao spoke up, things are probably not that simple. Not a single elder of the extreme sun sect is to be seen anymore. Suddenly, a golden light shone down from above, illuminating the entire hall. A voice echoed from the air, people of the extreme sun sect, do not panic, do not fear. This battle, destiny has arranged for our extreme sun sect to win. Everyone looked up as if searching for something. Two figures emerged from the dazzling light, bringing with them an overwhelming aura that soared into the sky. Chu Dai and Chu Air appeared, turning to emit a blinding radiance. Chu Dai said, I originally thought those juniors would play by themselves, but I didn't expect them to be so incompetent. Chu Air spoke up, at such a crucial moment, it still falls to us two brothers to take action. Chu Lin appeared, silently observing from behind. He hastily bowed, greetings to my two grandfathers. He thought to himself, these are the Grand Supreme Elder and the Second Grand Supreme Elder. They, the two elders, have personally taken action. The corner of the old man's mouth curved slightly, revealing a faint, knowing smile, as if he had long foreseen everything that would happen. Chu Dai spoke up, I already knew that fellow Bai Phi Pham hadn't cultivated properly. His talent is clearly not bad, but all day he only knows how to use schemes, neglecting that a martial artist must rely on their own strength to win. Chu Air said, but either way, we still lost in terms of momentum. It was originally a battle among juniors, but now it has turned into a confrontation with elders. He continued, according to Chu Lin, this Qin Yu might have weakened, but judging from this battle, this is not weakening, that power all comes from the great wilderness, just like the Ying Mountain old demon. Chu Dai thought, why can such an inconspicuous worm obtain such opportunities? Fu Jiao pondered worriedly, it seems the battle among the juniors is about to end. She respectfully said, the unfilial descended Fu Jiao invites the Supreme Elder. Blue light spread, a sharp aura sweeping away everything around it. Curving blue light streaks continuously swept powerfully. Someone's white hair fluttered, their cloak billowing with each beat. Light gathered around their feet as if preparing to land. Deep Lai suddenly appeared, lightning flashing intensely. He looked at Tan Vu and said, Kid, you're not bad. He humbly replied, Senior, you overpraise me. Deep Lai went ahead, with two elders following in a brilliant glow. Deep Lai said, it seems today, the agreement between us will be broken. The oath, that even if the sect is destroyed, we shall not interfere unless it's a matter of life or death, unexpectedly holds so little weight. So Dai spoke up, that's right, the agreement between us has been kept for many years, it certainly needs to be broken. So Ni continued, in this matter, our Cuc Nat Tong is slightly weaker, so after today, our Cuc Nat Tong will not annex your Tan Tom Dain. We only need Tan Vu. One person pointed at Deep Lai and said, I'll fight you one-on-one. If I lose, my Cuc Nat Tong will hand over 9/10 of our assets. If you lose, I'll take Tan Vu away. He calmly closed his eyes and replied, agreed, I accept. So Lam yelled, Grandpas, you shouldn't let the tiger return to the mountains, there will be endless troubles. He spoke up, indeed, you shouldn't. Tan Vu continued, because Cuc Nat Tong must be destroyed today. So Lam furiously roared, Tan Vu, do you have a place to speak here? You, trying to destroy my CUC Na Tong? He continued, I have to say, you are indeed much stronger than me, and among the younger generation, you might even be considered unmatched and ahead. But in front of my CUC Na Tong's two grandpas, you are like an ant. Tan Vu asked, comparing yourself to me doesn't make me happy, it only makes me feel nauseous. Are you even worthy? He said, but your methods of survival are indeed numerous, so I've learned my lesson. Today, I absolutely won't let you leave alive. So Dai let out a proud, hearty laugh. He spoke, it's good for young people to be arrogant, but they also need to recognize reality. So Ni looked at him and said, you, a junior, won't last a single move against me. Deep Lai spoke up, little Tan Vu, leave the rest to me. He didn't reply, immediately unleashing his divine spear forward. The spear plunged into the ground right in front of the two seniors, a declaration of war. Tan Vu spoke, no need. Today's battle belongs to me. I will personally destroy CUC Na Tong. So Dai angrily roared, you brat. So Ni frowned and loudly said, I've lived for so many years, and this is the first time I've seen someone so eager to die. Deep Lai looked at him worriedly and said, little Tan Vu, having spirit is good, but this isn't something you can participate in, you. Tan Vu turned to look at him reassuringly, Senior, please just trust me. He looked at him worriedly, exclaiming in helplessness, you. Deep Lai reluctantly said, if that's the case, then fine. This battle is yours. Fu Jiao, her face covered in anxious sweat, reminded him, Tan Vu is young and inexperienced, how can you let him do whatever he wants? And those are the two supreme elders of CUC Na Tong, you. Deep Lai, unfazed, asserted confidently, let him handle it himself. That kid's cultivation is no weaker than mine. She was shocked and couldn't believe it, gritting her teeth, what did you say? This is no time for jokes. He heard that and questioned back irritably, would I lie to you? Deep Lai had long seen through it and explained clearly. It's not just that he's weaker than me, that kid's inner strength, to put it bluntly, is like a bottomless abyss. From high in the sky, Qin Yu flew down with his spear. He reached out and firmly grasped it decisively. Qin Yu very confidently challenged the two, you two can make your move now. Let me open my eyes and see what you're capable of. Chu Er turned and gestured, his face darkened. Not good, something's up. Chu De now frowned, trying to find the reason that old bastard Deep Lai is so relaxed. This kid has a big secret. Should we proceed as usual? Chu Er's eyes turned sharp as he prepared himself. Chu De was not to be outdone, his eyes blazing red. He began to strategize, raising his voice, all right, but this place isn't suitable for fighting. If you want to fight, follow me. He still smiled, his face showing no fear. Then Qin Yu followed the two of them to a more suitable location. Finally, the three landed on a vast mountain range. The three gradually descended from the air. Chu Er's eyes gleamed slyly as he let out a laugh. He immediately prepared to attack, take this. Qin Yu was also ready to parry the blow. The two wanted to attack him simultaneously. Then the two of them retreated and stood further away. Qin Yu calmly let out a faint smile. Chu Er summoned a blue dragon and shouted, Heaven tier martial skill, profound darkness art, scarlet fire art. On this side, Chu De also summoned a red dragon. Qin Yu raised his spear to block the two dragons charging towards him, fourth spear, annihilation. Seeing them approaching, Qin Yu sped up and retreated backwards. He leaped a distance away, dodging the attack. He wasn't hit at all, but still praised, this move is quite interesting. Chu De was surprised by Qin Yu's ability, although he only has a cultivation of 5th level void-shattering realm. But he can withstand a combined attack from the two of us. However, young man, just now this old man only used the void-shattering realm to fight you. Chu Da's eyes glowed as he shouted in unison with him, next up. Chu Er was also ready to unleash his attack. The two flew up at the same time, standing side by side. They both shouted in unison, preparing to fight and unleash their moves. We'll show you the terror of the broken void realm. A swirling vortex appeared around Qin Yu's feet. A monstrous formation appeared in the sky, directly connected to the vortex. Chu Dao's eyes shone brightly as he roared, shattering space, forming one's own domain. This is the broken void realm. Chu Er also shouted along, his expression filled with anger. They split into two halves, blue and red, concentrating their power. Broken Void first tier can control space. Broken Void third tier can create one's own illusionary realm. Chu De extended his hand forward with immense confidence. Within this illusionary realm, you are just an ant. A colossal force descended from above, causing the surrounding rocks and earth to shatter into dust. He thought triumphantly that the young man wouldn't survive this time. Ignorant young man, just because you've gained a few opportunities, you think you have the power to suppress and counter higher realms. How naive. Chu Er also smiled cunningly after showing off. In this world, there is no martial artist who can, with just void shattering, contend against a third-level broken void realm. Chu De continued to exclaim a few more sentences. That old ghost of Yin Shan is truly pitiful. He hadn't even comprehended the illusionary realm before dying at the hands of this young punk. But unexpectedly, a shoe tip appeared. It was Qin Yu's voice. You're not hurt, are you? You two seem to be having such a pleasant conversation. Why don't I add a few words? Qin Yu's eyes gleamed as he walked out from the dust cloud. Qin Yu, who had changed his appearance, spoke up, asking, You two, why aren't you saying anything anymore? Chu Er couldn't believe it, his face turning pale. The great wilderness's opportunities are truly that terrifying? How can someone at the void-breaking stage withstand the power of the void realm? As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Yu's fist was already upon him. Fortunately, Chu Er reacted in time and created a shield to block it. But Qin Yu's punch was too powerful, sending him flying. Chu De saw this and became furious, wanting to launch a sneak attack from behind. Don't be so arrogant. You were a step faster and kicked him away. Chu Er coughed painfully, spitting out fresh blood. Chu De flew a great distance, utterly surprised, blocked it. In Qin Yu's hand, a glowing orb lit up. He used it to continue knocking the two of them far away. Chu De couldn't believe he was being spun around like a top. What? Qin Yu's eyes turned sharp and bloodshot as he shouted, God of War Spear. His spear immediately obeyed his command and pursued the two men. A token with the yin-yang symbol appeared. Chu Dao's face turned red as he urgently shouted, Reversal of life, infinite. It then enveloped the two of them inside for protection. After that, Chu Er jumped out from within it. Seeing this, Qin Yu exclaimed in surprise at the wonder, There's such a magical artifact? Chu Er's face flushed with anger, his whole body trembling as he questioned, Junior, you forced us to use a second-grade immortal artifact. Chu De, in a frenzy, declared, determined not to let him go, but today, you must die. A Bagua circle appeared under Qin Yu's feet. He had long seen through their sinister plot. You're using the terrain to cultivate the Qian Kuan realm. That's why you led me here. This must be the place you prepared to deal with the Elder of the Sacred Heart Palace. Qin Yu also knew the formation here very well, it's just that an unexpected variable like me appeared. I knew all of this beforehand. His eyes glowed red as he challenged the two, Come on, let me see how powerful the strongest power of two third-level void-breaking experts is. Chu Er couldn't believe his plot had been exposed. You saw through it so early, so why did you? He smirked, showing his amusement, just because I also want to see. Behind Qin Yu, Xie also appeared to assist. How powerful can the strength I currently possess be? He took a deep breath, preparing himself mentally. Qin Yu summoned his subordinate beasts together, Xie, Jin Biao, Swan and I, Tao Tai, Ying Long. His eyes gleamed, ready to break through the battle formation. Please help. At Qin Yu's location, a purple light flashed skyward. From his head, a pair of long, large horns grew out. Qin Yu's arms also developed a protective layer of hard scales. He transformed into a completely different form. Qin Yu stomped his foot heavily on the ground, causing it to crack. He unleashed a terrifying surge of power, shattering the illusory realm. Chu Er's mouth gaped open in disbelief. No way, he actually broke the illusory realm? He now fought with a very relaxed mindset. You all are still weaker than I imagined. That's right, perhaps today's martial artists are weaker than those I've faced before. Then Qin Yu moved with surprising speed. No, that's not right, it's me who's become much stronger than before. He immediately appeared in front of the two of them. Chu Dai suddenly turned pale, his mouth agape. Qin Yu calmly raised a finger to the sky, to let you all see my true martial arts. Immediately, strange phenomena appeared in the sky. Chu Er looked up with a dumbfounded expression. A fiend appeared amidst the swirling clouds. He softly uttered a few words, commanding it, "Desolate beast fiend." It immediately obeyed, baring its sharp teeth and charging forward. Chu Dai gasped in surprise, shouting, "Cosmic Realm." A token swiftly flew out from the two of them. But it was useless, it couldn't protect them. From within the swirling clouds, the fiend poked its head out. Qin Yu also flew down to land on the ground, observing the two of them. He sighed, feeling relieved. It's over. Desolate skills are innate abilities of some desolate beasts. Although I still can't awaken the Tao Tai, I can still use 3 parts of the desolate skill, twin chaotic colors. Chu Dai's vision blurred, he couldn't see anything. Chu Er screamed in pain, his face turning pale. Qin Yu smiled, pleased and triumphant, explaining, the desolate skill Tao Tai can devour everything. Both of your souls have been devoured. Now you're just empty puppets with soulless bodies. Then he took out a ring and stored the miraculous treasure. After that, Qin Yu flew high up, carrying the 2 soulless bodies with him. Everyone was still waiting in great numbers at the old spot. At this moment, on the Holy Heart Palace battlefield, Chu Lin's expression suddenly changed, his eyes narrowing. His whole body trembled, feeling that something bad had happened. What's going on? This feeling of unease is extremely strong. What is it, exactly? Could it be that grandfather and second grandfather were defeated? But Chu Lin still tried to calm himself. Impossible. In this world, there's absolutely no martial artist of the void-shattering realm who can defeat my 2 grandfathers. Yet, it didn't help him worry less. But suddenly, Chu Lin's entire body strangely convulsed. He still sought a way out for himself. Just in case, it's better to prepare beforehand. On Qin Yu's team's side, everyone was still patiently waiting. On the Holy Heart Palace's side, Yi Li suddenly seemed to detect something. The old man laughed triumphantly and with satisfaction. Fu Yao stood behind him, worried and confused, questioning, things are at a critical point, and you're still laughing? Yi Li stroked his beard, affirming confidently, my child, prepare yourselves. The extreme sun sect now belongs to our Holy Heart Palace. Fu Yao was dumbfounded, sweating, not understanding anything. What do you mean? Suddenly, a blurry figure appeared in the middle of the field. Chu Er was mercilessly thrown to the ground. Qin Yu's face clearly showed an expression of disgust. Chu Lin now slumped to the ground, his whole body trembling, stammering, it's over, it's all over. Everyone around the stands cheered joyfully, we won, we're victorious. Chu Lin at this moment was trying to sneak away. But Qin Yu quickly noticed and launched an attack. He was lifted up in pain, spitting out blood. Chu Lin desperately pleaded with him for his life, Qin Yu, listen to me. But all he got in response was Qin Yu's cold gaze. In a flash, he ended his life. Qin Yu smiled triumphantly, feeling very satisfied, if I listened to you any longer, you would have escaped. He stood firmly on the platform, declaring loudly, from today onwards, the extreme sun sect no longer exists in this world. Then Qin Yu turned and gave a few instructions, the rest is up to you all. At that moment, he flew up into the sky again. Fu Yao watched, her face utterly bewildered, Qin Yu, just what kind of monster are you? Qin Yu flew very quickly deep into the dense forest. The token appeared from within, and a report echoed, Li Qingjiao has been safely evaluated. Xiao Hao's face was creased with worry as he carefully instructed, a mysterious powerful expert appeared at the Jade Maiden sect. I immediately retreated. The Jade Maiden sect is heading towards the Holy Heart Palace. Please be careful. Qin Yu's face showed interest as he prepared for his next target, Jade Maiden sect. I'm coming for you. A group of people was moving towards another mountain, at the same time at the foot of another mountain. Fei Fei's face was dusty, breathing heavily. She was tired but felt lucky. How annoying. If the ninth prince hadn't come to help this time, I would have truly been intercepted. Chen Xiang, the ninth prince, asked politely with folded arms, Ninth Prince Chen Xiang, it's nothing. Will we reach the Holy Heart Palace after crossing this mountain? Fei Fei smiled brightly, confirming with excitement and curiosity, yes, but I wonder if the Extreme Sun sect has already conquered it. Chen Xiang remained very calm, it's fine if they haven't. If the Jade Maiden sect handles this matter, it'll be even better. Fei Fei, now with him by her side, felt more confident. If it were just our Jade Maiden sect, it wouldn't be enough, but with your help, it will be easier. Suddenly, footsteps of another person approached from afar. Bai Quan cupped his hands in a respectful salute, Sect Master of Jade Maiden Sect, thank you, Ninth Prince. If we succeed in conquering the Holy Heart Palace this time, our Jade Maiden Sect will be your loyal servants from now on. Chen Xiang was even more pleased to hear this. Well said. We should depart early. If the Extreme Sun sect beats us to it, you'll be the ones to suffer the loss. Ah, understanding, immediately turned back to urge everyone, speed up. In the lush, foggy forest, at the foot of the mountain, Chen Xiang was still silently walking behind the sect members. Suddenly, a flickering figure appeared in the middle. Chen Hung quickly appeared, his face grim, bowing in salute, Ninth Master, what is this? It's just a struggle between various sects, isn't it? He turned back, appearing unconcerned, I came to experience the mortal world. When I felt bored, I happened to encounter this. If I don't play along a bit, I won't have the chance once I return to the heavenly court. How boring. He didn't know how to advise him and could only sigh, oh, Ninth Master. Suddenly, Chen Xiang's eyes widened in admiration, what great power. Chen Hung also quickly noticed the anomaly. A powerful force blocked their path. The familiar sharp spear suddenly appeared. Qin Yu stood majestically beside them with a slight smile. At this moment, Fei Fei's face turned pale with fear, stammering, Qin Yu. Bai Xian, seeing him for the first time, was also astonished, is that brat Qin Yu? Breaking through to the 5th level of the illusionary realm, how could his cultivation increase so quickly in such a short time? Qin Yu suddenly thrust his spear forward, pointing it at their faces. He smiled brightly and boldly declared a few words, from today, the Jade Maiden sect will vanish from this world. Then Qin Yu took a stance and summoned lightning, the 9 heavens divine thunder sword. Suddenly, he paused for a moment, utterly astonished. Qin Yu was looking at Chen Xiang in disbelief. How could it be him? He knew Chen Xiang's future destiny, the 9th prince of the Heavenly River dynasty, the future great emperor of Heavenly River, Chen Xiang. At this moment, Fei Fei spoke with disdain, long time no see, Qin Yu, you've changed so much. But do you really think you alone can overthrow my Jade Maiden Queen? That's just a pipe dream. But Bai Xian didn't dare to underestimate his strength. This brat dares to come here alone, he must have some scheme. Qin Yu, however, ignored their words, great emperor of Heavenly River, Chen Xiang. He still fixed his gaze on Chen Xiang, a powerful individual who conquered the entire royal family with his own strength. Qin Yu had extensive knowledge of the two sides' forces. The Heavenly River dynasty was not originally the leading dynasty, above it were 10 other dynastic powers. They were many times stronger than the Heavenly River dynasty. Whether it was the number of martial artists or military warriors, they all far surpassed the Heavenly River dynasty. He knew his every step in his previous life. In his previous life, this Chen Xiang had lived in seclusion for many years. He secretly enhanced his strength and finally the day came when he seized an opportunity. he successfully usurped the throne, and then his legend began. The beginning of that conspiracy, as Qin Yu had discovered, was when he first allied with the Xian clan. Then he recalled Chen Xiang's methods, obtaining countless immortal scripts, using them to cultivate many powerful martial artists. Qin Yu understood the benefits he could gain, also obtaining many immortal artifacts, relying on these immortal scripts and artifacts to unify the imperial dynasty. He knew why Chen Xiang could confront such a powerful army and become the first great emperor of Heavenly River in history. Qin Yu also knew the righteous cause he pursued. After becoming the king of humanity, he led humanity against the demon race. Chen Xiang helped humanity prosper, even having the potential to overthrow the demon race. He closed his eyes and pondered, somewhat respectfully, it's clear he's a capable man. But Qin Yu knew the bad things that would happen, but unfortunately, the immortal clan behind Chen Xiang ultimately succumbed to the Zhao clan immortal clan. Finally, he recalled how Chen Xiang was destroyed, and Chen Xiang was also killed for not submitting to Li Qinghe, and a legend of an era thus faded. Qin Yu then let out a tense sigh. Chen Xiang noticed his strange expression and wondered, Qin Yu, I know you. You possess the 9th grade sacred flame, young in age yet boundless in cultivation. Now meeting me, why do you shake your head? Fei, impatient, wanted to speak up and remind him, Qin Yu, you must know who is before you, he is. But he glanced over with a dark expression and ordered, silence. As soon as she heard, her face turned pale, sweating profusely, not daring to utter another word. But at this moment, Qin Yu calmly and skillfully replied, 9th Prince, please don't misunderstand. I have no intention of being disrespectful. I'm just recalling a few regrettable matters. Hearing this, Chen Xiang also realized the problem. He knows my true identity. He rested his hand on his hip and humorously reminded, such an address feels a bit distant. I was born a few years before you. If Brother Qin doesn't mind, you can call me eldest brother. Qin Yu happily agreed, adding a condition, of course, but eldest brother Chen, can you tell that senior not to be so intimidating? Chen Heng's attitude at this moment was extremely displeased. His expression looked extremely displeased, as if he was on guard. Chen Heng subtly sent a message about the anomaly he noticed, 9th Master, this guy is definitely not simple. Just now, I unintentionally showed a bit of killing intent, and he saw it. But at this moment, he was very interested and had thought it through carefully. Everyone says that this guy, after entering the great wilderness, gained many great opportunities. It seems the rumors are indeed true. If he helps me, I can realize my ambitions and advance one step further. Qin Yu stopped beating around the bush and got straight to the point, Big Brother Chen, no matter what your relationship with the Jade Maiden sect is. He pointed his spear directly towards them and declared, but today, I will definitely destroy it. At this moment, Fei couldn't hold back and shouted, Qin Yu, I think you're seeing things. Relying on you? Chen Xiang, at this point, clearly showed his reluctance to interfere. We met by chance. Brother Qin, if you have a personal vendetta, feel free to act. Now only Qin Yu and the Jade Maiden sect remained. Fei didn't expect the situation to unfold like this. This 9th Prince really is. Never mind, perhaps he's testing me. She still spoke to him aggressively, Qin Yu, even if I don't know what your scheme is, but... Suddenly, Fei's face turned pale. Behind her, a surge of power had already attacked. Fei couldn't defend in time and collapsed completely. Qin Yu fought with increasing vigor and declared, the next one is for you. Bai Quan angrily first created a shield, you shameless brat, today I will definitely kill you. But Qin Yu's speed was too fast, piercing right through. Unable to resist, blood immediately gushed from her mouth. One of them saw this and worried, Sect Master. But Qin Yu turned back, his gaze sharp with anger, why aren't you getting out of here? Hearing this, they were terrified and fled. At this moment, he slowly lowered the spear in his hand. My business is done. At this moment, Chen Xiang also looked at Qin Yu differently. To say kill is to kill, without hesitation, no matter how much blood. He chuckled a few times in praise, decisive in killing, truly a real man. The extreme Sun sect is also finished this time. The four great sects of the Tian dynasty have been fighting for a long time, and finally, the Sacred Heart Palace laughs until the end. Chen Xiang was also secretly calculating in his mind at this moment, but Qin Yu, the Jade Maiden sect, will absolutely not let this go. Even if the sect master dies, their backing is not bad. If necessary, I can help with matters later on. Hearing this, he remained silent for a while. Qin Yu nodded but made it clear he didn't want others to interfere. Thank you, Big Brother Chen, but I will personally deal with the Jade Maiden sect. He then guessed his excellent next move. That's good. Next, Brother Qin will have to advance towards the Jade Maiden sect. Qin Yu's face darkened as he emphasized each word. To eradicate weeds, one must pull them out by the roots. Chen Xiang grew even more interested and offered, excellent. I just happen to have nothing to do. Why don't I go with you? What do you think? Big Brother also has a few things he wants to ask you. Qin Yu no longer refused and agreed. There's nothing to it. He didn't hesitate to put his arm around his shoulder and continued, let's go. The brilliant sunlight shone upon the majestic architecture of the Jade Maiden sect. In a dimly lit room, Bai Xiang sat cross-legged on the bed, her eyes closed, with two flickering flames in front of her emitting a faint light. Suddenly, Bai Xiang's eyes snapped open, her pupils contracting. She frowned, her voice low, damn it. The room door opened, and dazzling light streamed into the dark room. Jiang Hong entered, her voice doubtful. Grand Elder, what happened? Bai Xiang's expression was grim, her voice low. Both of Bai Quan's disciples are dead. That girl, with her hands on her hips and eyes half closed, said in a disheartened tone, it seems the Jade Maiden sect has lost this time, completely. She stood up, her face grim, her voice full of worry. These days, many geniuses are appearing. Someone like Qin Yu of the Sacred Heart Palace has disrupted the balance among our great sects for so many years. Perhaps the Jade Maiden sect's demise is truly at hand. Jiang Hong raised her eyebrows, looking at her suggestively with a cunning expression. Grand Elder, then we can. She smiled faintly and said, though I don't care about this sect, I must still fulfill my promise to you. Get ready first. Today we depart to take you to the great wilderness. The girl looked at her, happily smiling with narrowed eyes. Thank you, Grand Elder. Standing in front of the room's door, Bai Xiang tilted her head and angrily snorted. A few days later, Qin Yu and Chen Xiang arrived before the main gate of the Jade Maiden sect. Qin Yu's eyes were full of surprise. The Jade Maiden sect has no one here? Chen Xiang turned his head, searching around but found no one. It seems the Jade Maiden sect has given up. Qin Yu's face darkened, his eyebrows furrowed into a frown, his voice biting. Jade Maiden sect. Chen Hang rushed over to the two of them, saying in a panicked voice, not only that, the entire sect has no spiritual energy at all. He bowed his head, saying with annoyance, perhaps they've taken all the heaven and earth treasures with them. A golden light appeared, Qin Yu's expression solemn as he closed his eyes. A beast, entirely red with sharp fangs, appeared behind him. Then, a complex magic circle appeared beneath Qin Yu's feet. The light from the magic circle gradually dissipated. He opened his eyes, a faint smile on his lips. I'm afraid not. Chen Xiang was startled, crying out in surprise, ah. Qin Yu led the way forward. He waved his hand, follow me. The three walked up the slope and into the Jade Maiden sect. As Qin Yu walked, he thought, according to my past life's memories, the Jade Maiden sect hides an ancient emperor's tomb deep underground, and within the tomb is a supreme immortal artifact. Kueino also investigated just now, and indeed, it's still there. His foot landed on the flat floor. Qin Yu walked to a large well. Chen Xiang looked at him, standing with hands on his hips before the well, and asked doubtfully, Brother Qin, why do you seem so familiar with the Jade Maiden sect? Qin Yu didn't answer, he just narrowed his eyes, looked at him and said, Brother Chen, do you dare to go down and explore with me? Chen Xiang's face lit up with excitement and he quickly replied, what's there to be afraid of? Chen Heng was startled by this and cried out anxiously, Ninth Master. Chen Xiang placed one foot on the edge of the well, turned his head and reassured him, Brother Qin must have a purpose for wanting me to go down. Don't worry, nothing will happen. Qin Yu relaxed his body and jumped down the well. His feet touched the ground, and a cloud of dust billowed up. Chen Xiang couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, I didn't expect there to be another grotto heaven beneath this Jade Maiden sect. Chen Hang carefully sensed for a moment and then said, there's no spiritual energy here either, I can't even feel any. Chen Xiang smiled, looked at Chen Hang, and said, Brother Chen, may I borrow an immortal script for a moment? He closed his eyes and smiled casually, haha, of course you may. Chen Xiang waved his hand, and a star emitting brilliant light appeared. Qin Yu smiled and placed the immortal script on the wall before him. The immortal script suddenly emitted a dazzling light. Chen Hang was startled and cried out in alarm, this is a 7th level immortal script, this. Chen Xiang smiled, his expression calm as he said, even a 7th level immortal script can be ignored, no problem. The wall before Qin Yu suddenly crumbled, the dust dispersed, and a light screen appeared before him. He smiled and said, please follow me. Qin Yu and Chen Xiang passed through the light screen and stepped inside. Before them was a golden coffin. On both sides were 2 stone Taotai statues with fierce expressions. The 3 people stood in the vast secret chamber, looking at the coffin before them. Chen Xiang looked at the Taotai, his voice full of doubt, inside this coffin, could it be an ancient immortal emperor? He smiled, glancing at Qin Yu, Brother Qin, did I guess right? Qin Yu smiled and explained, as expected of elder Brother Chen. Inside this coffin is indeed an ancient human emperor, and furthermore, a human emperor whose body was imbued with the aura of an emperor. Chen Xiang gasped, aura of an emperor. Chen Hang broke out in a sweat, his face showing alarm, is this true? Qin Yu stepped onto the high platform, his voice calm, whether it's true or false, we'll know if we try. A stream of purple light appeared in his hand. The Taotai's eyes suddenly turned red, and countless cracks appeared on its body. The 2 stone Taotai transformed into physical entities, opening their mouths and roaring. They approached Qin Yu from both sides of the coffin. Chen Xiang was startled and cried out, Brother Qin. Qin Yu frowned, his expression gradually becoming fierce. The 2 Taotai broke out in a sweat, their faces pale, and they stopped, not daring to move. Qin Yu's body emitted a purple light, and he raised his hand, opening the coffin lid from a distance. Inside the coffin was a scroll, a green jade, and a short Dao saber. Chen Xiang raised his hand to catch the scroll and the green jade that Qin Yu threw to him. Qin Yu's voice rang out, Elder Brother Chen, these are the inheritance items of the human emperor's destiny. He held the short Dao saber, glanced at Chen Xiang, and said calmly, as for this immortal artifact, it belongs to me. What do you say? Chen Xiang held the scroll and smiled at him, saying, of course. This place was discovered by Brother Qin, so it's only natural that everything here belongs to you. The scroll emitted a golden light, which grew stronger and stronger, forming a pillar of light that shot upwards. Chen Xiang looked at the pillar of light and said, Imperial aura in a perished body, destiny granted by heaven. Good, very good. The silhouette of an old man gradually appeared within the pillar of light. An old man wearing a dragon robe and a golden crown appeared, speaking in a serious tone, I am human Emperor Wei Yi. Junior, have you obtained my inheritance? Chen Xiang smiled and cupped his hands, speaking enthusiastically, this junior, the 9th prince of the Tiana dynasty, pays his respects to human emperor. The old man nodded, a satisfied expression on his face, not bad, not bad. Strong imperial aura, purple chi surrounding the body, and excellent destiny. You are qualified to become my successor. The old man frowned and said with a hint of regret, unfortunately, there is a great enemy in your destiny, leading to a dead end. Wei Yi's eyes widened in surprise, wait a moment. He tilted his head to look at Chen Xiang, who was enveloped in golden light, his voice full of doubt, how strange. He turned his head back in alarm, could it be? Wei Yi looked at Qin Yu's confident expression and suddenly understood, so that's how it is. He threw his head back and laughed heartily, his voice filled with joy. Indeed, it was all heaven's will. The scroll and the jade suddenly flew out of Chen Xiang's hand, startling him. A fierce Taotai head appeared in midair, its voice booming, "Junior, receive my inheritance." A stream of golden light surged and rushed into Chen Xiang's body. Countless streams of golden light flew in and converged within his body. He bowed his head, hugged his chest with both hands, and let out a soft groan. Chen Heng called out worriedly, "Ninth Master," while Qin Yu smiled, comforting him. "Don't worry, nothing will happen." Chen Heng's heart was filled with unceasing worry, and he finally couldn't help but ask, "Young Master Qin, who exactly are you? Not to mention that you hold the Jade Maiden sect in the palm of your hand, yet you so easily gave up the imperial inheritance." He frowned, his expression dark, and his voice low. "What is your purpose in approaching the Ninth Master?" He calmly explained, "The imperial aura has no affinity with me, even if it's strong, I can't keep it. As for approaching the Ninth Prince, it was merely a coincidence." The golden light on Chen Xiang's body grew stronger and stronger. He threw his head back and roared as if enduring extreme pain. Suddenly, Chen Xiang opened his eyes. He descended to the ground in front of Qin Yu and Chen Heng. Chen Heng, sweating and with a tense expression, asked, "Ninth Master, are you all right?" Chen Xiang clenched his fist, his face full of confidence, and replied to him, "I'm fine. The might of the ancient human emperor is truly well-deserved. With this power, how can I fear that the great endeavor will fail?" He clasped his hands, looked at Qin Yu, and said sincerely, "To have achieved such a great opportunity today, senior brother Qin. To have such an opportunity, it's all thanks to you. In the future, if you ever need my help, big brother will absolutely not refuse." Qin Yu replied calmly, "I hope big brother Chen can make good use of this power to protect our human race." He brought his fist to pat his left chest, his voice firm. "As long as I, Chen, am alive, I will wholeheartedly dedicate myself to protecting our human race." Chen Heng let out a breath. He cast off his worries, turned around, and left. He walked and said, "Sai, let's go out first." The three of them shot out from the mouth of the well and flew up to the ground. Chen Xiang smiled and softly said, "Brother Qin." Chen Xiang was about to say something when suddenly, a blue vortex appeared in the sky, emitting lightning that struck the ground. He wide-eyed, his gaze filled with fear. His eyes and entire body emitted a golden light. Chen Xiang opened his mouth and let out a scream. Qin Yu was startled, looking at Chen Xiang with inner shock. "Damn it, the imperial auras are conflicting." Chen Heng looked at Chen Xiang, who was enveloped in golden light and hovering in midair, and asked in a panic, "What's going on?" He frowned, looking at Chen Xiang with a worried expression. He explained, "Big brother Chen has obtained the ancient human emperor's aura. At the same time, the Heavenly River dynasty also has a king. One mountain cannot have two tigers, so the two imperial auras will naturally contend for supremacy." In the sky, the illusory figures of a dragon and a tiger appeared, growling at each other. He looked at the two streams of light in the sky, his voice filled with worry. "This was an oversight. I actually forgot about this. Now that the new emperor has appeared, the Heavenly River dynasty will again fall into chaos." The tiger beside Tran Hong let out a roar that shook the void. The green dragon, not to be outdone, also roared. The tiger lunged forward and bit the dragon's belly. The dragon opened its mouth and spat out a stream of golden energy. It had been seriously injured. It let out a pained roar. Its illusory figure faded. Its illusory figure vanished, and the giant vortex also gradually disappeared. The golden light on Tran Hong's body disappeared. His face turned pale. He coughed continuously, his breathing erratic. Sunlight shone on a majestic, ancient building in the Heavenly River dynasty. In the imperial palace of the royal family, an old man sitting cross-legged in the main hall was the human emperor of the Heavenly River dynasty. Suddenly, he widened his eyes and cried out. He spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, his eyebrows furrowed, and his face darkened. The human emperor's eyes were wide, bloodshot, and seemed about to crack at the corners, his voice filled with anger mixed with fear. "My Emperor's aura. It's gone!" He cried out in panic. "Imperial Tutor! Imperial Tutor!" A man appeared before the human emperor. The Imperial Tutor quickly went to support him. His voice surprised. "Your Majesty, what's wrong?" He frowned, his voice serious. "Imperial Tutor, my Emperor's aura, it's gone." After a moment of panic, he quickly calmed down and comforted the human emperor. "How could that be? Your Majesty is protected by your entire clan. The profound Emperor's aura, how could it easily dissipate? Your Majesty, don't panic. Let your subject investigate." A red eye appeared. The Imperial Tutor's eyes emitted a brilliant red light. He furrowed his brows tightly, clenching his teeth as if resisting something. The Imperial Tutor's entire body emitted a brilliant red light. His cloak fluttered without wind. He clenched his teeth so hard that fresh blood seeped out. He cursed angrily. "Damn it!" The human emperor was tense, sweating, his face pale. His voice hurried. "Imperial Tutor, what exactly is happening?" The Imperial Tutor's eyes held shock and worry. He said with a trembling voice, "Your Majesty, perhaps something truly serious has happened this time. Just now, I used my divine ability to investigate. In this Heavenly River dynasty, a new emperor's aura has appeared. Its power is extremely strong, far surpassing yours." The image of a man whose entire body emitted golden and purple light appeared in his eyes. He said helplessly, "Your emperor's aura has all been devoured by it. Furthermore, even I couldn't lock onto this emperor's aura." The human emperor lowered his head with a despairing expression. "It's over, it's really over." The Imperial Tutor, seeing his dejected expression, comforted him in a low voice. "Your Majesty, rest assured. This world is full of changes. Even if a new human emperor descends, they cannot seize your imperial dynasty from you. There's still a way." The human emperor looked up in surprise. His voice was urgent. The Imperial Tutor raised both hands, and the phantom of a strong human appeared in his mind. He smiled confidently, looking at him and saying. The human emperor calmly asked. He raised his hand and smiled, explaining. "Though the myriad auras in the world differ, they all converge to one source, nourished by the heavenly Tao, generally sharing the same origin. As long as we gather powerful martial artists with strong luck, and order them to fight and devour each other's luck, their luck can be continuously strengthened." The Imperial Tutor's face showed a sinister expression. He thought of the image of a certain character's luck being separated from their body by him. He continued. "Once a martial artist with superior luck is discovered, I can use a secret technique to seize that luck and refine it into a new emperor's aura for your use." The Imperial Tutor extended his hand, offering an olive branch to the human emperor. "Nothing can be established without destruction. Perhaps this destruction of the emperor's aura is a good thing for you." The human emperor smiled with a delighted expression, responding. "So what should I do?" He curled the corner of his lips, his face clearly showing cunning. He calmly replied. "We've also taken this opportunity to grow much stronger. Your Majesty, we can ally with the surrounding dynasties to conduct a grand martial arts competition." The Imperial Tutor bowed slightly, placing a hand on his left chest, his tone full of confidence. "The luck of martial artists in the Heavenly River dynasty alone is not enough to help you gather a new emperor's aura, but with that of other dynasties, our great endeavor will surely succeed." He narrowed his eyes and continued to persuade the human emperor. "By then, you will have a stronger emperor's aura, and the luck of the martial artists in the surrounding dynasties will have all been seized." The map depicting the Heavenly River dynasty and its surrounding dynasties appeared in his mind. Following that was the image of armies from both sides fiercely clashing, killing relentlessly. His voice rang out. "Our Heavenly River dynasty can seize this opportunity to start a war, forcing other dynasties to submit." The human emperor laughed loudly. He commanded in a loud voice. Good, Imperial Advisor, I'll entrust you with this matter." The imperial advisor smiled wickedly and respectfully replied, "Leave everything to me." At Jade Maiden Sect, Tran Hung asked Qin Yu with a hint of regret, "Brother Qin, is it really not convenient for you to tour the imperial city with your elder brother?" Qin Yu narrowed his eyes and softly explained, "Elder brother Tran, the imperial capital is in a disadvantageous position. Going there will only bring more trouble. If all the people of Jade Maiden Sect run away, then I'll also prepare to return to the Sacred Heart Palace." Qin Yu closed his eyes and cautiously reminded him, his tone a little worried. "Remember to conceal the Emperor's aura I just showed you. Unless it's the very last resort, absolutely do not expose it." Tran Hong looked at him, comforting him. "Don't worry, your elder brother has his own plans." Qin Yu stepped forward, tilted his head, looked at him and said, "Elder brother Tran, I must go now. Please excuse me." He shot up into the sky and left. Tran Hong crossed his arms, laughing joyfully, "This time, the harvest is bountiful." Tran Hang frowned, his voice worried. "This Qin Yu is truly unpredictable. Old man Gio, the two of us will secretly—" He turned his head, smiled, and waved his hand, "No, don't. If Qin Yu finds out, it will create animosity between us." He bowed his head and softly replied, "Understood." Tran Hong laughed loudly and walked away. At the same time, he ordered, "Let's go." The scene shifted to the large courtyard inside the Sacred Heart Palace. The atmosphere was bustling, with people coming and going, carrying chests full of treasures and jewels. On another side, craftsmen were busy renovating the structure, the sound of hammers echoing constantly. On the steps of the Grand Hall, a foot stepped forward. As soon as they saw his figure, everyone spoke in unison, "Greetings, Senior Brother Qin." Qin Yu smiled and nodded in response to them. He thought to himself, "It seems it'll be quite difficult for these disciples to accept the assets of the Sun Sect." A moment later, he had entered the main hall. Immediately, two girls ran out to greet him. Yi Tong excitedly said, "Qin Yu, you're back." She patted his body and asked, "I see you're fine. Qin Yu, did you really destroy the entire Jade Maiden Sect by yourself?" Tian Shuang's face flushed, and she smiled, adding, "Young Master Qin is truly astonishing." He walked over, looking at them with a smile. Tian Shuang added, "But doing that is a bit dangerous. Let us help you next time, okay?" Qin Yu then entered the Grand Hall and clasped his hands in a bow. At the same time, he wondered, "Oh right, Hall Master, where's Qing Dao?" Fu Yao nodded, instructing Yi Tong, "Lead Qin Yu to Qing Dao." As if waiting for this, she immediately grabbed his hand and pulled him along, saying, "Come with me quickly," making him only have time to cry out, "Wait." After Qin Yu left, Fu Yao spoke up. "Tian Shuang, it seems Qin Yu's heart is filled only with Qing Dao." Hearing that, her face flushed with sadness. "In the end, I don't have that fortune." In a room, Qing Dao sat on the bed, sighing. Suddenly, the door creaked open slightly, and a figure appeared outside the door. Qin Yu opened the door and stepped in. He walked over and sat down beside her. She whispered, "Qin Yu, was the Jade Maiden Sect really destroyed?" He closed his eyes. His tone resolute, "Qing Dao, the Jade Maiden Sect isn't as clean as you think. You don't know how many dirty things they've done behind the scenes." He smiled, stroking her head to comfort her, "From now on, just stay by my side. I will protect you for life." Qing Dao, embarrassed, quickly moved aside and said, "Okay, I understand." "You, don't talk nonsense like that." Qin Yu sighed in frustration, thinking, "It seems I'll have to cultivate her affection all over again." A month later, in the Holy Heart Palace's mystic realm, Qin Yu sat cross-legged, his entire body emanating a golden light. Qin Yu opened his eyes. He exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, feeling his body brimming with power. His voice filled with anticipation, "Finally, I've broken through. Just one more step and I can reach the 9th level of the expectation realm, and just one more step to awaken the evil beast." An image of the colossal evil beast on the barren land appeared in Qin Yu's mind. He said confidently, After the evil beast awakens, I can prepare to enter the great wilderness once more. Yi Tong flew down and cried out, Qin Yu. She looked at him excitedly and said, Qin Yu, there's big news. Qin Yu looked at Yi Tong suspiciously. His knuckles cracked. She clenched her fists. Her voice excited, very big news. The Heavenly River Dynasty has gathered all 7 dynasties to hold a grand martial artist competition. He stroked his chin, a look of doubt on his face, and murmured, a grand martial artist competition. Yi Tong imagined the gathering of the 8 emperors. She couldn't help but get excited. This grand competition not only brings together the top forces from all 8 dynasties, but the emperors will also converge their royal fortunes. It's truly an unprecedented event. The more she spoke, the brighter her eyes shone. Martial artists from all 8 great dynasties can participate, with no limits on numbers or sex, and the rewards are incredibly generous. Qin Yu closed his eyes, slightly lowered his head, his voice calm. You've said so. Yi Tong recalled a sword and a set of flame-shaped immortal talismans, and quickly replied. The top 100 on this list can win a set of second-grade immortal artifacts, plus a set of first-grade immortal scriptures. She recalled a majestic white armor and said, the top 50 on the list will also receive a set of third-grade immortal artifacts. Finally, a powerful saber with dragon, tiger, and lotus patterns. She said, the top 30 will win a set of 4th-grade immortal artifacts. Qin Yu stroked his chin, his voice filled with surprise. 4th-grade immortal artifacts, that generous? Such lavish rewards will likely attract many disciples from mysterious sects and powerful cultivators. Yi Tong put her hands on her hips, her voice serious, that's nothing yet. In this grand competition, the top 10 will gain the right to use the national treasures of the 8 great kingdoms, and then enter the great wilderness to seize their opportunities. He was startled, there's such a thing? Qin Yu thought of the national jade marrow combining with the human body, and commented, national treasures gather national fortune. They can not only enhance a martial artist's aura but also possess immense mysterious power. He recalled the barren great wilderness, constantly plagued by lightning, and felt a hint of anticipation. If I can acquire the national treasures of the 8 great dynasties, I might be able to enter the great wilderness earlier. Qin Yu smiled and announced, I'll participate. Yi Tong cried out happily, that's great. I knew you'd join. We can go together. Suddenly, her face fell, and she said sadly, it's a pity that Sister Tianxiang still has sect matters to handle and can't join us. Qin Yu glanced at her in surprise as she pushed his back forward. She said softly, all right, Qin Yu, let's go. Yi Tong was so happy her eyes crinkled in a smile, her cheeks flushed. This grand competition will take place in 3 months. The main venue is Haoyu City, 3,000 kilometers to the northwest. If we leave now, we can still rest and reorganize. He smiled and replied, you're too impatient, but fine. We'll go say goodbye to Hall Master Fujiao and then immediately set off. Qin Yu, Qing Jiao, and Yi Tong stood before the Hall Master and the other disciples. Hall Master Fujiao looked at him gently, her voice full of expectation. Qin Yu, you must be the leader. Tai Huang smiled encouragingly. Qin Yu, good luck. Yi Tong murmured sadly, why is no one cheering for me? Hall Master Fujiao earnestly instructed, Yi Tong, take good care of Qin Yu on the way, understand? She grumbled with a hint of dissatisfaction. Tianxiang smiled encouragingly, young Master Qin, good luck. He replied confidently, don't worry, I'll definitely succeed. As soon as Qin Yu finished speaking, he turned and walked away under everyone's gaze. Hall Master Fujiao looked at his retreating back and whispered, Qin Yu, I await your accomplishment. The next day, a carriage sped down the road. Qin Yu sat with a darkened face between the 2 girls, his voice annoyed, Yi Tong, isn't there a bigger carriage? Yi Tong frowned, her expression irritated, she gritted her teeth and said, it should have been big enough, but... Qin Yu called out suspiciously, why is there an extra person? Zheng Wu laughed heartily upon hearing this. He gave a cunning smile, isn't this just meeting the right person at the right time? Since we're all going to the Grand Assembly, wouldn't it be more fun to travel together? Yi Tong, Qin Yu, Qin Jiao, Wu Si, and Wu Yu were all crammed onto one bench. They all looked at him uncomfortably, the suffocating atmosphere making him a little tense. He sighed softly and shook his head. All right, never mind. Jing Wu clenched his fists, his face excited, and said, let's go. Second place in this Grand Assembly is mine. Yi Tong frowned, looking at him, her voice doubtful. Why second place? The corner of his mouth slightly lifted. He calmly replied, first place, of course, belongs to Brother Qin. Yi Tong, disappointed, asked again, I wasn't talking about that. What I mean is, why do you think you can even compete for second place? His brows furrowed into a Chuan character, his face darkened as if suppressing something, and he stammered, because. Qin Jiao, curious, looked at him with a serious small face and asked, because. Jing Wu's face turned red, drooling. He stood up and shouted, because getting second place means I can marry 2 princesses of the great dynasty. Qin Yu froze upon hearing that, his face turned pale, and he cried out in alarm. Yi Tong blushed, pointed at his lecherous face, and yelled, you pervert. Wu Si looked at him with a sigh of disappointment, letting out a soft tsk. The carriage sped to the border of the Heavenly River dynasty. Jing Wu pulled back the carriage curtain, looked outside, and said cautiously, we've reached the border of the Heavenly River dynasty. This leg of the journey is the most dangerous. Please don't be careless, everyone. Wu Si frowned, her face serious, and whispered, is it because of the demon race? Qin Yu closed his eyes and said calmly, it's not just the demon race. The Heavenly River dynasty's border is adjacent to countless small states and newly established powers. Their threat even far surpasses that of the demon race. An image of a mysterious masked person watching passers-by appeared in his mind. He spoke gently, these small states and newly established powers will hide in the shadows, specializing in robbing and killing passers-by, living off of it. Jing Wu smiled brightly. He walked over, patted Qin Yu's shoulder, and praised, my brother is right, you know everything, don't you? Suddenly, both men's eyes narrowed as they looked in one direction and simultaneously cried out, something's wrong. In an instant, the carriage was completely shattered. Qin Yu and his companions landed safely on the ground. A purple light cage appeared where they had just been, surrounded by the shattered pieces of the carriage. Qin Yu looked at the scene, his face slightly worried, and said, it seems we'll have to walk the rest of the way. Let's go, everyone. Night fell in the quiet forest, and the 6 people gathered around a warm campfire. Jing Wu seriously looked at the scroll in his hand. He pointed to a spot on the map and said, tomorrow we must reach Qingfeng Kingdom, we can get the carriage repaired there. He startled, glancing behind him, a low sound emanating from his throat. Footsteps and the tapping of a wooden stick on the ground echoed through the forest. Hu Meng led countless people in tattered clothes, covered in injuries, out from the forest. He frowned, his face fierce, and ordered, hand over all your valuables, and I won't kill you. Qin Yu's eyes narrowed upon seeing this, his face showing a hint of anger. Among the people behind him, some were blind, others had lost limbs. He looked to the other side, some had their skin peeled off, others had lost their ears. Qin Yu glanced at them and said calmly, Vong Can, I don't think it was easy for you to achieve this cultivation level. Leave now, and I won't kill you. Hu Meng heard this and angrily roared, such shameless talk. It seems you prefer punishment to a polite invitation. If that's the case, don't blame me for being ruthless. His wooden peg foot scraped against the ground. He lunged down from above, aiming his staff directly at Qin Yu's head. The staff stopped right before Qin Yu's eyes. Hu Meng's brows furrowed tightly as if he was waiting for something. He gritted his teeth and said, I'll give you one more chance. Hand over all your valuables, and I won't kill you. Qin Yu frowned, his eyes filled with surprise. Who are you to know my Qin family's sword techniques? Hu Meng was startled, equally surprised. He flinched, quickly backed away, and stammered, You. He let out a yell, turned and fled. Go. In an instant, the scene turned deathly silent. The highwaymen fled, not a single one remaining. Zhang Wu frowned, his voice doubtful. Not chasing anymore? He stood up and looked in the direction where the bandits fled, analyzing softly. The martial art he just used is the unique sword technique created by our Qin family. By his look, he seemed very surprised to be exposed. He frowned, feeling curious. Let's follow and see what's going on. Meanwhile, in front of Qingfeng Kingdom's city gate, inside a dilapidated, old, ruined hall, a young man held a glass of water and handed it to Hu Meng, saying softly, "Old Hu, have some water." The young man looked at him, asking with a bit of worry, "What's wrong with you?" He gritted his teeth, tears streaming down, his face trembling in waves. He sobbed, his voice full of humiliation, "I was recognized. I've brought shame upon the Qin family." The door suddenly swung open, and Qin Yu appeared before them. He frowned, his expression stern, and asked, "Who are you?" Hu Meng looked at him, stammering, Who are you?" Qin Yu calmly replied, "Qin Yu, of the Qin family, Divine Sword Dynasty." Hu Meng's pupils constricted, a look of terror clearly visible on his wrinkled face. He opened his mouth and yelled, lunging forward like an arrow. Qin Yu pointed a finger at him, and a golden beam of light shot forth, striking his right chest. The young man earlier turned pale and hastily yelled, "What do you want to do?" Hu Meng's voice rang out, "Shirlang, don't be disrespectful." Shirlang turned his head to look at him, defiantly calling out, "Old Hu." Hu Meng calmed down and instructed in a low voice, "Shirlang, you guys go outside first." He looked at him, angrily yelling, "I'm not going." He angrily shouted, "Get out." One by one, they stepped outside. He reached the door, still unwilling, and turned back with a humph. Only he and the old man remained in the room. He snapped his fingers, as if dispelling the tense atmosphere. Hu Meng closed his eyes, his entire body numb. Qin Yu closed his eyes, his voice indifferent, "Speak. Who are you?" Hu Meng bowed his head and whispered, "I am Hu Meng, a descendant of Hu Lai, the vanguard officer of the Qin family's Ba Feng encampment." Qin Yu was surprised, his heart churning. Ba Feng encampment? Why have I never heard of that name? He stood up and angrily questioned, "You are from the Qin family, yet why have you fallen to this state, and committed such despicable acts?" He propped his hands on the cold ground, his face gloomy, his voice filled with helplessness, I didn't want to, but I had no choice." He frowned, his voice serious, explained clearly. "I have time to listen to your story slowly." Hu Meng sat cross-legged on the ground, his face sorrowful. "I'll start with the Ba Feng encampment." An image of his heroic father in military uniform appeared in his mind. He whispered, 30 years ago, my father, Hu Lai, was a personal guard to Qin Hung, the head of the Qin family. That day, my father received an order to lead the Ba Feng encampment to the border of Qingfeng Kingdom to complete a mission. He remained silent, secretly wondering, grandfather's personal guard? He spoke of the cruel group who treated human lives like dirt and massacred at will. At that time, a very large force appeared in Qingfeng City. These people were extremely cruel, but the ruler of Qingfeng couldn't resist them, so they asked us for help. Next was the image of them falling under the soldiers' blades. He continued to recount, after arriving here, we successfully dealt with those people. Hu Meng, at that time, happily celebrated the victory with his comrades. Hu Meng recounted, I thought we would achieve a glorious victory. He gritted his teeth, his face filled with anger, and uttered one word, but. A stranger appeared before them, he said. It was precisely then that a mysterious powerhouse emerged. Their phoenix eyes narrowed slightly, killer intent spreading outwards. They moved like a blur, people falling wherever they went, his voice trembling, almost in the blink of an eye, the entire Ba Feng camp was annihilated. Ho Li glanced at him and roared, Go! While Ho Li blocked them, Ho Man hastily escaped. He recounted, my father fought desperately, finally opening a path for me to escape. He recalled himself running to an army camp and continued, after escaping, I originally intended to bring the Ba Feng camp family members back to the Divine Sword Dynasty, but unexpectedly, this mysterious person. Ho Man paused for a moment, the image of Tan Fong Nation's young master appearing in his memory. He continued, actually has a tangled connection with Tan Fong Nation's young master. He remembered himself and his family having to hide under the floor right at the enemy's feet, living in fear day by day. His voice was mournful. This person dispatched a large number of troops, searching everywhere for our traces, blocking all our escape routes. Utterly helpless, I could only take my family, silently fleeing west. Ho Man then remembered the image of the soldiers' corpses and the letter from Tan Fong Nation's young master being sent to the Qing family, which plunged him and his family into endless despair. He said, what was even more despairing was that Tan Fong Nation's young master also informed the entire Qing family that Ba Fong camp had been annihilated. Furthermore, they sent back the corpses of Ba Fong camp soldiers. This action directly severed all chances for the Qing family to come to our rescue. Ho Man lowered his head, his whole body exuding extreme weariness. He whispered, these children, they are all descendants of Ba Fong camp. Looking at his mummy-like icy hand, Ho Man's eyes gleamed with fierce affection. He said, for 30 years, I've tried countless times to find an opportunity to break through. But in the end, I always failed. I've even thought of death, but if I die, how can I face the descendants of Ba Fong camp in the afterlife? Ho Man closed his eyes, his voice firm, even if I have to change my appearance, even if I have to fight and steal, I only hope these children can continue to live. He knelt to the ground and said in despair, I have defiled the Qing family's reputation, I deserve to die. But these children are all innocent. I am willing to die to cleanse this stain for the Qing family. Ho Man cried out, trembling as he pleaded. Please, please find a way for the Qing family to send someone first. To bring these children back. Qing Yu looked at him, about to say something. He, 10th Lang, rushed in urgently to announce. This is bad, there are many martial artists outside. Ho Man's pupils contracted, and he cried out. What? His face filled with anger, he loudly roared. You lied to me. You're not from the Qing family. The young man looked at him, his voice calm. Why would I lie to you? Let's go. It's time for me to find out who has been hunting my Qing family members for the past 30 years. I want to make them pay in blood. Outside the desolate temple, the mysterious person from that day reappeared. The descendants of Ba Fong camp trembled nonstop in fear. She stroked a lock of hair and said with an annoyed expression, a bunch of crippled freaks, they could clearly choose an easy death, but instead they waste my time. How unlucky. Qing Yu and Ho Man stepped out the main door. She curled her lips, killer intent overflowing, her voice contemptuous. Ho Man, oh Ho Man, I've finally found you. She saw Qing Yu and let out a small, intrigued "oh." Another new face. Her finger lightly traced her lips, her eyes held a seductive gaze, and her voice was tempting. You look quite handsome, wouldn't you like to come with Big Sis? Qing Yu stepped forward, standing before the descendants of the Bat Fong camp like a guardian, in their astonished eyes. He walked up to her and asked in a low voice, Are you the one who's been hunting them down everywhere for the past few years? She gave a slight wicked smile and replied, There are many who hunt them, I'm just one of them. But today, fate has brought them to me. Her hand reached up to touch his face, and she whispered seductively, Kid, this old woman will give you another chance. Seeing how handsome and appealing you are, how about? Qing Yu's hand shot out like lightning. He squeezed her neck, and she spat blood. He chuckled, but his voice was like a hiss through gritted teeth. How about dying now? Her subordinates' eyes were wide open and their mouths agape, their faces filled with horror. She was utterly terrified, her whole body trembling uncontrollably, her voice panicked. 8th layer of the breaking void realm, you, who exactly are you? What benefits did this Ho Man give you? I'll give you double, no, 10 times. Her eyes were stark white and bloodshot. She tried to scream. You can't kill me, I am. Qing Yu's hand swept out, and her subordinate shrieked in panic. He killed the crown princess. Run! His expression turned grim. He swept his hand up, and a giant beast appeared behind him. Qin Yu was enraged, his eyes full of killing intent, and he growled. Not a single one will escape. A massive beam of light shot out from the beast. A giant crater appeared before Homana's eyes. He cried out with joy, a tear flowing from the corner of his eye. Dead. Dead. They deserved it, they deserved it. Qin Yu's anger had not yet subsided. He glanced at Ho-Man and asked harshly, Ho-Man, who did they just say were the ones who have been hunting you down for all these years? Ho-Man was startled and terrified upon hearing this. Don't tell me you think. He shook his head, his face filled with horror. It can't be like that. Even though Tanfong Nation is a small country, it has quite a few powerful cultivators. If we killed those girls, we would definitely be exposed. He pointed towards the group of people behind him, his voice pleading. I'll stay here to cover our tracks. Please take these children back. He closed his eyes, his face thoughtful, and said, From now on, you all will follow me. The Qin family of the past no longer exists. He asked again, startled. What do you mean? Qin Yu looked at him, his patience completely gone, and he snapped. I'll tell you later. Now tell me who the others are. The image of Qing Huang appeared in his mind, and he said, They are all descendants of the young lord of Qingfeng Kingdom, who was the king of Qingfeng Kingdom at that time. Qin Yu smirked, a wicked expression on his face, and confidently declared, Good, Qingfeng Kingdom will be destroyed. A golden light cage appeared behind Qin Yu. Jiu Yu and everyone else appeared inside the light cage. Jiu Yu frowned, her voice full of surprise. I didn't expect to find the last descendant of the Qin family here. Hu Meng looked in alarm at the people appearing in the distance. He yelled angrily. Who are you all? Qin Yu waved his hand and said, They're with me. He said in a low voice. Please keep them safe for a moment. I'll be back after I go. Hu Meng was startled. He quickly disagreed, saying, No, the urgent matter is still to return to the Qin family and explain the situation. Qin Yu's expression darkened, and he growled. I already said, the Qin family from back then no longer exists. Hu Meng heard it like a thunderbolt, and he stammered. What do you mean? He turned and said as he walked. The warrior sisters will explain the specifics to you. A voice rang out, making Qin Yu stop in surprise. Wait. The sound of knees hitting the ground echoed loudly. Sherlang knelt on the ground, bowing his head and yelling. Please take me with you. His face was filled with hatred, his voice resolute. Even if I can't help, I won't hinder you. I just want to see them die with my own eyes. Hu Meng looked at him in horror and quickly yelled. Sherlang, silence. Qin Yu turned back and said calmly. If you become a burden, I won't hesitate to leave you behind. He replied resolutely. All right. Qin Yu took the young man's hand, and both flew up into the sky. He said, Let's go. Hu Meng stood rooted there, looking up at their retreating figures. The scene then shifts to Qingfeng Nation, a sturdy and fortified city. While Sherlang was looking around, Qin Yu spoke up. Qingfeng Nation, the main city, we're here. Sherlang was startled, realizing. He pointed towards the distant tower and exclaimed. That's the place. Filled with murderous intent, he stared straight ahead and uttered a single word. Go. Inside the tower at this moment, a muscular man was soaking in a hot spring. Just then, a maid entered and announced. Nation Lord, Hu Meng's group still hasn't been found. He was visibly angry, cursing. Useless fools, after all these years, you can't even catch a few sewer rats hiding. Mayu looked a little worried, explaining. Hu Meng is extremely cunning, but rest assured, Nation Lord, I will definitely bring his head back to you. Qing Huang yelled. What I want isn't his head, what I want are the lives of all of them. Understanding his mood, she didn't dare to say anything more, only gave a soft yes. Outside, Qin Yu shouted. You want to take the lives of the Qin family, are you even worthy? His voice startled both people inside, making them frown and look out, sharing the same question. Who's there? As soon as the words fell, a tremor occurred, the roof was destroyed, dusty, tiles falling. Qin Yu, carrying Shirlang, jumped through the newly created hole and entered. Shirlang saw Qing Huang bathing in the pool, and he cried out. It's him. It's him. Miyu was shocked and quickly said. Nation Lord, he's the young man who was with Wu Meng. Qing Huang slightly smiled, his eyes filled with murderous intent, his voice deep. Oh, heaven was open but you didn't go, hell had no gate but you still entered. Very well. He angrily yelled. Kill. Countless blade wielders rushed from all directions. Qin Yu hugged Shirlang's neck and pulled him, jumping far away. Qing Huang smirked, his voice contemptuous. Coming alone to assassinate me, quite a scheme, but you've underestimated my vigilance. Qin Yu looked at him sternly, calling out in a low voice. Yuzi. A colossal beast appeared in the room, its powerful aura knocking all the surrounding assassins away. The powerful aura made the water surge, and Qing Huang's face turned pale with fear. Qin Yu leaped down to the ground, his face grim, looking at him with contempt. Qing Huang's face turned pale, trembling nonstop from fear, his voice urgent. I don't know where you were invited from by Wu Meng, sir. No matter what price he offered, I can pay double. He was utterly terrified, his throat screaming as if afraid Qin Yu wouldn't hear clearly. No, 10 times. Qin Yu looked at him and calmly said. My surname is Qin. Qing Huang cried out in alarm. You're from the Qin family. He knelt down, his gaze meeting Qing Huang's, and asked in a low, harsh voice. Are you trembling because you're scared? But when you harmed my Qin family members, did you ever think this day would come? The fear in his eyes reached its peak. Qing Huang tremblingly raised his hands, weakly pleading. I have my reasons, I was forced. Just spare me, and I'll tell you the truth. Qin Yu's face darkened, and he said with finality. You are not in a position to negotiate with me. Qing Huang said in a panic. If you kill me, you'll never know the truth. You'll never find out who's truly behind all of this in your entire life. He stood up and said calmly. All right, as long as you tell the truth, I won't kill you. Qing Huang smiled, looking as if he'd survived a disaster. Shirlang was startled, his face angry, his voice urgent. No, he must die. Qin Yu glanced at him, and he gritted his teeth, his entire body trembling. Qing Huang pointed at him, his voice resolute. Just swear an oath, and I'll immediately tell you the whole truth. Qin Yu's entire body emitted a purple light, and he growled, suppressing his anger. All right, I swear, as long as you tell the truth, I won't kill you. The purple light flew high, the oath was formed, and Qing Huang smirked slyly. He began to speak. Kid, you know, my Qing Feng kingdom is just a small country. Without someone commanding me, how would I dare attack the Qing family, with their illustrious reputation in the Divine Sword dynasty? Qin Yu angrily shouted. I don't like pointless talk. Qing Huang hastily replied, scared. Someone gave me an order, begging me to scheme to eliminate the Qing family's Ba Feng battalion. Qing Huang recalled the temptation of the throne and recounted. At that time, I was just the crown prince. He promised me that if I succeeded, he would make me king. Qin Yu angrily asked. Who was it? Trembling with fear, he blurted out a sentence that darkened Qin Yu's face, and anger flared up again. I don't know. Qin Yu immediately reached out and grabbed his neck, his hand lifting him suspended in midair, and he growled. It seems you don't care much for your life. Tan Hong, frightened, quickly explained. That person never showed his true face from start to finish. I only know that his cultivation was astonishing, and furthermore, I generally know who he is. Qin Yu's hand tightened, and Tan Huang's eyes widened as he said. Although his movements were very discreet, I haven't just been waiting to die my whole life. From his behavior and attire, I have some conjectures. This person might be from the Haonoyat Kingdom's royal family. Qin Yu started, his face showing surprise, and he whispered, Haonoyat Kingdom. He pondered in doubt. Why involve the Haonoyat Kingdom? In my previous life, I never heard of the Haonoyat Kingdom having any connection to my Qin family. Tan Hong, overly frightened, quickly swore. Everything I said is true. If there's even a shred of falsehood, may I be struck by lightning and die a horrible death. Qin Yu snorted and threw him aside. He turned his head, glanced at him, and said, I won't kill you. Tan Hong, drenched in sweat, let out a sigh of relief. Qin Yu's expression was grim, determined not to let him go, but he conjured magical ropes to appear and tie him up high. Tan Huang's face turned pale, surprised. What? Qin Yu turned his back and left, not forgetting to remind. Shirlang, what are you waiting for? Shirlang let out a furious roar. He channeled his strength into a powerful punch, declaring, This is for old Tiger. Then Shirlang furiously punched to avenge everyone. This is for San Lang, this is for Qi Lang. These punches made Tan Huang's face swell up. This is for Xiao Wu, this is for Shi Qi. Finally, he delivered the last punch, causing the ground to cave in and crack, and this is for myself. Tan Hong lay on the ground, dizzy and disoriented. Now, with his face swollen, he blamed himself. I was so foolish, I should have realized it sooner. You will absolutely not spare me. Qing Huang opened his eyes wide and said mockingly, But do you think you've won? No, you haven't. He pointed at them and boldly declared, I still have a son, he will avenge me, he will kill all of you. Qing Huang burst out laughing with savage glee. Hearing that, Shirlang angrily hit him once more. Qing Huang, in pain, was flung into the water. Tears streamed down his face, his heart heavy. Everyone, I have avenged you all. Qin Yu stepped forward and hastily urged him, Let's go. Jing Yu was sitting on a rock telling everyone the story, Musher Shan Lin, that's how it happened. Hu Meng angrily clenched his fist. His tears streamed down profusely, Hu Meng was filled with deep regret. It turns out my Qin family suffered such a great disaster, fortunately we have the young master, Just then, Shirlang and Qin Yu appeared together. Seeing this, Hu Meng's face lit up with joy and he called out loudly, Young Master, Shirlang. He bowed respectfully to both of them, Hu Meng greets the young master. Seeing this, Shirlang happily approached and helped him up, boasting about his achievement, Old Hu, I've killed the Qingfeng nation lord, I killed him with my own hands. Qin Yu also approached and kindly helped him up. Stand up. Thank you, young master. Hu Meng was extremely grateful and slowly stood up. Thank you, this great vengeance has finally been repaid. But Qin Yu's expression became serious as he emphasized, No, the true mastermind behind everything has not yet appeared. According to the Qingfeng nation lord, this matter is undoubtedly linked to the royal family of Haoyue nation. Jing Yu turned around, his face pale, stammering, Haoyue nation, isn't that? He nodded in confirmation, filled with determination, that's right, very soon, we will find out the truth. Hu Meng then stood up and volunteered to go with Qin Yu. Young master, please allow me to accompany you. But he shook his head and gave a reason, I have more important matters that I need your help with. He eagerly prepared to receive the mission, please command, young master. He glanced up at the sky with regret, if my Qin family still has a branch of your bloodline alive, then the Divine Sword dynasty will certainly not perish. At this moment, Qin Yu stood with his legs apart, giving orders, Feng Baing, heed my command. His expression was resolute as he emphasized each word, I order you to return to the Divine Sword dynasty and rebuild the Qin family. Everyone below, having heard the order, shouted in unison, understood. Hu Meng pounded his chest and declared, we will not shrink from death. He looked up at the sky, secretly vowing in his heart, Father, I, Hu Meng, will surely restore the glory of the Feng Baing of that time. Time flew by. In front of the city gate, 2 months later, Haoyue City. Soldiers outside stood solemnly on guard. Inside, wheels were slowly rolling. Within the city, a carriage was slowly stopping. Someone was stepping down from the carriage. Qin Yu lightly stepped down and looked around. Yi Tong ran over, her eyes shining brightly. How U.S. City, it's this big? So prosperous. Seeing this, he felt a bit embarrassed and awkwardly reminded, can you all calm down a bit? Suddenly, a strange phenomenon occurred in the sky. Qin Yu saw this and looked up in surprise. A dragon suddenly flew down from the clouds. Someone quickly recognized her and shouted, that's the Hao Yue strange maiden. A female figure appeared from the dragon's head. It was the graceful and beautiful Hao Yue arriving, Xian Yuan Hao Yue. She gently walked towards them. Then the dragon left, and Hao Yue walked in with the soldiers. At this moment, Qin Yu watched her, pondering, the Hao Yue strange maiden, a member of the Hao Yue imperial family. Suddenly, someone behind him laughed and boasted, little brother, the Hao Yue strange maiden is the second most beautiful woman among the 4 great beauties of our Hao Yue city. He said with a hint of smugness, countless martial artists yearn to approach her, big brother advises you to give up. Dan Niyam nodded a few times and then dismissively said, looking at this person, he must be from a small kingdom. His cultivation, not bad actually, he's even in the void-breaking realm, but the power behind him, I'm afraid it's far inferior. Qin Yu was extremely surprised after hearing this big brother, how did you know I'm from a small kingdom? He wore a very calm expression. Dan Niyam pointed elsewhere and said with amusement, people like that, they're the ones from a great kingdom. Chen Vu suddenly appeared, his face flushed, interrupting, this big brother, you're saying the Hao Yue strange maiden is only ranked second? He leaned in close, smiling broadly, and asked, so who's ranked first? Dan Niyam seemed to have found a kindred spirit and urged, come, follow me into the city, I'll tell you all about it. Chen Vu, hearing this, excitedly slung an arm over his shoulder and walked in, important matters shouldn't be delayed, let's go. The 3 of them walked into a small inn, inside the inn. The waiter enthusiastically greeted them with a smile, young Master Dan is here again. Dan Niyam, understanding, subtly gestured, the usual, bring good wine and good food. The waiter immediately understood and rushed off to prepare, yes, sir. Just like that, they were seated in a private room, inside the private room. Chen Vu, as soon as he sat down, excitedly introduced himself, I haven't introduced myself yet. My name is Situ Chen Vu, from the Heavenly River Dynasty. Dan Niyam heard this and repeated with a hint of curiosity, the Situ family. He understood and quickly shook his head, feigning modesty, nothing worth mentioning. He understood and also praised, consider me blind, the Heavenly River Dynasty may not be large, but your Situ family. But at this moment, Chen Vu wanted to focus on the main issue, get to the point. Quickly tell me about the 4 great beauties of Hao Yue City. Dan Niyam also smiled broadly with amusement, all right. Now he began to talk about the main topic, the 4 great beauties of Hao Yue City, starting from 4th place. Dan Niyam began to introduce them from the bottom up. They are, respectively, the sect leader of the Divine Refining Sect, known as the #1 talent in artifact refining for 10,000 ancient artifacts. As soon as Chen Vu heard this, his eyes lit up, an artifact refining genius. He then spoke of the next person, ranked third. Ranked third is the fierce maiden of the Hao Yue Wolf Pavilion, Tuoba Yin Yin. This Tuoba Yin Yin is quite an eccentric woman. He then enthusiastically made a request, tell me more. The waiter opened the door and walked in with a tray of food, the food's here. Right behind him was Yuan Yi. Dan Niyam immediately turned around and noticed. He completely changed his welcoming attitude. Isn't this the 3rd prince? He frowned, looking around disapprovingly, your family's meager fortune will eventually be squandered by you. Yuan Yi subtly hinted at the people present, even if you want to host a banquet, you should invite people with some power and backing. Chen Vu heard this and awkwardly scratched his head, then we nodded. Dan Neum turned to ask directly, about this, I wonder what the third prince has come to command me today? Yuan simply threw out a ring. He turned his back and left, reminding him, my eldest sister has returned. I want your esteemed divine mechanism of 100 changes as a gift for her. Yuan turned back, his eyes sharp, and added a demand, and also, I remember you still have a wild beast. I want it too. Tomorrow is Yin Yan's birthday, and I want to give it to her as a gift. He sighed, flustered, wanting to refuse. Third prince, the divine mechanism of 100 changes is certainly possible, but the wild beast. Dan Neum emphasized its temperament, its wild nature is too strong. It has been imprisoned in my home for nearly 100 years, and no one has been able to tame it. This matter. Yuan turned back, coldly reminding him, you just need to prepare it. Anything else is none of your business. Then he turned and left, only reminding him, Dan Neum, I want to see them before tomorrow. Qin Yu was very surprised to hear the name. He is Dan Neum? He rummaged through his memories from his previous life. In my previous life, the one who burned down Haoyue City, called the Haoyue Calamity, was Dan Neum. Qin Vu then spoke up curiously, the one just now, was he from the Haoyue imperial family? Dan Neum nodded several times and introduced, the third prince of the Haoyue imperial family, his cultivation talent is extremely strong. He's only just turned 25 this year, yet he has already reached the 5th layer of the void-breaking realm. He poured wine and speculated about his age. It's possible that he could break through the void-breaking realm and reach the shattered void realm before he turns 30. Dan Neum spoke with a hint of admiration. Not only that, but Xin Yuan once ventured into the great wilderness and seems to have gained some special opportunities. He recounted those magnificent achievements. Last year, at only the 4th layer of the void-breaking realm, he was able to defeat a powerful expert at the 7th layer of the void-breaking realm. Now, I'm afraid even someone at the 9th layer of the void-breaking realm would find it hard to win against him. Qin Vu listened and raised his cup in praise. Such talent might be impressive in Haoyue City, I guess. But when compared to the entire world, it's probably just average, right, Brother Qin? But the boy didn't answer, which made him a bit awkward. Qin Vu drank his wine and burst out laughing, old Brother Dan, then who's ranked first? Dan Neum held his wine, a proud look on his face. Ranked first is my younger sister. As soon as he heard it, he spat out all the wine in his mouth. His face wet, he questioned him back, hey, what do you mean? Do you think I'm talking nonsense? Dan Neum, unwilling to concede, pointed forward and demanded, I know you don't believe me. So, starting today, you'll stay at my place, and I'll let you witness it with your own eyes. Qin Vu eagerly raised his hand and agreed, then I shall respectfully accept your offer. They followed him to a residential area, Dan Family Manor. Dan Neum opened the door and excitedly introduced to everyone, here we are, this is my home. Everyone, please come in. The house looked extremely dilapidated, worn out, and desolate. Qin Vu was utterly bewildered, stammering, old Brother Dan, this. He still showed his generosity, explaining, the manor hasn't been renovated in a long time. It's nothing, I hope you won't laugh at it. He couldn't be impolite, so he had to agree, of course not. Suddenly, a loud shriek came from inside the house. Dan Neum was a bit embarrassed and quickly explained, that's the wild beast. Please don't be afraid, everyone. Qin Yu, now interested, asked, old Brother Dan, can you let me take a look at this wild beast? Dan Neum eagerly waved his hand, leading the way, why not? Let's go. Behind the house, there's a fenced-off area, a backyard. A pair of bloodshot eyes was looking out from the darkness. Qin Yu looked inside with some apprehension, what a fierce aura. He thoughtfully looked inside carefully, it is indeed powerful and violent. The two girls standing outside looked a bit bewildered. Qin Yu turned to instruct them carefully, the aura of this wild beast is extremely violent. Your cultivation is not strong enough, the spiritual energy in your bodies will become chaotic. Please leave first. Dan Neum hit his head a few times as he remembered, it was my oversight. Then he called his subordinate, Little Chu-Zi. Suddenly, a figure appeared instantly to receive orders. Yes. Dan Neum immediately ordered for careful arrangements. Please take these guests outside, settle them comfortably, and entertain them well. Chu-Zi nodded, acknowledging the order he just received. Understood. After that, the girls left as instructed. Dan Neum drew several incantations. Then a formation appeared right there. Suddenly, a strange phenomenon occurred from inside the cave. It ferociously emerged from inside the cave. The moment Qin Yu saw it, he was extremely startled. This fellow is truly fierce. Dan Neum tried to compose himself and explained clearly, this wild beast was captured by my ancestors and has been imprisoned here for hundreds of years. He had tried his best to find a way, but with no results. For the past few years, we have tried various methods to eliminate the violent aura on its body, but unfortunately, all have failed. Dan Neum recounted the difficulties during the capture. Not only that, but as the years accumulated, the power of this wild beast continuously grew. Only the Dan family, proficient in talismans and sealing arts, could keep it confined here. Seeing him approach, Dan Neum turned with a surprised look. Brother Qin. It bared its fangs and roared loudly directly at Qin Yu's face. He moved closer, showing great understanding. As a wild beast, to be imprisoned like this, filled with resentment, helplessness, and hatred, I can understand this feeling. But its attitude remained extremely ferocious. Qin Yu smiled and made his request. Old brother Dan, can you give me this wild beast? Dan Neum scratched his head awkwardly, wanting to refuse. This, I'm afraid it's not very convenient. Qin Yu put his hands behind his back and offered a solution. Old brother Dan, if it's a matter of money, then there's no need to worry. Just name your price. He sighed, stating his difficulty. It's not a matter of money, it's just that. If I give you something that the third prince wants, I'm afraid I won't be able to get past the third prince. He then spoke on Dan Neum's behalf to find a solution. Brother Qin, brother Dan is not wrong. If you truly want it, you'll just have to talk to the third prince. Qin Yu agreed, nodding as he thought, so be it. I'll talk to the third prince and see. Then Qin Yu signaled to ask another question. Oh right, old brother Dan, I wonder about Sister Ling. Dan Neum immediately recalled that matter with delight. I almost forgot about that. Yin Yin arrived and looked around. This is where the Dan family keeps the wild beast. Shuang excitedly emphasized with certainty, Yin Yin, you will definitely like this wild beast. Dan Neum recognized the voice and turned to call out loudly, Shuang. She was somewhat surprised and asked, me? You've returned? And these people are? He then eagerly approached and introduced them. These two are good friends that your brother has just made. Dan Neum pointed towards Sidu Zhengyu, who looked interested. This is Sidu Zhengyu. Then he pointed towards Tan Vu, who was deep in thought, and this is Tan Vu. Finally, he reintroduced the two girls to this side. This is my sister, Dan Tuet-Ung. And this one here. I already mentioned her to you two earlier. I didn't expect to meet her this soon. She is Thakbat Veem Veem. Qin Vu, completely infatuated, praised continuously, not bad, not bad. An unparalleled beauty, truly not bad at all. Hearing this, Veem Veem tossed her chin in annoyance. Nonsense. Hearing this, he unbuttoned his shirt to show off his chest muscles. Whether it's nonsense or not, I'm not just praising for the sake of it. Veem Veem, would you like to spend tonight with me? I'll let you know if I'm talking nonsense. Annoyed, she jumped up and slapped Qin Vu. Shut up. Veem Veem grabbed his collar and furiously threatened, if you dare utter such offensive words to me again, I'll kill you. But that was exactly to his liking. What a strong lady, I like it. Dan Neum, seeing the tense situation from behind, quickly intervened. Come on, come on. Brother Situ is definitely not that kind of frivolous person. By the way, Miss Veem Veem, what brings you here today? Tuet-Ung, her face radiant, reminded him, brother, tomorrow is Veem Veem's birthday. She pointed at the savage beast and stated her request, so I want to give our savage beast to her as a birthday gift. Hearing that, his face turned pale. This Seeing Dan Neum's attitude, she pouted, What do you mean by that? She spoke up first to break the tension. Brother Dan, if it's inconvenient, Veem would never force it. He sighed deeply, making a difficult decision. What's inconvenient about it? Indeed, this savage beast has become a coveted prize. Dan Neum frankly explained the problem. I won't hide anything from you. I just met His Third Highness. He specifically designated this savage beast, saying he wanted to give it to you as a birthday gift. Veem narrowed her eyes in annoyance. That gigolo. Her face darkened as she frankly made a request. Brother Dan, don't sell it to him. Just sell it directly to me. Name your price. At this moment, Tan Vu slowly walked over. He cupped his hands in a salute and made a request to her. Miss Thagbat, could you please cede this savage beast to me? Veem immediately agreed without much thought, of course. Seeing her make such a quick decision, he was also stunned. Even Chin Vu and Dan Neum were confused. Huh? Veem didn't agree that easily, but had a condition. If you can defeat me, I'll cede this savage beast to you. Tan Vu also enthusiastically agreed and curiously asked about the format. All right, how do you want to compete? She thought for a moment, then asked for his opinion. If our goal is this savage beast, why don't we compete to see who can subdue it? How about that? Tan Vu nodded, agreeing to the challenge. Then let's do as you say. Tuedung quickly burst out laughing, confidently stating, Brother Tan, you're sure to lose this match. When it comes to taming savage beasts, in this world, the number of people who can surpass Veem can be counted on one's fingers. But Tan Vu subtly responded to those words. If they can be counted on one's fingers, then there's still a possibility. Perhaps the one who can defeat her is me. She happily continued to encourage him. I greatly admire your confidence, but Veem will definitely not lose. Veem possesses countless ancestral methods of taming beasts. In terms of talent alone, perhaps no one in thousands of years can match her. Tuedung smiled, wanting to continue. Furthermore, she recalled and emphasized with great confidence, Veem was even raised by a savage beast. Chin Vu was a bit surprised to hear that. A savage beast? Veem also nodded in confirmation. Tuedung isn't wrong. I was indeed raised by savage beasts. She confidently gestured for him to go first, so, Brother Tan, for fairness, you go first. But Tan Vu deferred to Veem. To be raised by a savage beast, it truly makes me a bit curious how you'll tame this fellow. You go first. She happily agreed and stepped forward, emphasizing, if I succeed, you won't have a chance, you know. Seeing someone approach, it growled a few times. Then it opened its mouth wide and let out a deafening roar. Veem blocked the attack and had to admit, this fellow is truly ferocious. She softened her voice and offered assent. Don't be scared, I won't harm you. As soon as it took a few sniffs, its attitude completely changed. Its eyes softened strangely, and it slowly lay down quietly in the cave. Veem approached, caressing and comforting it for a while. I know you've been imprisoned like this, your heart filled with resentment and hatred. She gently whispered to it with certainty, trust me, I will save you. Veem's words gradually cheered up the savage beast. I've been raised by savage beasts since I was little. I believe you can feel my aura, right? Tuedung, standing outside, saw this and grew excited. It seems Veem has succeeded. Chin Vu, from behind, advised with a hint of concern, Brother Tan, it seems this savage beast is already hers. But Tan Vu confidently turned back and asserted, how could it be? Veem turned her head and smiled triumphantly, you've definitely lost. Then Veem rubbed its head and asked for its consent, will you follow me? A strange, fiery red object was taken out by her. Veem brought the object before it and emphasized, from now on, our lives will be one. It immediately opened its mouth wide, showing agreement. Tuedung was completely satisfied with the result. It seems it's over. Chin Vu looked at the scene, his heart filled with disappointment. There's nothing fun about this. But at this moment, Tan Vu showed a strange smile. He then confidently called out his beast, Na-Ti, why haven't you made a move yet? As soon as Na-Ti heard the command, it immediately appeared. He nodded a few times, full of trust. I'm counting on you. Nati let out a long puff of smoke, preparing itself. It powerfully surged forward with great might. Seeing this, the savage beast was startled, its face turning pale. On the ground, it looked up, its eyes immediately flashing with terror, its face darkening, its whole body trembling, as if the shadow of fate had fallen. Right before its eyes was Tan Vu, radiating an immense aura, full of readiness for battle, gazing at it. Dan Niam saw Tan Vu like this and spoke in a panic about this matter. Veem saw him, she froze, then hesitantly asked, Tan Vu, what have you done? Tan Vu didn't answer anyone, merely approached it with a murderous aura, making it, already in fear, tremble even more before the killing intent aimed at itself. His gaze, cold as ice, pierced straight into it. He curled the corner of his lips, a contemptuous smile flickering, like a blade cutting into the heart of his opponent. His voice echoed, deep but full of pressure, like a command from the heavens descending, will you follow me? As he spoke and acted, a wild beast suddenly appeared, seizing its head with glowing red eyes. It bared its fangs before it, and the beast let out a cry, then knelt before Tan Vu with a resigned look, submitting to Tan Vu's immense power. He said expressionlessly, with a powerful aura before everyone, it seems this savage beast is mine now. Tuedung was surprised to see this, when the savage beast at Dan Niam's place was tamed by Tan Vu, and immediately blurted out, Veem, did you actually lose in the art of taming beasts? Dan Niam stroked his chin and nodded, thinking in admiration that this young man, Tan Vu, was not simple. Chin Vu laughed heartily, patting Tan Vu on the shoulder and praising him profusely, little brother, you're amazing. At this moment, Veem raised her hand to her chest in surrender, admiring Tan Vu's great power and saying, I've lost. Ah, I never expected that the beast-taming art I was always so proud of would be defeated by you. However, I'm very curious, what kind of trick did you use? How could I not detect even a hint of caution? Tan Vu patted the beast at Dan Niam's side, turned his head to look at Veem, and said in a mysterious tone, Heaven's secrets must not be revealed. Tuedung looked on with doubtful, curious eyes and said, so mysterious. Veem nodded repeatedly, accepting defeat to Tan Vu's talent, and said, Brother Tan Vu, I'm convinced. Seeing this, Veem then invited Tan Vu, tomorrow is my birthday, could you please come and attend? Tan Vu said with certainty, since Miss Veem has extended an invitation, of course there's no reason to refuse. When Veem heard that Tan Vu would definitely go, she smiled joyfully and said, That's wonderful. Tomorrow, I'll be waiting for young Master Tan at my residence. Having finished her business, Veem waved goodbye to Tuedung and Brother Dan, saying, I'll be going now. Chin Vu, enchanted by her, ran after her, saying, You haven't said goodbye to me yet. But the only thing he received was her furious, fiery glare and a cold command, Get lost. He wasn't afraid of her aloofness, instead, he became even more infatuated with Veem, thinking it was love. Is this what love at first sight feels like? Tan Vu was helpless before Chin Vu like this. Dan Niam smiled and congratulated Brother Tan, it's getting late today, get some rest early. Tomorrow, there will surely be a fierce battle to watch. Hearing him say that, Tan Vu was surprised and asked, Fierce battle? He didn't answer immediately, but smiled mysteriously and said to him, You'll know tomorrow. The next day, at Thagbad Veem's residence, before Veem was even seen, a loud voice was heard from inside, You can't even handle this much? Everyone, Tan Vu is here. They saw Veem holding a wine jar, challenging a man who was passed out drunk on the table, saying, Why are you acting like a woman? Drink up. Tan Vu and everyone else froze. Fierce battle? Did he mean this? Veem, holding the wine jar, heard voices and only then noticed Tan Vu, Brother Tan, why are you only just arriving? Immediately, Veem took the wine jar closer and placed it in Tan Vu's hand. She smiled brightly and said to Tan Vu, Don't be shy, come here, I toast you with a jar. As soon as Veem finished speaking, she immediately picked up the wine jar and drank in front of Tan Vu. Seeing Veem like that, Tan Vu picked up the wine jar and said, "All right, today I'll keep you company to the very end." Veen Deek heard that and angrily shouted, "You dare drink a single drop?" Veen Deek's eyes glared at Tan Vu with hatred, as if looking at his sworn enemy, and he growled, "I'll make sure you go, but don't come back." Veem and Tan Vu were about to pick up their wine jars to drink when they heard Veen Deek speak, and both froze. Seeing that the two remained calm, he grabbed Tan Vu's wine jar and smashed it to the ground, scattering wine and broken pieces everywhere. After smashing it, he became even more furious, grinding his teeth and saying, "Give me back my wild beast." Tan Vu remained still, he didn't move, only pausing at Veen Deek's action. Seeing this, Veem became even angrier, picking up a wine jar and pointing it at Veen Deek, saying, "He Veen Deek, Tan Vu is my honored guest. Do you want to ruin things and cause trouble?" Hearing Veem stand up for Tan Vu, he stammered, "No, Veem. This brat dared to look down on me. This wild beast, I originally wanted to make it a birthday gift for you, but in the end, it was taken by him." Hearing him say that, Veem angrily pointed straight at Veen Deek and loudly said, "That wild beast was obtained by young Master Tan with his own ability. He and Veen Deek, if there's nothing else, you can leave now. Don't disturb my drinking." Veen Deek then held out a small black box. He said with a warm, smiling voice to Veem, "This is a small token of my regard. I wonder if you'll like it." Hearing this, Veem wasn't at all curious about the gift Veen Deek brought her in the box. "I'm not interested, why haven't you left yet?" Hearing Veem say that, he still held out the gift in front of her. Although a bit embarrassed by her words, he still tried to speak, hoping Veem would accept the gift. "This is the soul-taming incense that my imperial father has kept in the treasury for several years. It has an extremely important effect on the path of beast taming." Hearing Veen Deek say that, she showed no interest at all, but angrily shouted, "Just go quickly, you're really annoying." Yu saw Veem walking ahead with Veen Deek following her like a tail, and thought, "This kid." At this moment, a carriage arrived. Stepping down was Hao Yu. As she got out of the carriage, everyone called her by her nickname, Saintess Hao Yu. Veen Deek heard someone shout, "Saintess Hao Yu is here," which made him turn pale and his face darken, as if he'd seen a ghost. Hao Yu got out of the carriage and walked up to Veem, smiling brightly as she said, "Veem, little sister, long time no see. You're getting more heroic and spirited every day." Hearing Hao Yu's praise, Veem happily embraced her, saying, "Sister Hao Yu, you're truly eloquent. I came in such a rush, I didn't prepare a thoughtful gift. Please don't blame me, little sister." At this moment, Veem spoke to Hao Yu, happy that she came to visit, but also didn't forget to introduce someone she had just met. "Sister Hao Yu, I'm overjoyed that you could come. What need is there for gifts?" "Oh, right, let me introduce you. This is a friend I just met." Veem turned and gestured towards Yu, introducing him, "This is Yu, young Master Qin, from the Tian'er royal dynasty." Seeing Yu, Hao Yu's eyes widened in surprise. Hao Yu, frightened, greeted with a trembling voice, "Young Master Qin Yu." Hearing this, Yu's face darkened. He looked at Hao Yu with a sharp gaze, thinking, "Immortal Hao Yu has a problem." At this moment, Veem continued her introductions, "This is Situ Jingwu from the Situ family, and these are people from the Sacred Heart Palace." Veem's introduction made Hao Yu bite her lip, thinking tensely, "Tian'er royal dynasty, surname Qin. Is it just a coincidence?" Yu smiled brightly and saluted in front of Hao Yu, saying, "I've long heard of Saintess Hao Yu's reputation, and it truly lives up to its name." But then, with an implied tone, his hands clasped over his chest, his eyes like daggers, and words that seemed to mock Hao Yu, he continued, "Please allow me to reintroduce myself. I am Yu, from the Qin family of the Divine Sword Royal Dynasty, and also a member of the Bat Phone Camp." Upon hearing this, Hao Yu became even more agitated, her eyes wide as she listened to Yu's introduction. After Yu introduced himself, Hao Yu awkwardly said, "Yu is indeed a talented hero. Well, I have something to attend to today, so I must leave first. Veem Dik heard how you say that and wondered, sister, what could be more important than Veem's birthday? But he only received a hateful glare as she gritted her teeth and stared at him. Seeing this, Veem Dik froze in fear and dared not ask anything further. Veem saw her visitor quickly leaving and said, sister, how are you? No matter how busy you are with work, please take care of your health. Hearing this, How Yu, who was rushing away, turned back and said, you too, Veem. With that, How Yu hurried into her carriage and left. Everyone watched the carriage as the person quickly arrived and quickly departed. At this moment, Jingwu glanced at Qin Yu's expression, seeing no emotion on his face. The atmosphere was silent when Veem Dik suddenly asked, Qin Yu, are you from the Qin family of the Divine Sword Royal Dynasty, or are you a member of the Batphone camp? Without hesitation, Qin Yu replied, that's right, Your Highness. Before he could react, Veem Dik suddenly put his arm around Qin Yu's shoulder and said gleefully, then we're really like fish in water. We wouldn't have known each other without a fight. The Batphone camp and I have a rather close relationship. Veem Dik's words startled Jingwu and Yi Tong. Qin Yu seemed to anticipate what Veem Dik would say and showed no surprise, calmly replying, I wonder how close your relationship with the Batphone camp is. Veem Dik ignored everyone else's strange expressions, put his arm around Qin Yu's shoulder, and casually said, today is Veem's birthday. Let's have a good long drink together, and tomorrow I'll tell you just how close it is. Veem was speechless seeing Veem Dik like that. At this moment, the competition venue was filled with heroic cheers, as everyone called out to drink. Veem Dik immediately grabbed a jar and took a big gulp. After drinking, he didn't forget to ask Qin Yu, are you all here to participate in that competition too? Upon hearing this, Qin Yu immediately replied to Veem Dik, that's right. Hearing Qin Yu say that, Veem Dik's mood became somber as he said, to be able to compete with the powerhouses of the 8 great dynasties is truly admirable. I also want to go, but unfortunately, in the Hao Yue imperial family, only my eldest sister and 9th brother are qualified. But not long after, Veem Dik thought of something, turned to Jingwu, and said with a smile, let's not talk about this anymore. If you want to participate in the competition, I happen to know some intelligence on the other dynasties. How about I tell you? Hearing this, both Zhang Wu and Qin Yu immediately looked at Veem Dik in surprise when he finished speaking. Zhang Wu heard it as good news and laughed loudly, replying to him, that would be great. At this moment, Veem Dik spoke with a serious tone, to put it bluntly. Veem Dik sighed and continued with a hesitant voice, based on your cultivation, even with this intelligence, I'm afraid it won't help much. Hearing this, Yi Dong raised his fist and angrily said, hey, don't you look down on us. Zhang Wu, however, wasn't angry. Instead, he spoke in a thankful tone, clasping his hands in front of his chest, consider it an early assessment of the prodigies of the great dynasties. Hearing this, Veem Dik spoke with great importance about participating, especially reminding them, the prodigies of the 8 great dynasties are endless. But there are 3 people you need to pay special attention to. These 3 are likely already the predetermined top 3 in this competition. At this moment, the more he spoke, the more somber his expression became. I'm sure everyone knows that even though my eldest sister's talent is considered high level, against these 3, she probably wouldn't last 100 moves. At this moment, he was envisioning luminous fragments representing these 3, Jiang Fei of the Four Waters Dynasty's Xian Shui sect, First Prince Zhou Yaolin of the Great Zhou Dynasty, and Qin Shi of the Sunset Dynasty's rogue cultivators. Zhang Wu listened seriously to Veem Dik's warning and spoke with great worry. I've heard of this Jiang Fei. They say she's the Four Waters Dynasty's once-in-a-century female prodigy. But before finishing his sentence, Zhang Wu turned and proudly praised himself, regardless of talent or beauty, she can be called supreme. Qin Yu merely turned and asked Veem Dik, I wonder what the cultivation of these 3 is like. At this moment, Veem Dik described the first person, Xian Shui Jiang Fei, over 20 this year, has long since broken through to the peak of the expectation realm. Furthermore, she possesses many third-rank immortal artifacts or higher and has the backing of the great immortal family camps. He wasn't sure and thought for a moment before continuing. Rumor has it she was exceptionally accepted as a disciple by an immortal elder. One could say she has the most methods and magical artifacts among the three. The second person, this person is also the most insidious. As for Zhou Yaolin, this person acts ruthlessly, stopping at nothing to achieve his goals. Hearing this, Yi Dong felt a bit apprehensive and worried. But Veen Deek didn't stop recounting this person. 35 years old. Whether he's broken through to the expectation realm yet is still unknown. Although Zhou Yaolin doesn't have the backing of an immortal family, he has excellent talent and has created a unique connected cultivation method where he becomes stronger against stronger opponents. At this moment, the more he thought of this person's hidden aspects, the more somberly he recounted, currently, no one knows what his maximum strength is. One could say, Zhou Yaolin is the most terrifying among the three. The last person was no less formidable than the second, and even more mysterious. As for Qin Shi, this person is incredibly mysterious. He rose to prominence many years ago, defeating all the prodigies of major sects, unmatched. Furthermore, Qin Shi's personality is very good. The more he thought of Qin Shi, the more he continued to tell stories about him. The sects he defeated not only held no grudges but instead imparted all their ultimate secret arts to him. After Veen Deek finished, Qin Yu seriously concluded, Qin Shi's cultivation is also at the peak of the expectation realm. Actually, in my opinion, this person is definitely not simple. Perhaps he is the ultimate trump card. Qin Yu's expression grew somber as he thought, these three, I never heard of them in my previous life. It seems they will die early. At this moment, Veen Deek, still holding the wine bottle, said to Qin Yu, if you have a chance to meet these three, I'll give you a magical artifact to increase your chances of winning. Qin Yu picked up another bottle of wine and said to Veen Deek, all right. Both happily clinked their wine bottles together and said, come on, we won't go home until we're drunk. Yin Yin saw Qin Yu and Veen Deek drinking wine and chatting cheerfully from afar and couldn't help but exclaim, whose birthday is this, anyway? Later, in the quiet late-night living room, Qin Yu and Veen Deek were now talking. Qin Yu asked Veen Deek, now, can you tell me, what exactly is your relationship with Bat Fong Dong? Hearing Qin Yu's question, Veen Deek said, more than 20 years ago, my Hanoid imperial dynasty sent an army to Tan Fong City to control the nearby demon race. Veen Deek thought of the people in his mind's eye and continued, during this process, we always encountered troops from Bat Fong Dong and fought side by side. Hearing this, Qin Yu's expression darkened as he thought, this doesn't sound like what the Tan Fong Lord said. Furthermore, Ho Man never mentioned this. Qin Yu glanced at Veen Deek again, thinking, according to what Ho Man said, when he and Veen Deek arrived at Tan Fong City, Bat Fong Dong should have already been destroyed. At this moment, Veen Deek thought of himself and continued, at that time, I was young and impetuous, and I was carelessly surrounded by demon beasts. He then remembered the person who helped him and praised, it was thanks to you, Bat Fong Dong, that I was saved. Otherwise, I would have died there long ago. Veen Deek praised those who helped him in his time of difficulty, saying, in such a situation, Bat Fong Dong can be said to have saved my life. Hearing this, Qin Yu's face grew even gloomier as he thought, what exactly is going on here? Veen Deek hadn't stopped his story yet and continued to tell Qin Yu, but the strange thing is, after I returned to the Hanoid imperial dynasty, everyone seemed to avoid mentioning past events. I also sent messengers many times, hoping to repay this kindness, but unfortunately, there was no reply. He chuckled with satisfaction and said, but today, to be able to meet someone from Bat Fong Dong, it must be destiny. Hearing this, Qin Yu also gave a polite smile and replied, or perhaps, it's fate. In front of Veen Deek, he put on a cheerful, Jia-bo smile, but deep down, he was full of doubts, thinking, who exactly is lying? At this moment, Veen Deek turned around and said, brother, we just met and are already close. Tonight, I'll sleep here, and we can catch up on old times. Tomorrow, I'll take you to tour the imperial court and introduce you to the imperial prince and emperor. Veen Deek turned around, smiling brightly, and said, oh, right, my elder sister also went with me back then. She's probably too busy today. Tomorrow, I'll take you to meet her. These past few years, she has also always remembered Bat Fong Don's kindness to us. Hearing this, Qin Yu's face darkened again as he thought, all right, tomorrow I'll see what this Hien Vien Hao Noyat is hiding. It was now early the next morning in Hao Noyat Imperial City. Vien Deek walked beside Qin Yu and said, Brother Qin, how do you find the guards of my Hao Noyat Imperial Dynasty? Qin Yu gave him a reply acknowledging the guards, very strong, full of vitality, all are fierce warriors. Vien Deek smiled and continued to introduce his Imperial Dynasty. That's right, these are all Imperial Court internal guards. To tell you the truth, all of them have personally slain demon beasts. He didn't make much small talk and arrived at the entrance of Hao Noyat. Come on, my elder sister is waiting for us. As soon as Vien Deek and Qin Yu reached the door, they heard Hao Noyat's loud roar, which startled both of them. You can't even do such a small thing. What do I need you for? Hao Noyat was scolding her servants with a voice full of anger, useless. Vien Deek entered and saw his sister furious, so he asked in alarm, Imperial sister, what happened? Hearing her brother's question, Hao Noyat stopped scolding and ordered her servants, you two, step back first. Yes. The two servants were dismissed and walked past. Qin Yu glanced at them, seeing them hastily retreating. Hao Noyat saw Qin Yu accompanying Vien Deek and said awkwardly, I must have made the young master laugh. At this moment, Hao Noyat conjured 2 chairs and invited Qin Yu, please, young master, have a seat. Qin Yu was about to sit down and didn't hesitate to praise Hao Noyat. The Hao Noyat imperial family is indeed formidable. First-grade immortal artifacts are being used as furniture. Hearing Qin Yu's praise, Hao Noyat replied politely, young master Qin is just joking. Please, have some tea. She continued, yesterday, I was handling a matter. So I haven't had a chance to express my gratitude to Bat Fong Den. I hope young master Qin will forgive me and not blame me. Hearing his sister say that, Wei Yi smiled and answered for him, Brother Qin is not a narrow-minded person, he won't take it to heart. Hearing Wei Yi say that, Qin Yu didn't say anything, just glanced at him, his expression unchanged, and he didn't intend to explain. Hearing that, Hao Noyat also stopped being so polite and said, that's good, young master Qin, I have prepared a gift. At this moment, before she could finish speaking, a guard rushed in to report, Your Royal Highness, Your Royal Highness. Hearing that a guard was about to report something to her, Hao Noyat's face darkened, and she said, what else? The guard spoke in a fearful but serious tone, indicating that an important person was about to arrive, young master Trantheep has arrived. Hearing that, Hao Noyat's expression and tone showed a hint of displeasure as she said, what is he here for? Invite him in. Qin Yu heard someone report that and thought, I just heard Hien Vien Deek mention Trantheep, I didn't expect him to come. The person hadn't walked in yet, but a foot of Thap that was already seen stepping inside. At this moment, Thap that walked in with his hands behind his back and a slight smile. Not only Trantheep appeared, but by his side was Tran Hong. Thap that clasped his hands in gratitude to his chest, facing Hao Noyat, and said, Trantheep, rogue cultivator of Lac Not Royal Dynasty, greets everyone. Qin Yu saw that the person walking next to Thap that was an acquaintance of his and waved his hand, calling out loudly, Big Brother. Hearing a familiar voice call him, Tran Hong's eyes turned towards Qin Yu, seeing his sworn brother, and joyfully greeted him back, Brother Qin. He walked over to Qin Yu, patted his shoulder, and said with a smile, I didn't expect you to be here too. But not long after, both of them had cold, gloomy eyes, and both thought, Trantheep, Tran Hong, could it be? Seeing the two brothers meet and talk as if they were old acquaintances, Hao Noyat asked, Brother Trantheep, may I ask who this is? Hearing someone mention him, Tran Hong introduced himself to Hao Noyat, I am the 9th Prince of Tien Ha Royal Dynasty, I greet Sanctus Hao Noyat. Hearing that, she smiled politely and said, so it's the Tien Ha Imperial family, please have a seat, both of you. Thap that had already sat down and had something to discuss with Hao Noyat, Sanctus Hao Noyat, I have come here today with a request. Hearing that, she immediately asked, what is young Master Tran seeking? That continued, the ancient demon mountain that the Haonoyed imperial family suppresses, hasn't it been restless lately? Hearing that, Haonoyed gave him a cold look, frowning as she watched him. Seeing Haonoyed's expression change after he spoke, he immediately replied, I have no other intentions. It's just that I need the heart of a certain type of demon beast. And according to my information, this demon beast is suppressed in the ancient demon mountain. But he didn't stop, continuing with a gloomy voice and expression, therefore, I am willing to help the Haonoyed imperial family resolve the demon mountain unrest. As for remuneration, I only need one demon beast. Qin Yu looked at That's words and thought, no wonder he and Veen Haonoyed was so angry just now, it turns out it was because of this. That didn't stop but continued to make his next demand to Haonoyed, suppressing the ancient demon mountain. It requires a great price and has poor effectiveness. I have a method that is 100% guaranteed. Saintess Haonoyed, what do you think? Hearing such a request, Haonoyed immediately agreed to That's terms, saying in a very generous tone, agreed. It's just one demon beast, it's nothing to my Haonoyed imperial family. If young Master Tran has a plan, then this matter depends entirely on young Master Tran. Hearing Haonoyed agree to his conditions, That happily said, thank you, Saintess Haonoyed. Tran Hong suddenly thought of something and said, oh, right. At this moment, his eyes turned towards Qin Yu, and he said, Brother Qin, I wonder if you could give us a hand. Hearing Tran Hong ask that was surprised and uttered, Ninth Prince, you. Tran Hong heard that interrupt what he was saying to Qin Yu, his face darkened, and he gave that a dagger-like glare. But Qin Yu paid little attention and enthusiastically replied, since Big Brother Tran has asked, of course, I cannot refuse. Tran Hong was delighted to hear the answer he wanted, and he laughed loudly, quickly saying, all right, fearing Tan Vu might change his mind. Hearing that, he immediately got up from his seat and said, there's no time to delay, it's best to set off quickly. Seeing Tran Hong already putting on his cloak and preparing to leave, Viduk hastily asked, so urgent? Haonoyed didn't pay attention to her younger brother's words and instead told everyone again, there's no time to delay, it's best to set off quickly. I will send someone to escort you to Ancient Demon Mountain. Thank you for your trouble. Hearing that and Tran Hong both bowed and took their leave, saying, many thanks, Saintess Haonoyed. Outside the main hall, Tran Hong put his arm around Tan Vu's shoulder and said with a smile, Brother Tan, you and I truly have destiny, we can even meet here. Hearing that, he showed no joy and asked in a serious tone about what was bothering him, Elder Brother Tran, I also have a doubt I'd like to ask about. Hearing Tan Vu ask that, Tran Hong already guessed and immediately answered his doubt, I understand. I'll explain it to you once we reach Ancient Demon Mountain. Qin Vu saw the two talking animatedly and, not wanting to disturb them, decided to leave, saying, you two old friends have reunited. I'll go first and not bother you any longer. Seeing him turn to leave, Tran Hong continued, the people of the two Du family know when to advance and retreat, they can accomplish great things. The sky was gloomy and full of mist, but a group of people was already seen on Ancient Demon Mountain. At this moment, some people saw the mountain and, filled with fear, asked to withdraw. This is my tribe's Ancient Demon Mountain. My cultivation is weak, so I can only bring you this far. For the rest of the path, please be careful, everyone. That and Tran Hong saw this but did not try to stop them, instead watching some groups leave. Tan Vu's expression was grim, and he asked with an unreadable look, Elder Brother Tran, can you tell me now what exactly is going on? Tran Hong smiled and introduced, Tran Thiep is a rogue cultivator from the Setting Sun dynasty. His true identity is the 17th prince of my Heavenly River dynasty, and also the youngest. Seeing him answer like that quickly added, Big Brother. Hearing the two speak, Tan Vu no longer had doubts and simply replied softly, so that's how it is. Hearing Tan Vu's reply, Tran Hong didn't forget to continue introducing, that was sent to the Setting Sun dynasty since birth. Therefore, those who know his identity in this world can be counted on one's fingers. Thanks to his intelligence over the years, he has also gained some fame in the Setting Sun dynasty. At this moment, he no longer looked at Tan Vu but turned to Thapthat and said, Thapthat, Tan Vu is family, so you can safely tell him your purpose. Hearing the certainty of the relationship between him and Tan Vu, Thapthat then continued to introduce himself. Elder Brother Tan, the cultivation technique I practice is called sun-devouring sky-swallowing art. It can devour all things to enhance my cultivation. Thapthat thought of the enormous monster as he told Tan Vu, if the living creature devoured is a desolate beast, one can gain the desolate beast's bloodline. If a demon beast is devoured, one will obtain the demon beast's heart. Thapthat's face became serious as he said, but if it devours a person. But immediately after, he chuckled playfully and said, the biggest limitation of the sun-devouring sky-swallowing art is right here. It cannot eat people. Hearing Thapthat say that, Tran Hung said, you're so big already, yet still not mature. Let's talk about the main business. But hearing that, Tan Vu didn't relax. His face darkened as he thought, what a powerful cultivation technique. It seems this might be why Trantheep was nameless and a short-lived genius in his previous life. Thapthat rubbed his forehead and dejectedly said, my cultivation recently encountered a bottleneck, so I need some powerful demon beasts or desolate beasts to break through this bottleneck. He thought of his past self and continued to tell Tan Vu, before, I devoured many common demon beasts. But it had no effect, so I guess that to break the bottleneck, I need demon beasts or desolate beasts of extremely high quality. But he continued, unfortunately, high-level demon beasts and desolate beasts are very hard to find. I was originally going to give up. But Ninth Brother told me that chaos had erupted in the Hao Noyid royal family's ancient demon mountain, so that's why we came here. Tan Vu heard Thapthat speak and, after some thought, asked him, Elder Brother Tran, this chaos isn't caused by you, is it? Hearing him ask that, Thapthat looked back at Tran Hung in surprise and asked, huh? Ninth Brother, it's not, is it? Hearing that, Tran Hung vaguely replied, whether it is or isn't, what does it matter? At this moment, Tran Hung didn't chat any longer. He walked while waving to the people behind him, saying, come on, let's get down to business. Immediately after that, all three mentally prepared themselves and stepped into Ancient Demon Mountain. They hadn't yet seen anything terrifying inside Ancient Demon Mountain, but streams of energy had already appeared at each person's feet. At this moment, Tran Hung saw a magnificent sight before him and pointed forward, saying, do you see it? That is the heart of Ancient Demon Mountain, formed by the combined efforts of hundreds of the strongest formation masters of the Hao Noyid Imperial clan. It's just that for some unknown reason, this formation encountered some problems, leading to an unstable seal, causing some suppressed demon tribes to constantly awaken. He saw the monsters moving within the flames, but he didn't stop his narration. If more time passes and the magic formation collapses, all the demon tribes of this demon mountain will awaken, and by then, living beings will suffer greatly. Tran Hung then continued in a serious tone, to repair this grand formation, even for the Hao Noyid Imperial clan. It would require a large amount of manpower, resources, and time, and it would also damage the cultivation of those from the Hao Noyid Imperial clan who participate in the battle. Tran Hung smirked, turned back, and suggested, therefore, it's best if we handle this task. Tan Vu chuckled faintly and continued, admit it, you did it. Thapthat burst into bright laughter and exclaimed, Ninth Brother truly is profound and unfathomable. Before them was a giant purple pill, surrounded by a dragon's tail. Tran Hung conjured a golden fly. The formation isn't severely damaged. If it were just this, the sealed great demon tribe wouldn't be able to awaken yet. So, let me add some fuel to the fire. He flicked it up and commanded, go. The golden fly bared its sharp teeth and bit the soul fragment, shattering it into pieces. Broken soul fragments scattered across the sky. Suddenly, a strong gust of wind blew, forcing Thapthat to brace himself to stand firm. The great demon stretched itself, rising from the cracked earth. Thapthat smirked disdainfully, great demon at the peak of the illusion-breaking realm, I've been looking for you for a long time. He burst into purple flames around him. As for the other demon tribes, Ninth Brother and Brother Tan, please help me subdue them. Thap that conjured two axes by his side. He gripped his weapons excitedly and charged forward. I'll be back. Suddenly, Tan Vu was startled and asked, a fourth-grade immortal artifact? In one of Thap That's hands was an axe emitting golden flames, and in the other, purple flames. He leaped up, shouting loudly, how can one wander the Jianghu without a weapon or two? Here I come. Thap That struck an X mark onto the great demon's body. Tan Vu stood still and conjured the divine spear, the war god spear. He conjured a powerful whirlwind called the Nine Heavens Divine Lightning Spear. Seeing this, Tran Hong couldn't help but praise him. Brother Tan, your cultivation has grown much stronger. With just one move, you've dealt with these demon tribes. Tan Vu lowered his stance and bluntly retorted, it's just that these demon tribes are too weak. He glanced at the great demon's side and mused, perhaps it's already over there too. Thap That slammed the golden axe down, but the great demon's body remained unharmed. He gritted his teeth and muttered, its body is too tough. Thap That decided to slam both axes together. Let's try this move. The two axes collided, creating a giant axe, the Sun Moon Thunder quelling method. His eyes glowed red, forcing the great demon to retreat. The great demon roared, intending to turn and flee for its life. Thap That's eyes shone with golden light, and he smirked triumphantly. Want to run? Too late. He struck down with a dazzling golden ray, surrounded by a purple vortex of power. The whirlwind forced Tan Vu to retreat, making him admit that pursuit technique is terrifying. It's at least a peerless top-tier heaven grade. He solemnly assessed, however, it still has some flaws. Tran Hong heard that and immediately wondered, Brother Tan, this pursuit technique has flaws? Tan Vu continued, if I'm not mistaken, this pursuit technique can only be used in conjunction with a twin pursuit, and each time it's used, it will inflict a certain injury upon oneself. Although the recovery time is short, frequent use will still leave symptoms. He squinted his eyes, smiling reassuringly, don't worry, I can see through this pursuit technique, so of course, I also have a way to improve it. Tran Hong clenched his hand and said, then we're relying on you, Brother Tan. A heart surrounded by purple power fell to the ground. Thap That used his hand to control the purple power and smirked, saying, with this heart, I can definitely break through. Just as he placed his hand on the heart, a bolt of lightning struck down from the sky, causing Thap That to cry out in pain. Seeing this, Tan Vu and Tran Hong gasped, opening their eyes wide and shouting. What? He worriedly stepped forward, looking at the dragon's tail whipping hard at the heart. He questioned, how is this possible? I clearly only destroyed a small part, so why is the entire formation broken? Long Kui swooped down from the sky, growling menacingly, all of you must die. Tan Vu's face darkened as he stated solemnly, we've been tricked. Tran Hong asked anxiously, brother, do you mean? He immediately explained, in the battle of the 8 great dynasties, the one who benefits most is Tran Thiep if Tran Thiep dies here. Hearing this, Tran Hong exclaimed in surprise. My God, the Hao Noyad royal family is truly sinister. Long Kui, with eyes shining with hatred and terrifying fangs bared, lunged towards Tan Vu. He gritted his teeth, a worried drop of sweat rolling down his cheek. Such oppressive power. It's not just the shattering void realm, it's likely the beast unity realm. In fact, the pressure emanating from it is no less than the nether bloodbath I once encountered. Tan Vu quickly turned and ordered, retreat. Another group of demonic beasts appeared, surrounding them. Hakon and its allies appeared, blocking their path. They all had glowing blood-red eyes and bared their fangs in a grin. Tan Vu gritted his teeth and asserted, it seems we're too late. Thap That clutched his axe and shouted, damned demon race, prepare to die. His face darkened as he stared upwards with wide eyes. A massive foot stomped down from somewhere, shattering the ground. Tran Hong helplessly called out in vain, Thap That. Just as he tried to run forward, a demonic beast blocked his path. Tan Vu reached out and pulled Tran Hong's robe, stopping him, be careful. Right in the middle of the cracked ground, a shocking explosion echoed. They were both sent sliding a long distance. The great demon paused, looking puzzled. Tan Vu and Tran Hong looked up, but only purple light glimmered behind the thick clouds. He awkwardly turned and spoke. Brother Tan, I've harmed you. If you still have a trump card, leave quickly. Don't let us drag you down. Hakon smirked threateningly. Today, all of you will be buried here. No one, absolutely no one, is getting out. It held the large axe firmly in its hand, preparing to charge at the two of them to attack. Tan Vu also conjured his divine spear, the Nine Heavens Divine Thunder Spear. As soon as Hakon slammed its axe down, he immediately used all his strength to raise his divine spear and block the blow. Tan Vu's eyes wavered slightly as he looked up. Hakon bared its teeth and grinned, saying, "Little human, yet so strong." It turned back and ordered its allies behind it, "None of you need to intervene." Hakon scoffed contemptuously, "I have to see how far this human's limit goes." Tan Vu's face was tense and serious. He thought to himself, the power of this great demon isn't that strong. I haven't transformed yet, and I'm only slightly weaker. Long Kui looked down from above. He suddenly realized, but there are still 4 other great demons. The highest one in the sky is the biggest trouble. Hakon swung its axe fiercely, making a decisive cut, "Die." Tan Vu was immediately able to block the blow, which made it exclaim, "What?" Hakon was pushed back several meters by him. Flames blazed around Hakon, and it gritted its teeth so hard that veins popped out on its head. Its eyes glowed bright red, 2 against 1 human. It flexed its muscles, pulled out its axe, and charged forward. "With this one axe, let's see how you block it." Tan Vu gritted his teeth and glared. He thought to himself, a killing move. It seems I'll have to go all out. Hakon's red eyes widened as if seeing something very strange. It stopped dead in its tracks when it saw Tan Vu erupt with even greater power. He stopped dead and shouted loudly, "What?" At the same time, 2 other demon beasts also appeared. Long Kui appeared and shouted loudly, "The 4 heavenly generals." A dragon beast suddenly appeared, stepping out of a portal right behind Tan Vu. Seeing this, he recoiled. As it stepped out, a strong gust of wind blew. Tan Vu's eyes widened as he looked around. He thought to himself, a 4 heavenly demon general. Even though he doesn't emit any power. But within him, there seems to be a sense of oppression that far surpasses these great demons here. Even the blood bat from earlier isn't a match for even a fraction of him. The dragon beast stomped its foot down. Its huge, muscular body strode past Tran Hong, and its power startled him. The dragon beast reached out its hand, intending to touch Tan Vu. It placed its hand on his shoulder, making him look up in surprise. It smiled, its eyes crinkling, and said, "Tan Vu, I've finally found you." Hearing this, Tran Hong spun around in shock. "What?" Hakon and its other demon beast allies suddenly felt immense fear. Long Kui happily soared in the sky. "General, sir, you." The dragon beast waved its hand, smiled, and said, "Please, follow me." Qin Yu stood stunned for a long time, still not understanding what was happening. His mind in a turmoil, he wondered, the 4 heavens demon general knows me, and by his demeanor, he seems to want to befriend me. What's really going on? His eyes lit up when he remembered Xin'er. He wondered, could it be because of her? Qin Yu, standing behind the dragon beast, agreed, "Okay, I'll follow you." He turned and pointed at Tran Hong, proposing, "But I must bring this person along." It immediately agreed, "Okay." Long Kui stretched out, calling out to stop them, "General of the 4 heavens, sir, wait." The dragon beast turned around in surprise. It shouted loudly, expressing, "This human killed the child I loved most. He cannot leave like this." Hearing that, the dragon beast chopped down with a decisive strike. The sky seemed to crack open, and a blood-red gate appeared. Long Kui roared in pain. Hakon and its allies stood with their mouths agape. Long Kui's head was severed from its neck. Qin Yu looked on in surprise, thinking, "He's much stronger than I thought." He and Tran Hong followed the dragon beast to the cliff. It extended its hand and opened a mysterious gate. It turned back and said, "Her Majesty the Queen is waiting for you." The dragon beast looked at Tran Hong and instructed, "As for you, wait here." Though Qin Yu said nothing, his eyes glanced at Tran Hong as if to say a lot. As soon as they stepped into the gate, a powerful energy emanated, making Tran Hong recoil. He had many questions in his mind. Queen? The queen of the demon race? Could it be? Brother Qin, is he a demon? From inside the gate, the foot of a monster stepped out. Qin Yu followed behind it, slowly walking forward. Upon entering the house, a line of beautiful women stood neatly on both sides. The buffalo beast growled a few resentful sounds. The duck beast opposite bowed slightly and remained silent. The queen sat regally on her throne, and the dragon beast knelt respectfully, announcing, "Your Majesty, Qin Yu has been brought." The queen's calm voice rang out, ordering, "Qin Yu, come here." Qin Yu's expression darkened, and he glared. He slowly walked up the stairs as ordered. The queen tilted her head, looking at Qin Yu for a long time, then commented, "Indeed, a handsome human. No wonder." She placed her hand on the throne seat next to her, saying, "Sit here." As soon as he sat on the throne, closing his eyes without saying more, a layer of mist suddenly appeared. The queen placed her hand on Qin Yu's chest intimately. "You really made it hard for me to find you. Let me introduce myself a little. I am the queen of the demon race, and my true form is the Black Blood Phoenix." Qin Yu smirked and continued, "The queen of the demon race seeking out a human like me, I'm truly honored." She immediately waved her hand, ordering her subordinates, "Bring the items here." The subordinates immediately obeyed and carried up the boxes of items. He stared wide-eyed when he saw the chests filled with countless sparkling items. "What are these?" The queen's gentle voice revealed, "These gifts, all of them were personally and meticulously chosen by me. Countless ninth-grade elixirs, demon cores of great demons, and many magic artifacts of the demon race. Do they satisfy you?" Hearing this, Qin Yu couldn't help but turn around suspiciously and ask, "You went to such great lengths to find me, and upon meeting, you're giving me so many grand gifts. Tell me, what exactly do you want me to help you with?" The queen lowered her face slightly and slowly explained, "Actually, what I want you to help me with is extremely simple. For others, it might be something they could never accomplish in their entire lives." Suddenly, her voice paused slightly before she affirmed, "But you're not like them." As she spoke, the queen recalled Zhao Xianer. "Not only do you have connections with the Zhao clan of the immortal race. Besides that, Ling Yi also flashed through her mind, but you also have a good relationship with the daughter of the Black Dragon King, so." The queen leaned her face close to Qin Yu's and softly requested, "I want to ask you to convey a few words to the Black Dragon King." His face unperturbed, he calmly asked in return, "You are the queen of the demon race. If you want to say a few words to the Black Dragon King, you can just find him yourself. Why do you need to rely on me?" Her gaze dropped, and she glared, continuing in a low voice, "Don't you know?" Qin Yu bluntly replied, "Know what?" The queen immediately answered, "The great wilderness core, neither the demon race nor the immortal race can step foot into it." Seeing this, she wondered, "You're so highly regarded by Zhao Xianer, yet you don't know?" He gave a faint, meaningful smile, "Then I'll have to trouble the queen to explain it clearly to me." The queen's brows furrowed slightly as suspicion rose in her heart. Does he really not know, or is he deceiving me? For something like this, what would be his intention in deceiving me? In a flash, her facial muscles relaxed again. She gently revealed, "Then, I will tell you why the immortal race and the demon race can't set foot into the great wilderness core." A moment later, the queen gently stroked her hair and pressed, "Now, do you understand?" Qin Yu remained silent, leaving her wide-eyed in surprise. Suddenly, his eyes lit up, and he shouted loudly, "So that's how it is! So that's how it is!" Qin Yu stood up abruptly and declared, "Your request, I accept. What message do you want to convey?" The queen quickly glanced around. In front of her were many purple flames gently floating on the ground. The queen didn't forget to instruct, "Tell the Black Dragon King that I am willing to unify with the Baron clan to oppose the immortal race." Suddenly, Qin Yu realized and asked, You said you want to unify with the Baron clan? Aren't you afraid I'll tell Zhao Xin'er about this? She chuckled softly and replied, you won't. If you really told Zhao Xin'er, then. The queen's eyes flickered, implying, then consider my judgment to be wrong. Hearing this, Qin Yu burst out laughing, interesting, truly too interesting, queen. I will help you convey the message. She continued, I know you will participate in the competition held by humans. I can help you eliminate all your rivals. He hastily turned and walked away, no need. Those guys, I don't even pay them any mind. A golden ring glowed amidst a cloud of vibrant red smoke, carrying 3 mysterious shining chests. Qin Yu stood still, eyes closed, secretly controlling the power from the ring. He slowly stepped into a swirling blue light portal, emanating powerful mysterious energy. The queen gasped continuously, kneeling down and shouting, Ancestor, your request, I have fulfilled it. A swirling purple magic portal appeared in mid-air before her. A mystical dragon-patterned silk ribbon appeared. From within the swirling circle, a voice praised, You did well. The glowing scroll radiated brilliant purple energy beams, swirling intensely in mid-air. The queen watched as the portal grew larger and larger. Her brows furrowed, revealing wrinkles on her forehead, and beads of anxious sweat secretly trickled down. Scene change. Qin Yu stepped out from inside the blue portal. Chen Xiang saw this and suddenly stopped. He hurried closer and called out, Brother Qin, you. His steady voice rang out, urging, Brother Chen, let's go. Suddenly, a clawed hand blocked the door as if trying to come out. A demonic beast appeared and declared, Qin Yu, consider this one my gift to you. It casually threw that straight to the ground. Chen Xiang quickly ran over, momentarily joyful, and helped that up, calling out loudly. That. It pointed at Qin Yu and emphasized, that's my personal gift. Then it slowly retreated back into the magic portal, and before leaving, it warned, until we meet again. Qin Yu quickly turned his head and walked in the opposite direction. Chen Xiang, in a puzzled tone, was about to ask, Brother Qin, what exactly did you? Seeing his attitude, he lowered his eyes, gave a faint smile, and continued, Never mind, I won't ask anymore. Qin Yu slightly bowed his head and reminded in a deep voice, Brother Chen, you just need to know that no matter what, I will always faithfully protect humanity. That is enough. Chen Xiang struggled to get up, helping that, and added, I trust you. Suddenly, his expression darkened, and he angrily roared, How you Imperial clan, I will not let you get away with this. Qin Yu seriously turned to suggest. Of course, but Brother Chen, why don't we wait until the competition is over and then settle scores with them all at once? He placed his hand on his chin, pondering for a long time. How you Saintus is deeply cunning, it'll be difficult to get anything out of her in just a few days. Chen Xiang said, This brother knows. Since that's the case, this brother can endure. Scene change. How you Imperial clan. In the deliberation hall, How Yu sat regally on her chair. Qin Yu and Chen Xiang slowly walked in to meet her. She smiled kindly and spoke softly, This time, I truly thank you too for helping me resolve the chaos in the primordial demonic mountain. Chen Xiang chuckled softly and replied, I should be thanking Saintess How Yu. As How Yu spoke, someone brought a box from behind, I've prepared a small gift for you too. To express my sincerity. Chen Xiang's eyes sharpened, and he smirked, Then I won't be polite. She sat quietly in her chair, watching Qin Yu and Chen Xiang leave. How Yu revealed a sinister smile, her entire body exuding murderous intent. Next to her, a mysterious black cloak unexpectedly appeared. He announced, Saintess, Chen Teep is seriously injured and no longer has the strength to participate in the competition. Your scheme was very successful. How Yu's expression was serious. She sternly warned, Don't be careless. We still need to monitor more closely. The cloaked figure immediately obeyed, understood. The next day, Qin Yu stood amidst a rushing waterfall, with the divine spear stuck right in front of him. Nine-legged golden crow. Qin Yu's eyes glowed with a golden light, exuding a reddish aura, and he shouted loudly, He lightly waved his hand, and a scroll, mysterious as the star-filled night and enveloped in power, appeared. Following Qin Yu's powerful command, the scroll gradually wrapped around him. The radiant scroll burst forth, emitting a dazzling golden light that filled the space as if tearing open the sky. Qin Yu radiated a powerful surge of energy, his body glowing amidst golden sparks surrounding him. He gritted his teeth, enduring, his eyes wide with determination, sweat pouring down, breaking through to the peak, right at this moment. As Qin Yu bent down, the scroll stretched upward, emitting countless streams of energy everywhere. Each different layer of energy created different spirit beasts. They were gradually absorbed into Qin Yu's body. He lightly raised a finger, trying to mumble a command. The moment he pressed the energy activation button, the Taotai appeared. The spirit beast bared its sharp teeth and roared at Qin Yu, causing him to shrink back in fear, sweat pouring out from anxiety. Suddenly, the Taotia's soul gradually cracked and dissipated. Qin Yu bent down and slammed his hand onto the ground, creating energy that destroyed its soul. He quickly stood up, his face dazed, muttering. Qin Yu looked at the blue scroll in his palm and silently thought. From afar, Yi Tong called out. He helplessly turned back and reminded her. Annoyed, she stood with hands on her hips and angrily retorted. Immediately after, Yi Tong's expression softened as she smiled and revealed. Qin Yu closed his eyes, his face downcast, and dejectedly refused. Yi Tong irritably added. She immediately turned and left, leaving him standing alone. Qin Yu closed his eyes, his expression darkening with serious worry, thinking. Scene transition, 20 days later. Hao City appeared under the bright, dazzling sun and a clear blue sky. People came eagerly, and the scene was bustling with people coming and going. Yi Tong pulled Qin Yu's hand, rushing forward. She eagerly urged. Tan Jiao looked around, smiling brightly, saying. Yi Tong giggled in agreement. Qin Yu looked around, wondering. She frowned and replied. Yi Tong pointed ahead and turned to ask. She tried to squeeze through the crowd. Kid Hao happily introduced his stall. Qin Yu glared, secretly evaluating. Kid Hao initiated a conversation. He took out a large purple gem. Qin Yu hesitated slightly, recoiling, and wondered. Suddenly, someone jumped up and declared. Suddenly, Fei Yi appeared, her eyes sharp, her beauty captivating, her hand firmly gripping her sword. Someone exclaimed, She's Jiang Fei Yi. Someone stomped their foot heavily, crushing the ground. Lady Jiang's tone is quite bold, isn't it? Diao Lin smirked, his entire being exuding a murderous aura, as he huffed, Do you really think this is your Four Waters dynasty? To do whatever you please? The person standing nearby exclaimed in surprise, Zhu Diaolin, it's Zhu Diaolin. Diaolin and Fei Yi stood facing each other. The surrounding onlookers eagerly watched. Two top-tier prodigies have gathered. There's going to be a good show. She provoked, This isn't the Four Waters dynasty, but it's not the Great Zhou dynasty either, Zhu Diaolin. This item, I've already chosen it. His face darkened, and he continued annoyed, Then we'll have to see if you have the ability first. The two of them, with their different sources of power, stood opposite each other as if ready to pounce and devour their opponent. Qin Yu stepped closer, his brows furrowed, secretly wondering, This is the destructive power of a third-tier immortal artifact. He stepped forward, snatched the gem from Kid Hao's hand, and declared, First come, first served. This item is mine. Fei Yi turned in surprise and wondered, You want it? Zhu Lin glared in shock and shouted, Don't you know who the two of us are? However, Qin Yu seemed to pay no attention to the two of them, calmly saying to Kid Hao, Name your price. Fei Yi deliberately stepped forward and spoke up, My friend, I am Jiang Fei Yi. You must have heard my name before, haven't you? Diao Lin was not to be outdone and immediately spoke, I am Zhu Diao Lin, my friend. I've taken a liking to this item, could you yield it to me? Even so, Qin Yu remained indifferent, can you name a price or not? Kid Hao, standing in the middle of the encirclement, awkwardly suggested, How about the three of you discuss it first? The surrounding onlookers incessantly whispered and debated, where did that kid come from, daring to snatch things from two fierce overlords? I don't think so. This person's aura is extraordinary. I'm afraid he might be some extraordinary figure. Perhaps he's a martial artist from some minor kingdom. I've never heard of him, after all. Qin Yu unceremoniously tucked the gem into his pocket. First come, first served is only natural. Since I arrived first, there's no need for me to discuss it with the two of you. Fei Yi angrily shouted, Kid, are you deliberately trying to oppose me? Her eyes widened as she stared, gritting her teeth. I understand now. Fei Yi smirked. You want to rely on my reputation, Jiang Fei Yi, to become famous? Kid, if that's your intention, let me tell you, you've picked the wrong person. Diao Lin shouted cunningly, on this martial path, to rise, one needs strength. If you intend to use this method, it will only make me despise you more. She stepped forward and sternly threatened, I'm telling you for the last time, this item is mine. Get out immediately. Qin Yu glared back annoyed and scoffed, just you, and you think you have the right to tell me to get out? Fei Yi indignantly stomped her foot, everyone, get out of the way. Tan Jiao worriedly asked, are you sure? Qin Yu calmly replied, of course. Yi Tong continuously cheered, great, Qin Yu, make her cry. Hearing that, Fei Yi flinched and shouted, you want to make me cry? Qin Yu's steady voice rang out, adding, I'll do my best. She decided to unleash her weapon. To fight you, I don't even need an immortal artifact, lest you accuse me of bullying you. He quickly stopped her, how about you just use it? Otherwise, I'm afraid you'll cry even harder. A formation of sword blades, surrounded by power, shot towards the sky. Fei Yi stood from afar and launched those sword blades straight at Qin Yu. If you're determined to die, I'll grant your wish. The young man standing outside exclaimed, what terrifying power! Is this the might of an immortal artifact? Seeing this, Diao Lin thought, Jiang Fei Yi's cultivation has advanced again. Qin Yu only needed to raise a finger to break the sword blade in half. He could stop those sword blades just by standing still. Qin Yu immediately showed disdain, is that all? The moment Fei Yi ran closer, he immediately jumped up. She stomped her foot hard on the ground, causing a long crack to appear. Fei Yi, with a serious face, unleashed her sword and chanted a new move, Earth-rank martial skill. As soon as she finished speaking, powerful orange-petaled flowers bloomed and flew forward, Blood Blossom Sword. The spectators couldn't help but exclaim loudly, this is Jiang Fei Yi's famous ultimate move, Snow Blossom Sword. It seems she's determined to go for the kill. Ignoring the chattering crowd, Diao Lin quietly stepped back. To be able to withstand one of Jiang Fei Yi's moves, this brat isn't bad. Too bad, he's about to kick the bucket. His face turned pale, then darkened. He gritted his teeth, thinking, who exactly is this brat? Is he also here to participate in the competition? How can he be so monstrously talented? No, I need to report to Master immediately. The sword blade aimed a beam of power directly at Qin Yu. He just stood still, and it was enough to make those flower petals fall. Fei Yi used a clone technique, circling Qin Yu at high speed. He stomped his foot hard on the ground and brazenly swung a slap across her face. Fei Yi couldn't react in time and fell to the ground. She clutched her face, tears welling up and streaming down her cheeks. Fei Yi's tears flowed freely, her cheeks flushed with shame, her hands clutching the injury. Qin Yu walked closer and asked coldly, isn't this crying after being hit? She sat there stunned, unable to believe her eyes, muttering, I lost. Lost so simply and completely. How can this be? I'm a genius, a genius. He glanced behind him, thinking, no wonder I never heard of this person in my past life. As a martial artist, to be unable to withstand such a small failure, she's destined not to go far. Someone in the crowd ran out and shouted, Jiang Fei Yi has been beaten senseless. What's with her mouth? What's this brat's background? Another person added, defeating Jiang Fei Yi in an instant, it seems this person will definitely top the rankings in this competition. Yi Tong gave Qin Yu a thumbs up, praising him profusely, Qin Yu, well done. You have to let these people know that there are always more talented people out there, and a greater universe beyond. He ran to Jiahao and asked, "Can we finalize the price now?" He gave a forced laugh, his face pale, and stammered, I'll give it to you." Qin Yu threw back a golden pill. "The value of this elixir is only higher, not lower." Jiahao watched as Yitong, Qing Jiao, and Qin Yu walked away. A small girl's pouting mouth excitedly called out, "Master, master." Xing Shui, walking with Yijing, said, "It seems there are quite a few hidden talents in this competition." Yijing stated sternly, "In a vast world, the most taboo thing is to look at the moon from the bottom of a well. This Jiang Fei considers herself a genius. But that's all she is not yet. Only saw the outside world. From what I see, she's just a frog at the bottom of a well." His brows furrowed, revealing wrinkles on his forehead. Staring forward, his deep, steady voice rang out. "As for that young man, I find him a bit hard to read." Hakan turned and said, "Kiddo, he might be a very good whetstone for you." Her bright eyes lit up, and she immediately responded. "A whetstone, you say? I hope he can bring me some joy." With that, the two of them stepped forward together. "Let's go." Qin Yu, Qing Jiao, and Yi Tong walked together on the road. Suddenly, a hand reached out from behind, and a voice called out, "Brother, please wait." Qin Yu turned around, puzzled. Shang Lang spoke, "Brother, I've finally caught up to you. I am Feng Shang Lam, a rogue cultivator." He asked, "Brother Feng, do you know me?" He immediately replied, "Never met you." Qin Yu pressed, "Then, what can I do for you, brother?" Shang Lang smiled and asked, "Brother, you use a spear, right?" He rested his hand on his chin, looking intrigued. He sighed and then continued, "I also use a spear. Actually, a long time ago, I visited Haoyue City and sparred with many martial artists. But they all disappointed me." Shang Lang recounted this, remembering the sight of the man bowing his head and trembling. "Their spears were like flowers in a greenhouse. They looked beautiful but were useless. No one could ignite my interest or desire to fight." Suddenly, his eyes widened seriously, "But you're not like that." Shang Lang pointed at Qin Yu and exclaimed, "Just now, I saw the will to fight in your body. And the spear intent hidden deep in your eyes. You'll definitely be a very good opponent. He made an offer, therefore, please spar with me." Qin Yu was speechless, and helplessly asked, "So, you just want to fight me?" He flatly refused, turned, and walked away. "Sorry, I'm not interested." "Wait." The wind blew as if stinging Shang Lang's dejected mood. He stood there, disappointed. He really isn't easy to approach. As soon as Shang Lang called out, Hei Lang appeared behind him. He bowed his head respectfully and said, "Young master, what are your orders?" He turned his head slightly and ordered, "Go investigate. Who is this person?" Hei Lang looked up worriedly and advised, "Young master, can't you be a little calmer? You always have to go looking for someone to spar with. Don't you have any concept of your cultivation level? Who could possibly defeat you?" Shang Lang angrily shouted, "Sparing is a mindset, it's a belief. So what if my cultivation is high? I'm not using my cultivation to suppress others." He sighed and quickly complied. Yes, you're right, your subordinate will go now." Suddenly, he raised his hand to stop him. "Wait. Prepare a gift for me. After you investigate this person and find their information, deliver it to them on my behalf." Shang Lang smiled and ordered, "Give him a level 4 immortal artifact." The scene shifts to the back of Haoyu City, a quiet courtyard under the dazzling, brilliant sun. The bustling crowd began to discuss excitedly. The young man quickly ran in, shouting loudly to get attention, "Brothers, the top news has arrived." He panted as he revealed, just a moment ago, Jiang Fei was beaten until she cried. Everyone who heard this was shocked and couldn't believe their ears. "What? How can that be?" Someone's eyes widened as they spoke up to advise, "Brother, you can eat carelessly, but you can't speak carelessly. Who is Jiang Fei?" one of the four great geniuses, and the one most hopeful of topping the list in this competition. She was beaten until she cried? The other young man immediately clarified. No mistake, I think you must be foolish, brother. Someone even declared, if Jiang Fei was beaten until she cried, I'll acknowledge you as my father. Everyone was engrossed in lively discussion, only Qin Yu's group of three remained peacefully in a corner. Qing Jiao and Yi Tong chuckled. He turned and said, the news spreads quickly, huh? Do you all really have to get involved in this gossip? I'm afraid it will lead to a lot of trouble. Suddenly, footsteps approached and stopped right in front of Qin Yu. Jian Li confidently asked, You are Qin Yu, correct? He calmly continued, Miss, is there something I can help you with? She smiled mysteriously and gently replied, My name is Jian Li, pleased to meet you, young Master Qin. Yi Tong was startled and exclaimed, Jian Li, you're not related to Jiang Fei, are you? Jian Li placed her hand on her chest and calmly replied, Jiang Fei is my senior sister. Yi Tong hastily pulled Qing Jiao away. Qin Yu, Qing Jiao and I are going to wander around and play here. Qin Yu wondered, are you here to avenge your senior sister? Jian Li slowly bowed and placed her sword on the table, her steady voice ringing out, logically, my senior sister was at fault first. But no matter what, she is still my senior sister. Provoking her is provoking our entire Xian Shui sect. His eyes narrowed, glaring at her as he growled, so? Jian Li gently explained, this senior sister of mine has been arrogant since childhood, not understanding the principle that there's always someone more talented. Today, being humiliated by you, she brought it upon herself. Perhaps this is a good thing for her. Therefore, I, a junior, thank young Master Qin in advance. As soon as she placed her hand on the sword, a powerful burst of energy erupted. Jian Li's expression became serious. Her words implicitly declared war, but from now on, I must reclaim face for my senior sister. I can only wash away the humiliation Xian Shui sect has suffered by defeating you in front of everyone here. Qin Yu was startled and stood up abruptly. The table was shattered into pieces by her. Jian Li provoked, Qin Yu, young Master Qin, do you dare accept my challenge? Bystanders watching were surprised and exclaimed, I can't believe Qin Yu not only made Jiang Feiyue cry, but he also dared to walk around here as if no one else existed. What a man! Qin Yu stood still, slowly gathering strength, and seriously proposed, I only have one request, don't cry. Jian Li angrily retorted, young Master Qin, you should worry about yourself first. Your sword cultivation is indeed much stronger than Jiang Feiyue's, but against me, I'm afraid it's still not enough. He created a protective layer around himself against her attacks. Qin Yu's entire body blazed with power, his eyes glowing with killing intent. He lunged forward. Showing disdain, your sword cultivation is indeed much stronger than Jiang Feiyue's, but against me, I'm afraid it's still not enough. Qin Yu jumped up and powerfully swung both hands, creating a streak of power. Seeing this, Jian Li immediately retreated a long distance. She immediately unleashed a new move in response. Watch this sword move closely. Jian Li's entire body erupted with a massive surge of power, as if it wanted to tear everything apart. Jian Li's eyes widened, her sharp gaze revealing her determination, wrathful thunder sword. Today is a grand feast, please stop fighting. She unleashed a long sword strike aimed straight ahead. That streak of power collided with Qin Yu's protective layer, scattering other forces around. Immediately, someone's two fingers clamped tightly onto the sword blade. Seeing this, Jian Li couldn't help but be stunned, her eyes wide with surprise. Qin Yu still stood there calmly watching. Heavenly River Imperial Tutor spoke up to stop them. Today is a grand feast, please stop fighting. Bystanders watching were surprised. Heavenly River Imperial Tutor, I heard he often stays by the human emperor's side, rarely appears, and doesn't easily act. I can't believe he has such strong cultivation. Hearing this, Jian Li had no choice but to retract her sword and agree. The guest follows the host's wishes, so I'll follow the Grand Tutor's words. She suggested, Qin Yu, we'll meet again on the day of the competition. Qin Yu accepted immediately without hesitation. I have no problem with that. I want to take the top spot anyway. You can talk after you make it to the end. Heavenly River Imperial Tutor turned to instruct him, you have good talent, but the greatest taboo on the path of cultivation is arrogance. He glared at him, sternly warning, you don't know how vast the outside world is. There are always more talented people than you. Qin Yu smirked and turned away. If you truly believe that, I don't think you'd casually lecture others. Look closely at your own position. Someone outside praised, that kid is amazing. He doesn't even show respect to the Imperial Tutor. He turned his back and walked away, his whole body exuding a powerful aura. Heavenly River Imperial Tutor intently watched his retreating figure, thinking, there seems to be some secret about him that I can't discern. Suddenly, his eyes widened with a grave expression. But wanting to take the top spot in the competition is definitely impossible. Under the clear blue sky in Haoyu City, gentle breezes blew. A voice rang out, announcing, the grand feast has begun. Yi Tong and Qing Jiao then turned back, excitedly looking around, the grand feast has begun. I heard that today the city's chefs will showcase their skills, just to entertain the martial artists who came for the competition. I can't wait any longer. Qin Yu walked in silently. Yi Tong ran over and asked, Qin Yu, are you done over there? He said, the Imperial Master appeared, so we couldn't fight. Besides, with all these mundane foods and so many people gathered, what's there to eat? Each colorful, feathered bird spread its wings and soared high into the sky. A voice rang out, the Moon Pavilion is too crowded, so the Imperial Master at the Lord's Mansion has specially opened a banquet. The participants looked up with wide eyes and open mouths. As the flock of birds flew high, a joyful invitation was heard, martial artists with 10 colored feathers are invited to attend the banquet there to enjoy royal beast meat. Someone exclaimed with joy, how magnificent! Legendary wild beasts containing many rare medicinal ingredients are also being served at the banquet. With wild beast meat to eat, who would still eat this? Ignoring the delicious dishes laid out on the tables, the crowd frantically rushed after the flock of birds. Wild beast meat, here I come. Qin Yu sat still, observing with a smirk and a dismissive remark. So that's how it is. I was wondering how such a large number of martial artists from the 8 nations would finally compete. It turns out the first assessment has already begun. Yi Tong also leaped up and instantly caught a bird. Watch me. She landed, scoffing, this assessment is too simple. The moment Yi Tong raised her hand, everything had already turned into air. She froze, muttering, it disappeared. What happened? Qin Yu came closer and explained, these birds are formed from spiritual energy. Once touched by other spiritual energy, they will disappear. Qing Jiao put her hand on her chin, deep in thought, and continued. I remember now, this is the Haoyu dynasty's national sacred artifact, the 100 birds paying homage to the Phoenix Scroll. As she spoke, she imagined a scene where just one scroll could conjure a flock of birds. It can materialize thousands upon thousands of birds, it's truly miraculous. I can't believe it's being used as a prop for the competition. Those who had just caught birds all screamed in panic, what's going on? Where are my colored feathers? Did you steal them? Are your eyes in your butt? Can't you see my colored feathers also disappeared? Yi Tong sighed helplessly. As Qin Yu stood there, a bird suddenly flew towards him. He leaped up and caught the bird. But unexpectedly, Qin Yu actually managed to catch it neatly in his hands. Qin Yu closed his eyes and murmured, as martial artists, if we lose our self-confidence to move forward, we will naturally be eliminated. Everyone who returned to the villa has probably lost the qualification to compete. The sunlight reflected in Qin Yu's sharp eyes, making his aura even more majestic. With a light wave of his hand, the iron-winged bird shot into the sky. Go! Yi Tong stood behind him, her face full of confusion. Why didn't the bird you caught disappear? He smirked, his voice arrogant. It's very simple, because I didn't use spiritual energy. With that, Qin Yu lightly rotated his wrist, throwing out punches and kicks, creating beautiful, powerful, swirling air currents. He landed, clutching a few bird feathers in his hand. She was stunned, took a deep breath, and whispered in amazement, "This monster, relying solely on physical strength, can move through the void." Scene shifts. Meanwhile, on the distant city wall's peak, countless birds were circling in the sky, their songs echoing in all directions. Yuan Yin sat leaning against the railing, looking relaxed, his lazy eyes still holding a mischievous glint. Inside, Shanlan sat at the table, his eyes full of thoughts. A drop of fresh red blood fell into the clear bowl of water, spreading out in fine, silken ripples. Dark red spiritual energy emanated from the bowl of water, like wisps of blood smoke entwined in the air, swirling into mesmerizing spirals. The spreading scent of blood caused them to suddenly stop, then all at once, they tilted their wings and swooped down. Indeed, even spiritual entities can't resist the allure of my blood. At the same time, in front of the city lord's mansion gate, morning sunlight slanted through the clouds, casting gentle rays. How you slowly spoke, her expression calm. The 100 birds paying homage to the Phoenix Scroll is originally a sacred artifact of my Haiyu royal family. It's naturally familiar to me. I must be the first one to arrive at the city lord's mansion for the banquet, right? She suddenly paused, her eyes flickering. Qin Yu sat leisurely before the lavish banquet table. Haiyu pursed her lips slightly, walked to the adjacent table, and said in a calm but subtly sarcastic tone, "Young Master Qin is quite fast too." Her eyes darkened as she thought smugly, even if he's a bit faster than me, the number of colored feathers he has definitely isn't as many as mine. Suddenly, a fierce roar erupted like thunder in a clear sky, shaking the ground slightly. Na Ti appeared behind Yi Tong and Qing Jiao, his body covered in dark red scales, his eyes like two burning coals. She stood not far away, her eyes wide, her face instantly paling. Just then, two figures appeared in the distance, their forms silent. He spoke mockingly, as expected of Brother Qin, treating the assessment as nothing. "How leisurely." And she laughed heartily, "I know my beast-taming skills aren't as good as yours." While Fei Yi looked utterly furious, Jian Li next to him exclaimed, "Qin Yu, you are indeed very special. I really look forward to competing with you." At this moment, a voice echoed from the city gate, "No, this person cannot enter without 10 five-colored feathers." Jing Wu was stunned when he was stopped, pointing at himself and asking the guard, "Are you talking about me?" Unexpectedly, a firm hand rested on his shoulder. The person behind Jing Wu, Manhua, spoke in a deep voice, "Are you blind? Don't you see we're together? His feathers count as mine." He took the opportunity to add, "Be more careful in the future, don't look down on people like that." The guard scratched his head in confusion. Afterward, they entered the banquet. Jing Wu stood in front of Qin Yu, laughing loudly, "I'm here." Seeing him, the young man rubbed his chin hesitantly, "Big brother Situ, long time no see. You're already with her." She leaned in and smiled delightedly, confidently asserting, "It doesn't matter if a woman is old and ugly, what's important is talent." Qing Jiao's eyes widened as he asked, "Big brother Situ, you're really hungry?" Yi Tong's face darkened, and he continued in exasperation, "I think you just want to freeload off others, taking 5 colored feathers without doing anything." At this moment, Qin Yu noticed Jing Wu with sharp eyes. While he was laughing happily, a green sprout appeared on his lapel. The young man smiled, thinking, "That's quite interesting." Over here, Miao Lin saw her and recognized her with a start. It's the eldest princess of the Azure Wood dynasty, Madame Manhua. She cultivates the heaven-grade dried glory divine art, which is why she appears old, but she's actually only in her 20s. I didn't expect her to come too. Tanhua glanced at the next table and said, "The 8 Nations competition is the most grand event. If you win, you can even borrow the sacred artifacts of the 8 Nations." While Xian Shui was still dozing off, she continued, "Even the demons and monsters who usually hide have come, so how could I not come?" Shang Lang sat with his arms crossed over his chest, his demeanor calm, listening attentively. Suddenly, a round of applause broke the somewhat tense atmosphere. The imperial mentor of Tianhe stepped forward to congratulate them. The martial arts elites of the 8 nations gathered in one place truly makes a chief feel honored. Congratulations to all of you for passing the first round of assessment. Lak Khan grew furious, sprang to his feet, slamming his palm on the table. You high officials are all so full of schemes. This lord doesn't care about these matters. You said there was wild beast meat here, that's why I came. If you dare to trick me, I'll turn this place upside down. The imperial mentor's eyes immediately flashed with a hint of cunning, as he offered an elegant smile that contained hidden schemes. Of course it's true, bring up the wild beast meat for these strong fighters. As soon as he finished speaking, 2 rows of servants quickly brought up plates of steaming, fragrant meat. The plates of meat were set down, the aroma of spices blended with the scent of wild game wafted up, making the man momentarily stunned before he opened his mouth in surprise. Please, everyone, enjoy. Lak Khan didn't hesitate, laughing heartily, then dug in, eating with loud chewing sounds echoing through the hall. Not bad, it wasn't a wasted trip this time. Once I'm done eating, I'll head back, consider it a profit. Tan Vu merely glanced, but her gaze immediately froze. From every fiber of the meat, a faint, dark purple spiritual energy subtly emanated. Something's not right, this kind of meat isn't simple. At first glance, it has no spiritual power, yet it emits an alluring aura. How strange. Spiritual power briefly flowed through her palm, and her gaze lowered, carrying a cold killing intent. A peculiar energy was channeled into every fiber of the meat on the plate, causing a thin layer of mist to rise as if conscious, flickering, alluring. A vague smile appeared on her lips, as if she had just completed an intricate scheme. Veen curiously reached out to lightly touch a piece of meat. His expression briefly changed, then immediately turned wary. His eyes became sharp, full of murderous intent, his teeth bared. Nati suddenly appeared, its fierce form emerging behind Tan Vu. Its eyes were white, its mouth chewed a piece of meat with a clattering sound, then it swelled up, a look of triumph clearly visible. Nati gradually faded like an illusion, seeming to exist yet not, real yet empty, rising when encountering water, dissolving when encountering fire. This is Tai Sui meat. On this side, Lak Khan was still devouring his food, a satisfied expression on his face. Delicious. Before he could revel for long, his eyes suddenly widened, veins popped on his forehead, and his skin turned pale. Lak Khan struggled to swallow, clutching his throat with his hand, emitting hoarse, panicked sounds. He immediately panicked, asking worriedly, "Are you all right?" But in an instant, his body swelled abnormally. Mucus splattered everywhere, making everyone recoil in horror. The disgusting, chaotic scene, the pungent smell of blood mixed with strange spiritual energy, made the atmosphere thick. This. In the moment of chaos, a mocking laugh echoed from the man, a warrior without an appropriate appetite. For the second competition, I invite everyone to enjoy the meat of this mysterious wild beast. The imperial mentor gently stood up, his demeanor gentle, his voice low and refined. I chanced upon this wild beast in the outskirts of the Wild Beast Mountain Range. An ordinary person eating even a small piece could explode, but if one can successfully refine it, their cultivation can rapidly increase. With that, he waved his hand, and an incense stick flew out, his voice resolutely commanding, "Within the time it takes for one incense stick to burn, whoever eats all the meat on the plate will pass. The fastest person can ask me 3 questions." The incense stick was planted upright, emitting smoke that coiled like a snake. A cultivator sitting in the middle row glanced at the remaining meat, then cautiously spoke up. "That reckless fellow earlier ate so much he exploded and died. Based on my current ability, if I eat slowly, there definitely won't be a problem." He carefully tore the meat into thin strands and slowly brought it to his mouth. As soon as the taste touched his tongue, his face suddenly contorted, his eyes widened, and his throat emitted a terrifying retching sound. His entire body trembled, then he unexpectedly gritted his teeth and activated his cultivation, Great Zhou Heavenly Imperial Art, full power circulation. A moment later, his spiritual energy dispersed steadily, and his breathing gradually returned to normal. Seeing this, another person laughed smugly, "Indeed, eating slowly will be fine." But before he could swallow, his complexion drastically changed, his eyes bulged, and his throat spasmed. Mucus splattered, spraying all over the banquet table, and a pungent stench spread throughout the space. He slightly curled his lips again, his eyes full of disdain. Such low-level beings also want to fight me? He stepped forward, standing in the middle of the hall, his bearing imposing, his sleeves slightly fluttering. Everyone, forgive my bluntness, but those who cultivate Earth-tier cultivation methods or below should still withdraw themselves. This competition is precisely to assess the rank of cultivation techniques. If the refinement speed is even a little slow, one will explode and die. A rogue cultivator in the crowd helplessly shook his head, turned around and left, his voice full of bitterness. This is truly unfair. Where would rogue cultivators like us get Earth-rank cultivation techniques? Forget it, I have no fate with this competition. But that guy gave an arrogant smile, his gaze sweeping over Qin Yu provocatively. In terms of combat skills, I'm a little inferior to you. But when it comes to noble birth, I am the Prince of Great Zhou. I don't believe you also have a high-level cultivation technique. He slightly raised his eyebrows, a faint smile curving his lips. If the body can't digest it, then what about refining it externally and then absorbing it? As soon as the words fell, brilliant golden spiritual energy erupted around him. Threads of golden light intertwined into a fierce swirling circle. The others immediately imitated him, channeling their spiritual energy outside their bodies, trying to mimic him. Right. Why didn't I think of that? The prince's face turned pale, veins popping on his forehead, as he gritted his teeth and shouted, "You!" Behind him, Yi Tong and Qing Jiao exclaimed in admiration, their eyes full of respect. "Qin Yu, you truly have a solution. It's a good thing we have you." In mid-air, the spiritual pearl shimmered, radiating a mysterious halo. Qin Yu held the spiritual pearl in his hand, his eyes shining brightly, his voice arrogant. "May I ask, Imperial Tutor?" He calmly ate it and then spoke mockingly, "Can I be considered the top person in this round?" The Imperial Tutor's gaze flashed with a hint of killing intent. A 9th rank holy flame. Just how many secrets does this guy have? It was just a fleeting moment before it vanished. He immediately changed his expression, forcing out a stiff smile. "Young man, congratulations. You are the winner. You may now ask me 3 questions." Qin Yu leisurely sat down, his elbow on the table, his eyes indifferent as if no one else mattered. "Must I ask them now?" Hearing this, Fei Yi couldn't help but stand up and loudly question, "Qin Yu, what do you mean by that?" Imperial Tutor's cultivation is profound, and his status is extremely noble. Just a few words from him could resolve your cultivation doubts. Don't be ungrateful. He gave a casual sneer, his voice lazy and full of sarcasm. "Do you perhaps have many problems with your cultivation? No wonder you were beaten to tears. I, unlike you, have no problems with my cultivation." She was so angry that her eyes widened, stammering, "You." The space suddenly fell silent. Jian Li's eyes darkened slightly, thinking to himself, this person is truly arrogant. San Lang burst out laughing heartily. There has always been someone with unprecedented spear techniques, it should be so. Qin Yu maintained his composure. "I don't wish to ask today. Imperial Tutor, may I save these 3 questions for another time?" The Imperial Tutor forced a smile, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. "Of course. Today's assessment ends here. All those who passed will gather at the martial arena tomorrow." He replied curtly, his eyes cold as ice, then turned and left. "Yes." His eyes glinted maliciously, his voice low like a snake slithering over each word. "Qin Yu, tomorrow's official battle will be the day of your death." Qin Yu merely glanced back, his gaze devoid of fear, only cold indifference and disdain. Scene change, in a lavish golden palace. The human emperor sat on his throne, looking leisurely, half awake and half dreaming. Steady footsteps echoed through the hall as the Imperial Tutor slowly entered. He bowed respectfully. "Greetings, Your Majesty. The 8-Nation Alliance competition has been successfully held. The unqualified have been eliminated. Tomorrow is the official match. Please, Your Majesty, make an appearance and deliver a speech to stir up the atmosphere. He opened his eyes, his voice calm. It's nothing, Imperial Tutor, you've worked the hardest. How was the first round of selections? Were there many outstanding talents? The Imperial Tutor gave a faint smile. This competition attracted many talents, all of them powerful martial artists. Then his eyes gradually turned bloodshot, his voice lowering as if hissing through clenched teeth. At that time, transforming it into Dragon Chi might help Your Majesty advance another rank. The human emperor started, sitting upright, a flicker of vigilance in his eyes. He forced a dry, hoarse laugh. You know I'm not asking about that. It took 80 years and depleted the national treasury to obtain the remaining holy artifacts of the 7 nations. That was just an opportunity to show themselves. He looked panicked, his eyes wide and blank, as he hurriedly rushed closer, his voice trembling. The reward we promised to the winner cannot be achieved at all. The human emperor's eyes glowed red, his trembling hand tightening around the Imperial Tutor's collar, his voice hissing through gritted teeth, questioning, I'm asking if someone not arranged by me took the top spot. In the middle of his forehead, a third eye slowly opened, radiating a crimson spiritual energy. Your Majesty, calm down. The winding red spiritual energy enveloped the entire hall, light as mist, yet it gradually caused people's minds to sink. His eyes trembled slightly, his breathing became rapid then slowly calmed down. The human emperor let go, tiredly slumping onto the throne, his voice hoarse. Ever since the dragon's fortune collapsed, my state has become increasingly unstable. He stated firmly, if an outsider takes the top position, everything will be exposed. Even if I manage to gather the dragon's fortune, under the judgment of the people, I fear it will collapse once again. The imperial advisor subtly curved his lips, his arrogance unconcealed, leisurely stroking his beard, his voice slow but firm. Please rest assured, Your Majesty. I have arranged for someone to secure the top position. This time, apart from a fellow named Qin Yu, the others are not a concern. His hand was veined, his pale eyes flashed with cold killing intent, and his smile seemed to conceal ambition. As for Qin Yu, tomorrow's match will be his death day. Everything has been properly arranged by me. Hearing this, the human emperor's expression changed slightly, his voice deepened, carrying an exploratory undertone. If the imperial advisor already has a plan, then I can rest easy. The imperial advisor cupped his hands. I'll take my leave. As his shadow faded, his eyes turned dark, pensive. Qin Yu, could he be from the Qin family? As the words left his mouth, a cruel glint flickered in the human emperor's eyes. Long nights bring many dreams. Qin Yu, today will be your death day. He roared like thunder, his voice coldly commanding, where are the heaven snake guards? The snake guard bowed, killing intent surging, present. The human emperor's eyes held a cruel glint, kill Qin Yu. Scene change, late night at the relay station, the oil lamp flickered, casting shadows on the wooden pillars like the claw marks of time. Lei Feng leaned against a pillar, his face tired, his eyes narrowed. This is really strict. The official match isn't until tomorrow, yet we have to supervise this place tonight. Su Mei stood beside him, arms crossed, sighing half-jokingly, you should be content. Look at how grand this competition is, using the 8 great holy artifacts as a reward. If I could get the top spot, I'd willingly sleep in a stable. Suddenly, a swirling rope tore through the wind and shot out into the air. Xianli swung his whip forcefully towards Su Mei, the wind whistling sharply as if tearing through space. His eyes flashed with malice, the corner of his mouth curved into a mocking smile. Young Master Su Mei, you may be willing, but the horses might not be willing to share their stable with you. Why are you still making noise here instead of going to sleep? Xianli coldly kicked him, with such force that he staggered and fell. He bit over in pain. Why don't you look at yourself? Are you even worthy of being called number 1? On the other side, Yin Yin, who was about to lift a wine jar, froze, her movements rigid mid-action. Qin Yu's eyes immediately darkened, full of vigilance. I didn't see this person in the preliminary round. Why is there a new person now? She raised an eyebrow, a slight sneer on her lips. Him? His name is Tai Xuanli. He subtly curved his lips, a cruel smile in his cold eyes. He's the son of Tai Chang Shaoqing from the Tianhe dynasty. It's normal not to have seen him in the preliminary round. He was granted direct entry to the competition without needing to pass the preliminaries. Mietong frowned, dissatisfaction bursting from his voice. Why is there such a thing as exemption from the competition? Isn't that unfair? Yin Yin took a sip of wine, her eyes indifferent. This competition is sponsored by the Tianhe dynasty. It's normal for them to want to put a team directly into the official competition. There's nothing we can say to them. Su Mei's knees slammed hard against the ground, kicking up dust. He struggled to support himself and stand up, his eyes burning with anger. Tai Xuanli, this isn't an official's court. You're also a contestant, so stop acting so imposing here. Violent spiritual energy surged. Su Mei clenched his fists, charging straight towards his opponent. Xianli frowned slightly, his voice hissed contemptuously, seeking death. The whip in his hand shot out like a spiritual snake, coiling in midair, then whizzed with a piercing shriek. He cried out in pain, his whole body trembling, his eyes blazing red, streaked with blood vessels, making his gaze even more ferocious. Then that frail body collapsed onto the cold ground, no longer moving. Lei Feng saw the scene and panicked, running away and vanishing, leaving the atmosphere silent as if it had just been torn apart. Qin Yu stood there calmly, his eyes showing a hint of interest as he observed, spirit-controlling technique. This is getting a bit interesting. Xianli raised his head high, retracted the rope in his hand, and his aura erupted powerfully. The crowd behind him immediately stepped forward to fawn. Brotherly is still amazing. With one move, he can suppress these unruly bunch. He smirked, a bunch of insects always wanting to claim my Tianhe's reward. Insects should live according to their status. You should crawl back to your decaying dwelling. He then spoke sarcastically. There are some people who always think they are human. Qin Yu curled his lip, who don't realize they're the true insects. Xian Li's face flushed red, his aura erupted wildly, and he growled, who dares to be so arrogant with me here? He gently raised the wine jar, his attitude calm. I am of humble status, you can just consider me a rogue cultivator. He immediately swung his whip, his aura filled with furious indignation. Another damn insect. I chased them all away, and you're the only one left, aren't you? Before he could rush forward, Qin Yu decisively threw the wine jar towards Xianli, too weak. The ceramic jar spun in the air, piercing through the coiled rope, and wine splashed everywhere, hitting his face. The sight made her laugh gleefully. He's just like a chicken dumped in water. Xianli staggered back a few steps, veins popping on his forehead, his eyes red with anger. Very well, it seems you don't want to participate in tomorrow's competition. Today, I will cripple you all. Yin Yin angrily pointed at him and shouted, How dare you? As soon as she finished speaking, one of Xian Li's henchmen suddenly ambushed Qin Yu. Die! But before he could act, Song Lang suddenly appeared, knocking Xian Li's henchman flying with a single punch. But Song Lang remained calm, slowly standing up, his eyes cold. This is a fair competition. How can the integrity of the Tianhe dynasty allow its people to break the rules and suppress other contestants? He sneered, his voice sarcastic, Don't pin the blame on me. All actions only represent myself. I merely wanted to give these contestants some guidance. It has nothing to do with the Tianhe dynasty. Hearing this, Qin Yu could no longer hold back and slammed his hand down on the table. He rushed forward, landing a fatal punch on Xian Li's face, making him stagger back, one side of his cheek swollen red. Qin Yu sternly warned, If you say so, then I'm relieved, because I'm also teaching you a lesson. Xian Li gritted his teeth, his eyes streaked with blood, veins bulging on his neck. You. But just then, a surge of spiritual power descended from the sky, a dazzling light covering the great hall. Order. Serpent Guard spoke in a majestic voice, There's still a competition tomorrow, everyone quickly go rest. Yin Yin stood silently, her eyes showing a hint of hesitation, peak of shattered realm. He turned to Qin Yu, forcing a gentle, artificial smile. This time, the Tianhe dynasty has been impolite. I hope young hero doesn't mock us too much. Serpent Guard's eyes darkened slightly, his voice becoming more suggestive. To show our sincerity, young hero may accompany me to the Huanchi Pavilion to personally choose a treasure. The crowd immediately became noisy, filled with regret, dissatisfaction, and envy. The Huanchi Pavilion is where the Tiana dynasty gathers many treasures from all over the world. That's too generous. If I had known, I would have rushed up and fought them too. Behind him, Mietong glanced over, nodding and cautiously advising, the Tiana dynasty always acts unpredictably. I have a feeling it's not that simple, perhaps we should abandon it. He merely turned his head, his eyes calm as if nothing had happened. What's wrong with this? A man who doesn't seize an opportunity is no hero. He turned and walked away, a faint smile on his face but a silent ambition in his eyes. Young hero Qin is indeed straightforward. Come with this old man. Behind him, Xianli was still slumped, a triumphant smile on his lips. Qin Yu silently followed the Serpent Guard, their figures gradually disappearing into the dim darkness of the corridor. He frowned slightly, his eyes showing a hint of doubt. Is the Huanchi Pavilion located in such a secluded place? A dazzling red-painted stone door appeared in the darkness, light from ancient characters carved on its surface flickered. At that moment, his eyes revealed a faint trace of murderous intent. You should know this is the royal treasure vault of the Tianhe dynasty. Not many outsiders get to see it with their own eyes. With that, the Serpent Guard slowly placed his hand on the stone door. The door opened, and a dazzling golden light filled the space, illuminating the entire cave. Inside were rows of exquisitely carved treasure chests, filled with spirit stones and golden pearls, emitting a strong spiritual aura. On the distant stone platform, ancient scrolls were neatly stacked, emitting a faint glow. Qin Yu frowned slightly, his eyes sweeping around the cave, and he exclaimed with admiration, "This truly is a treasure vault." He chuckled, his voice hoarse but with a hint of sarcasm, "Of course it is. Why? Do you still think this old man is lying to you?" He smiled, the corners of his mouth curving into a mocking sneer. "How could I dare? The moment I saw you, I knew Senior was a person of high virtue and prestige. I came here purely out of respect for Senior." The Serpent Guard let out a soft laugh, his voice deep and cunning. "Then young hero Qin, please begin choosing. Everything here is an extraordinary artifact. Young hero Qin, feel free to pick and choose." Qin Yu looked around, his eyes darkening. "Then this junior will not be polite." The moment his finger touched an artifact, a sharp electric current immediately ran up his arm. A violent aura erupted, shaking the entire space. Qin Yu took half a step back, his sharp eyes flashing with vigilance. "A formation? If the Tianhe dynasty wanted to give me a treasure, why didn't they disable the formation?" The Serpent Guard was briefly stunned, then immediately composed himself and forced a smile. This was set up by the dynasty's ancestors to prevent their descendants from lavishly squandering their inheritance. No one has a way to stop the formation's operation. I am also helpless. He let out a faint snort, flicked his sleeve, his voice calm yet full of sarcasm. If the formation cannot be deactivated, how can one obtain the artifact? If you don't want to give it, why put on such a show? Farewell. He immediately raised his hand to stop him, his voice becoming urgent but still maintaining a fake calmness. Young hero Qin, wait a moment. Only if you can comprehend the formation can you obtain the treasure. Qin Yu stopped, his eyes narrowed slightly, lost in thought. Having finished speaking, he raised his hand and slowly walked towards a treasure chest, placing his hand on it once more. Since that's the case, I'll give it a try. The space violently shook, spiritual energy surged, whirlwinds rose from the void, and ancient patterns carved into the ground glowed brightly, interweaving into a complex formation diagram that emitted heavy spiritual pressure. From the void, chains suddenly shot out, like an enraged divine serpent. This is... Qin Yu's eyes immediately darkened. They wrapped around him, tightening around his limbs in an instant. The Serpent Guard then burst into loud laughter, his voice echoing throughout the space, his eyes bloodshot, his face contorted with excitement. "You've finally fallen into the trap." Qin Yu didn't struggle, merely looking calmly at the Serpent Guard, his voice so cold it seemed to freeze the air. "Who exactly are you?" Why do you so desperately want to kill me? Who sent you? The serpent guard laughed loudly in response. Take your questions with you and ask the king of hell. With that, he swiftly launched himself from his position, leaping directly at Qin Yu, shouting, Die! He immediately stomped his foot on the ground to gain leverage for a jump. After that, Qin Yu quickly broke free from the chain's restraint, jumping back a distance. Seeing the chains broken, the serpent guard was extremely astonished and exclaimed, How can this be? Qin Yu replied with a cold laugh, You didn't say it, but I already guessed. With that, he returned an extremely powerful blow to the serpent guard, sending him flying backward into a cloud of dust. His footsteps landed on the ground as heavy as thunder, echoing throughout the space as if to crush everything. The serpent guard leisurely rubbed his neck, his voice lazy. His Majesty has 100 pressing matters a day. Why would he care about an ant like you? He smirked, a hoarse laugh filled with smugness and malice. Immediately, the formation under Qin Yu's feet glowed intensely, and the ancient spiritual script carved on the ground moved in unison. A swirling spiritual force and golden chains shot out from the void, tightly wrapping around his arms. His ankles were also confined within thick, magic-laden chains. However, Qin Yu maintained his calm demeanor. If I'm not mistaken, this formation is the anti-theft formation of the Heavenly River Dynasty. The reason you weren't affected is because you have your token in the Imperial Palace, isn't it? Xave paused for a moment, then burst into laughter, his eyes flashing with a sinister glint. Indeed, a talent capable of winning the championship among the 8 nations, just as the Imperial Mentor said. With that, he pulled out a brightly shining sapphire inlaid token from his chest. Heavenly River Binding, go! A terrifying source of spiritual energy suddenly erupted, like a flood bursting its banks, rushing straight towards him. Yet, in that instant, Qin Yu's eyes flashed with a hint of interest mixed with excitement. That's the token, isn't it? He broke through the formation's defenses. Qin Yu turned, his figure like a bolt of lightning tearing through the wind, rushing straight forward. Yazi, follow me to get the token. A deep growl echoed from the void, and Yazi appeared instantly. In an instant, its sharp claws swung out, carrying fierce wind power that tore through the air, snatching the token. The iron chains within the formation collectively shrieked, moving erratically. But Qin Yu had leaped into the air, stamping his foot forcefully, and the surge of spiritual energy caused all the iron chains to tremble. Then, as if suppressed, they obediently fell. He landed amidst the halo of light, his voice carrying a hint of sarcasm. My lord, such an important item, how can you be so careless? Xave clenched his fist, roaring in rage, this is His Majesty's token. What do you intend to do? Qin Yu smiled, standing proudly in the center of the formation, his hair fluttering amidst the swirling spiritual light. Nothing. I'm just doing things my way. After I've tied you up, I'll naturally return it to you. Immediately after, chains carrying purple lightning shot straight towards Xave, exploding with a thunderous roar. The chains, which had been suppressed, suddenly vibrated violently, each iron link flashing and then twisting back, coiling around him like a resurrected divine serpent. Qin Yu's eyes changed color slightly, his voice choked with surprise. What? He laughed cruelly, delightedly. Qin Yu, there was never any token here to begin with. This control formation is merely a verbal incantation. You've fallen for my trick. Qin Yu's eyes darkened, turning cold. You're truly despicable. The chains immediately contracted, intertwining to form a giant iron sphere in mid-air, imprisoning him within it. But Qin Yu remained calm. Outside, Xave leisurely tightened his weapon. His heavy footsteps echoed. You indeed have some skill. But the heavenly serpent guards are the Emperor's bodyguards, covering vast lands. We stop at nothing to achieve our goals. I've killed many like you. Xave raised his spear high, its sharp tip emitting a chilling aura of murderous intent, aimed directly at him. Don't worry, I'll bury you. Go to hell. Qin Yu's eyes suddenly became sharp and cold. Has no one taught you? A high-level hunter often appears as prey. His body trembled slightly, then he struggled powerfully. In just a flash, the chains began to loosen, then swirled into a giant vortex. He roared in anger, "Not good!" A massive surge of force swept out from the center of the formation, throwing Xave backward. In the middle of the formation, Qin Yu stood tall amidst the fierce wind. His eyes widened, his voice trembling amidst the whistling wind. What kind of demonic art is this? Why has the formation lost its effectiveness? He slightly curled his lips, his gaze calm to the point of being chilling. Tao Tai, I offer you the entire national treasury. If you don't appear now, when will you? Xave gasped, his eyes panicked as treasures and artifacts from all directions automatically flew up, spinning around the center of the formation. What? All of it was sucked into the formation. He screamed in terror, "No!" Xave slammed both hands onto the ground, his entire body radiating an aura like a raging storm. I must restore the formation. Heavenly River Binding, return. Qin Yu's eyes were icy cold, the corners of his mouth curving into a sneer. Want to reclaim the formation? Dream on. What awaits you is the fate of filling my void with all the formation's energy yourself. Xave was slightly startled, his mind in a panic. No good, the formation is being held by some kind of energy from him, I can't retrieve it. At the center of the formation, he stood tall and proud. Soon, I feel like I'm about to succeed. I'll be able to release the phantom of Tao Tai immediately. Hearing that, he gritted his teeth, his eyes flaring with anger. Damn it, now that all the treasures are lost, even if I kill Qin Yu, His Majesty will surely punish me. Suddenly, Xave's muscles bulged, tearing his clothes. Although using the blood-devouring secret art would harm his lifespan, now the only way to atone for his sin is to extract all of Qin Yu's secrets through it. Xave suddenly froze. The space in front of him suddenly twisted, and a blazing red vortex appeared, erupting with hot, lava-like vital energy. He roared, blood boiling in his eyes, his hand tightly gripping the spear hilt, "Are you scared and trying to run away?" Xave roared loudly, his eyes bloodshot like a madman's, pointing his spear directly at Tao Tai, blood-devouring divine ape. As long as it pierces its body, it will devour its blood, and I will extract all your secrets from its blood. The spearhead cracked and broke as soon as it touched. Giant, shimmering golden teeth clamped down on the spear. He winced in pain, his arm convulsing violently. Xave gritted his teeth and hissed, his mouth full of blood, "How can this be? My blood spear is a heaven-grade secret art." The force pushed him backward, sending his body flying dozens of feet before he slammed onto the stone ground. From within the smoke, it raised its head, its eyes burning like hellfire, and a deep voice boomed. "You said you wanted to taste my blood, so how about we switch things now? I want to taste your blood too." Xave struggled to his feet, sweat and blood mingled, and he stammered. "How can this be? This is a desolate beast. Qin Yu is a desolate beast." From Taotia's mouth, Qin Yu slowly stepped out, his demeanor calm, "Don't eat such filthy things." Then he subtly curled his lips, a smile that was half mockery, half disdain. It carried the formidable aura of a raging storm. The devouring god-fiend beast, lord of the ancient desolation, Tao Tai, has returned. Qin Yu's voice was cold and tinged with sarcasm. "Heavenly Serpent Guard, right? Please extend my thanks to the Heavenly River Emperor. If he hadn't given me so many treasures, I might not have been able to break through to the peak of void shattering so quickly." His face changed color, and he roared, "Qin Yu, don't be so arrogant. It's just a breakthrough to the peak of void shattering. Do you think you can escape from here?" From the void, countless blood spears emerged, so sharp they tore through space. "I am at the peak of shattered illusion realm." A storm of sword energy poured down like a tempest. Tao Tai raised its head and roared, its sound like thunder, and the raging storm devoured everything. He smiled, his eyes calm yet disdainful. "Ridiculous. If you were so sure of victory, why would you lure me here before making your move?" Qin Yu suddenly raised his hand, and a wave of spiritual energy like a hurricane swept through, knocking Xave backward. His face was flushed red. Xave pressed both hands against the stone ground, struggling to support himself, his face pale with pain. He hissed through gritted teeth, "No matter how strong you are, you can't defeat me by leaping a whole cultivation stage. The spell you're casting must consume a lot of magic power." Xave's footsteps slammed onto the ground, transmitting power in all directions, and a series of his clones appeared. Xave laughed triumphantly, "As long as I drag this out, the one who dies in the end will be you." Heavenly River clone art. The clones lined up like an endless wall. In unison, the spears lunged forward. "I will make you slowly die here." Chinyu raised an eyebrow. "Are you sure?" A terrifying power blocked his every attack. Xave's expression turned to panic. "How can this be? You still have so much magic power left." And then, in the calm before the storm, wild white eyes flared open. "I forgot to tell you, these kinds of desolate beasts." A cold voice rang out. "I still have 5 of them." Xave spun around and broke free, flying like the wind, charging straight out of the encirclement, running. Chinyu smiled contemptuously, his voice mocking. "It seems our new friend is a little shy. Bring him back here." As soon as he finished speaking, Yazi rushed forward like a whirlwind, its massive body surging with oppressive aura. Taotai roared and lunged after it, its tail sweeping up dust. The golden crow shot up high, its beak spewing scorching flames that incinerated the air. Next, the dragon tiger unleashed its move, intertwining bolts of lightning struck straight towards him. Ing Long pounced to attack. Finally, it ended with a fatal blow. Xave shrieked, a desperate cry. Yazi's claws hung him in the air. "This is real." It forcefully threw Xa down. Chinyu stood tall amidst the chaos, his eyes calm. "Do you see? Did I find the right one?" He struggled to lift his head, his breathing ragged, truly worthy of being the #1 genius. "I beg you, don't kill me. Chinyu, do you want to make an enemy of the Heavenly River dynasty? If you spare me, I will help you plead with His Majesty." He casually rested a hand on his chin, his voice sarcastic. "Others want to kill me, and I still have to humbly beg them to spare me." Chinyu's gaze swept behind him. "Do you think there's any logic in that?" Yazi roared, its voice sharp as steel. "If you dare to seek peace, don't blame me for looking down on you." Taotai spoke in a deep voice, like a declaration. "We don't need to beg anyone. It has always been others who beg for our clemency." He laughed heartily, crossing his arms. "Sorry, it seems my friends don't want to make peace." Before he could finish speaking, the ground beneath them lit up. A blazing red magic array appeared. A desperate shout echoed throughout the space. "No!" The magic array tightened, a surging stream of red spiritual energy poured in, intertwined strands of energy covered everything. Chinyu's eyes were sharp, he sighed softly, the red spiritual energy gradually retracted, merging into his body. The space vibrated, stones and earth fell like rain from the ceiling. Chinyu still stood tall and proud. The system immediately announced, "Detected manager is dead, self-destruct device activated." His expression turned slightly grim. The Emperor of Heavenly River actually planned this far. Even if Heavenly Serpent Guard failed to assassinate me, they would bury me here. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure transformed into a flash of light and vanished from the collapsing space. "I will settle this grudge sooner or later. First, let's see the power of the pinnacle of shattered illusion." Scene change. The next morning, in the valley schoolyard, the early sunlight filtered through the leaves. On the high platform, the imperial tutor stood solemnly, his deep voice echoing throughout the space. "This Bone Valley is the imperial hunting ground of the Heavenly River dynasty. It contains countless resources, but also many dangerous exotic beasts." Everyone's faces were excited and intrigued. The arena for the third trial is actually the imperial hunting ground. Then it must contain many treasures coveted by the royal family, yet they are willing to open it for us. Amidst the crowd, Xianli smirked. "A bunch of country bumpkins, but you will be my stepping stones to victory." In the distance, Yi Tong anxiously pushed through, her eyes filled with worry. "Chinyu." Her voice was urgent. "Have any of you seen Chinyu?" Tan Dao stepped forward, her expression heavy. "Yesterday, Qin Yu was taken away by the old eunuch of the Heavenly River Dynasty, saying he was going to receive a reward, but he didn't return all night. Could it be? Yuan calmly waved her hand. Don't worry, the Heavenly River Dynasty took Qin Yu in front of everyone. They wouldn't dare do anything. The royal family still needs to save some face, right? Shan Lang smiled, nodding slightly in agreement. Don't worry, Brother Qin is very smart and brave. Perhaps he had some private matters. I've left a letter for Brother Qin. He'll definitely be here on time once he reads it. He glanced at the crowd, a slight smirk playing on his lips. On the high platform, the imperial advisor remained silent, but a cold, evil glint flashed in his eyes. Qin, you won't be coming back. I didn't expect His Majesty to disregard the royal family's reputation and take action directly. What a pity, with my plan, he wouldn't even be able to get first place anyway. He exhaled softly, his eyes narrowing, his expression calm. It seems now I'll have to figure out how to cover up the truth and try to save the royal family's face. No sooner had he finished speaking than a clear, leisurely voice rang out in the square. Qin, you spoke casually. Excuse me, when can the match begin? We've been standing here for quite a while. The imperial advisor was startled, his entire body stiffened, and his face paled slightly. Qin Yu, when did you arrive? Qin Yu's eyes held a hint of arrogance, his voice sarcastic. Imperial advisor, why do you seem so terrified to see me come to compete? The imperial advisor's expression changed instantly, his eyes becoming sharp and malevolent. Impossible. His Majesty clearly took action. With the strength of the Heavenly Serpent Guard, how could they have failed? Could he possess some secret escape technique? Instantly, he forced a gentle, awkward smile. I'm just concerned about the contestants. You are all elite martial artists from the 8 nations, the hope of the future. It's great that you're all fine. The boy calmly replied, his expression tinged with sarcasm. It's truly a blessing for the 8 nations to have an imperial advisor of the Heavenly River Dynasty who constantly worries about the world. The imperial advisor gave an awkward laugh, lowering his voice. Brother Qin, you flatter me. Devoting my heart and soul to this world is my duty. Immediately, his eyes darkened, and he gnashed his teeth, growling, Don't think that just because you escaped the Heavenly Serpent Guard, you have the right to be arrogant. Stepping into the match is when you'll die. The imperial advisor extended his hand, a brilliant golden seal appearing. If all participants are present, I shall now announce the rules of this match. The surrounding space instantly grew gloomy and cold. The hunting grounds before you are all filled with extremely ferocious exotic beasts. Each beast carries an emblem. Kill the beast to obtain the corresponding emblem. He waved his hand coldly, his demeanor imposing. Ahead, a dark forest stretched out. The royal hunting ground has opened. After 3 hours, the winner of this competition will be determined by the number of emblems collected. The imperial advisor shouted loudly, I declare the final decisive battle officially open. Everyone, fight. Everyone's faces were filled with excitement as they surged forward, charge. He quickly darted off, his eyes resolute. I'm going first. First place will definitely belong to my great Zhou dynasty. Suddenly, a dark figure streaked through the air, a deep, arrogant laugh echoing. Today will be the day the Shadow Gate makes its name known throughout the world. On this side, Shang Lang leisurely glided over the waves. Brother Qin, we'll meet again in the arena. Yi Tong smiled excitedly, Qin Yu, let's go and quickly too. He slowly turned his head, a slight smirk on his lips. All right, let's go. The imperial advisor silently watched from behind, his eyes filled with dissatisfaction. He gnashed his teeth, radiating murderous intent. You don't know your place. You want to die. A hand slowly rose. Add 2 more teams from the Imperial Palace to the match. You understand my meaning, right? Xian Li's expression changed slightly, veins of anger bulging. That. The Imperial advisor stood silently observing, his face terrifyingly imposing. Suddenly, in midair, terrifying lightning bolts struck repeatedly. A gigantic foot stomped down, causing the ground to shake violently. The white tiger, its eyes filled with murderous intent, slowly entered the deep forest. On a nearby branch, a pair of eyes silently watched it. He was slightly startled, deep in thought. The horned white tiger? Rumor has it that it's an ancient sacred beast with royal blood. But why is it here? The contestants here fundamentally cannot deal with it. He silently hid himself among the dense foliage. Fortunately, I've mastered the Shadow Gate's invisibility technique. Hiding in the shadows can conceal me from. Suddenly, the white tiger, bearing its sharp fangs, appeared behind him. Everything. Flames erupted, and the space exploded terrifyingly. Tan Dao stopped, slightly startled. No way, someone already got into trouble so quickly? Are the exotic beasts in this hunting ground really that fierce? Her eyes flickered, and she hesitantly spoke, "This aura is too powerful, something feels wrong. To think there's such a powerful exotic beast inside this imperial hunting ground." Qin Yu smirked, his voice unusually calm. No wonder that imperial tutor had an "I'm doomed" expression. It seems this hunting ground isn't simple. He paused, his eyes vigilant. An eagle was about to swoop down, its eyes fierce. Immediately, Nati appeared, roaring with fury, making it retreat in fear. The eagle retreated backward, crashing hard into a tree trunk, and a brilliant golden mark gently fell. Yi Tong immediately ran over joyfully, her voice excited, "It seems this is what we're looking for." Suddenly, the eagle, as if empowered, quickly lunged to retrieve the insect. Qin Yu's expression changed slightly, and he shouted in panic, "Watch out!" He immediately swung his hand, and a wind like a fierce gale roared through, devouring it. Qin Yu's eyes turned sharp. The wind pierced it, and it was terrified by the power of his. Then, the ground trembled as the eagle crashed down. He stood calmly, looking indifferently at the black smoke rising from the insect. Qin Yu fell silent for a moment, his eyes slightly suspicious. This is the aura of an ancient desolate beast. This beast actually carries a trace of ancient beast bloodline. The imperial hunting ground actually has such dangerous, ferocious beasts. Yi Tong suddenly raised her voice upon hearing suspicious sounds. "Who's there?" Slow footsteps approached, and drops of dark red blood trickled down. Yin Yin trembled, clutching her wound, her voice urgent, "Qin Yu." He was stunned, pausing for a moment. Qin Yu immediately approached, his voice stern, "What happened? Who could have injured you so badly?" Yin Yan's face was bruised and pale, her voice choked. "This is a trap. The Tianna dynasty wants to kill everyone. Be careful of Tai Xianli." Immediately, shadows appeared, and Xian Li's eyes became cunning as he laughed gleefully, "I didn't expect that chasing this bitch would lead me to a big fish like you." Nati immediately unleashed a fatal punch, sending him staggering backward. "Get out!" Before he could recover, Xian Li's eyes widened in horror as Qin Yu unexpectedly charged forward. "What?" He gently touched a finger near the center of Xian Li's forehead. Qin Yu's voice carried authority, a fierce roar of fury. Soul-seizing, suppressing howl. His face was bruised, pale, and his eyes were wide and lifeless. He stood proudly, his voice sharp and threatening. "Tell me, what is your purpose for mixing troops into the competition?" His body immediately trembled, his voice hurried. "Actually, this imperial hunting ground is a branch of the desolate Beast Mountain Range. You have eaten the Tice Way, which is very attractive to desolate beasts. My mission is to lure the desolate beasts to surround and kill you." Yi Tong was startled upon hearing this, and she loudly questioned, "Has the Tianna dynasty gone mad? Why do they want to kill us?" Xian Li's eyes were lifeless, darkening slightly, and he spoke with a trembling voice, "Imperial tutor wants to sacrifice all the most outstanding martial artists from the 8 nations, then condense the dragon's fortune to break the shackles for his majesty." Qin Yu immediately pondered, his expression grave. "So that's it. It was during the ancient tomb incident that senior brother Zhen Song obtained the inheritance of the ancient emperor, absorbing 8 parts of the Tianna dynasty's dragon qi." I'm afraid that the Tianhe Emperor's dragon Qi has long had problems, which is why he's acting so desperately. She immediately shouted, her demeanor enraged and losing composure, let's go out right now, tell the world the whole truth, and together overthrow the Tianhe dynasty. He then laughed heartily, triumphantly, it's useless. Xianli stood up straight, his voice mocking and threatening, this entire place has been sealed off. Moreover, all the desolate beasts in the forest are hunting you. You have no escape. He paused. Behind him a series of desolate beasts were furiously charging to attack. Yi Tong was slightly startled, her eyes helpless. Are we just going to stand here and wait for death? Nearby, purple spiritual energy was gradually enveloping the area. Qin Yu calmly reassured her, perhaps there's still a way to control the rampant desolate beasts. He pondered for a moment, it's the king of the desolate beasts at the bottom of the desolate beast mountain range ravine. His hand tightly gripped Yan Yan's waist, then all three of them rushed off, follow me. Huan Lai was collapsing to the ground when a black shadow rushed over, Qin Yu, I'll wait for you in the underworld. The desolate beast's eyes were bloodshot, its sharp, pointed teeth. Qin Yu slightly curled his lips, Emperor of Tianhe, it won't be long until we return. The human emperor's expression changed slightly in shock.